Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 602, Chapter 601, The Beyonder Battle of South Colson begins, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Day 1 for becoming a free member. Klein arrived in South Colson around 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, using the identity of Gehrman Sparrow. Because the distance to control the marionette had reached 5 kilometers, he found a hotel in the town to stay, and then manipulated the marionette to come to the Lord's mansion. Now he can share the vision and ability with the marionette. Although it is the marionette that arrives at the Lord's mansion, Klein feels as if he is on the scene. The one who received him was Dofus, who looked expressionless. "Mr. Gehrman, welcome." The two had met at Hobert's wedding. Klein realized that this butler seemed to feel different from before. He guessed that the other party might have been promoted to a demigod. This made him sigh in his heart. What a luxury to have a demigod as a receptionist. "Hello." Klein, with a cold persona, simply said hello. Dofus made a gesture to invite him in. "This way, please." While walking inside, Klein asked, "Am I the first to arrive?" "No, Earl Hobert, Counselor Jonathan and Mr. Archibald have already arrived," Dofus introduced. Klein thought to himself, "I don't know Jonathan and Archibald." Following Dofus, Klein was led to a very spacious conference room. On the wall inside the conference room hung a huge map of the northern continent. Hobert was standing in front of the map with a middle-aged man who looked very gentle and wore a military uniform, and a middle-aged man with his hair combed to be feminine, seemingly discussing something. Dofus pointed to one of the chairs. "This is your seat, please help yourself." Klein nodded, and saw that there were many seats around the wide and long conference table. Some were separate, some were behind a large seat, and there were several large seats and small seats. Klein's seat was one of the separate large seats. "Ah, Gehrman." Hobert smiled. "I didn't expect you to come so early." He greeted kindly. "Have you had breakfast?" "The kitchen made Fenepotter-style croissants this morning." A smile gradually appeared on Klein's stern face. "I have eaten." Hobert said, "Oh," and then said, "Let me introduce, this is Mr. Archibald, the Chief of General Staff for this war, who is responsible for war planning. The one who just went out is Deputy Chief of Staff Dofus, you have met before, who is responsible for the logistics of the entire campaign. And this Counselor Jonathan is the intelligence officer for this battle." Klein shook hands with the two of them respectively. When shaking hands with Archibald, he felt a familiar aura. Or rather, the person in front of him seemed to be a marionette. The two smiled at each other, and didn't say much other than saying hello. Hobert invited Klein to sit down. "The Harvest Festival will open in a few days, are you interested in participating?" Klein slandered in his heart, "Please win this battle first." He said, "Of course I will come and see it." At this time, the door of the conference room was opened again, and Hobert smiled. "You sit down first, I'll go and receive them." Klein nodded and sat in his seat. Soon he understood why Hobert was so confident, planning to open the Harvest Festival before the war even started, because the extraordinary power gathered this time completely exceeded his imagination. The first person Hobert received was a very tall man named Lawrence. There were 3 of them in total, and they were arranged on 3 large seats, 1 in the front and 2 in the back. Klein realized at this time that these large seats were prepared for demigods. And Jonathan, whom he had met just now, was also sitting in a large seat, and behind him were 2 large seats and 2 small seats. In addition to Archibald and Hobert himself, there were already 9 demigods in the conference room. But more demigods arrived one after another. Hobert received another demigod dressed as a gentleman named Barnett. The 2 subordinates he brought were also demigods. Then came a demigod wearing a coat with the style of the Rorstad archipelago, whom Hobert called Osmond. The 2 people behind him were actually demigods. Just as Klein was sighing that these demigods who came together should each represent a Beyonder organization, Hobert greeted a very beautiful lady who looked to be in her 30s. He heard Hobert call the other party Mother, and Archibald stood up and politely called the other party Ms. April. Klein guessed in his heart that this should be a member of the Trunsoist family. Hobert's rich network of contacts is inseparable from the fact that he is a descendant of the royal family. This Ms. April only brought one Sequence 5 subordinate. And the next participant surprised Klein a bit. It was Miss Sharon, who looked a little unreal. Miss Sharon was also a little surprised when she saw Gehrman Sparrow. Their seats were next to each other, but they didn't start chatting immediately, but simply nodded and exchanged glances to observe the other members of the meeting. After that, the one who came in was the demigod Archbishop Simpson, wearing the robes of a bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother. His arrival obviously stunned everyone. No one thought that people from the Orthodox Church would participate. Following closely behind was the sanguine Earl Rosalind, who was somewhat surprised to see so many people in the conference room, probably not expecting so many people to participate. The person who came after that surprised Klein again. It was Bernadette. Bernadette smiled slightly when she saw Gehrman Sparrow. Under the guidance of Butler Dofus, Bernadette and her demigod subordinate took their seats. Klein looked around and sighed in his heart. This is how the high-end power of the Orthodox Church is. Because everyone belonged to different beyonder organizations, they were all watching each other, and almost no one communicated with each other. Emlyn, who participated in the meeting with Rosalind, thought after seeing Gehrman Sparrow, this is Mr. World, the recognized crazy adventurer. He is here to participate on behalf of Mr. Fool's forces. Huh, the way he looks at me seems a little wrong, it seems like he knows me. Then he thought, that's right, a noble sanguine, handsome, and qualified to participate in such a high-level meeting. These conditions make it easy to lock me as Moon. At this time, the last participant, the majestic Christian, arrived. Everyone had seen this duke in the newspaper, and they were not surprised by his participation. After all, he was Hobert's father. Klein was a little strange. Why were Hobert's mother and father's seats so far apart? And it seemed that although they were familiar, their relationship didn't seem to be harmonious. Dofus beckoned for the servants to close the door. Hobert stood up and announced, this combat meeting officially begins. Klein finally realized at this time how terrifying the power that the Creator had gathered. Those sitting were either demigods or the backbones of some medium-sized beyonder organizations. And those who could sit in the large chairs around the conference table must be demigods. Klein counted and there were as many as 25. He was a little strange. He hadn't encountered many demigods since he came to this world for so long. He always felt that there were not many demigods in this world, but when they gathered together like this, the number of demigods was so terrifying. After a little thought, Klein understood that he usually hid in Backlund. Not to mention demigods, even angels might not be able to find his trace. But Hobert was different. His territory and power were there, and he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Some demigods wanted to take his life, and some demigods would unite around him. This was the difference between being in the dark and being in the light. At the same time, Klein finally understood, no wonder Hobert was so confident. It turned out that he had gathered such terrifying combat power this time. Does this guy have a fear of insufficient firepower? Not to mention the demonist sect, even if the Orthodox Church didn't send angels or use grade 0 sealed artifacts, it would be difficult to resist such a large-scale enemy. Then Klein thought again that it was a good thing that there were people from the Church of the Earth Mother among the participants, otherwise such a gathering would definitely be highly valued by the Church of the Earth Mother. They might even send angels to stare at this place. If he was careless, he might start a confrontation with the Church of the Earth Mother before he even started a war with the demonist sect. But as long as they had people and were attacking the demonist sect, the Church of the Earth Mother would default to the legality of this meeting, and the Feyenopotter royal family would not say anything. After that, if a large-scale extraordinary war was carried out on the territory of the Feyenopotter kingdom, as long as it didn't cause large-scale civilian casualties, no one would stand up to stop it. At this time, Hobert, who was standing at the head of the conference table, said, "Please, Archibald, the Chief of General Staff for this war and the General Commander behind enemy lines for this battle, explain the enemies and our situation, and the tactics we plan to adopt." Archibald stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. "Hello everyone, I am honored to be able to plan such a large-scale extraordinary war. I think, except for this Patriarch Lawrence, few of you have participated in extraordinary wars, or almost none. This is one of our disadvantages. According to the reliable intelligence we have obtained, the enemy has 2 ageless witches who participated in the large-scale and protracted extraordinary War of the Pale disaster at the end of the 4th epoch. And these 2 ageless witches will definitely play an important role in this battle." Klein recalled the Vice Admiral ailment he had seen on the ship. As far as he knew, at least that Demoness of Unaging had participated in many battles in the 4th epoch. Archibald continued, "Of course, the enemy's disadvantages are also very obvious. The long-term decentralized deployment makes their organizational ability very worrying, and the power of the demonist sect is far less powerful than ours. According to our existing intelligence, the enemy is collecting intelligence and then gathering, but as of today, they have not launched a large-scale attack. We have only had a small-scale battle with the other party on Longtail Island. The other party seemed to want to kidnap the Lord's wife, but because we were prepared, the other party did not succeed. Although Hobert hadn't been in South Colson much during this time, Archibald and Jonathan had done a lot of preparation work and had already fought 2 small-scale battles with the other party on the Shipyard Island and Longtail Island respectively. Archibald continued, "I personally guess that the other party should have received the news that we have gathered a large amount of extraordinary power, and they should realize their own lack of power at this time." Bernadette, who was sitting near the head of the table, asked, "If they don't fight this war, what should we do? Are we just going to keep waiting here?" After all, the Demonist sect had been a secret organization for so many years, and they could choose to disband temporarily at this time. Then all kinds of disgusting tactics would be used in turn, such as launching small-scale raids after everyone disbanded, etc. I think they will fight, and even if they retreat, we will take the initiative to attack. Archibald said, I'll talk about taking the initiative to attack later, let me talk about the reasons why the other party must fight first. First of all, according to our understanding, whether it is the Demonist sect or the Theosophy order, the internal contradictions are already very intense. In normal times, such contradictions can be suppressed by higher sequences, but gathering together and doing nothing will definitely make the opposing forces within them question their leadership, or it will lead to more uprisings or defections. In addition, according to the limited intelligence we have obtained, many famous courtesans in various countries and regions have suspended all external activities for various reasons. This should be the Demonist sect doing everything possible to gather the power they can gather. As long as they are still gathering power, it means they will definitely take action. Although the demigods sitting there felt that it made sense, they also felt that this war might be difficult to fight into a large-scale mutual charge battle. Archibald continued, after simulation, we believe that the most likely tactic the other party will take is harassment warfare. Because the other party has the help of the Theosophy order, there are many beyonders of the apprentice pathway, who are very mobile. In the previous small-scale conflicts, they have already adopted such tactics, a beyonder of the apprentice pathway, paired with a beyonder of the Demonist pathway. If they have an advantage, they will immediately engage in battle, and if they don't have an advantage, they will leave immediately. Faced with their tactics, our relative tactic is to prioritize solving the beyonders of the apprentice pathway. According to our statistics, there are 2 demigods, 8 travelers, and 7 or 8 sealed artifacts with travel abilities in this pathway. If we can use demigods to solve their travelers, their delivery ability will be halved. At this time, everyone realized that this war had been prepared in great detail, and this meeting was not as simple as holding a meet and greet. Although everyone present usually directed others and found it difficult to accept the direction of others, everyone felt that they could listen to what Archibald had to say and then express their opinions. The enemy's second tactic is likely to be the virus tactic. Archibald said, given the experience of the Backlund smog incident, a beyonder of the witch pathway at the demigod level can kill all the ordinary people in Jeffrey City in 20 seconds. Therefore, tomorrow we will evacuate the population from the city and leave an empty city to fight the enemy. We believe that the enemy will never just try to harass us so simply. If the enemy wants to wage a large-scale war in Jeffrey City, they will first try to raid the Lord's mansion, and then turn the water source into a source of poison, polluting this land with toxins. I have communicated with Bishop Simpson. The Earth Mother Church does have some ways to eliminate this secret sorcerer virus, but it takes time. Before the virus is eliminated, Jeffrey City and the entire resort area can only be left empty. The surrounding farmland cannot be planted with anything either. Although this cannot kill our living forces on a large scale, it will bring huge losses. The Demonist sect's tactics will basically achieve their goal. After all, they don't want to fight us to the death, they just want to achieve a certain victory to appease internal conflicts. If the enemy achieves this goal, we will be considered defeated. At this time, everyone successively realized a point of difference between extraordinary combat and extraordinary warfare. In extraordinary combat, if one's stronghold is destroyed by the enemy, one can just leave that stronghold. Because the cost of a stronghold is not high, and most of the cost is borne by the landlord. But a city cannot be abandoned just like that. Archibald continued, our corresponding tactic for this is an ambush. We will ambush the water source, ambush the windward side, and ambush the city center, these places that easily spread the virus. If they don't appear in these places, then their speed of spreading the virus must be slower, so we will have enough time to besiege them. The demigods finally understood why Hobert would hand over the planning and command of this battle to this stranger named Archibald. This is a demigod with a war mindset. After coming here, everyone in their hearts already greatly admired Archibald's war planning level. Archibald gave everyone a few seconds to understand the tactics, and then said, if the enemy does not attack for a long time, then we must counterattack. Now, please let Counselor Jonathan speak and report their major discoveries to everyone. Archibald sat in the seat below Hobert, and Jonathan stood up in front of the map and said to everyone, 2 days ago, we used some scattered clues to find the Demonist sect's headquarters. For a time, everyone was moved by this. This is equivalent to discovering a fatal weakness of the enemy. No wonder Archibald clamored for a counterattack, it turns out he knew where the enemy's headquarters was. Jonathan walked to the map and pointed to the huge map and said, it is located on the west side of the Central Plateau, within the territory of the Intis Republic, upstream of the Srenzo River. At this time, Sharon, a member of the Moderation faction, suddenly reminded, according to our intelligence, the Demonist sect's headquarters seems to be in the southern continent. Yes. Jonathan said, we also obtained such clues, and associated with the history of the Demonist sect, we had some doubts about the headquarters location we just obtained. Later, after our discussion, we unanimously believed that this should be the Demonist sect's headquarters in the northern continent. After all, in recent centuries, members of the demonist sect have been active in various countries in the northern continent. If the headquarters is still in the southern continent, it would be very inconvenient. Sharon nodded, indicating that she also recognized this guess. Jonathan then said, "Now, please Mr. Archibald continue to explain the tactics of this battle." Archibald came to the head of the conference table again. "Earl Hobert and I both believe that the enemy should have deliberately exposed the location of their headquarters to us." The demigods were all stunned, but they quickly understood what Archibald meant. Wearing a military uniform, Archibald continued to explain, "If I were the commander-in-chief of the demonist sect, I would definitely try to make myself the defending party when my strength is weak. The easiest way is to expose my headquarters and turn the enemy into the attacking party. In this way, the other party can use the long-term arrangements in the demonist sect to consume our living forces." This is also what everyone just thought of, and is thinking about how to solve this problem. This can also explain why the demonist sect has been shrinking its forces, but has not launched a large-scale attack. Archibald said, "We believe that the enemy will definitely be divided into two parts in this battle, harassment and defense. On the one hand, they will use their mobile advantage to harass Jeffrey City, and on the other hand, they will defend the demonist sect's headquarters. For the solution to this tactic, please let Hobert explain to everyone." Hobert slowly came to the head of the conference table, and seeing everyone looking at him, Hobert said, "At that time, the Creator will send angels to break through the demonist sect's headquarters defense." Several demigods almost exclaimed at this time, but several demigods such as Bernadette suddenly smiled. "That's right. This is not an ordinary offensive and defensive battle, but a great beyonder war involving gods. Problems that are difficult to solve in ordinary offensive and defensive battles are not too difficult in such a beyonder battle." At the same time, everyone also realized why Hobert was giving the next explanation, because the next thing must involve the Creator's arrangement at the angel level. Sure enough, Hobert continued, "According to the information we have, the demonist sect may have 3 angels, 2 of whom have reportedly not appeared for hundreds of years. There are rumors that they have already fallen, and there are also rumors that their condition is very bad and they can only stay in a certain fixed area to sleep. But to be prepared for the worst, we will assume that we are facing 3 angelic enemies. So this time, in addition to the Creator dispatching 2 angels, we will also invite 2 angels as foreign aid. Everyone does not need to have any concerns about the power at the angel level. If the primordial demonist descends with power, the Creator will immediately take action." Hobert had felt the gaze of the primordial demonist when he was on the Boatyard Island. As he remembered, the primordial demonist's current state is extremely poor. Maybe in the cosmos or in the astral world, he can maintain a relatively good state, but in the real world, the power he can descend is very limited. After Hobert advanced to sequence 3, although the power projected from the Nation of Disorder can still only support the empty shell of the King of Angels. But it is much stronger than before. If he could only fight Abomination Sua for 3 or 4 rounds before, now he can fight Sua for 30 or 40 rounds, and it is no problem to block a sequence 1. If the primordial demonist descends with power stronger than sequence 1, it will inevitably affect her main body. It will not be too late to pray to the Evernight Goddess or the Earth Mother at that time. Everyone heard that there was still a surplus of angelic combat power, and the last bit of worry disappeared. This is exactly the effect Hobert wanted to achieve. Hobert continued, "Our general offensive plan is to first have the angels attack to destroy the enemy's arrangements. During this period, it is best for all of you sitting here not to attack first. After the opponent's angels are lured out and the battle between the angels begins, we will then take the opportunity to attack. Because the angels will definitely be held back by each other, the angels' attack can only be regarded as a feint attack at this time. We are the main force in killing the enemy's living forces. At that time, the Creator will personally command the battle on the front line, and the Creator will personally point out the offensive route to everyone. In order to avoid the visual impact of the angel battle affecting our state, it is best for everyone to pray to the Creator before the battle, so as to avoid being unable to rescue in time when danger occurs. If you don't want to pray, try to stay with people who have prayed before." Speaking of this, everyone's expressions became a little serious. There are 3 types of demigods who came to participate in this battle. The first type is like Lawrence, Barnett, and Osmond, who came to join the Creator, and of course they will not refuse to pray to the Creator. The second type is Klein, Christian, and April, who trust Hobert very much. If necessary, they will also pray to the Creator in advance. But the third type of participants, either for Hobert's sake or for the rewards Hobert promised, are unwilling to pray to the Creator. Hobert did not dwell on this issue, but continued, "I emphasize again, our main task is to eliminate the enemy's living forces at or below the demigod level as much as possible. The Creator will only point out the route to everyone, and the specific command tasks will be carried out by everyone individually. The current question is who will stay behind and who will attack. It is not appropriate for too many people to stay behind, nor is it appropriate for too few. So I suggest that Bishop Simpson set up several mobile forces for the determined remaining forces. If the enemy's attacking force is too strong, stay behind. If it is not very strong, immediately go to support the front line. In addition, after the war begins, there will be 3 travelers' gates connecting from here to the demonist sect's headquarters. I will announce the locations of those gates to everyone before the war. This tactic is not complicated, because such a tactic will have higher fault tolerance. Hobert said, I have prepared some information for everyone, which are descriptions of the abilities related to the apprentice and witch pathways. After you take them back, you can let your subordinates circulate them. He said loudly, tomorrow is the last preparation time for everyone. If the enemy has not launched an offensive by tomorrow, we will launch an attack on the demonist sect headquarters at 7 o'clock the morning after tomorrow. Everyone agreed, and then Dofus distributed the information to everyone. Hobert then asked everyone, are there any other questions? Earl Rosalind asked, will you launch an offensive with us? Hobert nodded, yes, I will follow everyone's offensive pace at that time and pray constantly. Everyone immediately realized that Hobert would become the connection point between the Creator and the real world at that time. Hobert added, the Commander-in-Chief of Jeffrey City is Archibald. Everyone asked a few more questions, but no one raised any objections to the tactics announced by Hobert. Finally, Hobert said, if you need some charms of the lawyer and arbiter pathways, you can pray to the Creator to obtain them. Dofus will provide free black iron and corresponding spiritual materials, but if you want to obtain demigod-level charms, you need to prepare the corresponding metal and spiritual materials yourself. Metal is not difficult to obtain, you only need black iron with better color, but the requirements for spiritual materials are higher. The first choice is demigod-level spiritual materials of the lawyer and arbiter pathways, and some special materials can also be used as a medium for making charms. This is the ability that Hobert possessed in the Nation of Disorder when he became the Earl of the Fallen, but he has never used it. Hobert's words made everyone very excited, and they all prepared to receive the materials. As for the demigod-level charms, there was no need for that. After the war meeting ended, Hobert personally settled Christian down, and then returned to the study and immediately entered the Nation of Disorder. Because someone was already praying for the Creator to bestow charms. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert's spirituality spread to the first beating star, which was Lawrence. He was praying for some charms of the Arbiter pathway. Such a request is very reasonable, after all, the Balk family are all beyonder of the lawyer pathway. So Hobert mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder, and evenly embedded these powers in the many carved black irons placed in front of Lawrence. In a villa on a mountain outside Jeffrey City, Lawrence followed the prayer method given by Dofus and placed the carved black iron, along with the corresponding spiritual materials, on the altar. Then he prayed to the Creator again and again. Lawrence couldn't tell how many times he had prayed to the Creator. Suddenly, a surging power poured into the altar, and the carved black iron instantly underwent a significant change. The carved inscription suddenly lit up, and the entire black iron became even darker, as if it had turned into another metal, and the charm was also wrapped in a thin layer of black light. Then the surging power disappeared, and dozens of charms appeared in front of Lawrence and others. After praising the Creator, Lawrence scanned the charms with his spirituality and found that they were all at the Sequence 5 level. This made them praise the power of the Creator again. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert quickly received the second prayer. He spread his spirituality over and it was Klein. Hobert was stunned. This guy is also praying for some charms of the Arbiter pathway. For a Trickmaster, such charms should not be of great use, right? But thinking that the other party was here to help, such a request should not be rejected, so Hobert mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder and gave Klein a batch of charms. Next, the Tudor family and the Tony family successively prayed and obtained a batch of charms of the lawyer pathway. Hobert nodded, this is also more reasonable. After all, the Tudor family are basically beyonder of the Arbiter pathway and need charms of the lawyer pathway very much. And half of the beyonder of the Tony family are beyonder forces of the hunter pathway, and charms of the lawyer pathway are also of great use to them. At this time, a familiar star beat again. Hobert was stunned, it's Klein again. What is he praying to the Creator for? Spreading his spirituality over, Klein was actually praying again to obtain a batch of charms of the lawyer pathway. Hobert then realized, this guy is here to stock up, right? Or does he feel that he has finally caught the Creator once and wants to fleece him hard? Forget it, Hobert thought, just treat it as helping a friend generate income. So he waved his hand again, providing Klein with a batch of lawyer pathway charms. Throughout the afternoon and into the next morning, people continuously prayed to the Creator for power, obtaining batches of charms. Sharon, Bernadette, and others, who were clearly still wary of the Creator, also prayed to the Creator after hearing that other beyonder organizations had successfully obtained charms. However, they all had their subordinates complete the prayers, with Emlyn performing the prayer for the Sanguine. Hobert marked them one by one so that he could immediately find the organizations he wanted after the war started. All day Saturday, the Demonist sect did not launch any offensives, so early Sunday morning, each beyonder organization completed their assembly according to the notification from the previous afternoon. At this time, Hobert announced the locations of the 3 travelers' doors to everyone, and according to the previous arrangement, the Balak family and the Sanguine rushed to the front line through one of the doors. The Tudor family and the Element Dawn went through one door, and the Temperance faction and Klein went through one door, each rushing to the front line. Other forces temporarily stayed in Jeffrey City. If support was needed, the Creator would notify Archibald, who would arrange support personnel based on the actual situation. Jonathan and others from the Theosophy Order Council had already been waiting at the front line. After everyone regrouped in 3 sections within the Intis Republic, they began to approach the Demonist sect headquarters under the leadership of the Theosophy Order Council. The travelers' doors were directly dismantled and would be installed in a more forward position. The Demonist sect headquarters, from the outside, looked like a summer resort built close to the mountain. However, upon observation, it was not difficult to discover that this was just a disguise. The resort was connected to the mountain behind it, and the main structure should be in the cave behind. This resort had a huge courtyard, which looked very lively with many carriages parked in several large parking areas. The Beyonder forces on the Creator's side approached the resort from 3 different directions, and when the resort came into their view, they began to make final adjustments. At the same time, members of the Theosophy Order Council quickly began to restore the Traveler's Door. They did not conceal these actions. If the Demonist sect could send someone to destroy the Traveler's Door at this time, that would be even better. Just as Jonathan and others had guessed, there was a huge space in the mountain behind the resort. Inside was a church dedicated to the primordial Demonis and the central institutions of the Demonist sect. In the square in the center of the cave, the Saintess of White, Katerina Pell, dressed in white, pure and beautiful, looking like a maiden, was standing in front of a huge mirror, observing the enemy's situation. In front of her was not only a huge mirror, but also several smaller mirrors arranged in an arc in front of Katerina. At the top of the cave, there was a snow-white crystal, emitting a holy light, illuminating the entire cave. Behind Katerina were the Black Witch Clarice, wearing an Intis-style court dress, serious yet with a hint of charm, and several Demonesses of Despair. The huge mirror in front of Katerina was divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower, each displaying enemies from 3 directions. She smiled and whispered, "Attack quickly, I've been waiting for you." Seeing Hobert stepping forward alone from the crowd, Katerina pulled a hair from her head and burned it in front of one of the smaller mirrors. A picture immediately appeared on the mirror, showing Clifford the Wanderer thousands of miles away. Katerina said, "Start the operation." Within the Phaenopotter Kingdom, southeastern part of the Central Plateau. In a sparse forest, Clifford, clean-shaven, hair meticulously combed, and movements appearing somewhat effeminate, held a mirror and said, "Yes." After cutting off contact with Katerina, Clifford said to the 20-odd people around him, "1 apprentice paired with 1 Demonis. Attack in 2 waves. The first wave, concentrate on attacking the wells of Jeffrey City. There must be an ambush there, but they have many places to ambush, so the extraordinary power there must not be very strong. In a short time, we will have a considerable advantage. The first wave must last at least 3 minutes. At this time, the second wave will strike. By now, the enemy's forces should have all gone to support the wells. We must all buy Ms. Laura half a minute to fill Jeffrey City with viruses, to pollute the water and soil there, and to turn it into a permanent dead city. At this time, the graceful Ms. Laura stepped forward and smiled at everyone, "Come forward." Everyone lined up and walked towards Laura, who kissed their foreheads one by one. This was the Demonist blessing. Those who received the blessing, in addition to having their adrenaline surge in a short time, being in a relatively excited state, acting more agile, and having more abundant spirituality, could also avoid being harmed by the viruses spread by Ms. Laura in a short time. After everyone received the blessing, the first batch of raiders set off using travel. The few spies who returned on Tourism Day had basically figured out the structure of Jeffrey City. So the first 12 people found the wells in Jeffrey City without much difficulty. Guarding the wells was an elite druid squad led by Bishop Simpson. Seeing the space in front of them become illusory, one of the team members immediately blew a whistle for help. Bishop Simpson raised his hand, and thick vines with purple barbs sprouted rapidly from the ground. The first wave of enemies seemed to have fallen into a pile of vines. The leader of this wave of enemies was a Demoness of Despair and a secret sorcerer. The secret sorcerer immediately created a concealed space to protect everyone from the attack of these poisonous vines. After avoiding the vines, the concealed space disappeared. The Demoness of Despair summoned several ice arrows and shot them at the members of the druid squad. As the ice arrows shot out, a layer of frost rose from the ground. Just as the two sides were about to engage in close combat, the Demoness of Despair and the secret sorcerer sensed something and looked at the roof in front of them. Duke Christian, with an imposing presence, suddenly appeared there. He looked at the battlefield below, but did not immediately join the battle, but said, "Teleportation is forbidden here. Blink is forbidden here." At this time, Christian stretched out his right hand and made a downward waving motion. A traveler, who was fighting suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground, lifeless. He was executed by Christian. The demoness of despair was really desperate at this time. She felt that her side could hardly last for 3 minutes. In front of the demoness sect headquarters, Hobert stopped far away and began to pray. Arriving at the Nation of Disorder and sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert glanced at the resort in front of him. He was about to release the Holy Infant King to clear the mines, but he noticed something was wrong. The enemy's reaction was too bland. They should have easily found out that the Creator had 2 angel subordinates, but looking at the resort not activating any defensive formations until now, it seemed to be saying, "Welcome the Creator's angels." Hobert thought for a moment, "I might as well give you a tough one." With a wave of his hand, he summoned the corpse of the ancient death god, injected power of order, and threw it into the star representing himself. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 603, Chapter 602 You call this a feint? Bonus 2. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone Bonus. Klein looked at the headquarters of the demoness sect in the distance, and he was very sure that the other party had already discovered their tracks. Since they didn't take the initiative to attack, it should be as Hobert and the others guessed, that they had set up many traps in the church headquarters. Sharon, who was beside him, suddenly looked in the direction of Hobert and said, "A secret door has opened." Klein also looked at Hobert, and he thought to himself, it seems that under Hobert's prayer, a mysterious passage to the Creator has been connected. But what Klein didn't expect was that the image of the Creator suddenly appeared in midair. He was wearing a suit of armor emitting a black, sacred light, and a crown with a huge black gem on his head. His face was a mask that showed no emotion, and his back was a long, illusory cloak. He exuded a sacred radiance, and these radiances seemed to have a solidifying effect like dust. He seemed to be able to end all disorder, and he also seemed to be able to bring complete disorder. Although they were far apart, the Beyonders of the Temperance faction were still overwhelmed by the majesty of the Creator and wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground to express their loyalty to him. Klein's eyes narrowed, and the image of the Creator looked even more majestic than before. Only to hear the Creator say in a deep voice, "Lie down, close your eyes, and restrain your spirituality." The Beyonders in the 3 phalanxes were all stunned, but some reacted quickly, such as Klein, who immediately lay down after hearing the Creator's instructions, and beckoned to Sharon and Marek, "What are you waiting for? Lie down quickly." Sharon realized this later and ordered the dozens of Beyonders behind her, "Lie down." In fact, without her order, the Beyonders behind had already fallen to the ground, but they were not lying down, but prostrating on the ground, trembling all over, due to the pressure of the Creator. Only demigods could barely withstand the majesty of the Creator. Lawrence and others in another phalanx immediately lay down after marveling at the increasingly majestic image of the Creator. Rosalind was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of the Creator, but she immediately issued orders to lie down, close her eyes, and so on. Bernadette of the 3rd phalanx stared at the Creator, sighed with some disappointment after a second or two, and immediately lay down. Barnett and others of the Tudor family in the distance were first surprised when they saw the image of the Creator, and then replaced by ecstasy. This is a god. The Tudor family has not had the protection of a god for more than 1,000 years, but now, they have regained the protection of a god. They had just laid down in excitement when they felt a huge mental pressure in front of them, and many Beyonders were pressed to the ground, gasping for breath. In the cave, the Saintess of White, Katerina in front of the mirror felt an ominous premonition filling her heart after seeing the image of the Creator appear. Their arrangement in the manor could even hide angels, but they might not be able to hide a god. Sure enough, the Creator in midair made a pushing motion outwards. Rumble. A torrent of thunderous power poured down from midair, and a giant bird appeared in the manor. Its body surface was covered with burning black flames and feathers composed of illusory mysterious patterns. Its eyes were deep black, but it seemed that layers of illusory doors overlapped in the darkness. All the light around it seemed to be covered with a thin black veil, turning grayish-white. Sadness. In the manor, including Katerina and others in the cave, they also felt the sadness represented by death. They all missed their dead comrades, friends, and relatives. The giant bird, which was 7 or 8 stories high, looked down on all living beings around it. The horses pulling carts in the courtyard and several Beyonders were immediately stunned when they saw this huge figure, and fell to the ground like harvested straws. Their souls had already gone to the realm of the dead. But their corpses sat up neatly and knelt on one knee piously towards the corpse of the ancestor phoenix, while horses and animals such as wild rabbits and mice around the manor were prostrate on the ground. Then, they stood up and went to find living things around them to tear and bite. Inside the cave, the moment the corpse of the ancient death appeared, many dense cracks suddenly appeared on the mirror in front of Katerina. Crash. The huge mirror shattered all over the ground. Puff puff. Katerina, who was watching in front of the mirror just now, didn't have time to close her eyes, and her 2 eyeballs burst directly, and 2 lines of blood flowed from her crystal clear and snowy skin. She felt her thinking stop for a second or two before suddenly thinking, "Quick, go and turn off the traps outside. Don't anger him." Two demonesses of despair immediately rushed to the manor outside by jumping through the mirror surface after hearing the order, but they rolled out of the mirror world just as they reached the front of the square. One of the demonesses of despair weakly said, "The world in the mirror seems to be stirred by some terrifying force." Katerina was a little desperate. "It's too late." The body of the ancient death in the manor instinctively wanted to kill all living creatures and build its own undead kingdom here. It could feel that there were still many fresh lives inside the manor, so it raised its wings and fanned out a gust of wind that could freeze souls, blowing the roof of the manor away. This made Hobert, who was watching from behind, sigh, using a cannon to kill a mosquito. If this had happened during the battle between the Balk family and the Rose School in the southern continent, the enemy's forces below the Angel would have been completely wiped out. Of course, the Balk family would also have been completely wiped out. Wah! The roof of the manor made a sound after being blown off, like a whale, and then, a piece of holy white light appeared inside the building. Suddenly, a spear-like crystal shot out, hitting the chest of the ancient death's corpse. The corpse of the ancestor phoenix with a huge body tilted its head and glanced at the spear in its chest, as if it didn't quite understand the purpose of this spear. At this time, the spear tilted, it only made a few feathers of the ancient death's corpse a little deformed. Although this corpse could only borrow a part of the ancient death's power by means of exploit and tampering, the hardness of its flesh was similar to that of the ancient death when she was alive. The spear that failed to penetrate the ancient death's corpse did not fall to the ground. Its front end exploded, and ice crystals flew everywhere. Almost in an instant, the ancient death's corpse and the entire manor were frozen in the ice crystals. From Hobert's perspective, it was like a huge transparent amber had formed there, which was more beautiful than a diamond under the sunlight. This was not the end. The back half of the spear was suddenly stretched and widened by an invisible force, forming a huge mirror. The mirror surface quickly became dim, and the corpse of the ancient death and the entire manor in front of her suddenly disappeared from the real world and appeared in the mirror. Hobert couldn't help frowning behind him. If an angel was really sent to test the waters, they would be injured by this. And they would be trapped in the mirror world, making it difficult to continue participating in the battle for a while. Then Hobert was a little worried, wondering what would happen to the corpse of the ancient death. After all, it didn't have much sanity. The mirror that the spear had turned into suddenly shattered, as if cutting off the passage between the mirror world and reality. But in the next second, the space where the manor was originally located became illusory, and a transparent door appeared with many mysterious symbols and looked a little magical. Its shape looked like both the underworld gate of the death pathway and the illusory door summoned by the door pathway. Squeak! The door suddenly opened, and the corpse of the ancient death, still frozen in ice crystals, floated out of it. However, at this time, its head had broken free from the ice crystals. Following that, the huge door disappeared. Wah-ga! The corpse of the ancient death screamed strangely, and even Hobert, who was protected by the nation of disorder, felt his spiritual body tremble. He quickly glanced behind him. Sure enough, the spiritual bodies of many of his own Beyonders lying down in the distance had left their bodies and were about to fly towards the ancient death. Tampering. Hobert tampered with the Beyonder power belonging to the undead behind him, and the huge attraction from the soul was greatly reduced, and these spiritual bodies returned to their original bodies one by one. It's just that these Beyonders have suffered a lot of damage to their spiritual bodies. At this time, the demigods lying on the ground successively took action to help them offset most of the damage. Behind the already disappeared manor, a illusory door suddenly appeared in the mountain, and dozens of souls flashing with pale white light came out of the mountain with blank eyes. Just a few seconds ago, they were still a fresh life, but just in that instant, as the main attack target of the ancient death's corpse, their lives immediately came to an end. These spiritual bodies dissipated one by one, going to the underworld. The corpse of the ancient death stretched its wings. Crash! The ice crystals covering its body shattered, and the corpse of the ancient death regained its freedom. Hobert seemed to notice that the huge corpse of the ancient death seemed to be a little smaller. He guessed that the attack of the ice crystal spear just now might have consumed a lot of its power. At this time, the corpse of the ancient death took a step forward and kicked with its claws growing illusory feathers. Rumble. The entire mountain was kicked down like this. Looking at its relaxed appearance, it was as simple as kicking down a dining chair. The mountain did not collapse, but was kicked down, so the space in the belly of the mountain was hardly damaged. Hobert saw that inside the mountain's interior space, there was a huge statue of the primordial demoness. The outer layer of the statue was painted with bright colors, making it look lifelike. That was a beautiful woman's image, with hair extending from her head to her ankles, clear and thick, like venomous snakes, one tentacle after another. At the top of each hair, there was also an eye, either open or closed, looking densely packed. Hobert saw that the people of the demoness sect were escaping from the passage left in the mountain, while Katerina was in front of the huge stone statue, as if praying for something. Suddenly, Hobert saw that the outer shell of the stone statue was rapidly peeling off, like damp wall skin, and inside, there were more vibrant colors, and a surge of power erupted. This power swept the ground, and the corpses controlled by the ancient death's corpse turned into grayish-white stone statues one by one. Disorder. Hobert didn't feel the arrival of any power, indicating that this was not the divine descent of the primordial demoness. It should be that before, she had left the power in the stone statue in a special way. Therefore, Hobert used disorder to prevent this force from breaking through the stone statue. As expected, the speed at which the outer shell of the stone statue fell off slowed down. The corpse of the ancient death seized the opportunity and spat out a mouthful of black flames. This mouthful of flames hit the stone statue directly and covered it, burning on the stone statue. The spirituality within the mountain turned into fuel for the flames. Katerina, who was escaping from the mirror world, felt her spiritual body being extracted by a force behind her. She took out an ugly puppet from her pocket and threw it behind her. The puppet immediately floated towards an unknown force, and the extraction force on Katerina was weakened by more than half. The ancient death's corpse's target was not Katerina, but the stone statue in front of it, so it allowed this demoness of unaging to escape successfully. Suddenly, dozens of firm hairs fell from the stone statue, and all the flames on its body were transferred to those hairs. Hobert waved his hand. Tamper. At the sequence 3 level, tampering can already tamper with the target's abilities, as well as the effects achieved by the target's abilities. After being magnified by the Nation of Disorder, the abilities displayed by that stone statue can also be tampered with. The hairs that the stone statue had just dropped returned to its head, and black flames burned on its entire body again. During this period, the corpse of the ancient death spread its wings. The mysterious patterns on its wings suddenly flowed, forming an abstract giant bird pattern. This pattern was not particularly beautiful, but it made people unable to take their eyes off it. The stone statue turned gray inch by inch, and its spirituality poured out like a flood that had burst its banks. Hobert stepped forward again and launched an attack, Distort. He distorted the concept of the stone statue with a corpse that had just been petrified by it. This made the stone statue's consciousness believe that it was just a stone, and it gave up any struggle. Wah-ga. The corpse of the ancient death screamed strangely, and its eyes suddenly turned into a layered, illusory door. The stone statue disappeared bit by bit, and it was unknown where it was being sent by the corpse of the ancient death. Although the corpse of the ancient death was not controlled by Hobert, its target was also the stone statue, so it formed a cooperation with Hobert. Hobert smiled slightly. The power in the stone statue had not completely erupted, but it was solved by himself and the corpse of the ancient death. Just then, the stone statue suddenly cracked open from the middle, revealing a thick vine that flickered with white light and had eyes and a mouth. Hobert was also stunned for a moment before he understood that it should be a hair of the primordial demoness. This hair was not just a hair. It represented the sum of the power of the primordial demoness projected onto this stone statue in advance. It was equivalent to a clone of the primordial demoness. Boom. This hair exploded, and Hobert saw the sky suddenly torn open by a giant hand, and a scarlet eye looked towards the ground. At that moment, all living things on Earth mutated, turning into ugly zombies and biting plants. Among those zombies that pounced on other creatures, there were Klein, Audrey, and Furs. In the sky, there were dark figures with 8 legs and the image of a mother with a grim smile. These were the puppets of that giant eye, patrolling the Earth and searching for normal living beings who were hiding. The sun turned blood-colored, and the entire Earth seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of blood, filled with evil and mutation. Suddenly, Hobert came back to his senses and saw that the stone statue in the mountain had shattered into pieces, and there was no more vitality. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Just now, he saw the doomsday, the most desperate apocalypse for him. Fortunately, that was just an illusion created by the primordial demoness clone. Looking at the corpse of the ancient death again, it was also stunned in place, a circle smaller than before, and the black flames on its body were also much more illusory. Obviously, it was also affected by the apocalypse. But soon, the corpse of the ancient death seemed to come back to its senses. It glanced at the stone statue that had been shattered into pieces, then looked around left and right, and suddenly turned its head and rushed towards Klein and the others. Hobert secretly said, "Too bad." The people of the demoness sect had already run out a distance, and now Klein and others had become its preferred targets. Distort. Hobert distorted the direction of a large area, turning east into west and left into right. Although the corpse of the ancient death changed its direction of advance at once, it left the distorted space with a blink. Tamper. Hobert quickly tampered with the power of order in the corpse of the ancient death, hoping that the power in its body would be quickly exhausted. However, Hobert's tampering only played a certain role. No matter how he tampered with some of the power of order, he couldn't change it. Those forces could still allow the corpse of the ancient death to maintain its state for about half a minute. Hobert couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. After half a minute, Klein, Bernadette, and the others would have died several times over. Now, he could only quickly remind Klein and the others to quickly use the traveler's door to escape. Save as many as he could. Although this would cause a lot of damage to the image of the creator, at least it could reduce the number of deaths. Just as Hobert was about to issue a reminder, he suddenly thought, I can't distort the corpse of the ancient death, can't I distort Klein and the others? Thinking of this, Hobert quickly went to distort Klein and dozens of others. As expected, he distorted them to 10 kilometers away at once. After a few distortions, they were out of danger. After becoming a frenzied mage, he could use the Nation of Disorder to do more godlike operations. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and immediately projected his image into the star representing Klein, telling him the location of several Demonist sect members and asking them to intercept them. And he told them, don't look back no matter what. Fortunately, the corpse of the ancient death did not have much consciousness. If it wanted to chase Klein and the others, it would be easy to chase, but it was attracted by Lawrence and the others again and went to attack new targets. Hobert repeated the old trick and sent Lawrence and the others to chase the members of the Demonist sect again. Then, he transferred Bernadette and the others, and let them also carry out the pursuit. After these 3 waves of Beyonders were transferred away, the corpse of the ancient death, which did not have much time left, was attracted by a flock of goats not far away. Hobert simply observed the 3 friendly formations that had already entered the battle. He returned to the real world and chased the corpse of the ancient death by distorting the distance. At this time, the lives within a radius of hundreds of kilometers had all withered. Animals, insects, and even bacteria had all died, and plants had all withered in the midsummer season, and leaves had fallen all over the ground. Fortunately, the headquarters of the Demonist sect was located in a remote location, otherwise Hobert would have been too busy. Finally, the power of order in the corpse of the ancient death was exhausted, and it fell heavily to the ground. Hobert quickly set up a simple altar with candles and sacrificed the corpse of the ancient death to the Nation of Disorder. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and sigh in his heart, although the corpse of the ancient death is a weapon for stealing the home, it must be used with caution. If it is not controlled well, it will cause immeasurable consequences, and the prestige of the creator will easily be lost. Then, Hobert sighed, plans can't keep up with changes. He didn't expect to start fighting with high-end combat power right away, and there was no chance for the angels to take action at all. After resealing the corpse of the ancient death in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert quickly returned to the real world and chased Klein and the others by distorting the distance. Klein and Sharon and the others attacked the first wave of enemies, and there were only 7 or 8 enemies. The Demoness of Unaging can use the spirit world and the mirror world to escape quickly, and the Demoness of Despair can also use the mirror jump method to leave quickly. But Beyonders below the demigod level are difficult to leave quickly. Before the war, Hobert had repeatedly emphasized that if possible, kill as many of these Demonist sect members as possible. Because there were Klein and 3 Temperance faction demigods, these few enemies were vulnerable. Just when they were about to achieve victory, Klein sensed that the huge pressure in the distance had disappeared. Only then did he look up and look over there, only to see that a huge area, including the opponent they had been lying down in before, had become a dead silence. White mist was floating everywhere, as if these mists were the souls of that area that were dissipating. And the mountain behind the headquarters of the Demonist sect had fallen, yes, completely fallen. It could be seen that there were countless petrified creatures inside, as well as many scattered stones. This headquarters had been completely destroyed. Klein recalled the battle plan described by Hobert before. The angel went to disarm the traps of the Demonist sect, which could only be regarded as a feint, but could the current result still be called a feint? Shouldn't they disarm most of the traps at the headquarters of the Demonist sect, and then have the demigod-led forces besiege the headquarters of the Demonist sect after attracting the opponent's angels? But now the headquarters is gone, and only the enemies who have no fighting will left to attack. Just as this one-sided battle was about to end, Klein's spirituality felt something and looked at the eyes of a corpse that died with eyes wide open. On one of the lifeless eyeballs, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. Before she could see her appearance clearly, the other party had already grabbed a heavily injured witch, and then they prepared to enter the mirror again. Klein immediately realized that among this wave of enemies, there was a child that the other party valued. After all, the Demonist sect is inherited in the form of a family, and many Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 are the children of some demigods. Klein stretched out his finger, bang. He blew up the corpse that could be used as a mirror to prevent the other party from quickly returning to the mirror. Since she's here, try to keep her here. Klein was about to besiege the enemy demigod with Sharon and others when his spirituality had a warning of danger, which made him suddenly roll backward, and his ankles and knees were a little stiff. It's an Demoness of Unaging. Although Klein's spirituality did not sense where the enemy was, he had experienced this petrified feeling before when exploring Adam's Island. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 604, Chapter 603, The Creator Dispatched 4 Angels. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert, who was in pursuit, suddenly sensed something. He re-entered the Nation of Disorder and used his true vision to check the current battle situation, discovering that the demigods who had escaped were back. He immediately understood their intentions. Since the corpse of the ancient death god that troubled them had disappeared, they must have returned to cover their fleeing subordinates, or rather, descendants. A Demoness of Despair and an Demoness of Unaging arrived at Klein and Sharon's battlefield. Several enemy demigods appeared on Bernadette's battlefield and Lawrence's side. Hobert smiled. If these demigods had just run away, the Demoness sect would have only suffered a heavy blow to their forces below the demigod level. Now that they had returned, it gave Hobert a good opportunity to severely damage their demigod power. So, according to his previous plan, Hobert released the Bull Devil Monarch, the Black Hound Spirit Beast, and the Great Sage into the real world. Hobert led them to Klein and Sharon's battlefield. Klein, who was using a marionette to avoid the Demoness of Unaging's petrification effect, saw the three black figures behind Hobert. One was pitch black with a bull's head and deer antlers. One was huge with hard, illusory scales. One had a human body but with thick black hair, and dared not make eye contact. It was the saint who had once been trapped in Foggy Town. Hobert used a distortion to arrive at the battlefield, tamper. The Demoness of Despair, who was surrounded by Sharon and others, saw that the situation was not good and had long given up on rescuing anyone. Through a mirror created from a drop of blood, she hid in the mirror world. The figures of Sharon and the other two demigods immediately became illusory and disappeared into the real world, chasing into the mirror world. The Demoness of Unaging, who was originally attacking Klein, naturally noticed the reinforcements Hobert had brought. She had no intention of fighting. After all, her job was to stall the opposing demigods, not to fight them. So, she immediately abandoned her stealth state and entered the layers of mirror world. Just as she was about to escape, the Demoness of Unaging realized something was wrong. The mirror world had undergone significant changes, with gray vortexes appearing one after another. From the vortexes, arms with eyes stretched out, creating many obstacles for her escape. The Demoness of Unaging immediately realized that Hobert had just tampered with the environment of the surrounding mirror world. Then, the mirror world rumbled, as if it were about to collapse. She immediately abandoned her plan to stay in the mirror world and switched to leap to escape. But as soon as she came out of the mirror world, Hobert's distortion, which had been waiting outside, smashed into her, and her thought of escaping immediately turned into the thought of charging forward. The reason why the mirror world had shown signs of collapse earlier was because the Bull Devil Monarch and the other two monsters had taken turns using distortion. On the other battlefield, the Demoness of Despair had already tumbled out of the mirror world in a sorry state and was being besieged by Sharon and others. The Demoness of Unaging, in front of Hobert, never dreamed that the enemy could suddenly send 4 Sequence 3s as reinforcements, and she was immediately a little stunned. The Black Hound Spirit Beast had already taken Hobert's rapier. He raised the rapier upwards, and a pale white light burst out from his body. The Demoness of Unaging, who had just left the distortion state, immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her joints became stiff, and her spirit body seemed to be torn apart by pairs of invisible hands. Suddenly, a giant thunderbolt fell from the sky, hitting the Demoness of Unaging directly. In addition to the damage from the thunder's burn, it also briefly paralyzed her. The charm ability on her body seemed to be activated, becoming very moving. Just looking at her made Hobert's heart beat rapidly, his face flushed, and he recalled the scene of dancing with furs. But the Bull Devil Monarch and the other monsters were unmoved. At this time, the Bull Devil Monarch had already used distortion to arrive in front of the Demoness of Unaging and used his golden antlers to ram her, directly turning her into a horizontal V shape. The moment she flew out, Hobert had basically recovered from the charm state and immediately reached out, exploit. He lengthened the time of the other party's substitute ability. What was originally an instant mirror substitute became a 3-second process. In fact, the Great Sage and the others also possessed such abilities, but their intelligence was limited, making it difficult for them to perform such complex operations. These 3 seconds were fatal to the current Demoness of Unaging. At this time, part of her body was real, and part was in a mirror state. The Black Hound Spirit Beast waved the rapier again, and the Demoness of Unaging's spirit body quickly separated from her physical body. The Great Sage flicked its tail and struck the Demoness of Unaging's physical body. Hobert acted in a timely manner, tampered. He tampered with the air density behind the Demoness of Unaging, turning it into an air vortex as hard as a steel plate. So, the Great Sage's great strength, as well as the steel-like air, sandwiched the Demoness of Unaging in the middle, instantly squeezing her internal organs out of her mouth. At this time, the Demoness of Unaging finally used her high spirituality to resist the Black Hound Spirit Beast's capture and finally returned to her body. What awaited her was Hobert's Magnify, turning a serious injury into a fatal one. Under the siege of 4 sequence 3s, the demoness of unaging was on her last breath. At this time, Hobert keenly discovered that the demoness of unaging had actually given up resisting. So, under the Bull Devil Monarch's corruption, the Great Sage's lightning, and the Black Hound Spirit Beast's attack on her spirit body, the demoness of unaging quickly lost her life. Hobert quickly asked the Bull Devil Monarch and the others to step back a little, because he sensed something was wrong. Bang. Sure enough, the demoness of unaging's body split open from the middle and quickly shrank. Hobert seemed to realize something: distortion. He wanted to distort the state of the demoness of unaging and a tree next to her, but he failed. Watching the demoness of unaging shrink rapidly, she turned into a vivid puppet that split open from the middle. This puppet was lifelike and very similar to the demoness of unaging. Several thick strands of hair were wrapped around the puppet's head. However, these hairs quickly withered, turned yellow, and eventually turned into dust. Hobert suddenly recalled that he had forgotten where he had heard that the demoness of unaging had the ability to resurrect. Now it seemed that this resurrection ability was a kind of special, substitute technique, using a pre-made exquisite puppet to die in place of the demoness of unaging. And the demoness of unaging should be resurrected somewhere at this time. Hobert guessed that the place where she was resurrected was likely the place where the puppet was stored before. Hobert smiled, not disappointed. He had realized in the previous battle with the Rose School that it was very difficult to kill someone at the Sequence 3 level. The 2 Sequence 3s who died in the Rose School were without exception, because they were first affected by the Angels' battle, and their condition became very bad. Then, under a 2-on-1 attack, they failed to escape and were completely killed. If they were in good condition, it would be difficult for 2 Sequence 3s to besiege and kill 1 Sequence 3. After all, at Sequence 3, the ways to escape are always unexpected. Hobert looked at the Bull Devil Monarch and the other 3 monsters. He suddenly thought of a good idea and prepared to find another demoness of unaging to try it out. So, Hobert first went to Sharon and the others' battlefield and told them the approximate escape direction of some demoness sect members. As for what method to use to chase them, it depended on Sharon and their own ideas. The battle where Sharon and others besieged the demoness of despair was also basically over. The demoness of despair was already seriously injured and seemed to show signs of losing control. There were 4 demigods here, enough to kill the demoness of despair. So, Hobert took people to support Bernadette and the others. Here, an demoness of unaging and 3 demonesses of despair were holding back Bernadette and the others. However, after they sensed Hobert's support, they immediately fled. Barnett raised her hand and said, "It is forbidden to form mirrors here." For a time, all the surrounding scenery seemed to be covered with a layer of black veil, looking very rough and not very reflective. The speed of the 3 demonesses of despair escaping suddenly slowed down. Barnett exchanged a look with Bernadette and quickly led the 2 demigods of her family to pursue the demonesses of despair. Bernadette raised her hand and summoned a very simple and unadorned mirror that was jet black all over. Bernadette took the mirror and said, magic mirror, help me find the trace of that demoness of unaging." The mirror flickered, and suddenly the figure of demoness of black, Clarice, appeared. This demoness of unaging was somewhat surprised to see Bernadette. Just then, Bernadette pushed down the simple and unadorned mirror. The jet black mirror shattered, and Clarice, who had escaped from the mirror world, returned to the real world. The moment she reappeared, the ground was immediately covered with frost, but because of Barnett's prohibition, these frosts looked gray and did not form any reflective mirror surfaces. But this was enough for Clarice. She could still use these frosts to escape quickly, but the speed was a little slower. Frenzy. At this time, Hobert arrived and immediately made Clarice lose her direction and any ability to think. Many chaotic thoughts arose in her mind. When she regained her senses a little, the 5 Sequence 3s, including Bernadette, surrounded her. For a moment, they paused briefly, forming a confrontational situation. Bernadette reminded, "She can resurrect and use resurrection to escape. I have already witnessed it." Hobert said, "So, it is best to only beat her half to death and make her completely lose her fighting ability." After a brief exchange, Bernadette raised her hand, and her own temperament underwent a huge change. A crown composed of ice crystals and huge snowflakes appeared on her head, a snow-white cloak appeared behind her, and a long blue scepter appeared in her left hand. She reappeared the Ice Queen, allowing herself to briefly possess the ability to manipulate some ice-related abilities. For a time, everything within sight was covered with ice and snow. She pointed the scepter in her hand at Clarice, and the ice and snow immediately sealed the demoness of black's feet and calves, and quickly spread upwards. Giggle. Clarice suddenly let out a burst of laughter. At this moment, she seemed to become more beautiful and moving, and every movement exuded a heart-wrenching temperament. Bernadette's face suddenly turned red, and she was affected by the other party's charm and couldn't bear to continue attacking. Hobert, who also had a red face, raised his hand, bestow. He bestowed all the negative effects he received to the besieged demoness of unaging. Before the new charm affected his judgment, he quickly threw out a small stone, madness. This was the disorder stone that Hobert hadn't used for a long time. As his level increased, the ability of the disorder stone was further strengthened, and it was now very effective against a sequence 3. Clarissa's charming expression suddenly became ferocious, as if her spirit body had been hit hard. She quickly threw an ugly puppet out of her sleeve. The moment the puppet left her hand, its whole body seemed to be burned by flames, bearing all the damage Clarisse had received. This was also the reason why Hobert rarely used the disorder stone now. After reaching the demigod level, sudden attacks of loss of control were easily avoided by the target using various means. Without the interference of charm, Bernadette's attack continued, and Clarissa's knees were frozen, as if she had gradually lost the ability to escape. At the same time, the Bold Devil Monarch's corruption attack, the Great Sage's Wind Blade, and the Blackhound Spirit Beast's Spirit Body attack followed. Under the attack of 5 sequence 3s, the Demoness of Black had almost no room to resist. This allowed Hobert to calmly experiment with the effects of sequence 3 level abilities in actual combat. The moment Clarisse used a substitute, Hobert used the Disorder Stone again. Clarisse had just completed her mirror substitute, and her spirit and spirit body immediately suffered a violent attack. The moment Bernadette wanted to throw out a wooden puppet again, she pointed at the Demoness of Black's head, and Clarissa's head was immediately covered with ice crystals, briefly freezing her thinking. Hobert gave Bernadette a thumbs up in his heart, which allowed him to calmly use exploit, repeating the old trick, lengthening the other party's substitute process to 3 seconds. At the same time, Hobert asked the Bold Devil Monarch and other monsters to only do distortion and disorder attacks, allowing Clarisse to continue to suffer the torment of madness. Tamper. Hobert still had time to alter Clarissa's substitute ability, so that the other party could not give all the attacks she received to the substitute. Then Hobert successively used Magnify and Frenzy, magnifying the loss of control on the other party, and using Frenzy to make the other party lose some sanity, making the other party's state worse. In fact, this was Hobert's plan, to make the other party lose control. If she was killed in a state of loss of control, she would probably be able to resurrect, but Hobert could perform some operations, trying to seal her or block her resurrection process. Clarisse suffered continuous attacks, and her condition became extremely poor. Her hair was like it was affected by static electricity, all exploded up. Meanwhile, the attacks from Bold Devil Monarch and the others continued, and Clarissa's mind remained in a state of being distorted, unable to resist her descent into corruption. Just as she teetered on the brink of losing control, Clarissa's hair suddenly floated upwards, forming a hollow circle above her head, which instantly transformed into an ice crystal mirror. The scene reflected in the mirror was not the surrounding landscape, but a dark, icy, and unfamiliar vista. Hobert and Bernadette immediately sensed the danger with their spirituality and quickly retreated. Suddenly, the mirror above Clarissa's head grew immensely large, and a pale hand reached out from within. Following the hand, a stunningly beautiful face with snow-white skin covered in frost emerged. Her classical attire was also coated in a thick layer of ice, making her movements appear stiff, as if she needed to inch her way out. Bernadette instantly felt a surge of vitality in the left half of her body, while the right half rapidly lost its luster and began to petrify. Hobert fared no better, experiencing intense heat on his left side and an icy chill on his right, as if he were about to freeze. This immediately made him realize that the being crawling out of the mirror was an angel from the Demoness sect, albeit in poor condition. Even in weakened condition, it was still an angel, an enemy that Hobert and Bernadette had no hope of defeating. Coughing, Hobert used distortion to move away from the battlefield while saying to Bernadette, "Leave this to me." The Demoness of Catastrophe, not yet fully emerged from the mirror, was being held back by Bold Devil Monarch and the others, allowing time to escape. However, Hobert already felt a pain in his throat, like the onset of a cold. Without hesitation, Bernadette raised her hand and summoned a carriage that looked like a pumpkin, pulled not by horses, but by 4 giant rats, with a white goose as the driver. She coughed as she jumped into the carriage and sped away. As the carriage raced along, it left a trail of pumpkin seeds. Pop pop pop. These pumpkin seeds exploded, creating a smokescreen to cover the pumpkin carriage's escape. She avoided traveling through the spirit world, fearing that the Demoness of Catastrophe might have corrupted it, creating unknown dangers there. Hobert didn't linger either. After moving a certain distance away, he entered the Nation of Disorder and used True Sight to take a look. The Demoness of Catastrophe had emerged from the cold, dark environment, but the frost on her body showed no signs of melting, and her movements remained stiff. The Bold Devil Monarch was now completely wrapped in layers of gray hair, rendering him unable to fight. The Great Sage had transformed into a female snake. Theoretically, this monster shouldn't have a gender, but Hobert could sense that it had become female and was unwilling to continue attacking the Demoness of Catastrophe. Only the Blackhound Spirit Beast was still struggling to hold on with its thin sword. The Demoness of Unaging, who had been on the verge of losing control, had also regained her senses, although she was somewhat surprised by the scene before her. Unable to do anything else, she could only focus on gathering her spirituality and recovering her strength. Hobert once again lamented, it shouldn't be difficult for a sequence 3 to escape from a sequence 2, but in a direct confrontation, even 3 sequence 3s are no match for a sequence 2. Bernadette had already run far away, and the battlefield of Barnet and the other demigods was also a considerable distance from here. The other sequence 5 and lower-level forces had already split into teams to hunt down members of the Demoness sect. Seeing that the surroundings were a suitable battlefield for angels, Hobert took out the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring that he had prepared long ago, poured power of order into it, and then threw it into his astral projection. Then Hobert sighed, this is the last time. The stiffly moving Demoness of Catastrophe suddenly distorted her neck and looked up at the sky, where a giant sphere had suddenly appeared. Half of this sphere was pink flesh, and the other half was a transparent, soap bubble-like membrane. Inside the membrane, filled with pale yellow liquid, a jet-black infant was curled up in the center. It looked like a pregnant uterus, with an umbilical cord connecting the infant and the flesh. As soon as the Holy Infant King appeared, a black, viscous tide surged toward the Demoness of Catastrophe. The Demoness of Catastrophe coughed delicately, and a barrier of ice crystals immediately appeared around her, slowing the speed of the surrounding black tide. Then she plucked a strand of her hair covered in frost, and while staring at the Holy Infant King, the hair in her hand burned, producing ash-black flames. The jet-black infant, as if in a womb, actually shrank back and coughed as if sick. The speed of the surrounding black tide also slowed down considerably. Clarice, the Demoness of Black, who was not far from the battlefield and had not yet recovered her strength, was already being affected by the Holy Infant King's aura of corruption and had to quickly leave the battlefield. The 3 monsters, Bull Devil Monarch, and the others, were also rescued by the Creator and escaped their previous states, leaving the battlefield and following the Demoness of Unaging, waiting for an opportunity to launch a new offensive. Hobert was about to withdraw his gaze, preparing to join forces with the Holy Infant King to drive away the Demoness of Catastrophe, when he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the other side of the mountain, where another evil power seemed to be descending. Lawrence and Rosalind's formation also encountered the enemy's demigods while hunting down members of the Demoness sect. But after blocking for 7 or 8 minutes, the enemy demigod's purpose had been achieved, and they began to retreat. At this time, Lawrence used the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand to hold back 2 of the Demonesses of Despair. Lawrence and the other 3 demigods launched a siege against these 2 Demonesses of Despair. After killing one of them, the other Demoness of Despair was about to lose control due to her serious injuries. Just then, her hair also formed a mirror frame, and an angel was descending from the mirror in the middle. Lawrence quickly shouted, "Scatter, scatter." He prepared to use the sealed artifact in his hand to block the other side's angel for a while, and then immediately escape himself. But at this moment, the image and voice of the Creator suddenly appeared in his mind, "Pray to me." Although Hobert could talk to Lawrence through his astral projection to descend the power of the 100-eyed Devil Monarch level, he needed Lawrence's prayer to broaden the connection between him and the Nation of Disorder. Lawrence's spirits lifted when he received the order, and he immediately prayed to the Creator. During his prayer, a familiar, surging power appeared in midair, and a giant eyeball appeared there, with small eyes growing on the white of the eyeball. This eyeball clearly exuded an aura of mutation, but it was surrounded by a sacred radiance intertwined with clarity and darkness. Mutation yet normal, evil yet sacred. Lawrence had seen this 100-eyed Devil Monarch before. At this time, he bowed slightly to this strangely state angel and left the battlefield under the protection of the Creator. The porcelain doll-like Demoness of Catastrophe gave the 100-eyed Devil Monarch a beautiful smile, and then opened her mouth and blew out a breath. This breath instantly turned into a blizzard in the middle of summer. Dark clouds suddenly appeared very low in the sky, and a strong wind wrapped in cold snowflakes spun around the 100-eyed Devil Monarch. If it were an ordinary blizzard, it would not harm the 100-eyed Devil Monarch at all, but this blizzard was mixed with despair and a cold wind that could chill even angels to the bone. The surface of the 100-eyed Devil Monarch was immediately covered with a layer of white frost, as if it was about to be frozen. Several eyes on the white of his eyes suddenly began to blink, and 2 figures appeared in midair. One was a giant light and shadow that seemed to support the sky and the earth, and the other was a tall figure covered in twilight light. The 100-eyed Devil Monarch reproduced the scene of the ancient sun god fighting the giant king, and the giant light and shadow seemed to look at the land ravaged by the blizzard. In an instant, the sunlight pierced through the thick dark clouds, and the sunlight shone on the earth again. The strong wind in the blizzard stopped, but the heavy snow was still falling. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, sighed, "Even an angel in poor condition can launch this level of natural disaster attack." Far away from the 2 angel battlefields on a high mountain, the Saintess of White, Katrina, whose eyes had recovered, seemed to be saying to the air, "The current situation is not the development we expected." The summoning of the 2 angels was not something that the 2 subjectively wanted to do, because the Saintess of White had previously ordered only to carry out interception and harassment, striving for a certain amount of time. They all knew that there were 4 demigods in each of the enemy's 3 formations, so they were equipped with corresponding manpower. But what they didn't expect was that 4 sequence 3s could support Klein's formation in such a short period of time, so one Demoness of Despair died. On another battlefield, the strength of the Queen Mystic far exceeded their expectations, so the Demoness of Black, Clarice, was trapped and almost lost control. As for the third battlefield, they did not expect that one of the demigods would have a grade 0 sealed artifact, and another Demoness of Despair has now died. The summoning of angels is actually a self-protection mechanism in their bloodline, which is activated when they encounter an extremely dangerous state. To be precise, this war deviated from Katrina's plan from the beginning. They obtained information that the Creator had 2 angel subordinates, but they were not very clear about the war that took place in Phaenopotter City. To be precise, the parties involved in the war at that time were not very clear. Why could the Creator transform into the image of a phoenix and descend into the real world? Except for the gods of the righteous god churches, who explained it to the participating personnel on our side at the time, the other participating parties thought that the Creator had descended into the real world. In addition, the parties involved in the matter at that time chose to keep it secret. So the information obtained by the Demoness sect was, the Creator descended at that time and reversed the situation. So the Demoness sect designed those traps in the headquarters. The ice crystal spear trap was already there, but the descent of the primordial Demoness power in the stone statue was completed after a large number of sacrifices and multiple rituals. The plan of Katrina, the commander-in-chief of this war, was to use the spear to temporarily prevent one of the enemy's angels from participating in the war, and then use their more normal angel to meet the enemy's second angel, and use the power of the primordial Demoness to hold back the descent of the Creator. If Hobert still chose to attack the Demoness sect's headquarters at this time, Katrina would use the traps and magic circles that had been operated around the headquarters in the northern continent for hundreds of years to severely damage the enemy Beyonders who raided the headquarters. This plan was indeed very good. If they followed this plan, Hobert's side would indeed pay a heavy price, and they might not be able to win. But as Hobert lamented, plans can't keep up with changes. This war did not develop according to Katrina's plan from the beginning. At the same time, it did not develop according to Hobert's plan. This is war. A very beautiful voice suddenly came from the air around the Saintess of White, Katrina. Since the war has developed to this point, let's do our best to intercept the other party. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous if the Creator and the angels who serve him catch up. Katrina nodded. Fortunately, we have also invited foreign aid. A moving laugh came from the air. To be precise, that foreign aid came to our door on its own. On the angel battlefield, Hobert moved his gaze away from the hundred-eyed devil monarch. The hundred-eyed devil monarch was slightly stronger than the holy infant king, so Hobert was more relieved to let him face an angel alone. He glanced at the other battlefield, and the holy infant king was not in any danger either. So Hobert returned to the real world, racing against time to use distortion to come to the middle of the 2 battlefields, so that he could use his own astral projection to descend power on either battlefield at any time and influence the battle situation. Just as he arrived in the center of the battlefield, before he could pray to himself, a delicate voice suddenly came from behind him. Little brother, what are you doing here? Hobert suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and the hair on his body stood on end. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he was about to use distortion to continue escaping, he coughed violently, as if his lungs were about to be coughed out. Let alone use Beyonder abilities, even breathing was difficult. Ah, such a handsome little brother. That girlish voice sounded again. Come and be my collection. Hobert felt as if his throat was blocked by a mouthful of thick phlegm. He bent down and coughed until his tears flowed, and then he found that his legs had been petrified. He quickly rolled over on the ground and used all his strength to use frenzy. For about half a second, the source of the voice was affected and stopped the petrification and virus attack on Hobert. Taking advantage of that half second, Hobert used distortion to escape the very center of the petrification and virus. With phlegm in his throat, he mumbled the incantation, Messenger. The space in front of Hobert became illusory, and a horizontal coffin floated out from the spirit world. Hobert once again felt feverish, his throat clogged with phlegm, and his legs began to petrify again. Using distortion again weakened these symptoms, and after using distortion several times, he finally escaped the danger. Bestow. Hobert struggled to use this Beyonder power, bestowing the negative effects onto a large tree. Half of the tree immediately turned into gray stone, and half of its leaves turned black and quickly fell off, dying from the disease. Hobert took a deep breath, feeling like he had escaped death. Only then did he remember, why didn't I use the Order Crystal's shield? After a little thought, Hobert understood that he had been affected when the other party called out, little brother. Now, when Hobert recalled that little brother call, a happy smile involuntarily appeared on his face, as if the goddess he had long admired had finally accepted his confession. Shaking his head, Hobert regained his sanity, but he estimated that the influence of the other party's ability would last for a while. At this moment, a towering black tree suddenly grew on the hillside. Almost instantly, its canopy spread out, and the sky within sight was completely covered by the dark black leaves. This also meant that Messenger Beverly had returned to her best state. Feeling that he had recovered a bit, Hobert hid in the canopy of a large tree before entering the Nation of Disorder. After entering the Nation of Disorder, Hobert didn't worry about his physical body being suddenly harmed or discovered because of the protection of the ritual. Arriving in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert found himself roughly in the center of 3 angel battlefields, meaning that all 3 battlefields could help. He first glanced at Beverly's battlefield in the middle. She had already left the coffin and was holding a heavy, wide coffin lid in one hand and a delicate metal crossbow in the other, shooting at the air. Although the enemy was still in a state of invisibility, Beverly could sense their presence. Every time Beverly shot an arrow, the other party would use an ice arrow to knock it away. Even under true sight, Hobert could only clearly sense the opponent's position but couldn't see where they were. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and a small-scale earthquake appeared on the battlefield. The earthquake cracked a huge fissure, splitting a mountain on the battlefield in 2. The fissure was also very deep, and even magma could be seen at the bottom. The fissure spread to both ends, heading straight for Beverly. She calmly held the coffin lid in front of her, Disorder. The fissure suddenly deviated from its original path, drawing a neat semicircle around Beverly, and then continued along its previous path after reaching a distance. Hobert suddenly understood that the demoness of catastrophe could not only create disasters like large-scale plagues but also blizzards, earthquakes, and other disasters. Beverly, having recovered her state, had no problem dealing with the enemy in front of her. Hobert was about to shift his attention to the Holy Infant King, but he saw a beautiful figure suddenly appear not far from Beverly. She seemed to perfectly match all of Hobert's aesthetics. If it weren't for the protection of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert estimated that he would likely stand there like an idiot, completely captivated by her beauty. This was the still normal demoness of catastrophe of the demoness sect. After ending her invisibility, she waved her hand and created a tall mirror made of ice crystals on her side. Beverly seemed to understand something. She took out a small glass bottle containing a clump of dark red hair. Crushing the glass bottle, the dark red hair inside suddenly burst into flames. Whoosh! The flames burning from these hairs were very unusual, as large as a bonfire. A fire person walked out of the flames. The moment he walked out, the flames on his body disappeared instantly, revealing his true face. It was a young man with dark red hair, looking only 17 or 18 years old. It was Beverly's younger brother, Weather Warlock, Raymond. And coming out of the demoness of catastrophes, Mirror was a man in his 30s with a sallow complexion. Hobert felt a little uncomfortable looking at his appearance. After a moment of realization, he understood that the person's facial features were very symmetrical, looking like a mannequin. Hobert recalled that he had seen this man in the memory fragments of the Uncertain Mist when dealing with the Baklan Manor incident. Coupled with some of the information he had obtained later, he should be Petty Tamara, the Duke of Entropy, of the Tamara family. That is, the angel who blocked Hobert and Audrey when they encountered Orsia in the suburban villa of Bakland before. Hobert was stunned. Why is he here? Or when did he get in touch with the demoness sect? After thinking about it a little, Hobert seemed to understand that Orsia had been in Bakland recently, and she should be actively inquiring about news about Earl Hobert. At this time, the demoness sect was also doing similar things, so they had some contact. Hobert sighed, "My enemies have all come together, but you came at a really bad time. Now is still the time when the Creator's angel power is the most abundant. After today, the Creator's combat power in terms of angels can only ask for foreign aid." Then he thought, in this battle, the Creator's side actually dispatched 4 angels. At the next Tarot Club meeting, there will be something to brag about. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 605, Chapter 604 Victory belongs to the Creator. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The current 3 angel battlefields span dozens of kilometers, but the impact of their battles is almost connected. To the west is the battlefield of the 100-eyed Devil Monarch and the Porcelain Doll Angel. The 100-eyed Devil Monarch has gradually gained the upper hand after using Secret Sorcerer reenactment several times, and the advantage is becoming more and more obvious. The fighting between them is the loudest, leaving half of the small basin on the west side in winter and half in summer. In the center is a 2-on-2 battlefield, with Beverly and Raymond facing Sherry, an angel from the demoness sect who is still in normal condition, and Petty, an outside aide from the Tamara family. Petty appeared from the mirror and bowed slightly after seeing his 2 opponents. "Your Highnesses, it seems that the battle between us is unavoidable." Beverly smiled and said, "In the 4 Emperors' War more than 1,000 years ago, the Tamara family chose the wrong side from the beginning, resulting in the Tamara family losing the Sequence 1 characteristic. After more than 1,000 years, the Tamara family has chosen the wrong side again." Hee hee, Sherry chuckled crisply from the side, "I was wondering why you looked so familiar." So you are descendants of the Blood Emperor who was forced to jump to a non-adjacent pathway, thus becoming crazy. Raymond stepped forward with a smile. It's better than being forced to become a witch. Little sister, do you still like beautiful young ladies or ladies? Or do you prefer men more now? The smile on Sherry's face disappeared. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and strands of thick, black hair stretched out from the void behind Raymond, instantly wrapping him up. Raymond laughed loudly and stretched out his hands. Flames formed a large pair of scissors in his hands. Clang. With a snip, sparks flew everywhere, forcing the hair to scatter backward. Cough. At the same time, Raymond coughed, as if his throat was uncomfortable. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black flames, spitting out all the virus. Whoosh. The flames of the scissors in his hand grew larger, forming a dozen blazing white spears that shot towards Sherry. Another mirror appeared next to Sherry, its surface dark and deep. She took a straw doll and threw it into the mirror. The dozen or so blazing white spears immediately changed their target from Sherry to the straw doll, and followed it into the mirror world. At this moment, a dark mirror suddenly appeared under Raymond's feet. The mirror surface rippled like water, and there seemed to be a suction force pulling Raymond, trying to drag him into the mirror world. Distort. Beverly finally made her move, distorting Raymond's position to Sherry's side. The siblings cooperated very well. At the instant her sister distorted the space, Raymond pulled out a long sword burning with crimson flames from his chest. When he appeared next to Sherry, Raymond had already stabbed her with the sword. Sherry suddenly turned into a mirror, and Raymond's sword stretched into the mirror, seemingly trapped. At this moment, Sherry appeared behind Raymond, holding an ice crystal spear in her hand, about to stab Raymond. Raymond suddenly smiled, and the tail of the sword hilt suddenly lengthened, forming a guard and a blade. The sword in his hand suddenly turned backward, stabbing Sherry first. At this time, Beverly provided a timely assist, exploit. Sherry was surprised to find that she had failed to use mirror substitute. It wasn't that she couldn't use it, but that the time for the substitute technique had been prolonged. The moment she was stabbed, Sherry was enveloped in flames. Bestow. Petty finally joined the battle, bestowing the flames on Sherry's body away. Tamper. Beverly tampered the target of Petty's bestowing, causing the flames to be bestowed from Sherry's body back to Sherry herself. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert originally wanted to see how the two Dukes of Entropy would fight, but he was still concerned about the battlefield on Holy Infant King's side, so he turned his attention to the east side again. To the east was the battlefield of the Holy Infant King and the stiff, ice-covered Demoness of Catastrophe, with the Holy Infant King only having a slight advantage. Just as Hobert was about to join the battle and eliminate this angel of the enemy, the pool of water in front of the Iron Throne suddenly shook, and a new star was expanding. The other party's voice was very urgent, seemingly reporting on the battle situation. So Hobert first withdrew his gaze and spread his spirituality to that star. Praying was a member of the Tudor family. He reported to Hobert that their formation had been fiercely attacked by the Demoness sect, resulting in considerable casualties. Hobert quickly transferred the Great Sage and the Blackhound Spirit Beast to support them, leaving the Bull Devil Monarch to keep an eye on the Demoness of Unaging, who was not in good condition. Then he glanced at the battle situation through the other party's star. It turned out that the Demoness sect and the Theosophy Order had concentrated their forces to counterattack Bernadette's and Barnett's formations. In this counterattack, the enemy had a considerable advantage in terms of both numbers and sequences. Hobert also looked at Klein's and Lawrence's stars. Without exception, the members of the Demoness sect and the Theosophy Order had begun to counterattack in an organized manner. Although the two formations where Klein and Lawrence were located had considerable advantages, it was difficult to end the battle in a short time. Obviously, the Demoness sect had seized this opportunity to concentrate its superior forces to eliminate one of the enemy's forces first, and then defeat them one by one. But why would the other party choose the strongest formation of Bernadette and Barnett? Hobert observed again and quickly understood that the members of the Element Dawn and the Tudor family were completely divided into two parts fighting separately, and there was no cooperation between them. The key was that the Tudor family members, who were the main force, had almost no experience in Beyonder warfare. The high-level members could not command group battles, and there was little cooperation between members. The other two formations, one mainly consisted of members of the Moderation School, and the other mainly consisted of members of the Balk family. Klein would cooperate with the Moderation School in combat, and the Sanguine would cooperate with the Balk family in combat. Many of the Beyonders of the Moderation School also had no experience in Beyonder warfare, but their demigods and many Sequence 5s had encountered many similar large-scale retreat events, and they had the ability to command Beyonder warfare. The Balk family was the most reassuring in this regard. Last year alone, they launched 2 Beyonder wars against the Rose School. The members of the Gnostic Council, who were divided into 4 parts and joined the 3 formations, also had their own combat methods, and could not form effective cooperation with the Element Dawn and the Tudor family. In addition, some members of the Gnostic Council were stationed around the Traveler's Gate, ready to guide the support forces in the rear. Looking closely, the biggest loophole in the entire front line was the formation of the Tudor family and the element Dawn, and there was obviously no force on the battlefield that could support them. The Demonist sect would definitely choose this formation to launch an offensive. Although the Great Sage and the Black Hound Spirit Beast withstood the pressure of the enemy's counterattack after supporting them, they still failed to reverse the situation. Hobert glanced at the Angel battlefield again. Now the Angel battlefield was the key. So he found Archibald's star and said, "Support the front line." Soon, Archibald prayed to the Creator, "Great Creator, reinforcements will be sent immediately." Let's go back to 20 minutes ago, when the corpse of the ancient death god had just been sent by the Creator to disarm the traps in the Demonist sect's headquarters. South Colson, around a well in Jeffrey City. An assault led by a Demonist of Despair and a secret sorcerer became impossible to succeed after Christian support arrived. So they automatically jumped to the second task, persevere for 3 minutes and attract all the enemies. The secret sorcerer used guerrilla tactics to hold Christian back, while the Demonist of Despair held Simpson back. In theory, the enemy still had 10 sequence 5s, giving them a considerable advantage in the battlefield below the demigod level, and they should be able to hold out for a while. Mental whip. Of course, Christian wouldn't act according to the enemy's plan. After executing a traveler, he used Beyonder abilities to attack another traveler. The traveler who was hit by the mental whip knelt on the ground in pain and showed signs of losing control. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. The spirits of the others also seemed to have been whipped a few times, causing them to have splitting headaches and seem somewhat afraid of the enemy in front of them. However, they were not Christian's primary targets, so they only showed a very uncomfortable state. The secret sorcerer pushed his hands forward, and an illusory door appeared in front of Christian to prevent him from continuing to attack the traveler. At this time, Simpson summoned a large number of poisonous vines, seemingly to block the Demonist of Despair's hair, but in reality, they mainly attacked the traveler who was lying on the ground. After being pierced by the vines, the traveler immediately foamed at the mouth, struggled for a while, and then lost his breath. The primary target of the Druid elite squad was also the travelers, but the Demonesses of Affliction noticed their purpose and were blocking them. For a time, the battle seemed to become anxious, but the secret sorcerer had to protect the travelers, so he had to give up the guerrilla tactics. Exile. Christian seized the opportunity and exiled the secret sorcerer. As the secret sorcerer was pushed away by the great force, one phantom gate after another appeared behind him. As soon as he was exiled outside the real world, he came back again. But Christian had already taken advantage of this time to attack the third traveler, Death. He suddenly became very tall and full of majesty, shocking the traveler in place, unable to move. His spirit dared not disobey Christian's judgment, so he died in terror. The secret sorcerer quickly rushed over to continue blocking Christian, but Christian raised his hand again, deprive. He deprived the secret sorcerer of the ability to use Transfiguration for 5 seconds, and then bypassed the secret sorcerer again, facing the remaining 2 travelers, whip. A dozen or so leather whips with barbs appeared in the void, whipping every enemy. Among them, the 2 travelers were beaten the worst. With one whip, a deep wound that revealed bone was inflicted. The secret sorcerer rushed over, established a secret realm, and protected the 2 travelers. The secret sorcerer had no advantage to begin with, and now he had to actively protect others under Christian's command, which made him even more passive. And Christian had been standing there since joining the battle, without even lifting his foot. At this time, he calmly promulgated a decree: the power of space in this area is weakened, and the power of life is strengthened. The secret sorcerer's concealed space immediately became much more illusory, and he had to use several times his usual spirituality to maintain it. And the power of Simpson and the Druid elite squad was strengthened a lot. Christian announced a new prohibition: substitution is prohibited in this area. The Demonists of Despair and the Demonesses of Affliction immediately lost a major reliance. The secret sorcerer had no choice but to rush out of the concealed space and attack Christian with the Beyonder power he had recorded earlier. He was really afraid that if he came out later, his other companions would be restricted by prohibition and decree and would not even dare to move. Christian glanced at the secret sorcerer, imprison. 9 streams of light fell, accurately hitting all the enemies on the battlefield. A circle of viscous liquid immediately appeared around them, like a translucent glass cover, imprisoning them in place. The 5 Demonesses of Affliction, who had slightly gained the upper hand, lost all their previous advantages when they were imprisoned. Christian faced the 4th traveler, Deprive. He deprived the life of this traveler, who had already been seriously injured by the whip. At this time, the secret sorcerer and the Demoness of Despair were too late to rescue him, and the traveler fell to the ground, his life rapidly draining away. The secret sorcerer opened a phantom door on the imprisoned glass cover and established a concealed space around the fallen traveler again, but it was still a step too late. The traveler was already dying. Not to mention fighting, whether he could survive was a question. Confine. Christian attacked the last traveler, closing the traveler, who had just escaped from imprisonment in a translucent cover again. However, unlike the previous imprisonment, Christian could adjudicate many rules in the confined space. So he adjudicated that the space was extremely short of water, and the water in the traveler's body was lost at a speed visible to the naked eye. In almost 2 seconds, his skin quickly became shriveled and yellow, like a mummy in the desert. The secret sorcerer could do nothing about this, because he could not open a door on the confinement. At this point, 3 of the 5 travelers had died, and 2 were on the verge of death. Christian's target then turned to the secret sorcerer, but he did not use his full strength, just preventing the secret sorcerer from making other attacks. Both the secret sorcerer and the demoness of despair breathed a slight sigh of relief, finally able to achieve the goal of persevering for 3 minutes. But then, they thought of a very serious problem. In the past 3 minutes, apart from the support of that sequence 3, the enemy had not received any other support. In other words, the enemy still had many reserve forces that hadn't been deployed. Realizing this, the secret sorcerer wanted to use the agreed-upon spell to notify his companions of the second wave of attack. But Christian seemed to sense this concealment. As the secret sorcerer took out the spell, his entire being suddenly became somewhat illusory. He discovered that no matter how much spirituality he poured into the spell, he couldn't make it work at all. A few seconds later, on a wide main street on the other side of the city, everything suddenly became very illusory. More than a dozen Beyonders emerged from it, the second batch of assault members led by Wanderer Clifford. This area was located on the upwind side of the city, allowing the virus to spread faster. Clifford shouted, 30 seconds. Everyone knew very well that as long as they held on for 30 seconds, their mission would be complete, and they could retreat immediately. Dofus led Helen's second team, stationed not far from where they appeared. Upon discovering the enemy, Helen immediately blew the whistle for reinforcements. Dofus took the lead, and after clearly seeing the enemy's position, he basically understood their intentions. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the underworld gate, filled with mysterious symbols right in the center of the enemy formation. Creak. The bronze gate opened a crack, revealing extremely terrifying and malicious gazes, and pale arms reached out. The surrounding temperature seemed to be immediately sucked away, and the air from the real world swirled into the bronze gate. Along with the air, the virus created by the demoness of despair was also sucked in. This demoness of despair was as famous as Panatia, who was killed in Foggy Town, and was also known for her expertise in creating viruses and plagues. She didn't stop using her Beyonder abilities and continued to create viruses. 1 or 2 seconds after the underworld gate appeared, the area in front of the bronze gate suddenly became illusory. An illusory door appeared almost directly against it. The illusory door connected to an uninhabited area, and the fear, coldness, and the grabbing of spirits generated by the underworld gate were all connected to the other side of the door. The space here was unaffected by the underworld gate. Seeing this, Dofus's chest suddenly turned into an illusory door. He pulled out skeletons with small wings from it, the wings made up of dense small bones, which looked somewhat artistic. The skeletons flew up, circling overhead. The enemies who ran over from the street to attack Dofus, as well as the Beyonders who stayed behind in the square, all felt drowsy, and their reactions began to slow down. At this time, Clifford raised his hand again, and a dark vortex appeared in front of the skeletons. The vortex quickly stopped churning and turned into a dark mirror, reflecting the cosmos. The skeletons seemed to be attracted by the scene in the mirror and rushed into it without hesitation. Immediately afterward, the mirror turned into a vortex again, and the vortex disappeared immediately. At the same time, Dofus could no longer sense the existence of the skeletons, so he opened his mouth and launched an attack with the language of the dead. The dozen or southwest enemies on the street felt cold and stiff all over, as if their spirits were being pulled by some force. Clifford reached out, and a colorful vortex appeared in front of him. He plunged his hand into the vortex. At the same time, Clifford's hand appeared above Dofus's head. This hand grabbed down, and Dofus felt a huge suction force, and his feet suddenly left the ground, interrupting the attack of the language of the dead. He quickly summoned many undead, letting these undead grab his feet. Pale arms, or only skeletal hands, stretched out from the ground, grabbing Dofus's feet. But the effect was not great. These undead were also pulled out of the ground by the vortex and were about to enter the spatial vortex with Dofus. Dofus then pulled out a huge, marshmallow-like spirit from his chest and used it to block the vortex. The spirit did block the suction, but Dofus's feet had not yet landed, and it was sucked into the spatial vortex. Dofus felt that his hair was about to enter the vortex, so he quickly raised his hands, and a pale white light flashed directly above, revealing a suspended femur. This femur emitted a unique pale white light from the death pathway. The surrounding area immediately became cold, and people, animals, and insects who had died within a dozen kilometers suddenly came back to life and ran towards the femur to worship it, awaiting its command. The femur was not sucked into the spatial vortex, but the process of Dofus being sucked in did not stop. He had to support himself on the femur with both hands, struggling to resist the suction of the vortex. The virus created by the demoness of despair had begun to spread on the street. Dofus, Helen, and others who came to support began to cough, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Just then, a hazy and illusory door, engraved with many mysterious symbols, suddenly appeared behind Clifford and the others. Creak. The door fully opened, and two huge lantern-like eyes appeared in the dark space, staring at the demoness of despair together. The demoness of despair immediately let out a shrill scream, ah. Countless dense, closed eyes appeared on every inch of her skin. These eyes were slowly opening. Clifford realized that when these eyes were fully opened, his partner, the demoness of despair, would reach the end of her life. He had to give up on Dofus and use the illusory door to let the demoness of despair enter another space, cutting off all connections between her and the two huge eyes. The demoness of despair finally had a chance to breathe and immediately used a wooden puppet. The eyes on her body disappeared immediately. The eyes grew on the puppet, and as these eyes opened one by one, the puppet actually came to life. Two wooden arms stretched out to the demoness of despair, as if to hug her. The demoness of despair immediately felt her spirit being pulled by the puppet. She quickly raised her hand, and a mirror appeared behind the puppet, and she kicked the puppet into the mirror. When she returned to the real world from the other side of the illusory door, she found that the entire Jeffrey City was shrouded in night, and a blood-red moon was very conspicuous in the dark night sky. A beautiful lady in a court dress was chasing the travelers. Her speed under the moonlight was very fast, like a blink, and only after images could be seen. This lady was April, who had been promoted to High Summoner. Like Christian, her target was also the travelers first. However, there were only 3 travelers left in this wave of enemies. The reason why April ran so fast was because she was chasing Clifford. Even under the moonlight, her speed was not as fast as the Sequence 3 blink, but Christian's prohibition almost covered the entire Jeffrey City, and Clifford's blink was not very smooth at this moment. So the speeds of the two were evenly matched. The nails of April's right hand suddenly became very long and turned dark red, engraved with mystical symbols, surrounded by a blood-red mist, looking very evil. While running at high speed, she pointed at a traveler with her long-nailed index finger, and the traveler's nails and hair grew rapidly. But almost at the same time, an illusory door appeared in front of the traveler, and the mutation on his body stopped immediately. April rushed to the illusory door and scratched the empty door with her dark red nails, leaving 5 claw marks on the door. These 5 dark red claw marks were like dried blood stains, and like blood-colored rust. The claw marks quickly corroded the illusory door, and a dark red hole was corroded in the intangible illusory door. The moment April reached through the hole to grab the traveler again, the traveler suddenly disappeared in place and appeared behind the demoness of despair, who had just escaped danger. At this time, the demoness of despair was about to continue manufacturing the virus when a white hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbed the demoness of despair's right hand, and pulled her towards the ground. The demoness of despair was pulled to one side, and she saw that the ground had suddenly turned into a land full of bones. It seemed to be an ancient battlefield, with ghost fires everywhere, which was extremely terrifying. At this time, the expressionless Dofus was pulling one of the demoness of despair's hands, as if to pull her to the resting place of the soul. For a moment, the demoness of despair had stopped resisting, but her spirituality finally awakened her. She woke up suddenly, her face was already against the ground, and half of her body that was being pulled was already very stiff. The demoness of despair quickly used the substitute technique, still affected by Christian's prohibition, which made her substitute technique last for 2 seconds before it was completed. Her hand slowly turned wooden, and finally Dofus only had a wooden puppet in his hand. It was during these 2 seconds that Dofus released a spirit from his body. The spirit was like a pure white cloud, which looked quite beautiful. But below the cloud was a blood basin with several layers of teeth. As soon as the demoness of despair's substitute technique ended, the cloud-like spirit bit her left shoulder. Because of Christian's prohibition, there was no time to use the substitute technique at this time. A lance made of ice appeared in the demoness of despair's right hand, pierced the cloud-like spirit, and threw the spirit out. But the demoness of despair's left shoulder was bitten bloody. But she didn't have time to transfer the injury, because Dofus's new attack had arrived. At this time, the demoness of despair was completely suppressed and could not manufacture the virus at all. A dozen other members of the Theosophy Order and the Demoness sect wanted to come to support, but were blocked by Helen's second team and April's subordinates who had arrived. While Dofus was fighting the demoness of despair, April and Clifford's fight for the traveler continued. Originally, this long-haired, long-nailed traveler thought he was safe when Clifford transferred him to the edge of the battlefield. Who knew that as soon as his feet touched the ground, a hazy door appeared behind him. The door opened, and a long arm stretched out from it, grabbed the traveler and left the real world. Bang! The hazy door closed, and the traveler disappeared completely. But at the same time, Clifford raised his hand, and 7 or 8 layers of illusory doors appeared in front of him. These illusory doors were smaller than each other. They opened almost at the same time. When the last door opened, he just saw the traveler with a look of horror, being grabbed into the spirit world by an arm stretched out from nowhere. The traveler immediately became illusory and quickly appeared in the real world. The arm suddenly didn't know where the prey had gone. After searching back and forth, it was about to grab Clifford, but the doors in front of Clifford closed together, cutting off the connection with the spirit world. The spirituality of the traveler who had just been rescued was attracted by the sky. He suddenly looked up and saw the full moon in the sky. The traveler had never seen such a beautiful moon. He was completely attracted by the moon and showed a fascinated smile. But for some reason, he was clearly standing still but suddenly fell down, and for some reason, he fell very hard, knocking out a tooth. The severe pain made him suddenly wake up and no longer be fascinated by the moon. Looking at April and Clifford who were still chasing each other, the traveler showed a wry smile. "Give me a quick death." Wah. Suddenly, a long whistle sounded in Jeffrey City. Unlike the short whistle for help, this whistle lasted for 4 or 5 seconds. Clifford and others were stunned. Although they didn't know what the whistle meant, it must not be a good thing. After taking a look at the demoness of despair, who was completely suppressed by Dofus, Clifford finally made up his mind: retreat. This operation failed. The travelers immediately found their partners, and the Beyonders who held the sealed items with travel abilities also injected spirituality into the sealed items. Distortion. A muffled voice interrupted their process of entering the spirit world, turning their escape into a charge. Osmond of the Tony family brought people to support. After taking a look at the battlefield, he quickly rushed into the battlefield of Beyonders below demigod level. According to the agreement before the war, the meaning of the whistle just now was, no need to hold on, attack nearby. Christian and April, the two sequence 3s, did not stay at a certain point in Jeffrey City. They had actually been in the Lord's mansion. After the first wave of enemies attacked, Archibald asked Christian to go to support. After the second wave of enemies attacked, Archibald asked April to go to support. If Archibald judged that the enemy had no other raids, he would blow a long whistle, and the garrison troops who had not been attacked would immediately go to the place where the battle was taking place to support. Although this is a very inconspicuous small design, it can completely crack the enemy's feint and other tricks. Clifford realized that something was wrong when he saw Osmond's reinforcements. He quickly rushed to the battlefield below the demigod level, hoping to use the concealed space to take away some of his subordinates. Otherwise, with the Earl of the Fallen there, these subordinates would hardly escape. But a hazy gate suddenly appeared before him. The gate opened, and the arm that had just grabbed the traveler reached out and seized Clifford. Around Clifford's chest and abdomen, layers upon layers of doors appeared, causing the arm to grab nothing but air. Evading is forbidden here. Christian appeared on the rooftop, her voice filled with majesty. Facing the hand that was reaching for him again, Clifford suddenly felt a strong aversion to continuing to evade. So, he opened an illusory door in front of the hand, sending the arm, of unknown origin, from the spirit world into another part of the spirit world. Christian added, running away is forbidden here. The demoness of despair, who was using mirror leap to escape through the glass, hesitated slightly. At that moment, a flame came from the street, smashing through the window where the demoness of despair was, and knocking her out. The flame transformed into a fire elemental, standing on the street and immediately summoning a blazing white spear, which it thrust at the demoness of despair. The demoness of despair was about to leap into the glass again when she suddenly felt stiff all over. It turned out that Dofus, who had caught up, was attacking her with necromantic utterance. The demoness of despair tried to dodge, but was still struck by the blazing white spear, and flames spread all over her body. The fire elemental rushed forward, cull. With a punch, it severely injured the demoness of despair. Dofus reached out, and a pale hand emerged from the ground, forcefully twisting the demoness of despair's neck. Although she wasn't immediately dead, with her injuries and numerous restrictions, she had no chance of survival against the combined assault of two demigods. Seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, Clifford waved his hand, and an illusory door with starlight appeared above his head, causing his figure to become ethereal. Christian immediately said, connecting to the astral plane is forbidden here. Clifford's process of becoming ethereal slowed down significantly, but it didn't completely prevent him from heading to the astral plane. At that moment, Clifford suddenly felt a sluggishness in his brain. With great effort, he managed to open an illusory door with some starlight at his feet, severing the control over his spirit body threads. However, this gave April plenty of time. From the illusory door with starlight above Clifford's head, a crimson light suddenly appeared. A blood-red full moon, visible only to him, appeared overhead. The moon was so enchanting and beautiful that Clifford couldn't take his eyes off it. Ah! But in the next second, Clifford let out a scream as his eyes exploded, his hair and nails grew wildly, and slippery tentacles sprouted all over his body. Christian and Archibald instinctively retreated, avoiding the moonlight and thus remaining unaffected. Illusory doors kept appearing on Clifford's body, almost instinctively trying to evade these mutations. Finally, Clifford transformed entirely into layers upon layers of illusory doors, but the mutation continued. When he still had a shred of sanity, he closed the illusory door with starlight above his head to avoid further exposure to the moon's corruption. The red moonlight was blocked in the astral plane, but the mutations on Clifford's body didn't stop. Gradually, the layers of illusory doors disappeared, and all that remained on the street was a transparent mass of writhing maggots. April summoned the hazy gate again, but this time it didn't open. Instead, it blocked the view of the maggots from the battlefield below the demigod level, preventing those beyond that level from losing control upon seeing the maggots' appearance. At this moment, Christian appeared in front of the mass of maggots, Death. Clifford, who had already lost his mind, accepted this judgment, and his life rapidly faded away. The transparent maggot's form was reshaped, eventually forming a crystal archway. The center of the archway was very illusory, as if it could connect to any place in the universe. After Christian performed some seals on the sealed artifact, she went to check the battlefield. By this time, more and more reinforcements had gathered, and the battle was nearing its end. Just as they were about to finish cleaning up the battlefield, Archibald received instructions to support the Creator at the front lines. So, the Tony family and April's forces were sent to support the front lines. When they appeared on the other side of the Traveler Gate, Hobert used distortion to quickly transport them to the front lines. The balance of power between the warring parties immediately shifted. At this moment, the Creator's image suddenly appeared in the air, and he said in a solemn voice, "Victory belongs to us." Immediately, the morale of the Creator's side soared, while the Demonisec side was intimidated by the Creator's image, and their morale noticeably declined. Seeing that the battlefield here had an advantage, Hobert quickly returned to the angel battlefield through his stars. Fortunately, the situation on the angel battlefield hadn't changed much in the time he was gone. However, in a series of battles, the Holy Infant King had consumed too much power and now looked somewhat illusory. Fortunately, the Demoness of Catastrophe fighting him wasn't in much better shape. The Demoness of Catastrophe was covered in a thick layer of frost, and every movement she made was accompanied by the creaking sound of ice rubbing together. This was the perfect opportunity to finish her off. The Creator's image suddenly appeared behind the Holy Infant King, Magnify. He magnified the Demoness of Catastrophe's poor condition, causing her to be completely covered in frost, as if she had become a beauty carved from ice and snow. Wah! The Holy Infant King let out a piercing cry. The Demoness of Catastrophe's expression became very painful, and her frozen body was covered in cracks. With a crash, the ice in her body finally shattered. Inside the shattered, frozen meat chunks, was a small puppet wearing elaborate clothes. The puppet immediately entered the reflection in the ice, using Mirror Leap to escape. Tamper. Hobert tampered the distance of the puppet's escape. After leaping twice, she had only jumped a few kilometers. Long black hair suddenly grew from the puppet's head, burning and emitting black smoke, forming a dark mirror in front of her. Distort. Hobert distorted the surrounding mirror world, making it difficult for this mirror world to connect with other mirror worlds. However, behind that dark mirror, there seemed to be a passage that couldn't be distorted. After the puppet jumped in, she wasn't affected by the surrounding mirror world. The baby in the Holy Infant King's womb suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the puppet. Some creatures around it, even stones and soil, began to decay and grow rust-like spots. The hair on the puppet's back burned even faster, unaffected by the corruption. Hobert immediately tried to distort her thoughts to make her return to the battlefield. The burning speed of the hair on the puppet's back accelerated again, but she was still unaffected. When she finally disappeared into the mirror world, she only had short hair left. Hobert didn't have time to regret it and immediately took the Holy Infant King to support the 100-eyed Devil Monarch. The Angel's battlefield was no longer in doubt. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 606, Chapter 605, Reaping the Fruits of Victory, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Nayuta for becoming a free member. On the western side of the battlefield, the spirituality of the Demoness of Catastrophe, who resembled a porcelain doll, seemed to sense something. She jumped into a snowdrift, weaving through the snowflakes to escape. The 100-eyed Devil Monarch didn't rush to chase after her. Instead, it reproduced a gray-white dragon. Its exact appearance was unclear, but the only thing that could be clearly seen was its pair of pale golden vertical pupils. At this moment, those two pale golden vertical pupils were staring at the fleeing Demoness of Catastrophe. In an instant, complex and independent occult symbols appeared one after another across the entire battlefield, and the space of the battlefield became somewhat unreal. The Demoness of Catastrophe leapt several times in succession, only to discover that she hadn't managed to escape the battlefield. The battlefield, which was originally only a dozen or 20 square kilometers, seemed to have become boundless and without end. She glanced back, and the gray-white dragon in midair was rapidly disappearing, but its ideation of the entire battlefield wouldn't vanish for a while. The demoness of catastrophe raised a hand, and a gray mirror appeared in front of her. Just as she was about to enter the mirror, she saw lines of characters, numbers, and occult symbols flowing across the mirror's surface, forming a stream of information. Her pupils also reflected streams of information. The massive information surge caused her to stand rooted to the spot, her brain seemingly working in overdrive, struggling to read and understand the information. At this moment, all the eyes on the hundred-eyed devil monarch were fixed on the demoness of catastrophe. The angel of the witch pathway first had her eyes turn into lines of constantly scrolling information, followed by her face, and then her entire head, which also transformed into information streams. Just as the information stream was flowing down her neck, towards her torso, the demoness of catastrophe's head tilted and fell off her neck. From her neck, a smaller head emerged. This head had even less of a living presence, bearing an even more artificial smile. At this moment, Hobert, who had arrived, complained inwardly, "Is she playing with matryoshka dolls?" The holy infant king immediately joined the battle. The fetus in its womb opened its mouth, and a vile voice filled the heavens and earth. Creatures that heard this voice either exploded on the spot or transformed into hideous monsters. However, at this point, there were hardly any living creatures left on the battlefield. The artificial smile on the demoness of catastrophe's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a painful expression with furrowed brows. The hundred-eyed devil monarch seized this opportunity to reproduce a massive figure with a huge vertical pupil on its face, wearing a suit of armor. This figure held a giant sword, radiating the light of dusk. Everything on the battlefield rapidly began to decay. Vegetation quickly withered, animals rapidly aged, and even the snow lost its luster, becoming extremely rough. The vibrant colors on the demoness of catastrophe's body also faded rapidly, and her porcelain-like skin developed wrinkles and cracks, becoming extremely ugly. At this moment, the creator in midair raised a hand, exploit. The giant figure, which was about to dissipate, became solid again, and Hobert extended the duration of the reproduction. Thus, the cracks on the demoness of catastrophe's body evolved into huge fissures. At this time, the even more illusory, holy infant king also attacked again, and the black tide representing corruption converged towards the demoness of catastrophe. From the cracks in the demoness of catastrophe's skin, clumps of dark black hair extended. These hairs quickly thickened, and a snake's head appeared at the tip of each hair, eventually turning into thin venomous snakes. Whoosh! The demoness of catastrophe's fragile skin peeled off, making a sound like shards of pottery falling to the ground. A woman with a head full of flowing venomous snakes, with a beautiful and bewitching appearance and a full and graceful figure, appeared before Hobert and the others. She constantly radiated a unique charm, and both the holy infant king and the hundred-eyed devil monarch had to constantly resist the erosion of this charm, otherwise, it would be difficult to generate any desire to attack. Hiss! The venomous snakes flicked their tongues, forming palm-sized mirrors all around. The black tide that had just surrounded them flowed into the mirrors. The twilight giant, reproduced by the hundred-eyed devil monarch, raised the great sword in his hand onto his shoulder, and the rising sun still in the east began to emit the light of dusk. Everything on the land within sight began to decay. The skin on the demoness of catastrophe's body didn't change this time, but the scales on the bodies of the snakes on her head quickly lost their luster. Dozens of venomous snakes fell to the ground, only twitching a few times before becoming motionless, oozing rotten liquid. The holy infant king opened its eyes again and looked at the demoness of catastrophe's shadow on the ground. Its shadow instantly exploded. The demoness of catastrophe revealed a painful expression, and cracks also appeared on her body, but soon, the cracks disappeared, and more than a dozen venomous snakes fell from her head. These venomous snakes instantly exploded, dying tragically at the demoness of catastrophe's feet. Sitting in the nation of disorder, Hobert understood that the demoness of catastrophe's spirituality realized that the holy infant king and the hundred-eyed devil monarch wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. So, she simply stopped running, because escaping at this time would make her vulnerable to injury under the siege. The demoness of catastrophe simply manifested her mythical creature state, trying to avoid Hobert's and the other siege, using the venomous snakes on her head to bear most of the damage, waiting for the holy infant king and the hundred-eyed devil monarch to be the first to give out. At that time, even under the gaze of the creator, her probability of escape would be greater. But this tactic wasn't without risk. If the damage she suffered exceeded her ability to withstand it, she would face a very dangerous situation. Hobert glanced at the holy infant king, which was already somewhat transparent, and the hundred-eyed devil monarch, which was also beginning to become illusory. Their disappearance was irreversible, and it was difficult to prolong their existence even with exploit and tampering. Then, Hobert looked at the still dense hair of the demoness of catastrophe. Obviously, she could withstand the attacks of the next few seconds. Hobert pondered for a moment, and while the hundred-eyed devil monarch and the holy infant king continued to attack, he used the ability of distortion. What he distorted were the thoughts of those venomous snakes, making them very eager to slither on the ground. So, Hobert saw the demoness of catastrophe's face change slightly. The venomous snakes on her head, which were originally in a flowing state, suddenly pulled downwards together, as if hoping to immediately detach from the main body and feel the joy of slithering on the ground. For a moment, they pulled the demoness of catastrophe's head stiff. The Holy Infant King seized this opportunity and waved its small hand. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and a black giant cross appeared behind the demoness of catastrophe. The demoness of catastrophe involuntarily opened her arms, and no matter how she struggled, she was eventually trapped on the cross. One after another dark figures appeared on the ground around the cross, each holding a black longsword, surrounding the demoness of catastrophe, stabbing her with their swords one after another. With each sword strike, the demoness of catastrophe would lose some hair. Originally, losing only a dozen venomous snakes could bear the damage suffered by the main body, but because of Hobert's distorted pulling, now 30 or 40 had to be lost at once. Magnify. Hobert magnified the damage suffered by the demoness of catastrophe, and the venomous snakes fell even faster. Her head visibly became bald. Unfortunately, the Holy Infant King disappeared into the void in the next second. Hobert glanced at the place where it disappeared, as if saying goodbye to an old friend. After the black giant cross disappeared, the demoness of catastrophe, who had regained her freedom, immediately chose to escape now, because she, who had obviously become bald, could no longer withstand a few more attacks from the enemy. Dozens of mirrors suddenly appeared on the battlefield, each with a dark world behind it. The demoness of catastrophe immediately leaped into a mirror, but the moment she entered the mirror, that mirror turned into a flowing stream of information. Not only this mirror, but all the mirrors, the ground, and the flowers, plants, and trees in the distance all turned into streams of information. This made Hobert feel as if he was in a virtual digital world. The remaining venomous snakes on the demoness of catastrophe's head fell, and each falling venomous snake turned into a stream of information, disappearing into the sea of information. At the same time, the 100-eyed devil monarch also transformed into a stream of information, which reshaped its form, turning into a tower. At the top of the tower was an eyeball composed of flames, and as soon as it formed, it looked at the demoness of catastrophe on the battlefield. The demoness of catastrophe, already a baldy, was using the mirror world to avoid the invasion of surrounding information streams when suddenly, the shadow of that giant eye appeared in her eyes. Countless pieces of knowledge suddenly flooded her mind. Ah! She screamed, covering her eyes, but it was useless. Endless knowledge continued to manifest in her mind, causing her eyeballs to spin wildly, as if trying to see the full picture of this knowledge. At this moment, she was unable to think at all. Like a stress reaction, her skin cracked, and strands of black hair squeezed out from her muscles. These hairs quickly surrounded her, but soon all the hair turned into information streams, flowing into the ocean of information streams on the battlefield. Magnify. Hobert magnified the damage suffered by the demoness of catastrophe, followed by madness. Completely exploding the demoness of catastrophe's thoughts, causing her to lose all reason. Instinctive reactions made her want to crawl away from the burning giant eye. The limbs of the demoness of catastrophe became dull and quickly began to petrify. Petrification was not the ability of the 100-eyed devil monarch, but a self-preservation mechanism of the demoness of catastrophe. After petrification, she would not turn into an information stream, and she wouldn't have to deal with the massive amount of knowledge in her mind. It's just that the demoness of catastrophe couldn't care about what to do after petrification. Even after being petrified, her escape continued. Creak. The demoness of catastrophe distorted her stiff legs and continued to escape, but she still couldn't escape the nightmare of being dominated by the giant eye. When her limbs were broken, she rolled away. But the petrification continued, and soon her torso was petrified. She used her teeth to grip the ground to escape. Finally, her head was completely petrified. The demoness of catastrophe let out a very unwilling cry, and finally remained motionless on the ground. The information streams on the battlefield gradually receded, revealing the original appearance of the battlefield. The tower transformed from the 100-eyed devil monarch also became illusory. The burning giant eye glanced at Hobert and disappeared into the void. These two angel-level combatants completed their final mission, and the last trace of their remaining spirits also disappeared into the void. On the ground of the battlefield, only a shriveled umbilical cord and a black stone with an eye relief remained. Hobert withdrew his gaze and looked at the already petrified demoness of catastrophe. Crack. The statue seemed to sense Hobert's gaze and cracked from the middle, revealing a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll inside. Its hair was long, reaching down to its legs, with each strand very clear. Its appearance was sweet, and with a lift of its lips, it suddenly let out a giggle laugh. Hobert thought this was a substitution of the demoness of catastrophe, but his spirituality suddenly sensed something and looked towards the edge of the battlefield. There, a poisonous snake suddenly crawled out of the ground, jumped into a mirror, and disappeared without a trace. Because they were too far apart, Hobert didn't have time to stop it. After a little thought, he understood that this demoness of catastrophe was already in a very bad state, and the final blow from the Holy Infant King and the Hundred-Eyed Devil Monarch was completely beyond her tolerance. Subsequently, her spirit basically collapsed, so she petrified. Petrification was not death, so the demoness of catastrophe couldn't be resurrected. When the huge mental pressure disappeared, the remaining consciousness and divinity of the demoness of catastrophe decided to cut off her tail to survive, abandoning the petrified body and transforming into a poisonous snake to escape from here. But what she could take away was probably only the characteristic of Sequence 3. Because the statue no longer had a human form or divinity, it was equivalent to only having the characteristic and some remaining spirits, so they formed that porcelain doll-like sealed artifact. This should be the highest level trophy in this battle. Hobert was about to return to the real world to pick it up, but suddenly found a mirror appearing next to the porcelain doll, and a very beautiful hand stretched out from the mirror to pick up the porcelain doll. Distortion. Hobert immediately distorted the position of the porcelain doll with a stone. The beautiful hand grabbed the stone, paused slightly, and looked a little frustrated and threw the stone on the ground. Frenzy. Hobert used his beyonder power towards a ball of air. He could sense that the ball of air immediately stopped. At this time, a firelight rushed down from the mountain. It was Raymond. He punched the stopped ball of air. Crash. The air shattered into a mirror, and Sherry's figure appeared in Hobert's vision. He glanced at Raymond, then became illusory, as if to disappear from the real world. Distortion. Hobert filled in time, distorting the other party's thoughts. So Sherry, who was preparing to escape, became solid again and lay on the ground doing push-ups. Raymond was stunned, his creator so wicked. Thinking about it, his attack was not slow at all. The long sword burning with scarlet flames reappeared in his hand and stabbed towards Sherry's lower back. Disorder. Petty, who arrived in time, caused the space around Sherry to become chaotic. Raymond's sword missed and hit a stone next to Sherry. Distortion. Beverly, who followed, distorted the concept of Sherry and the stone, so this sword still stabbed Sherry. Bang. Only a wooden staff remained in place. Sherry used the substitute to escape and entered the stealth state again. Whoosh. The staff burned violently under Raymond's sword. Connection. Hobert associated Sherry with the staff. Whoosh. Sherry, who was in a state of invisibility, quickly burst into violent flames. Distortion. Petty distorted the concept of Sherry with another stone, so Sherry escaped, and the stone was quickly burned into lime. At this time, Sherry, who had already escaped to the surroundings of the battlefield, suddenly raised her hair, forming a net burning with black flames. Then her figure quickly disappeared into the void, and Hobert and others did not continue to attack. Because they knew that the net could block extraordinary powers to a certain extent, creating an opportunity for her escape. Although Sherry looked fine on the surface, she had been injured in the previous battle under the close cooperation of the Beverly siblings, so she was so determined to escape. After Sherry left, Hobert and others turned their attention to Petty. At this time, Petty's figure also became illusory. He also had a sealed artifact on his body to quickly escape the battlefield. Arrogance. Provocation. These siblings were another combination skill, first making Petty arrogant, and then easily affected by Raymond's provocation. Petty, who was becoming illusory, really glared angrily, but he distorted his thinking in advance, and regardless of any accidents, he would choose to escape the battlefield first. So Petty, who looked angry, eventually disappeared from the battlefield. Beverly and Raymond did not hesitate. After bowing slightly to the image of the creator, Beverly returned to her coffin. The Tree of Order also quickly disappeared at this time, turning into a wooden stick that could be seen everywhere in the forest. Beverly closed the coffin lid, and Raymond turned into a fireman again. They immediately went to assist the Tony family. Having experienced countless battles, they knew very well that even in a 3-on-2 situation, it would be difficult to prevent an enemy in a normal state from escaping. Hobert glanced at the distant battlefield, and found that the previous battlefields had already moved far away. In fact, when April and other reinforcements arrived, the counterattack launched by the Demoness sect immediately turned into a retreat. Currently, the distant battlefield has already formed a large-scale pursuit. Hobert withdrew his gaze, immediately returned to the real world, and then quickly used distortion to come to the battlefield just now. Before he was far from the porcelain doll, Hobert heard his giggle laughter. This laughter caused Hobert to have hallucinations. First, Furs, wearing pajamas, appeared in front of him, her good figure bulging out her pajamas, lazily staring at Hobert. Then Audrey's figure appeared, wearing only a gauze dress, her perfect figure shining faintly under the black gauze dress, like a delicate work of art. When they appeared together, Hobert's heart beat faster, and he almost forgot that he was on the battlefield at this time. Disorder. Hobert, his face flushed, made the space around the porcelain doll chaotic, effectively blocking the giggle laughter. After all, it was just a sealed artifact, not a real angel, so it was difficult to deal with slightly complicated situations. Hobert set up an altar far away from the porcelain doll, and then immediately entered the Nation of Disorder to capture the porcelain doll. Hobert finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only a grade 0 sealed artifact of the angel level, it was still a grade 0 sealed artifact, a very scarce resource in this extraordinary world. He could only relax when it was placed in the Nation of Disorder. Also sacrificed at the same time were the umbilical cord and the black eyeball that had lost all vitality. Hobert put them away behind the Iron Throne as a memento. Then, Hobert continued to reap the rewards of victory. On a distant mountain, the angel war that had just ended could be seen very clearly. A little boy, about 10 years old, with his hands behind his back like a little adult, looked at the snow and deep cracks on the ground left over from the battle just now. Behind him, a man in his 30s, with black hair and strictly symmetrical body on the left and right sides, stood respectfully behind him like a wax figure. "Sir, do you need me to expose Hobert's trick?" "There is no need." The little boy said in a somewhat childish voice, "Let's go, we have more important things to do." The two people, one large and one small, disappeared into the void. Hobert found the Demoness of Unaging, who was still being watched by the Bull Devil Monarch. At this time, the figure of the Bull Devil Monarch also became very illusory and was about to disappear. It was believed that the current state of the Great Sage and the others was similar. So Hobert first took back the Great Sage and the Black Hound Spirit Beast who were chasing the enemy on the front line. After replenishing their energy, they replaced the Bull Devil Monarch. Then Hobert took back the Bull Devil Monarch because it only had one last chance to be used, so Hobert did not continue to let it participate in the war, but used his own stars to descend the power of the Creator. At this time, the Demoness of Black, Clarice, was already on the verge of losing control. In the previous siege by Hobert and Bernadette, her condition was already very bad, so she had not been able to get rid of the pursuit of the Bull Devil Monarch. Now, under the attacks of the Great Sage and the Black Hound Spirit Beast, Clarice's condition became even worse. When the image of the Creator appeared in the air, her spirit basically collapsed. Magnify. Hobert magnified the out-of-control state of the Demoness of Black. Using the level of the Creator to deal with the Demoness of Black was somewhat of a dimensionality reduction strike. Clarice froze in place and immediately lost control. Her hair suddenly flew up, and snake-like scales appeared on her body. Her limbs became hairy, thin, and long, like 4 spider legs. The Great Sage struck Clarice with a thunderbolt, scorching her skin black. The Black Hound Spirit Beast summoned the Ferryman's Lamp, burning her soul. Then the Great Sage used a wind blade again, and a lot of the Demoness of Black's hair was cut off. The Black Hound Spirit Beast used the language of the dead, and Clarice's body became very stiff. Under their repeated attacks and the gaze of the Creator, the Demoness of Black's life gradually faded away, and finally fell to the ground and completely lost her vitality. The most critical moment was coming. Hobert used all the power he could muster and used the ability of connection. This was the inspiration he got when he was dealing with Sherry just now. Connection can not only strengthen the connection between the two, but also cut off the connection. For example, right now, what Hobert cut off was the connection between the Demoness of Black and her arrangements for resurrection. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came from the air. Hobert saw Clarice's spirit body reappear in his field of vision because the relevant connections had been cut off. She was like a lonely ghost without a home, wandering around her corpse with a face full of grief and anger. At this time, the Black Hound Spirit Beast summoned the Gate of the Spirit World with intricate mysterious patterns, and sent Clarice's spirit body into the underworld. Hobert smiled slightly. Success! Although the resurrection of the Demoness of Unaging seemed more difficult to prevent than the resurrection of the Miracle Invoker, under the authority of the King of Angels, it was entirely possible to cut off her resurrection process. If it was Sequence 3's connection, then such an operation could not be completed. Hobert even estimated that even Sequence 2's connection could only make the Demoness of Unaging's resurrection very abnormal, such as only resurrecting a part of her. But there was no way to completely cut off her resurrection process. Hobert returned to the real world to pick up the spoils of war. The Demoness of Black's corpse formed a sealed artifact in the shape of an all-black ring. After sacrificing it to the Nation of Disorder, Hobert took the Black Hound Spirit Beast and the Great Sage, and joined the sequence of chasing the enemy. This pursuit continued from the southwest of the Central Highlands, within the territory of the Intis Republic, to the territory of Fasak, and finally to the northeast of the Central Highlands, within the territory of the Lone Kingdom. Although the Central Highlands had a sparse population, many ordinary people witnessed this pursuit. However, the Beyonders on the Creator's side became more and more excited as they chased, and they could no longer care so much. The Demonist sect and Theosophy Order members who were deserters had even less time to care about these things. So this pursuit attracted the attention of many forces. There were those who kicked them when they were down, helping the pursuers to besiege the members of the Demonist sect. The pursuit did not end until dusk. There must have been some fish that slipped through the net, but the preset war goals had been achieved, and the battle could be ended. It was also impossible for the Beyonder forces of Lone and other countries to continue to condone this war. Although it was not yet time to count the results of the battle and the captured spoils of war, both sides of the war, and even the Beyonder organizations watching the battle, were very clear that the demonist sect must have suffered a heavy blow this time. Outside Faceac City, in a huge manner, Ethel, with short hair and dressed in a military uniform, with some androgynous beauty, reported all the intelligence collected today to Castilla, who was sitting on the chair at the head. This was a simply decorated hall, without too much luxury, but everything here gave people a harmonious beauty between the furniture, decorations, and the house. Philip I Castilla, who looked very amiable, instructed in a tone that could not be heard whether he was happy or angry, next, focus on investigating the battle between the angels of both sides. Ethel respectfully said, yes. Then she asked, Your Majesty, will the power of the Creator threaten us? If they wanted to threaten us, they would have threatened us long ago. Philip I thought for a moment and said, perhaps the Creator only needs the stable state of the southern Colson region, but his goal is not here. Ethel thought about it and felt that it made sense. With the strength that the Creator had shown so far, the Faceac royal family was not their opponent at all. Philip I sighed and said, I didn't expect it. The Creator's power is so strong that they actually have an advantage in terms of numbers and sequences in the battle with the demonist sect. He smiled and said, in this way, giving the southern Colson region to Hobert was a very cost-effective transaction. It did not become an unstable factor in the Faceac kingdom, but instead activated the kingdom's economy. The most important thing is that Hobert has been bound to Faceac to a certain extent. Speaking of this, Philip I felt that his wording was inappropriate, shook his head and said again, it is too early to say, chained. Next, we must take the initiative to get closer to Hobert. Ethel said again, yes. Then she said, I suggest that we cancel the original plan to probe the Creator. Philip I said, it should be cancelled. If we probe again now, it will only bring shame and disaster to the family. Let those family members who sincerely want to believe in the Creator pray to the Creator and allow them to build altars about the Creator. Lift all restrictions on trade with Southern Colson, reward Hobert for his contribution to combating the demonist sect, and strictly investigate members and forces of the demonist sect in the country. He solemnly instructed, we must express the royal family's position and goodwill. Ethel agreed, and seeing that there was nothing else to do, she left the hall. Philip I sat alone in the hall for a while before exhaling a long breath and saying, if I had more than 20 demigods in my hands hundreds of years ago. If that were the case, how could the Faceac kingdom have split? How could it have accepted the agreement signed between the churches? He looked at the moonlight outside the window and sighed in his heart, from today onwards, all churches and organizations will no longer dare to regard the Creator's power as a secret organization on the level of the Aurora Order far away in the southern continent. A brand new era may begin from this. Late at night, Southern Colson. Inside and outside the courtyard of the Lord's mansion, there was laughter everywhere. The personnel from all forces have already returned, but some Beyonders returned as corpses and Beyonder characteristics. Hobert promised to help all the forces to pulverize the Beyonder characteristics, but that's a matter for tomorrow. Tonight, everyone is drinking and celebrating the great victory just achieved. Each force knows its own battle losses, and each organization has lost some Beyonders. But this still can't stop everyone's excitement, because today their gains are also very rich. In the study of the Lord's mansion, Hobert is talking with Archbishop Simpson. Simpson mainly came to inquire about the battle situation on the front line today. After listening, Simpson drew a leaf shape on his chest and sighed, this victory is so great that it is unimaginable. Mainly, he didn't expect that the Creator would send 4 angels to participate in the war. You know, the Earth Mother Church only has 3 angels. This is thanks to everyone's cooperation. Hobert smiled politely, then he asked curiously, there are 2 gestures representing the Earth Mother, right? Simpson was slightly taken aback, yes. Then he explained, a long time ago, the popular prayer gesture was to draw the shape of a leaf. Until 24 years ago, the Earth Mother descended a divine decree and began to use the gesture of holding a baby with crossed hands. However, the Church has not prohibited the use of the original prayer gestures. Hobert was stunned for a moment and then asked, what is the specific date of the divine decree? April 25th. Simpson was very impressed with this. Hobert was a little surprised. Simpson asked with a smile, what's wrong? Hobert smiled, feeling a little flattered, that day happens to be my birthday. And he is exactly 24 years old this year. It's just that Hobert doesn't have much impression of this birthday. For example, this year, when he was in Backlund's social season, he was so busy all day long. Melissa sent someone to bring him a cake, and Furs also came to Backlund to celebrate his birthday. He remembered this thing. Simpson didn't take it too seriously. He smiled and said, what an unexpected coincidence. Hobert didn't seem to take it too seriously either, yes. Then Simpson took out the spoils he and the Druid elite team had seized today. According to the previous agreement, the sealed artifacts seized today belonged to Simpson. And the Beyonder characteristics of the Witch pathway are not very useful to them, so they used these Beyonder characteristics to trade with Hobert for the Beyonder characteristics of the Planter pathway in his hand. Although Hobert said it was collected by the auction house, it was mainly the spoils from Archibald when solving the Baklan Mountain Village incident that year. After sending Simpson away, Hobert sat back in his chair. The first thing he thought of was his mother April's connection with the Earth Mother Church. She must not be just an ordinary Beyonder of the church. At this moment, the butler Alan came to report, "Sir, Mr. Christian is here." Hobert hurried out to greet him. After the two returned to the study and sat down again, Christian told Hobert that he was going to leave in a while. Hobert smiled and said to persuade him to stay, "The Harvest Festival will be held on the other side the day after tomorrow, and it will also be a celebration of this victory. Why don't you stay and join in the fun? I am no longer young." Christian said with a smile, while taking out today's spoils. Hobert quickly said, "These are all yours. You are the only demigod I have not promised to give any reward to, but I have asked you to come and help. The spoils should belong to you." Christian smiled, "If you want to give me any reward, I won't come to help." He pushed the spoils in Hobert's direction. "I left one sealed artifact and one Beyonder characteristic of Traveler, and all the others are for you." Christian said in an unquestionable tone, "You are now managing such a large Beyonder organization, and there are places to use Beyonder characteristics." Hobert did not decline any more, but asked the servant to serve a pot of new tea, and said to Christian, "In July last year, I ran into a subordinate of the Creator, who was a Sequence 3 Beyonder of the demigod level." He had already made up his rhetoric, but he had never had the opportunity to talk to Christian about it. Hobert told Christian that the Creator subordinate he met was a Sequence 3 ferryman of the Death pathway. In fact, he was talking about Mr. Azek. Christian also knew about Mr. Azek's exploration of the ruins with Hobert last year. But now that Hobert mentioned this matter, he deliberately let the black demonic wolf replace Mr. Azek. After all, a ferryman was active on the battlefield today, which could easily make Christian have corresponding associations. Christian smiled after listening to Hobert's words, "This is an opportunity for you." "Yes, it is an opportunity for me." Hobert followed this topic and said half-truthfully, "Thanks to the Creator's help, I was able to talk to the curse in my bloodline. It turns out that this so-called curse is a resurrection method of Trunsoist." Christian pinched his chin. "Rex's guess is correct." Then he said again, "It seems that I don't need to tell you about his guesses. Now I have encountered a problem." Hobert told the truth, "Only by continuing to advance can I eliminate the curse in my bloodline, but the moment I advance to Sequence 2, Trunsoist will wake up in my body. And I have consulted the members of the Life School of Thought, and my fate has been changed once, and it cannot be changed again." Christian pondered for more than half a minute before asking Hobert, "Do you have any ideas?" "Not at all," Hobert said. Christian pondered for a while before saying, "Let me go back and think about it." Hobert smiled, "It's not very urgent, we can talk about this topic another day." Then he asked, "Father, was my biological mother always a Beyonder of the Earth Mother Church before she gave birth to me?" "She was also an official Beyonder of the Earth Mother Church for a period of time after you were born." Christian asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Hobert said, "I just feel a little confused about her sudden jump to the adjacent pathway." "There's nothing to be confused about." Christian said seriously, "She has been affected by the evil god, don't trust her completely." Hobert nodded. After the two chatted for a few more words and sent Christian away, Hobert fell into deep thought again. Obviously, Christian didn't know the inside story either. But Hobert put this question aside for now, because the war was won, and there were too many things that required him, the initiator, to worry about. Next, Klein came to Hobert, and he was also here to say goodbye. Hobert smiled and said, "I will pay you as soon as possible for your reward. But it is estimated that the earliest will be next week's tarot gathering. I definitely won't have time to participate in the meeting tomorrow." Klein said, "Don't worry, my potion has just begun to digest." Hobert thought, "Mine too." In the subsequent pursuit, Hobert felt the digestion of the Frenzied Mage potion, and he didn't have time to summarize the reasons for the digestion until now, but it must be related to the extraordinary war he initiated. Hobert asked again, "Are you coming the day after tomorrow?" Klein asked back, "Is there a food street?" "Definitely." "Then I will definitely come." The two smiled at each other. It was already late at night after sending Klein away. The sound of celebration outside gradually faded. After all, everyone had fought for a day today, and even Beyonders, after a few drinks, the fatigue of the day also emerged. Hobert waited for a while and saw that no one else was visiting, so he packed up the 2 batches of spoils he had received and came to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he first took the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand. This is the second Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Creator. After a little sigh, Hobert used the authority of the Nation of Disorder to check the ability of the sealed artifact. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 607, Chapter 606 The Rise of a New Force. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert looked at the sealed artifact in his hand, which was shaped like a delicate porcelain doll. It was very well behaved in the Nation of Disorder, only carrying a smile but not emitting laughter. Using the authority of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert knew that this sealed artifact had the characteristic of being alive and would intermittently emit a giggling laughter. When this laughter appeared, all males and male creatures within 10 kilometers, including the holder, would mistake the doll for the opposite sex they had long admired, and this opposite sex was currently presenting the most seductive state. Hobert sighed, this is an indiscriminate attack ability. The holder's only advantage is knowing the consequences caused by this laughter and being able to prepare in advance. Its abilities include, it can become invisible, it can enter the mirror world, it can create mystical viruses. If there is enough time, it can create a plague that sweeps across a country, it can maximize the holder's personal charm, it can offset beyonder damage by burning hair, it can create blizzards, avalanches, earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, and other disasters. Hobert touched his short hair. If he used the method of burning hair to offset the damage, his little bit of hair might be burned away in less than 2 seconds. As for its negative effects, if the holder uses it for more than 1 minute cumulatively, if it is a male, he will turn into a female, if it is a female, she will love females from then on, and the accumulation will restart after 6 hours of rest. The holder will not be able to see his appearance in the mirror. When he sees himself, it means that the holder has been completely trapped in the mirror world and will never be able to return to the real world. After using it once, he will be prone to various disasters in the next 6 days and will implicate the people around him. After using it once, he will be very tired of reading and studying in the next 3 days, and may even be so tired that he wants to commit suicide. Hobert smiled. The last negative effect was obviously influenced by the final blow of the 100-eyed devil monarch. Its negative effects did not seem as powerful as the 0 to 70 he had obtained before, but they were difficult to avoid. Hobert found it difficult to continuously distort his gender. Obviously, this sealed artifact was somewhat unfriendly to male beyonders. Moreover, his abilities such as distortion and tampering could not profoundly affect the mirror world. As for the third and fourth points, as long as he found the right way, it would not be difficult to avoid them. Hobert simply did not carry out further sealing, because with his current level, even a new seal would be difficult to achieve the desired effect. It would be better to simply put it in the Nation of Disorder for use and then seal it after advancement. Next was the naming stage. When Hobert was chatting with Lawrence and the others a few days ago, he recalled that the Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the Orthodox churches also had names in addition to their numbers. Even some special Grade 1 sealed artifacts also had their own names in addition to their numbers. For Hobert, this made the naming stage a lot more complicated. He thought about it and named the sealed artifact in his hand, 0 to 71 Calamity Porcelain Doll. Then the name of 0 to 70 was also changed accordingly to 0 to 70 Creation Bracelet. Hobert, who was quite satisfied with this name, went to look at another sealed artifact he had seized, which was a pure black ring formed by the Demoness of Black. Its abilities encompassed most of the Demoness of Unaging's abilities. After sealing it a bit, the negative effects were still relatively easy to avoid. Currently, using it in the real world for 10 minutes would not be affected in any way. After naming this ring 1 to 111, Hobert returned to the real world in the form of a bestowal, carrying the sealed artifact 1 to 101 corresponding to sequence 4 Parasite of the Marauder pathway, and the sealed artifact 1 to 102 corresponding to sequence 4 Puppet of the Prisoner pathway. Then he set up the altar and offered sacrifices to the Evernight Goddess. In fact, this sacrifice should have been carried out long ago. Previously, when the Evernight Goddess saved him and Audrey and allowed him to avoid sharing memories with Trunsoist, he needed to express his gratitude. However, Hobert felt that he might still need to pray for the power of the Evernight Goddess during this war, so it would be better to perform the sacrifice together after the war. What he didn't expect was that the Creator himself solved the difficulties, but he still had to perform the sacrifice to thank the Evernight Goddess for a previous help. As for these two sacrificial worships, Hobert had already thought about them. 1 to 101 was easy to attract Amon, and Hobert needed to use it carefully and avoid it seriously, but the Orthodox churches could use it with confidence. Unless Amon's avatars were crazy, he would not easily attack the Beyonders of the church. And 1 to 102 and 1 to 103 were both sealed artifacts corresponding to Puppet, and one of them could be sacrificed. So, after setting up the altar and placing a bowl of fine sand, Hobert piously chanted, "The Evernight Goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. Your devout believer begs for your attention. Begging you to open the door to the divine kingdom. Thank you for bringing me and Audrey back to Earth before, and thank you for allowing me to keep my secret. I hereby offer sacrifices to express my gratitude. A sense of peace that made people feel at ease descended around the altar, and Hobert seemed to see the deep night sky above the altar. The next moment, the door dotted with stars opened, and a huge suction force sucked away 1 to 101 on the altar. Hobert was stunned. Does the Evernight goddess think one sealed artifact is enough? In fact, the value of an Orthodox god being able to respond to Hobert's prayers at any time is immeasurable. After all, the Evernight goddess really has churches and nighthawks, and so many dependents and believers. Unlike the Creator and the Fool, who have only a few dependents and very few believers. Just as Hobert was about to thank the Evernight goddess again, the fine sand he had placed aside suddenly flew out of the bowl and formed a line of words in front of the altar. The meaning of connecting the words was, "This is the thank you gift for saving you." Hobert was stunned. "Respected Evernight goddess, are you not interested in the second sacrificial offering? I can change it." The sand on the table was blown away by a gentle breeze, forming a new line of words. "No, I need you to do something for me." Clang. The door dotted with stars closed, and the Evernight goddess disconnected from the altar. The deep sense of peace also disappeared. Hobert was stunned for a while before he understood that the Evernight goddess had already marked the price for allowing him to have enough concealment to avoid being affected by Trunsoist. The fact that the Evernight goddess did not say what she wanted him to do meant that Hobert's current strength was not enough to help her complete that matter. He thought to himself, "You're not going to ask me to help you fetch water from the river of eternal darkness, are you? That's Klein's job, how can I compete with him for it?" Hobert shook his head with a smile. "This is obviously the Evernight goddess's investment in me. As for how high the returns will be paid in the future, let's talk about it later." As far as he was concerned, if he succeeded in building a country in the future, there would be no problem in allowing the Church of the Evernight goddess to preach in the country, but if the Church wanted to interfere in the country's political affairs, sorry, no way. Putting 1 to 102 back into the nation of disorder, Hobert rested for a while and prepared to deal with the spoils distribution the next day. The former kingdom of the Earth Mother, within the source of life. In the early morning, crystal-clear dewdrops rolled between the dense leaves, eventually falling onto the forest path that was very harmonious with the entire lush forest. In the church headquarters, which seemed to be built on a towering tree, the Pope convened an emergency meeting and listened to the reports of several archbishops on the war that had occurred yesterday. The main reporter was Simpson, but he himself was not here, but attended the meeting in the form of a wooden stake standing in front of the conference table. This wooden stake was more than 1 person tall and also carried a verdant branch of leaves, as if it were a piece of wood that had just been cut down from the forest outside. The wooden stake had rough eyes, ears, and a mouth made of bark. Simpson, thousands of miles away, could share the senses and functions of these organs. After he reported a few words, an archbishop in the headquarters couldn't help but plan to ask, "Are you sure that the Creator dispatched 25 demigods in this battle?" "I'm sure." Simpson said, "I was a little unbelievable at the time, so I counted twice. Many Beyonder organizations that we didn't expect are very likely to be loyal to the Creator, or organizations that have in-depth cooperation with Hobert. For example, the Tony Manor in the Rostard Archipelago, the Balk family in the southern continent, and the Tudor family, which has always been in hiding. What is certain is that they are all families loyal to the Creator. In addition, the Temperance faction of the Rose School, Element Dawn, the Sanguine, and the Spiritual Research Society all have good cooperation with Hobert." Another archbishop, also attending the meeting in the form of a wooden stake, was somewhat surprised. Spiritual Research Society. The Spiritual Research Society is the organization to which April belongs. Simpson nodded. Yes, their vice president, April, personally participated in the war this time. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. Everyone knew that this April was a traitor to the Church, and the Church of the Earth Mother had always regarded the Spiritual Research Society as a hostile organization. Another archbishop asked, "It is not difficult to understand that the Temperance faction cooperates with Hobert. After all, they have a common enemy. Why did Element Dawn and the Sanguine participate in the war?" "Sorry," Simpson said, "I was unable to find out relevant information." The Pope, who looked full of love, raised his hand and said to Simpson, "Continue." After Simpson reported the process of the war, everyone fell into silence. The Demoness sect's defeat was a matter of course. That was 4 angels, a full 4 angels. Plus more than 20 demigods, it would have been no problem to attack the source of life. Simpson said, "According to my analysis, these 4 angels are not all loyal to the Creator, and it seems that the condition of 2 of the angels is not very good." Everyone did not make any comments on this, but if they were to be enemies with the Creator, they still had to prepare for war as if there were 4 angels. The Pope suddenly said in a soft voice, "The Church's attitude towards the Creator is cooperation, and Hobert also needs the power of the Church. This mutual assistance model must continue to be extended. In the future, we may get more benefits from it." After setting the tone, the Pope ended the meeting. However, the Pope, Pope Roland, and the Dean of the Institute of Life Sciences did not leave. With a wave of his hand, the Pope summoned a green leaf that floated in from outside the window. The green leaf quickly grew larger, and Hobert's portrait appeared on it. The Pope said, "This is Hobert's appearance. He looks too much like Rex. And April is also involved." In the end, I don't know if he was asking himself or the other two angels, is this a coincidence? The three angels fell silent at the same time. The next day, Hobert got up early and asked Mr. Full for leave, as he would not be able to attend today's gathering. After washing his face, combing his hair, and changing into a more formal tailcoat, he carried a large wooden box to the side hall of the Lord's mansion. Hobert told the butler Alan, "If I am meeting with guests and new guests arrive, please ask them to wait in the main hall." Alan agreed and asked his subordinates to serve tea and snacks. Now Alan is not only the butler of the Lord's mansion, but also the butler of the Longtail Island governor's mansion, and Furs trusts him very much. Soon, Hobert welcomed his first guest, the sanguine Countess Rosalind. After politely inviting the sanguine Countess to sit down, the two talked about the extraordinary war that had just ended. The number of sanguine participating in the war was not large, but 2 members died in battle. However, because their self-healing ability was very good, the injured had already recovered. Hobert opened the wooden box next to him and, according to the previous agreement, took out the prepared 5 Beyonder characteristics and handed them to Rosalind. The Countess simply checked the Beyonder characteristics and handed Hobert the 9 Beyonder characteristics they had seized yesterday. In fact, they also seized a sealed artifact, but according to the agreement, the sealed artifact belonged to the sanguine. After completing the previously agreed transaction, Rosalind was not in a hurry to leave, and Hobert was not in a hurry to see the guest off. The two drank tea and chatted. Hobert smiled and said, "This is a very perfect cooperation. We each get what we need." The beautiful Rosalind said meaningfully, "This is indeed a cooperation that exceeded our expectations." She was referring to the strength of the participants and the scale of the war exceeding expectations. Hobert then got to the point, "I think we should establish a long-term cooperation mechanism, because we have a common enemy. In the future, we can jointly launch attacks on the Rose School." For Hobert, his battle was not over yet. He wanted to use the achievements and momentum gained from this victory to reposition his relationship with various organizations. To put it bluntly, Hobert gathered everyone together with benefits this time. In fact, during the battle, apart from the commendable performances of the Balk family, the Tony family, and the Tudor family, the performances of the other forces were very poor. Otherwise, this battle would have been a greater victory and given the Demonist sect a heavier blow. After Hobert repositioned the relationship between the various parties, he strived to be able to immediately gather the required organizations if there were similar battles in the future, and the other party could invest in the battle relatively seriously. This process is probably from a mob to a group of stragglers centered on the creator of forces. If you want to obtain a very elite extraordinary force, you must go through constant tempering in war. Countess Rosalind said seriously, "I will convey your thoughts to the Marquis and will also attach great importance to the cooperation with the respected creator. Then she added, "I heard that the Traveler's Gate between the Lord's Mansion and Backlund will be reopened at noon. At that time, I will immediately return to Backlund, and I will come back soon to convey the sanguine decision. And my subordinates will not leave and will participate in the picking festival tomorrow." Hobert smiled and said, "Welcome more sanguine to taste the delicacies and fresh fruits and vegetables." Then they talked about helping the sanguine crush the Beyonder characteristics. Rosalind said that there was no need for this, and the sanguine had a way to crush them themselves. At this time, Rosalind bid farewell, and Hobert politely sent her to the door. Miss Sharon was already waiting in the main hall. After Hobert sent off the sanguine countess, she passed through the wall and stood there watching the servants take away Rosalind's water glass and wipe the table and chairs. It's just that the servants couldn't see the somewhat illusory Miss Sharon. After the servants finished cleaning, Hobert asked them to leave, invited Miss Sharon to sit down, and placed a teacup in front of her. Just as he was about to pour her tea, Miss Sharon said, "No need, I don't drink." Now she can go without food or water for a week. However, Hobert still poured the tea. This is politeness. Then he opened the wooden box next to him again, took out a Beyonder characteristic of puppet, and pushed it to Sharon. "This is the reward promised to you for participating in the war." After Sharon glanced at the box, she nodded slightly, and then with a wave of her hand, a small pile of Beyonder characteristics gushed out from the middle of the table like a spring. There were also 2 Beyonder characteristics of Demoness of Despair. One was the spoils of the Temperance faction's joint siege, and the other was the spoils of the joint siege with Klein. However, for Klein, these Beyonder characteristics were of no use, so when dividing the spoils, he gave all the Beyonder characteristics he seized to the Temperance faction. Klein therefore obtained the priority right to choose sealed artifacts. In the end, he obtained 1 Grade 1 sealed artifact and 2 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. Especially that Grade 1 sealed artifact made the Fool's demigod level sealed artifact no longer so thin. Hobert simply counted. Sharon brought a total of 26 Beyonder characteristics. Except for the 2 Beyonder characteristics of Demoness of Despair, the other characteristics were mainly Sequence 6 and Sequence 7. After further negotiations with Hobert, Sharon bought 15 Sequence 9 Prisoner and 15 Sequence 8 Lunatic beyonder characteristics for £13,000. This was a bit beyond Hobert's expectations. He had not made corresponding preparations and could only promise to send them to her in the afternoon on the grounds that the beyonder characteristics were not in the Lord's mansion. Then, according to the previous agreement, Hobert took out 2 beyonder characteristics of Puppet and 12 other beyonder characteristics of the corresponding sequence. However, Sharon negotiated with Hobert again and used a beyonder characteristic of Puppet to replace some beyonder characteristics of other sequences. This made Hobert very embarrassed. After pulling back and forth, he agreed to use the beyonder characteristic of Puppet to replace 2 Wraith, 10 Zombie, and 12 Werewolf beyonder characteristics. As the negotiation concluded, Hobert did a mental calculation and realized that even after trading with the ascetics twice, he still had over 30 beyonder characteristics from the Prisoner, Lunatic, and Werewolf pathways in his possession. He also had a dozen or so Zombie beyonder characteristics, 6 Wraith beyonder characteristics, and 2 Puppet beyonder characteristics. Most importantly, he had 1 Disciple of Silence beyonder characteristic. This made Hobert sigh once again. Beyonder wars are truly profitable on a large scale. These beyonder characteristics were all spoils of war that the Balak family and the Rose School of Thought obtained during their battles in the southern continent, because the Creator provided effective protection. It had been half a year, and they were still reaping the benefits of these spoils. After completing the transaction with Sharon, Miss Sharon was not in a hurry to leave. So Hobert smiled and said, "I also have a Disciple of Silence beyonder characteristic here." Sharon, who usually didn't have much emotional fluctuation, showed a subtle change in expression. Just as Hobert expected, the Puppet potion, if not melting in Sharon's mouth, should be very easy to digest. Hobert said, "But this level of beyonder characteristic is not something to be traded, but a strategic reserve." Sharon immediately asked, "What price do I have to pay to get it?" As far as she was concerned, as long as the price was not unacceptable, it was better than risking hunting down the Disciples of Silence of the Indulgence faction. "It's not what price you have to pay." Hobert said seriously, "The Creator needs to have absolute trust in the Temperance faction before handing this beyonder characteristic over to you." Sharon quietly looked at Hobert. After 7 or 8 seconds, Hobert sighed. Shouldn't she ask how to gain the Creator's absolute trust at this time? However, Sharon wasn't just now so good at chatting, so Hobert asked her, "Does the Temperance faction need the protection of a deity?" The bodyguard lady, with delicate features, considered it and said, "Yes. They needed it too much. If they had the protection of a deity, the Temperance faction wouldn't have to hide everywhere, avoiding the angels of the Indulgence faction. They could gather strength more easily, instead of becoming less and less organized as they were now." Hobert smiled and said, "If the Temperance faction can be loyal to the Creator to a certain extent, you will not only receive a certain amount of protection, but also obtain the Disciple of Silence beyonder characteristic by completing the tasks assigned by the Creator. Then he explained, "The Creator doesn't care about your beliefs, just needs you to show enough sincerity." This time, Miss Sharon finally asked, "How to show sincerity?" "Send 15 beyonders to form a beyonder squad and follow my command." Hobert said, "They can exchange for beyonder characteristics here by earning merits. They can also enjoy the treatment of official beyonders. The specific exchange plan is..." After finishing the details of exchanging merits for beyonder characteristics in one breath, Hobert took a sip of tea and said, "These 15 beyonders will be protected by us, and the entire ascetics will also receive a lot of help from us." Miss Sharon paused for a few seconds before saying, "Sounds like a good deal." She was Raynette Tinker's student, a red and rooted member of the Temperance faction. After becoming a demigod, she already had some power to express her views on such matters. However, she didn't immediately agree and said she would go back and discuss it. The Temperance faction didn't ask Hobert to help shatter the beyonder characteristics. Originally, Hobert wanted to chat with Miss Sharon, but he felt that he really couldn't chat anymore, so he politely sent her away. After waiting for a while, Hobert saw that no new guests were coming, so he asked Alan to invite Bernadette and the nominal head of the Tony family, Osmond, separately. Although both were invitations, the invitation for the two was different. Bernadette was a Sequence 3, so even if he wanted to share the fruits of victory, Hobert had to invite her over to discuss it. The Tony family was more like his own people. Hobert's invitation to him was more like a superior's appointment with a subordinate. More than 20 minutes later, a green, very beautiful vine suddenly grew in the center of the side hall. The vine grew taller and taller, and the leaves kept opening around, emitting a light green light, which reflected the space at the top of the vine into light green. A graceful figure appeared in the light. The figure quickly became clear. It was Bernadette, wearing a long-waisted dress. She stepped down from the top of the vine and smiled, "Lord Hobert is finally free to see me." The vines behind Bernadette quickly became transparent and disappeared into the air. Hobert smiled and said, "Distinguished guests always arrive at the last moment." He invited Bernadette to sit down and poured her tea, just like the two guests he had met before. Bernadette raised her hand, and a delicate little leather bag appeared in her palm. It's all in here. As she spoke, she threw the leather bag to Hobert. Hobert caught the leather bag and opened it to take a look. Although the leather bag was small, it had more than 20 compartments, separating all the Beyonder characteristics. Hobert also opened his wooden box and took out the mysticologist Beyonder characteristic that he had prepared, as well as one copy each of the Beyonder characteristics from Sequence 9, Mystery Prior, to Sequence 5, Constellations Master. You're at a bit of a disadvantage in this transaction. Hobert smiled and said, but considering that I will have to provide you with help in the future, let's trade like this first, and talk about the help later. Bernadette nodded, okay. Hobert asked, can you tell me now what kind of help you need me to provide? I can prepare for it. Bernadette crossed her legs, I only glimpsed a very vague future. I don't know exactly what kind of help it is, but it won't be life-threatening for you. Hobert thought to himself that your action is very unladylike, but he also thought that describing a woman as a lady in the Intis Republic is like scolding someone. So he didn't comment on it and continued the conversation just now, okay. Then Hobert asked with a smile, are you interested in establishing a longer-term cooperative partnership with us? Long-term cooperative partner. Bernadette was somewhat interested. Tell me about it in detail. It means that we maintain a very close cooperation with each other without interfering in each other's internal problems, and we are in a relationship of priority support. Hobert explained. If Element Dawn is in danger, we will support you as soon as possible. Similarly, if we need it, Element Dawn must also quickly organize forces to support us. Such support must have at least reciprocity, just like our cooperation this time. As long as you participate in the war, I will pay you a reward and promise a favor. Correspondingly, you will share the spoils with me. Our contributions and gains are basically equal. Bernadette pinched her chin and thought for a while, that's a good suggestion. Hobert added, there is a premise that if I go to help Element Dawn, I will listen to your dispatch, but if I think it is too dangerous, I reserve the right to refuse. If you come to help us, the same is true, and you can also reserve the right to refuse. You're very thoughtful. Bernadette asked, do we need to sign any agreement? Hobert smiled, that's not necessary. He sighed in his heart that it was a pleasure to negotiate with the leader of such a Beyonder organization. As long as the other party felt it was appropriate, they immediately confirmed this in-depth cooperative relationship. The two chatted for a while, and Bernadette got up and stretched out her hand. A braid made of golden hair hung down from the void. Bernadette grabbed the braid and prophesied like a prophecy, from then on, the Creator's reputation will spread far and wide, and he will officially participate in the game of this era. Hobert smiled and said, as if he was also saying a prophecy, the change of era is originally an era of the rise of new forces. He believed that the change of era was not a secret in the Queen Mystic's place. Bernadette's eyes sank, but she quickly returned to a smile, I will contact you when I need your help. The braid pulled upwards into the void, and Bernadette also disappeared into the void. Hobert drank a few sips of tea to rest, and then invited Osmond of the Tony family in. Osmond, still wearing a black robe, sat politely opposite Hobert and placed the stone box containing the spoils on the table. The stone box opened, revealing Beyonder characteristics neatly arranged in small compartments. The box had 3 layers, and once they were all laid out, the sheer number of Beyonder characteristics altered the light and atmosphere of the entire side hall. Although the Tony family joined the war relatively late, their spoils of war ranked first in both quality and quantity. This was mainly due to the help of Beverly and Raymond. Although these 2 angels were not in good condition, Raymond had to return to Tony Manor after participating in the battle for more than 20 minutes, and Beverly also returned to the spirit world after participating for more than half an hour. But their brief assistance still achieved results that Lawrence and the others could not match. Hobert pointed to the demoness of unaging, Beyonder characteristic, you're even planning to give me this. This is the second sequence 3-level spoils of war received so far. Yes, Osmond said with a smile. This made Hobert a little embarrassed, because it was difficult to set a price. Raymond had already set the tone, selling the Demoness of Despair level Beyonder characteristic to Hobert for £50,000. The Demoness of Unaging Beyonder characteristic was 1 level higher. When it came to things at this level, it wasn't just a matter of the price of a sequence 4 characteristic increasing by 1 or 2 times. Hobert didn't rush to set a price, but asked again, have you not considered keeping some Witch Pathway Beyonder ingredients? Osmond shook his head, Beyonders of this pathway are prone to bringing disasters and attracting a lot of trouble. The Tony family had already mastered the potion formulas for 3 pathways, there was no need to open up a new pathway. Moreover, they lacked corresponding potion formulas, especially those for demigods and above, which were almost impossible to obtain through trading. As for the issue of male family members being unwilling to switch pathways and become women, it was an almost negligible factor. Hobert had no choice but to say, for this Demoness of Unaging Beyonder characteristic, you name a price. Osmond said seriously, We hope to use this beyonder characteristic to obtain an opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity to form a beyonder team loyal to the Creator. Hobert was slightly stunned. Look at these people's awareness. Okay, Hobert said with a smile, but I won't let you suffer a loss. What is the ritual for advancing to War Bishop? Osmond immediately understood Hobert's intention and said, there are two ways. The first is to launch a surprise attack. The more unexpected the enemy is, the more fear and panic gained from the war, and the faster the enemy collapses, the better the effect of the ritual. The second is to conduct a miraculous defense battle. The greater the gap between the enemy and us, the more tragic the battle, and the longer the defense lasts, the better the effect of the ritual. Hobert nodded and said, as Osmond expected, I will find a way to help you complete the War Bishop ritual, but not now, but in the not-too-distant future. Osmond said with emotion, that would be great. Then he stood up and bowed slightly, thank you, favored of God. Through this extraordinary war, the Tony family took the opportunity to promote another iron-blooded knight. Currently, the Tony family has recovered to the strength of 4 demigods. If a War Bishop appeared among the 2 iron-blooded knights, they would completely recover from the blow of Amon's clone. Hobert invited him to sit down and began to count the spoils of war. Osmond gave a very low price, and Hobert bought all the spoils of war for only £180,000. As for the Tony family's official beyonder team, the number is temporarily 15 people, and Osmond has half a month to form it. After talking with the Tony family, Hobert was a little tired, so he decided to rest for a while and continue to divide the spoils of war in the afternoon. Lone Kingdom, Rubber Island. This island is not far from the mouth of the Tussock River, with convenient transportation and beautiful scenery. In the direction facing the sea, there is a magnificent royal manor. In a small hall, Protector William I sat on a high throne, exuding a majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. He asked Georgina, who was standing below, where did the Creator get so many angels? Georgina lowered her head and said, it's not clear. We don't know much about the battles between angels. The people of the Demonist sect only know that the Creator dispatched 4 angels, because we have not yet contacted Miss Sherry, we do not know the specific battle process. But it is certain that the angels of the Creator side won. William I asked again, where did those demigods come from? Those demigods come from many beyonder organizations, Georgina replied. What is certain at present is that there are members of the Aurora Order in the Tony family. William I was silent for a few seconds before saying, we still underestimated the strength of the Creator. He asked, when will Hobert be awarded the title? Is it the rank of Rear Admiral? It was originally planned for next week, Georgina replied, it's the rank of Rear Admiral. Change it to General. William I said, give him a seat in the lower house. Georgina was stunned. She reminded, his father is already a member of the upper house. If you give him a seat in the lower house, the nobles and members of Parliament will definitely oppose such a decision. William I said, let any noble who dares to object show loyalty. At this critical time, we must use all means to win over Hobert, so that we can maintain a good relationship with the Creator. He paused and said, didn't you say that Alice has a good impression of Hobert? Create opportunities for them. It would be best if Alice could conceive Hobert's child. Georgina was a little surprised. Hobert shouldn't marry Alice. He has feelings for Audrey. William I asked back, who said he must marry her? Georgina was even more surprised. She raised her head slightly and looked at William I's feet. Your Majesty, we are, after all, the royal family. William I sighed, you don't know how dangerous we are now. The crisis that the lone royal family is facing now may only be understood by William I and Duke Southville. It seems that the Orthodox churches have defaulted to George III becoming a god, but the process of becoming a god is too forced, and William I does not have much confidence. If it fails, Lone's morale will completely plummet. Under the shadow of war, the entire royal family may be destroyed. And the Creator is a force that no one had calculated on before yesterday. While he has not yet inclined to any force, we must strive to form an alliance with him. In addition to gaining a solid ally, it can also greatly increase the royal family's fault tolerance. Even if George III fails, the royal family will not be completely passive, and can still use the method of selling some benefits to obtain the Creator's help and tide over the risk period. This is not just as simple as adding an ally. When the Orthodox churches are preparing to use the Augustus family as a pawn, they will consider the Creator's factor. When the enemy is preparing to launch a war, they must also consider the Creator's factor. The superposition of these two factors is enough for the royal family to survive the most dangerous moment. William I, who has been playing games in this cruel extraordinary world for more than 2,000 years, is too clear about how much influence and energy this newly rising force will bring. William I stared at Georgina, do as I say. The next main task is to find out what Hobert needs and what the Creator needs. Do you believe it? That one from Fainapotter will also use all the means he can think of to win over the Creator. We have such a good opportunity, of course we must make good use of it. Yes. Georgina agreed, and then asked, then, what is our attitude towards the demonist sect? William the First thought for a while and said, kill a few people from the demonist sect, and continue to cooperate behind the scenes. The greater the failure of the demonist sect, the more they will have to rely on the lone royal family, and the easier it will be for Lone to use them in the future. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 608, Chapter 607, Hobert's Recruitment Operation. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. During lunch, First told Hobert that someone was dealing with the beyonder characteristics of the door and witch pathways, and she knew that the spoils of war had not yet been completely divided. Hobert didn't care too much, telling her to collect as much as she could. In the afternoon, Hobert first went to the Nation of Disorder to retrieve the beyonder characteristics he had traded with Miss Sharon in the morning, and had his servant send them to the Temperance faction. By this time, guests had already arrived. Hobert first met Barnet, who had his clothes and hairstyle meticulously arranged. However, the old gentleman's complexion was not very good at this time, because the Tudor family suffered the greatest losses in this war. When the demonist sect launched its counterattack, the main targets were the Tudor family and Element Dawn. Element Dawn also had good teamwork ability because their headquarters were on an island and they often engaged in naval battles. But the Tudor family was different. Over 1,000 years of hiding had made them have no concept of beyonder warfare. If Barnet hadn't been a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, the Tudor family's 3 demigods might have been completely wiped out in the war. Fortunately, Hobert's support was timely, and he quickly withstood the pressure of the counterattack. However, the Tudor family still had 1 demigod die in battle, Barnet and another demigod were also injured, and about a quarter of the family members were killed in battle. I will ask the angels to help shatter the beyonder characteristics of the martyred members, Hobert said first. How the beyonder characteristics are distributed after shattering is up to you to decide. Barnet's complexion improved a little. Hobert continued, I will also give you the main ingredient for the imperative mage, in my hand, the crystal of the striped tiger of laws. It is also up to you to decide who to give it to. Barnet visibly relaxed a lot. Hobert had already thought about the compensation for the Tudor family. The Angus team will be increased by 10 places, but the added personnel will be selected by Angus. In Geoffrey City, free housing will be provided to members of the Tudor family on a per-household basis. Members of the Tudor family are welcome to move in at any time. Barnet finally had a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the compensation Hobert offered. Hobert then asked, how is your condition? Have you shown any signs of losing control due to your injuries? My problem is not big, Barnet said. But Darnell's condition is not very good. Darnell was another demigod of the Tudor family who had once traded beyonder characteristics with Hobert on behalf of the Tudor family. Hobert nodded, you can let him pray to the Creator. I believe that with the help of the Creator, his condition will definitely improve. Barnet said, I will tell Darnell. At this time, he put the wooden box in his hand on the table and pushed it towards Hobert. The wooden box contained simply separated beyonder characteristics. The Tudor family's harvest was also quite large, because they had been in the most intense battlefield, and there were 2 beyonder characteristics of Demoness of Despair. Hobert said, you have 2 choices. The first choice is to exchange them for merits according to the relevant regulations. But I must tell you that I don't have that many beyonder characteristics of Arbiter now. The merits you exchange back may not be able to be fully exchanged for beyonder characteristics. You can consider exchanging for some sealed artifacts, or the beyonder characteristics of the lawyer pathway. He paused and then said, the second choice is to form another team of beyonders with 25 members. You will designate both the captain and the members. But they must obey my command and be loyal to the Creator. After training, they will be sent to the southern continent. Barnet considered for a moment before saying, I choose the second option. Because the family had just suffered considerable casualties, he would temporarily have many beyonder characteristics available for use. Barnet was very clear that the opportunity to designate the captain and members might only come once, so he had to cherish it. This was likely the key to continuing the family's will in the Creator's forces. Hobert smiled, okay. In fact, no matter what choice Barnet made, it was acceptable to Hobert, or rather, it was the result he wanted to see. This was the benefit of being a resource allocator. With the end of this conversation, most of the Tudor family's power was reorganized and received by Hobert, and they were prepared to play an important role in the upcoming Longtail Island and Southern Continent operations. After sending Barnet away, Lawrence of the Balk family was welcomed. This family patriarch, who was a full head taller than Hobert, immediately handed over all the beyonder characteristics captured in this battle to Hobert. Hobert also prepared 7 copies each of the beyonder characteristics of Lawyer and Barbarian for him, 4 copies each of the beyonder characteristics of Briber and Baron of Corruption, and 2 copies of the Beyonder characteristics of Mentor of Disorder. I won't let you suffer, Hobert said with a smile. After you go back, you can choose 3 Mentors of Disorder, and then set up an altar and loudly describe their character and abilities, as well as some of their previous deeds, by praying to the Creator. In the end, the Creator will designate one of them and bestow upon him a Beyonder characteristic of Earl of the Fallen. Lawrence was very happy and made a gesture on his chest, praise the Creator. In this way, the Balk family would be able to add another demigod. Hobert continued with a smile, Elliot's team needs to be expanded to 25 people. As for you, Patriarch Lawrence, this is prepared for you according to the divine revelation. Hobert handed Lawrence a delicate wooden box. Lawrence seemed to realize something, opened the wooden box, and inside was indeed a mask made of black crystal. This was the symbol of the favored. Lawrence was so excited that he almost shed tears, feeling that he had finally received the recognition of the god. He carefully stroked the mask and immediately felt that there seemed to be a force in the mask that was very compatible with his own Beyonder characteristics. Moreover, the level of this force was very high. This surprised Lawrence a little, but also felt it was natural. The things bestowed by the gods must be very high-end. I believe you have heard of its function, Hobert said with a smile. It has extremely high anti-divination ability and effectively prevents loss of control. Yes, Lawrence carefully closed the lid, Elliot told me about it. He carefully put the mask away, looking very fond of it. Hobert then said, in addition, for the Balk family, the Creator will personally arrange it. He smiled, congratulations, we are on the same level from now on. These words really brought tears of excitement to Lawrence's eyes. He originally thought that this favored would incorporate the Balk family, but he didn't expect that the Creator would personally incorporate them. Then the harvest of this battle was really too great. Hobert continued, let us pray to the Creator together. As he spoke, Hobert got up and knelt on the soft cushion that had been prepared aside, clasped his hands together, and pressed them against his chin, making a praying gesture. Big Shot went online. Lawrence was half a beat slower and immediately followed to kneel down and pray. As soon as he whispered the honorable name of the Creator, the majestic image of the Creator immediately appeared in Lawrence's mind. The Creator said in a deep voice, from this day on, in my name, spread the light and shadow of order. You can pray to me when you encounter danger, you can pray to me when you have requests, and you can pray to me when you have doubts in your heart. My command is the decree, my thoughts are your will, and you must not have any disloyal thoughts. Lawrence was already moved to tears, and kept saying, praise the Creator. The Creator began to issue specific orders, go back and reorganize all the combatable forces of the Balk family, organize them, and be ready to be dispatched at any time. From now on, they are first and foremost Beyonder forces loyal to me, and then members of the Balk family. You must be prepared for the upcoming great changes, expand your power, and gain true rule. Hobert will explain the specific plan to you. After saying these generalities, the image of the Creator disappeared. Lawrence sat there for a long time, unable to calm down. This was the order of the Creator, a direct order to him, a legendary divine revelation. After more than half a minute, Lawrence regained his ability to think and began to think about the Creator's order. At this time, Hobert had already sat down again and picked up the teapot to refill Lawrence's tea. Lawrence got up, first thanked him, and then asked, the Creator said that the specific plan should be asked of you. Hobert said seriously, the Creator's plan in the southern continent has 2 parts. The first part is to build a light industrial base, a heavy industrial base, and a large agricultural production base in the southern continent. All investment and technical issues related to the construction will be handled by me. You need to find a safe location and, during construction, consider how to protect these places. Hobert paused and then said, the second part is to gather Beyonder forces to the southern continent as much as possible within 3 months. At the same time, all the Beyonder forces of the Balk family must take turns to South Colson to complete the official Beyonder training during this period. Only members who have completed the official training can enjoy the treatment of formal official Beyonders. Afterward, I will send statistical and auditing personnel. Members who become formal official Beyonders can exchange their merits and salaries for merit points. Currently, merit points will be issued by me temporarily. I will give you the relevant documents regarding the specific uses of merit points later. Lawrence nodded, picked up his teacup, and thought, these tasks are not difficult to complete. After all, the Balk family has already participated in the Beyonder rule of 2 generals and a local king. As long as there is enough funding, requisitioning a few pieces of land is not a problem. Then he sighed in his heart, from today onward, all family members will be official Beyonders. This is a very celebratory thing. But Hobert suddenly asked, do you know what this means? Lawrence was taken aback by the question, what? Hobert said seriously, to lay the foundation for building a country. Lawrence was shocked, and the teacup in his hand fell. Hobert waved his hand, using the ability of tampering, turning the falling teacup into a slow descent. Lawrence quickly caught the teacup, building a country. The creator wants to build a country in the southern continent. The rule in South Colson and Longtail Island are just 2 attempts. The ultimate goal is to build a country. Hobert added, only a few, favored, have received relevant orders. Do not publicize this news for the time being. I know. Lawrence put down the teacup with a somewhat trembling hand. Of course, he knew that this would be the highest level of secret. Then he let out a long breath. Once, his family was the royal family of the northern continent, but now, they had long been tormented by the family's curse and lost their ambition for a country. Even he, the patriarch, felt somewhat unreal after hearing the concept of building a country. Hobert continued, go back and requisition land first. Tell me how much money you need in a letter, and I will raise it as soon as possible. He planned to let Audrey supervise this money. The initial investment plan was £500,000. With the current size of Earl's Light, such a sum of money could be misappropriated just by making false accounts. Afterward, the massive funds earned by Earl's Light, except for a portion reserved for dividends, would all be used for investment in the southern continent. Of course, doing so would seriously violate relevant financial regulations and the provisions for shareholders, dividends, and other commercial behaviors, so a completely trustworthy person was needed to operate and supervise it. That person was Audrey. Hobert also knew that with Audrey's personality, she would definitely feel very guilty for doing such a thing, but Hobert had already thought about how to persuade this kind noble lady. This thought flashed through Hobert's mind. He chatted with Lawrence for a few more words about incorporating Beyonder forces before very politely sending this newly promoted favored away. Hobert rested for a while before continuing to meet Jonathan and Monica, who had been waiting for more than half an hour. After the two entered, they first saw the stone boxes, wooden boxes, leather bags, and so on piled beside Hobert. Sit down. Hobert smiled and said, I've kept you waiting. After the 3 took their seats, Hobert poured tea for them as usual and then looked at them. Jonathan took out a small wooden box and handed it to Hobert. The wooden box was opened, revealing a space the size of a wooden crate, filled with the spoils of this battle, including the captured sealed artifacts. According to the previous agreement, all the spoils they obtained from the war against the Demonist sect belonged to Hobert. Their spoils were not much, because in this battle, the Door Pathway Beyonders in the Theosophy Order mainly served as scouts and rapid support, and only the Witch Pathway Beyonders participated in the frontal combat. Hobert nodded and casually put the wooden box aside. This is the Beyonder characteristic that needs to be shattered. Jonathan handed over a small cloth bag, which also had space magic on it. Hobert smiled and took it, saying, I'll give it to you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Jonathan and Monica exchanged a glance before saying, we have a request. Hobert gestured for them to speak. It was the charming Monica who made the request, we hope to increase the number of the Helen team. After witnessing the strength of the Creator's forces, the entire Theosophy Order had undergone a huge transformation regarding the Creator. Previously, most of the members of the Council felt that the Creator's forces were similar to the Theosophy Order before the split. Until this war, the Creator's forces erupted with terrifying strength, and they even had a huge advantage in the frontal war with the Demonist sect. So now the council members were complaining that Jonathan had asked for too few official extraordinary quotas when negotiating the conditions before. But Hobert sighed and said, there aren't that many quotas anymore. Jonathan and Monica were somewhat disappointed. However, I expect there will be some more quotas by next year at the latest. Hobert smiled and said, if there are any extraordinary wars before that, I will give priority to the Theosophy Order's quotas. Finally, he said, after all, when I first came to South Colson, we had relatively good cooperation. Jonathan and Monica both sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, they overruled the objections at the time and decided to cooperate with Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, in addition, I will be forming 2 research societies. You can pay attention to the relevant announcements. If you are interested, you can take a look. This battle had yielded a large number of Witch Pathway and Door Pathway Beyonder characteristics. If they were only used by Helen's team, it was estimated that even by the time of the Doomsday and the transition of eras, they wouldn't use even a tenth of them. And if they were sold to the Orthodox churches, Hobert also felt it was inappropriate. Before, when Hobert was alone, it was normal to exchange Beyonder characteristics for money. But now that Hobert was the leader of a Beyonder organization, his thinking had also changed. Since there were such a large number of organized Beyonder characteristics, then why not form his own Beyonder forces belonging to that pathway? Because Hobert didn't have a complete plan yet, he only said a general idea. Jonathan and Monica didn't understand Hobert's meaning, so they didn't take it too seriously. Before that, the members of the Theosophy Order can continue to live on the Shipyard Island. Hobert said, if you want to buy a house in Jeffrey City, you can enjoy a 5% discount. If you want to buy a house and settle down in Longtail Island, you can enjoy a 40% discount. Of course, the premise of all this is that you must abide by the relevant local management. After registering with the government departments, you will all enjoy the rights that citizens should have. The reason why the houses on Longtail Island were so cheap was mainly because Hobert's series of operations on the island had cut off the financial paths of many lone people, and they were forced to leave Longtail Island. Before leaving, they hoped to sell their real estate and assets that they couldn't take away, but at that time, most of the lone people were leaving the island, and no one wanted these assets at all. And the local natives didn't have much money. So a large number of properties and assets were abandoned. The Governor General's office, which had conducted an asset census, of course, confiscated everything honestly and politely. Jonathan and Monica were quite satisfied with the conditions given by Hobert. For them, as long as they lived in South Colson or Longtail Island, they didn't have to worry about safety issues. After sending away these two members of the Theosophy Order, Hobert's work came to an end. He took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Above the grey fog, in a palace that seemed to be used by giants. This tarot gathering had reached the free exchange session. Justice Audrey glanced at the empty Emperor's seat and then asked towards the lower end of the bronze long table, "Mr. World, has the war initiated by the Creator ended?" Although she had already heard that Klein had appeared in Backlund today. Then the war should have ended, and Duke Christian and Hobert should not have been seriously injured, otherwise Audrey would have definitely received the news. But she still hoped to confirm it with the world here. The others were also very curious about this matter. Among them, the star Leonard in Backlund had already heard some news, but he didn't know the authenticity of those news. The other members, besides the participating Moon, Emlyn and the magician Furs, who was responsible for some logistical work, had not yet received any relevant information. Sitting at the lower seat, the world said in a hoarse voice, "The war is over." The hermit, Katlia, asked, "Was it a victory?" The world used his usual descriptive style. "From today onwards, the demonisect's power in the northern continent will almost collapse, and many courtesans in various countries will disappear." Everyone was somewhat surprised, each marveling at the power of this war in their hearts. The hanged man Alger thought, "If I hadn't received the news in advance, I would have found it hard to believe that a war could almost disintegrate a first-rate secret organization." Audrey smiled slightly. "This is the Creator, this is Hobert. A force dedicated to fighting evil forces." Then she thought, Mr. World also represented Mr. Fool's power in the war. This is another collaboration between two gods. Katlia recalled Mr. Fool's reminder last week, the era is changing because of this. She thought, clearly, the gods who will leverage the era in the future are Adam. It's the Creator, it's Mr. Fool, these gods of the old era. At this moment, Emlyn raised his chin and followed up, "From now on, the members of this organization can only carefully hide in corners to survive." Everyone was slightly stunned. What's it got to do with Moon? But everyone immediately realized, Mr. Moon also participated in the war. Furs was already recalling the Sanguine members she had seen, wanting to find Mr. Moon among them. But she quickly gave up, because the male members of the Sanguine all looked very arrogant, and many liked to raise their chins. Alger then asked, "How many Beyonders did the Creator side mobilize?" The world seemed to recall for a moment before saying, "There are 3 Beyonder families loyal to the Creator, and an organization loyal to the Creator." The organization he was talking about was the Theosophy Order. Because they were responsible for reconnaissance work in the battle, as well as support and logistics after the war began. The key is that they are not like the members of the Element Dawn and the Temperance School, who would occasionally slack off. They were very attentive in this battle, so Klein mistakenly thought they were a force loyal to the Creator. The world continued, "There are also the Church of the Earth Mother, the Element Dawn, the Temperance School of the Rose School, and the Sanguine participating in the war, and there is also an organization that seems to have been established by the Trunsoist family." The so-called organization established by the Trunsoist family refers to April's organization, because Hobert calls April Mother, so Klein thought it was an affiliated organization of Trunsoist. Everyone was very surprised by such a lineup. Leonard was the first to ask, "The Church of the Earth Mother also participated in the war?" "Yes," the world replied simply. In Leonard's view, this was a war between two secret organizations. If a righteous God's church participated, then the nature would change. As for the Element Dawn's participation, it was not surprising. After all, at the last tarot gathering, the Emperor had an appointment to meet Queen Mystic. When they heard about the Sanguine, everyone didn't have much reaction. Similarly, last week, the Emperor also threw out an alliance proposal to the Sanguine. The Temperance School's participation was also reasonable. The Emperor had a deal with the Temperance School a long time ago. And although the world did not explain, Mr. Fool's power must have also participated in the war under the leadership of the world. After all, they are allies. But when these very reasonable organizations are added together, it is very terrifying. Katlia roughly calculated that the Creator side alone should have about 600 Beyonders participating in the war. Since entering the extraordinary world, she had never seen so many Beyonders in one battle. Audrey asked curiously, "Mr. World, what was the specific battle situation like? Did any angel-level forces participate?" "Yes. The world replied, when evacuating, I also went to the angel-level battlefield to see. There is a midsummer snowfield, and a bottomless rift valley. Everyone followed this description and tried to imagine how fierce the battle between angels was, but they soon realized that their minds lacked relevant material and they couldn't imagine the specific scene. The world added, in addition, that Creator also took action and directly destroyed the demoness sect's headquarters. Because at that time, he didn't dare to spread his spirituality, and Sharon was by his side, he didn't enter the gray fog, and didn't know the specific battle situation. So he thought that the corpse of the ancient death god participated in the war, which was the Creator's action. The other members who were still thinking about the battle scenes of angels just now smiled in relief. After all, that is a god, it is normal to not imagine what kind of ability he has. South Colson, Lord's Mansion. Hobert came to the backyard, April's residence. Her subordinates were arranged in hotels, only April lived in the Lord's Mansion. The beautiful and dignified April was not surprised by Hobert's arrival. She asked with a smile, "Are you done?" "Almost," Hobert said with a smile. April nodded, she raised her hand, and a small hazy door appeared in the room. This door opened, and a standing cabinet made of thorny bones, bigger than a wardrobe, came out of it. Hobert's spirituality felt that this standing cabinet seemed to be a spirit world creature. April snapped her fingers, and the cabinet door opened by itself. Inside was a crystal arch, the center of the arch was very illusory, and the space behind the arch could not be seen clearly. "Try to put it in a closed space with nothing in it, and carry out further sealing," April said. "It will constantly lure the people around it into this door, and then send them to a corner of the universe. And there is a certain probability that it will be sent to the primordial moon. I haven't figured out the other negative effects yet, you can explore it yourself, but be careful, it's best to have higher sequence helpers." Hobert smiled and said, "Mother, this trophy." Before he could finish speaking, April smiled and said, "Just treat it as a return gift for your black jade. However, the trophies obtained by my subordinates should be handled in the auction house." Then she spread her hands and said, "Our organization is a bit special. Although I can order them to fight, I don't have the power to make them hand over the trophies." Hobert sighed, "This is beyond my expectations." At noon, Hobert heard Furs mention that someone was handling the trophies. The auction house had already sent all the Beyonder characteristics they had received to Hobert. For him, it was indeed beyond his expectations to be able to receive those trophies just by spending some money. Originally, Hobert was going to promise some benefits, but listening to April's meaning, her subordinates didn't seem to want any benefits. After chatting with April for a while, Hobert returned to the main hall in the front yard again. His work was not over yet, but the rest was all praise for his own people. Angus, Helen, Elliot, and Seal, who had been notified, came to the side hall together to offer the trophies. The former three represented the Special Operations Department, and Seal represented the military. This time, Hobert also arranged for the military's Beyonders to participate in the war, but they mainly took on the work of cleaning up the battlefield, which was to give them the opportunity to observe the Battle of Beyonders. After this period of development, the military already has 3 Sequence 7s, and there are already more than a dozen Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s, which is already a considerable Beyonder force. Seal presented a lot of trophies, but they were basically obtained from the Demoness Sect's headquarters during the battlefield cleanup. They were all Beyonders killed by the corpse of the ancient death god. There were only 2 trophies that belonged to them. Seal was not discouraged, because the military's Beyonders earned merit not in such battles. They are now basically earning merit in the battle against pirates. Before the war, Angus and the other 3 obtained the temporary right to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the Creator through the arranged granting ceremony. Each team also obtained the temporary right to use 5 Level 2 sealed items, so the trophies turned in by the 3 of them were quite considerable. It's just that there are no semi-god level trophies in it. After converting their submitted trophies into relevant merits, Hobert said to Angus, "Your team has added 10 more places, go back to the family to pick people these 2 days." Angus nodded happily, "Yes." In this way, his subordinates reached a total of 35 people. This was larger than the scale of most Beyonder organizations established by wild demigods. Hobert said to Helen, "When the time is right, I will launch a battle against the Mountain God Church, and you must lead the main force of the second team to participate." Helen smiled and said, "No problem." This was exactly what the members of the second team were looking forward to. After all, relying solely on investigating cases to earn merit was too slow. Finally, Hobert said to Elliot, "Next, the eastern port where you are stationed will be opened, so the quota for your subordinates will also increase. This is the last time to replenish manpower from the Bulk family, because the Bulk family has accepted the Creator's reorganization. If you want to replenish manpower in the future, you can only choose from the 2 research societies." Elliot didn't know what Hobert's research society meant, but he was still very happy. After all, this was the family's long-standing expectation. This made Angus and Helen very envious, because after this battle, they also hoped that their family or organization would be incorporated by the Creator. After the four of them left, Hobert sighed helplessly. After the Tony family's team and the Tudor family's second team are formed, he will have to support 125 official Beyonders. And that's not counting the fact that when the power of the Balk family completes its reorganization, this number is likely to exceed 200. In terms of the current territory size, such an official force is too bloated. However, these official Beyonders need to be trained in advance and make corresponding preparations in advance. Now, preparations must be made for the start of the war in the northern continent. Hobert sighed, this is equivalent to an early investment. Next, Hobert invited Mr. Dofus. After taking his seat, Mr. Dofus handed over a Beyonder characteristic of the Demoness of Despair, which was his only trophy from this battle. Hobert smiled and said, I have clues about the Ferryman Beyonder characteristic here. If you need it, I can help you obtain it. Now that the artificial death is gone, the sealed artifact obtained from killing the feathered serpent can be crushed into Beyonder characteristics for use. In addition, Hobert also remembered that on the island he explored with Alger before, there was a stranded ghost ship, and the person on the ghost ship was also likely to be a ferryman in a very strange state. I don't need it yet. As Dofus recovered more and more memories, his personality became more and more cold. I need time to digest the potion. Hobert asked, how long do you think it will take to digest the potion? Resurrect 3 times. Hobert opened his mouth, 180 years later. He remembered that the interval between each resurrection of the Undying was 60 years. Dofus said with a somewhat indifferent expression, perhaps the Creator can help me digest the potion. He explained, as far as I know, Beyonders at the Prince of Abolition level and above can tamper with the interval between each death of the Undying from 60 years to 60 days. Hobert felt a little helpless in his heart. You probably can't imagine that the Creator is currently only sequence 3. However, he pondered it again. Theoretically speaking, the level of the Creator should be enough, so it is worth a try. Leave this to me, I will pray to the Creator for help. Dofus drank the tea in front of him and stood up and said, remember to call me if there are any more wars like this. Then he said, I'm going back to Backlund. Without waiting for Hobert to reply, he had already left the side hall. Hobert, who knew Dofus very well, could hear that the sentence he said when he got up was equivalent to expressing, I am at your disposal at any time, in a subtle way. The last person Hobert met was Archibald. The two people sat opposite each other, and Hobert smiled and said, in the blink of an eye, we have worked together for more than half a year. Archibald also sighed, yes, time really flies. Hobert said, this is thanks to the Creator for sending me such a capable assistant. I am also very grateful for the grace of the Creator who saved me back then. Archibald seemed to realize something and responded cautiously. Hobert stood up, let us pray to the Creator together. This is exactly what I expect. So the two knelt together on the soft cushion and prayed to the Creator. Soon, Archibald felt the gaze from the Creator. In the past 6 months, Archibald had to pray to the Creator every few days to absorb the corruption on his body, so he was very familiar with the gaze of the Creator. This time, the Creator stared for a full 7 or 8 seconds before beginning to absorb the corruption from his body. Those 7 or 8 seconds were when Hobert was staring at Archibald to see if he had mutated because of such a long period of corruption, or if there was any arrangement from that little boy on him. After careful observation, Hobert confirmed that there was only ordinary trace corruption on Archibald's body, and after it was completely absorbed, there would be nothing unusual. Archibald felt that all the corruption on his body had been absorbed, and he excitedly said repeatedly, praise the Creator. Praise the Creator. After praising for more than 10 seconds, he smiled at Hobert as if he had come back to his senses. Thank you, favored. After all, half a year ago, the Creator ordered Hobert to observe his character, and now that the Creator has completely removed the corruption from his body, of course Hobert made a relevant report. The main thing is that your performance in the past 6 months has gained the trust of the Creator. Hobert smiled and said, the Creator has already issued a divine decree. From today onwards, you will officially become my deputy. Mainly responsible for war planning, army training and deployment, and the training of military Beyonders. Archibald smiled and said, I'm good at this. Hobert asked again, if you get another main ingredient of Scholar of Yore, can you be promoted to a real Scholar of Yore? Yes. Archibald said, I mastered my own Beyonder characteristics not long after I was born. Hobert nodded and said, I have clues to another main ingredient of Scholar of Yore, and I will try my best to facilitate the relevant transaction. Archibald immediately said, I will always show my loyalty to the Creator and to you. Hobert nodded, this was a smart man. After Archibald left, the work of dividing the spoils of war and rewarding his subordinates was also completely over. Hobert breathed a long sigh of relief. He fought for a day yesterday, and today he spent another day with his nerves tense. After suddenly relaxing, he actually felt a little tired. Looking at the sunset outside, Hobert showed a somewhat tired smile. After this battle, the Creator is qualified to divide the world. Central Plateau, the destroyed headquarters of the Demonist sect. There was a priest wearing a simple white robe and with light golden stubble covering the lower half of his face. He looked very ordinary, so ordinary that no living being would notice him. It was the King of Angels, Adam. He stood in front of the former stone statue of the primordial Demonis, looking at the rubble on the ground. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Where did he come from? Why does he look so abrupt in this world? Who gave him the trajectory of fate to recreate the order of the world?" Tuesday morning, South Colson. The West Bank's Picking Festival officially opened. Because of the popularity and surprises of the previous tourism festival, this picking festival once again attracted a large number of tourists. The West Bank is not like the East Bank, with so many dense buildings. Here, more emphasis is placed on creating pastoral scenery. The only thing that is not very harmonious with the pastoral scenery may be the long food street. Klein arrived early, hesitating about what to eat first. At this time, he saw a very familiar food, pork belly cooked with spices and a little aged vinegar, mixed with green peppers, and eaten in a round flatbread. Klein was stunned. What the heck? Isn't this Ruggiamo sandwich? Could it be that this delicacy also comes from Roselle's notes? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 609, Chapter 608, Announcing his relationship with Audrey. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keoffstars for more chapters. The South Colson Harvest Festival was an eye-opener for members of various Beyonder organizations. Another purpose of this Harvest Festival was actually a celebration of this victory. Hobert had also long promised that all expenses of the participating members, including logistics personnel, on this day, as long as they were not deliberately wasteful, would be borne by the Lord's Manor. So, apart from the Temperance Society, most members of other organizations stayed to take a look. Firstly, they were amazed by the variety of food here, and the taste was also very good. They had never eaten many of these things before. Secondly, they saw the form of selling agricultural products for the first time. They actually let tourists pick their own produce in the fields. The vegetable farmers only weighed and collected money at the edge of the fields, and taught those who didn't know how to use farm tools how to harvest vegetables. Many tourists didn't know that cabbages were chopped like this, potatoes were dug like this, the leaves of young corn could be so green, peppers could be so colorful, and cucumbers could be so tender on the vine. Many city dwellers with children had a great time, and many nobles were also enjoying this kind of labor. Moreover, most of the vegetables here were below market prices. As they dug and picked, the vegetables in people's hands became too much to carry. At this time, the South Colson Lord's Manor provided two services. The first was vegetable recycling, and the second was vegetable storage and transportation. The so-called vegetable recycling referred to recycling at wholesale prices. This service was mainly for the nobles, because they were really just playing around. When they found that the male servants behind them couldn't carry any more, they asked the male servants to sell them off. Vegetable storage meant that they could be stored at a certain point, or they could be transported to the port for a fee, and taken away together when they left by boat. Storage was free, but transportation was charged. For most middle-class people, they could only occasionally eat fresh green vegetables. Most of the time, they ate potatoes, carrots, onions, and other vegetables. So, after they picked them, of course they were reluctant to sell them. Most of them would choose to store them, which would be enough for them to eat for a while after they went back. On the west bank of Full Moon Lake, the fertile land was planted with vegetables, while the mountains were full of orchards. In fact, the vegetables in the vegetable fields did not all mature in one season. The fruit trees were only planted last year, and according to the normal growth rate, they would not bear fruit so quickly. This was entirely thanks to the help of the Church of the Earth Mother. They made the vegetables and fruits mature at roughly the same time. Today, the bishop and priests of the church also went to the fields to enjoy the joy of harvest with everyone. In the beginning, no one wanted to come to South Colson to preach, but now the bishops and priests of the church were vying to come. Because the Lord here did not object to the clergy being close to the earth, and would even give them subsidies every month because of this. The officials in other places were very disgusted by this, and would think that the church was fighting for secular rule. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Hobert took Lawrence, Barnett, and others to visit the harvest festival. Hobert's familiarity with the place and his understanding of vegetable prices amazed the demigods who followed him. From the time they were little, these people had become the focus of their family's training because of their talents, and they had never worried about things like the price of vegetables. We used to export to Fainapotter, but now we can digest the vegetables here ourselves. Hobert said, Longtail Island consumes a lot of vegetables every day, and the plains of that island are still mainly used for growing grain. In addition, there are the factories in Backlund. Now we have about 20,000 workers in Backlund. We used to rely on the manors in the suburbs of Backlund to supply vegetables, but later we couldn't supply enough, so we started buying from here. Hobert smiled and said, currently, our goal is to allow everyone in the territory to eat a variety of vegetables. Vegetables like carrots and potatoes are more common. But look at this is eggplant. In my impression, its price is not high, but it sells for about 8 pence each in Fanapotter City. Most middle-class people can't afford it. Hobert was shocked when he learned about this thing can be sold individually. And it's so expensive. Taking a public carriage in Backlund can take you 30 kilometers, which is equivalent to a long trip. Everyone had a concept of pence, but they had no concept of vegetable prices, and they didn't understand what Hobert was shocked about. Hobert also saw that he was not on the same wavelength as these people, so in the following introduction, he was more inclined to introduce local policies. Some of these farmlands are directly managed by the Lord's Manor, because when we first started converting to growing vegetables, many people were afraid that they would not be able to sell them, so the Lord's Manor had to act as a guarantor. Hobert introduced. Only when they found that growing vegetables was more profitable than growing grain did everyone start to grow vegetables with confidence. This requires a very stable grain price and a stable and good business environment. Lawrence, who was following behind, said with emotion, "I don't know about other places, but I only know that there is definitely no such good thing in the southern continent. The Fasak and Intis people will use interest to trick farmers into growing vegetables, and then they will raise grain prices and buy vegetables at low prices. After such an operation, the farmers have no choice but to sell their houses and land, sell their sons and daughters, and even sell themselves, just to fill their stomachs." He had never dealt with the Lone and Fanapotter people, but they should be similar to the Fasak people. Others also said that they had rarely seen such a good policy. Hobert smiled and said, "Actually, this is ultimately a question of accountability. In today's North and South continents, if there are people in a certain official's jurisdiction who cannot meet their basic needs and are very poor, this official will not be held accountable. But I will hold accountability for such a situation." He took the opportunity to say, "This is what I said before, the people-oriented governance strategy is the most special thing in the Creator's territory." Of course, everyone could understand that this was the will of the Creator, so they all looked like they were carefully remembering it. After that, they went to visit the orchard and praised the dazzling array of fruits here. At noon, Hobert entertained the demigods for lunch, but found that Klein had not come when it was time to eat. Then Hobert thought that Klein preferred delicious snacks, so he didn't take it to heart. At this time, Klein was in the farmland, chatting with a farmer who used to be a vagrant in Backlund. Klein asked in surprise, "What do you call this policy?" "Poverty alleviation." The farmer with a stubble face smiled and said, "I also find this word quite unfamiliar, but the lords here often talk about it." Then he said with emotion, "If someone could have helped me in Backlund, how could my family have become vagrants? My wife and children didn't make it through last year's winter. My little daughter was only 5 years old." The farmer holding the farm tools wiped away his tears. "Fortunately, the hard days are over, they are all over." At this time, a tourist asked the farmer to teach them how to chop lettuce in the field. The farmer wiped away his tears, seemingly emphasizing, "It's all over." He took the farm tools and said seriously to the tourists, "This is a technical job." Klein could see that the farmer with a stubble face enjoyed teaching tourists how to chop lettuce. Letting out a long breath, Klein stood on the edge of the field for a long time before smiling and saying, "Poverty alleviation, now it sounds like such a kind word." Having read so many Roselle's diaries, Klein was very sure that Huang Tao was more inclined to colonial ideas due to the influence of Western values, and it was unlikely that he would leave notes with such content. In the afternoon, Hobert, who had finished socializing, found Furs and Zio in the orange grove. Zio had already eaten 5 oranges. "Hobert, I have never eaten such juicy and sweet oranges." Hobert smiled and said, "This is a new variety cultivated by the Church of the Earth Mother." He asked the bishop of the church to cultivate it according to the taste and flavor of jelly oranges. Furs put an orange petal in her mouth and said while eating, "I didn't expect that there were so many good things in the orchard on the west bank of Full Moon Lake." Hobert said with emotion, "In the future, everyone here will be able to eat fresh fruits and vegetables." Zio finished the orange in her hand, stepped forward and said to Hobert, "There is a question I want to talk to you about alone." Hobert was slightly stunned, and pointed to the tree over there. "Let's talk over there." After coming to the tree, Zio hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hobert, that day on Longtail Island, did the Creator really notice me?" "Yes, after all, we are adjacent pathways, it is normal for the Creator to notice you." Hobert smiled. Then why hasn't he given me any tasks yet?" Zio was now looking forward to the Creator giving her tasks as soon as possible, so that she could feel at ease. Otherwise, she didn't know what tasks she would receive, and she didn't know the consequences of being noticed by the Creator, and she was always worried. Hobert thought to himself, "The Creator is very busy recently, and may have to wait 2 more days to take care of you." He smiled and said, "After this war, the Creator has to solve many high-level problems, you may have to wait a little longer." Zio said helplessly, "Okay then." After reuniting with Furs, Hobert took them to continue shopping. "You can't always eat oranges there. There are so many other fruits. Come, taste this pear, it's crispy and sweet." Furs burped, "I can't eat any more." Seeing Hobert stunned, she explained, Zio and I came from the food street. Okay then. Hobert said, let's find a place to drink beer. They chatted while returning to the food street. Hobert bought some snacks to go with the beer, and the three of them sat down at an outdoor bar and ordered a glass of light beer each. Zio looked at the enthusiastic stall owners around her and said with emotion again, even now, I still think this food street is a bit unreal. Furs smiled and said, this may be the joy of governing. This made Zio continue to sigh, Furs, you have changed. Before, you only found writing books fun, and you were only interested in sleeping in and reading magazines. Furs couldn't help but glanced at Hobert next to her. Recently, she also felt the changes in herself in the past year. And these changes in herself were basically deeply influenced by this man. Hobert smiled and said, everyone will change. He said with emotion, a year ago, I was still a university student with only £15 of pocket money. Look at now, my pocket money has increased to £82. Zio looked at Hobert in surprise, I heard Furs say. She looked around before whispering, I heard that South Colson's monthly fiscal revenue has reached more than 80,000 gold salas, about £70,000. Hobert sighed, because Furs hasn't given me pocket money for 2 weeks. Zio immediately felt that what she said just now was a bit redundant. Furs glanced at Hobert, it is said that Earl's Light has made a lot of money. That's the company. Hobert said seriously, it's not like some of the Lord's Manor's investments, which are considered our couple's joint property. Besides, my pocket money has always been given by you, hasn't it? Zio took a sip of beer and immediately felt that she was a bit redundant now. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the staff began to pile up firewood in the open space to prepare for the bonfire dance party in the evening. Hobert stayed by Furs's side. Furs promised to dance together later, but it was real dancing, not the kind of dancing that took place privately in the bedroom. He hadn't been close to Furs for a while, and Hobert was thinking about taking the opportunity to touch Furs's full buttocks later, but he saw Brandon in the crowd with a delicate beard and a friendly smile. Hobert was not surprised by the appearance of this friend of his biological father, Rex, and the saint of the Zeradal family. He was just a little helpless. He turned his head and glanced at Furs, who was chatting and laughing with Zio. This afternoon's company made his relationship with Furs a lot warmer. At this time, if he proposed to accompany the guests, Furs would definitely feel in her heart, even if she didn't say it, accompanying me is not the most important thing for Hobert. Hobert thought for a while and suddenly had an idea. He silently stood behind Zio. Because Zio couldn't block Hobert, Brandon still looked this way. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Zio noticed Brandon's gaze and whispered to Furs, why is that uncle looking at me with such strange eyes? Brandon's smile in the distance froze, he must have heard it. Hobert then realized that, that's a friend of my father's. I was so busy chatting with Furs just now that I didn't notice him. He paused and then said, maybe he's wondering why we didn't go to say hello to him. Furs, let's go say hello together, otherwise it will seem like we are impolite. Furs glanced at Brandon and said to Hobert, you go, I don't know him. Let's go together, in case he pulls us to chat, it's good to have you to get away. Furs smiled and said, it's okay to chat for a while, communicate feelings. Hobert sighed deeply, I originally planned to stay with you all evening tonight. Go quickly. Furs said considerately, don't keep people waiting too long. Hobert had no choice but to reluctantly walk over and come to Brandon Zeradal. Brandon, who looked to be in his 40s, took a bite of a round, red apple he was holding, you are better at coaxing women than your father. He just said this sentence, then did not continue this topic, but raised the apple in his hand. In the Intis Republic, apples of such good quality can only be eaten by congressmen and wealthy people. And here, you actually gave me one for free, even though you saw that I didn't bring any money. Hobert smiled, took out his wallet and handed Brandon a 5 gold lire bill, which would be worth about £4 if exchanged for gold pounds. Brandon took the money, just one. Hobert sighed helplessly, shouldn't elders give pocket money to younger generations? Why is it the other way around for us? I was in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring my wallet. Brandon smiled, and I didn't want to steal or use historical projection. Then he smiled, however, this 5 gold lire won't be spent in vain, I'm bringing you a big business deal. Brandon pointed to the open-air bar over there, how about we go get a beer, sit down and talk while drinking? My treat. So he took the money Hobert had just given him, ordered 2 beers, and also had a marionette buy some good-looking food to bring back. Hobert sighed with emotion, after the seer experiences the faceless sequence, are they all quite shameless? Do you know any other seers? Brandon asked seemingly casually. I know one, he said his name is Little Zeradal. Hobert smiled. Cough cough cough. Brandon coughed twice from choking on the beer before saying seriously, my divination was correct, you can indeed solve the doubts in my heart. He snapped his fingers, and the surrounding sounds gradually became smaller, eventually becoming almost inaudible. Hobert smiled and said, "This is a brilliant use of illusion." Brandon's mind was not at all on discussing beyonder abilities, but he said seriously, "Our patriarch has returned after disappearing for more than 100 years. According to my observation, he has successfully advanced to sequence 1. Hobert also did not hide anything. I and a friend encountered him during an adventure. At that time, we were trapped in a very dangerous space and had to find a way out as soon as possible. Your patriarch Little Zeridel came out with us." Brandon was stunned for a moment before saying, "Child, do you know that you have released a huge source of danger?" "I know." Hobert was a little strange, but for the Zeridel family, shouldn't his appearance be your opportunity, your protector? Brandon took a sip of wine and said with emotion, "In theory, that's the case, but I saw a dangerous omen. If there are no angels in the family, we can live comfortably as wealthy people in the Intis Republic, only needing to occasionally act as their thugs. But after having an angel, even if he just sits there and does nothing, the people of the church will stare at us, and the people of the government will also stare at us. Under so many gazes, we have to act cautiously." Hobert praised, "You do have the wisdom to deal with the world. Otherwise, how do you think the Zeridel family has been universally respected for so many years without an angel?" Brandon brought the topic to an end. "Okay, I've brought the goodwill of the Intis Republic. They want to invite Earl's Light to build a factory in Intis and promise 3 years of tax exemption and half rent." Hobert considered it slightly and said, "The conditions are not bad, but you also know the current situation. The relationship between Lone and Intis is getting worse and worse. I'm just afraid that a war will suddenly break out, and I will be a businessman of the enemy country at that time." Brandon said, "You can change the company name. As long as I don't die, the people in the government will just turn a blind eye." "That's a good idea." Hobert smiled, "I will send someone to contact the Intis embassy." For Hobert, the ritual using Earl's Light has ended, and it doesn't matter if he changes the name. "I've delivered the message." Brandon stood up and said, "Help me tell Christian that I will go to Backlund in a while." Hobert nodded, "Okay." Brandon snapped his fingers again, and the surrounding sounds gradually returned. Watching this scholar of yore walk away, Hobert hurried back to find Furs, and fulfilled his wish to start dancing with her by the campfire. While dancing, Hobert whispered in her ear, "In the next few days, some Beyonder forces will successively rush to Longtail Island." Furs originally wanted to avoid him, but when she heard that Hobert's words were important, she did not avoid him. After finishing the serious matter, Furs was about to push Hobert away a little, but who knew that Hobert whispered again, "I'm going back to Backlund to find something for Zio to do. She will receive the Creator's mission by next week at the latest." They talked about Zio's affairs for a while. When they started dancing the second dance, Furs didn't push Hobert away, so the two of them chatted and danced a few more dances intimately. Hobert also took the opportunity to touch her upturned buttocks as he wished. After dancing these few dances, the relationship between the two people finally basically returned to normal. It's just that Furs still didn't live in the Lord's mansion and returned to Greengrass Manor, and said that Hobert was not welcome to follow along. Hobert didn't force it. It was very good to develop to this point today. The next day, Thursday morning, the leaders of various Beyonder forces left one after another. Hobert spent the whole morning seeing them off. Finally, in the afternoon, all the social activities were over, and Hobert returned to Backlund. Hobert was just about to rest in the study, but he heard the sound of prayer coming from the Nation of Disorder. He sighed, "I must rest on the weekend, otherwise the mental state of this saint will have problems." Hobert has been so busy these days that he hasn't even done the final statistics of the spoils. Entering the Nation of Disorder, sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert glanced at it, and it was the star representing Rafter that was expanding. He quickly spread his spirituality to the star. Somewhere in the ruins of the Divine War. After experiencing a navigational error, the Blue Avenger finally arrived at the location mentioned by Hermit before. After waiting here for more than an hour, Alger noticed that the sun in the sky seemed to be falling towards the sea. He quickly shouted loudly, "All crew members look at their feet. No one should look up." Alger also lowered his head, and out of the corner of his eye saw Rafter next to him praying. He was very curious, why did this devout Creator believer have to come here? The sailors with their heads down felt that the sunlight in front of them seemed to be getting more and more dazzling, and the sun seemed to be falling on the sea. Then, everyone actually heard the sound of horses running da-da-da, and the neighing of horses. Alger's spirituality was attracted by the dazzling sunlight in front of him. His spirituality seemed to see 2 horses bathed in golden light, rushing towards this side. Behind the horses, pulling a gorgeous chariot that looked like it was made of gold. Just as they were about to approach the ship, Alger felt a surge of power descending. All the crew members, including him, immediately knelt on the ground, wanting to praise the great power in front of them. This spiritual pressure lasted for 1 or 2 seconds, and then the spiritual pressure disappeared without a trace. Dong dong dong. Rafter said in surprise, "Praise the Creator." He kowtowed hard on the deck, "Ha ha. My potion is completely digested." Alger then noticed that the horses and chariot just now were gone. The sky within sight quickly darkened, the left side became dusk, the right side became dawn, but there was no noon. After a brief surprise, Alger asked Rafter, "What happened just now?" "What happened just now?" Rafter laughed wildly. "That was a miracle, a miracle." In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert looked at the golden scepter that felt very delicate in his hand. The head of the scepter is a beautiful spiral pattern. Its length can be changed freely. At this time, it is more than 1 person tall. Hobert held it in his hand, as if he was bathed in the sunlight of a warm afternoon. The moment he held it in his hand, Hobert immediately felt its function. It can spread sunlight, it can burn the enemies within sight to ashes, it can boost the morale of his own side and give courage to his companions, he can drive the sun god's chariot. Hobert first responded to Rafter, "Very good, I am very satisfied with your performance." With his acknowledgement, it was equivalent to completing a bribe to the creator, so Rafter's remaining potion was digested. After disconnecting from Rafter, Hobert quickly returned to the real world, and then used travel to come to an uninhabited wilderness to test the power of the scepter. So after praying to himself, Hobert came to the Nation of Disorder again, grabbed the golden scepter again, and used his star to come to the real world. Then he injected spirituality into the scepter, and 2 steeds bathed in golden light appeared, standing docilely beside Hobert. Behind them is the sun god's chariot, made of gold. The chariot is not big, with a guard plate to the abdomen in the front, and 2 wheels burning with golden flames. At this moment, the entire wilderness became very bright, as if a sun had fallen on the ground. Hobert jumped into the chariot and quickly rose into the clouds. The 2 steeds let go of their hoofs and ran. Yahoo! Looking at the land below receding rapidly behind him, Hobert cheered heartily. People on the ground along the way looked at the sky, wondering why there were 2 suns in the sky. Hobert, with a face full of surprise, soon came to the berserk sea. The mountain-like dark clouds and the raging winds were right in front of him. The chariot suddenly emitted a dazzling light, breaking through the dark clouds and scattering the strong winds. The bad weather here did not affect the chariot's progress at all. Unfortunately, even if he is now sequence 3, there is a certain range for him to summon himself, otherwise he would definitely drive the chariot to the southern continent to take a look. Hobert clenched the scepter, and the 2 steeds received his order and began to turn around. In the northeast of Lone, in the territory of Winter County, on a snow-capped mountain in the Minsk Mountains, which is covered with snow all year round. In this sparsely populated place, there is a small church. The church does not enshrine any gods, but enshrines a huge cross. If you don't look closely, it's easy to overlook the priest sitting at the door of the church, with half of his face covered by a light golden beard, who is meditating. Suddenly, something seemed to interrupt his meditation. He looked at the sky in the south. "Amon stole my chariot." He smiled slightly, withdrew his gaze, and continued to meditate. In the hills of southwestern Intis Republic, there is an area that has maintained a state of noon for more than 1,000 years. This used to be the divine kingdom of eternal blazing sun. There is a huge open-air, sun god statue here. The eyes of the huge statue suddenly burst out with dazzling light. For a time, the high priest and all the staff of the headquarters knelt in front of the statue in surprise. The statue slowly turned its head and looked to the east, and then an infinitely sacred voice appeared in the air, his chariot. Hobert returned to the wilderness and found himself praying. After ending the summoning of the sun god's chariot, he held the scepter and returned to the Nation of Disorder. Then he quickly returned to the real world and used travel to return to the study of the Earl's mansion. Sitting behind his desk, Hobert couldn't help but smile on his face. The speed of this chariot is faster than travel. Theoretically speaking, it can reach the speed of light, but Hobert is not the sun god, so the chariot cannot reach the fastest speed at all. Even so, it only takes half a minute to travel back and forth between the north and south continents. Thinking of this, Hobert's smile slowly disappeared, and he sighed for a long time. Unfortunately, only the large-sized creator can use it at present. Because the power of the sun in the scepter is too strong, even if Hobert is a sequence 3, he will be purified by the power of the scepter within a few seconds and become a fool who only praises the sun. When he reaches sequence 2, he can briefly use the scepter in the real world. Dong dong dong. There were a few knocks on the door, and Dofus reminded outside, "Earl, it's time to prepare to attend tonight's ball." Hobert got up. "Okay." Hobert's preparations for this ball were very grand. He got a new hairstyle, picked a brand new dress, and put on light makeup. After preparing all this, Hobert took a carriage to Christian's Duke mansion and entered through the side door of the ballroom. His adoptive mother Mona and younger brother Tyren were also ready. After waiting for a while, Audrey's family also came to the back of the ballroom. Audrey was wearing a long pink lace dress today, which was noble and fresh with a girlish air. As soon as she entered the door, she carefully looked at Hobert and, seeing that he was not injured, she smiled and said hello to Mona. After the two families exchanged pleasantries, only Hobert and Audrey were left behind the ballroom. Wearing a dark dress suit and a white shirt, Hobert took Audrey's hand, our outfits actually match quite well. Audrey gave a beautiful smile. No matter what we wear, you'd probably say that, right? Hobert smiled. My thoughts can't escape your eyes at all. Audrey knew Hobert was lying because ever since Hobert was promoted to Sequence 3, she could barely read Hobert's thoughts. But she was still very happy that Hobert said that. Hobert, Audrey asked in a soft, curious voice, was this war very intense? It was indeed very intense. Hobert said seriously, our side lost over 50 Beyonders, including a demigod. Audrey resisted the urge to cover her mouth. Goddess. Over 50 Beyonders. Then what about the enemies? How many losses did the enemy suffer? Hobert said, according to statistics, 289 Beyonders died, including 2 Sequence 3s. More than 50 of these Beyonders were killed by the corpse of the Ancient Death, and most of the others died during the pursuit. They didn't actually lose many people during the counterattack. Audrey nodded. Indeed, a great victory. At this moment, the two heard Christian begin to give a speech in the ballroom. Hobert asked Audrey, are you ready? Audrey took a deep breath. Hobert, I'm actually a little nervous. And it's the kind that can't be soothed. Hobert said seriously, I have a way. As he spoke, he leaned over and kissed Audrey on the cheek. Better now. Audrey blushed, more nervous now. At this time, Christian, who had finished her speech, said loudly, let us look forward to the co-dance of these two young people. Hobert extended his arm, and Audrey took it a little unnaturally. The two walked together through the back door of the ballroom and into the ballroom. Audrey saw that many nobles in the ballroom had very surprised expressions on their faces, obviously shocked by the news just announced that the two had confirmed their relationship. Hobert saw that almost all the young men in the ballroom were trying to hide their disappointment, but many of them didn't hide it well enough. This made Hobert's smile even richer. The two came to the stage, and as the music started, they began to dance gracefully. Audrey looked at Hobert's handsome face with a smile, and the tension in her heart quickly disappeared, gradually immersing herself in their world. Hobert's firm arms, straight back, all attracted Audrey. Her eyes became more and more gentle, gradually filled with love. This scene almost made many men under the stage lose their composure. They really wanted to leave the ballroom, leave the Duke's mansion. But Audrey was too beautiful today, and they were reluctant to leave. In the end, someone actually shed tears, because all of Audrey's beauty from now on belonged to Hobert, and had nothing to do with them. Earl Hall in the corner couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. For some reason, he always felt like he was here to send his daughter off to be married. Soon, the opening dance was over. After the two people on the stage bowed, applause gradually rang out from spectator, and finally the applause thundered. While applauding, Christian stared closely at the young nobles under the stage. He certainly felt that the atmosphere in the ballroom today was very wrong, and everyone's emotions seemed to be accumulating. If there was any sign of losing control, Christian would immediately use his own pressure to quickly control the situation. A noble ball that could be held so thrillingly was a first in nearly 100 years. Audrey took Hobert's arm, and the two slowly stepped down. Although Hobert, the eldest son of Earl Hall, did not quite agree with Audrey announcing her relationship so early, he was the first to come forward to congratulate her. Next were Christian and his wife, Tyrone, and Earl Hall and his wife, Viscount Glaint, and so on. After that, the congratulations of those people seemed very reluctant, but they had to show something to show their generosity and magnanimity. However, their eyes and stiff expressions betrayed their true feelings. The noble men were basically very gentle in their tone towards Audrey, but when facing Hobert, they were stiff. The cultivation they had from childhood to adulthood basically broke down today. Hobert pretended to be polite to them, but in his heart he lamented, if the idea of others killing me could allow me to digest the potion, then tonight, my Sequence 3 potion would definitely be completely digested. Then he thought, a few months ago, these people were still mocking my diet as unlike a nobleman, saying that a nobleman's temperament is not cultivated by eating bread. I first gave you a lesson with the Earl's light, and then married the rich and beautiful woman you have been thinking about every day. Killing people is nothing more than this. Looking at the people who came to congratulate him, their expressions and eyes became more and more awkward, and Hobert had to distort his emotions several times to avoid laughing out loud. When the congratulatory session ended, the atmosphere of the ball became a little more normal. Hobert and Audrey each took a glass of champagne and chatted in the center of the ballroom. Today they were the absolute protagonists of this ball. Perhaps the nobles really didn't want to see Hobert's smug face, so no one came to talk. Hobert took a sip of champagne and said, I am really a failure as an earl. I only saw a group of men looking at me with resentment, but no lady showed any unhappy expression. It's obvious that you are very popular in noble circles, but no one cares about me. Audrey said, I clearly saw just now that there were tear stains on the faces of two young ladies, obviously they had cried for you. Hobert looked left and right. Where? Audrey reached out and turned his face back. You better not have seen it. Of course I didn't see it. Hobert immediately changed the subject. Go ask your father if he has anything to say to you. I saw him looking this way several times. Audrey almost showed a pouty expression, but thinking that this was a social occasion, she just gave Hobert a warning glance and walked towards Earl Hall. Hobert took a big gulp of champagne, and continued to enjoy the noble's unwillingness but helplessness. After a while, Audrey and Earl Hall came back together. Hobert knew from the expressions of the two that Earl Hall was not looking for Audrey just now, but had something to say to him, so he smiled and said, "Father-in-law." Earl Hall cleared his throat and said, "You should still call me Earl Hall. This title sounds more reassuring." Then he said seriously, "I have received some news that the Gas Association is preparing to submit a report to the Parliament on restricting the development of the electric light industry." Hobert was stunned. "What is the reason for their restriction?" Earl Hall replied, "It is said to be environmentally unfriendly." Hobert resisted the urge to twitch his mouth. "Are my ears playing tricks on me?" Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 610, Chapter 609 Sequence 1 Ritual. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Not environmentally friendly. Hobert thought he had misheard. Electricity isn't environmentally friendly. Earl Hall smiled. It said they saw such a large chimney at the power plant, emitting large amounts of white smoke every day, which apparently violates the current Atmospheric Corruption Investigation Committee's relevant laws. Ah, I understand. Hobert nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Clearly, it's a misunderstanding caused by their lack of understanding of how power plants operate. Earl Hall, however, put away his smile and said, "Things are not that simple. I hope you can handle it carefully." Hobert smiled. "Thank you for your reminder. At the latest by next week, Earl's Light will have a response." Earl Hall said nothing more, chatted with Hobert for a few more words, and then gave the central position of the ball back to Hobert and Audrey. Watching her father leave, Audrey asked, "Hobert, is the power plant really causing a lot of pollution?" Hobert smiled. "Do you have time tomorrow? How about I take you to visit the power plant?" Audrey smiled helplessly. "Tomorrow might not work." "Well, probably not for the next few days, because the elders in the family, and the elders on my mother's side, will probably come to inquire about our relationship. I have to entertain them." Hobert nodded. "That's okay. We'll visit the power plant together next week." He smiled and added, "Once you've visited the power plant, you'll know that their so-called environmental concerns are a complete joke. Or rather, whether it's environmentally friendly or not isn't their main point. The main point is that the appearance of Earl's Light has suddenly taken too much market share in the lighting industry. That's the main conflict between them and me." Hobert took a deep breath and said, "Submitting a report to the council is just their first step, to gain some attention with it. I've even figured out what they'll do next. People will definitely die in Backlund because of electricity, and there will be many electrical accidents. Their goal is to use the fear of the unknown to suppress Earl's Light. Following this line of thought, Hobert suddenly realized that he was actually facing the entire gas industry's chain of interests, and the politicians who benefited from this industry. With the wider application of electricity, conflicts with existing interest groups were almost inevitable. They wouldn't think about who could better represent the future of humanity, they cared about their immediate interests. This wasn't necessarily short-sightedness, it was just human nature. Unless Hobert could publish all the current processes in the electricity industry, allowing the gas lamp industry to get a share of the pie in the electricity industry at a very low cost. But for now, Hobert still needed to use Earl's Light to absorb massive amounts of funds to develop the Southern Continent's business. Before the next commercial action was fully rolled out, he didn't plan to release more of the monopolized technology. Audrey listened to Hobert's analysis and asked with some worry, "Then what should we do?" Hobert smiled. "There's nothing to worry about. Gas isn't without its safety hazards either." He simply skipped the topic. "It seems you'll have to complete your advancement next week." "Yes," Audrey said with some regret. "I'm just too busy this week. I have to be there when you advance." Audrey smiled. "I know." As they were chatting happily, some nobles excused themselves and left, and then many nobles followed suit. Thus, the ball had to be stopped after only a few dances. Hobert and Audrey also joined the ranks of seeing guests off. After seeing off most of the nobles, Hobert smiled and said, "It seems their congratulations just now were equivalent to farting." Audrey said seriously, "Hobert, your language is very ungentlemanly." Hobert nodded. "It's indeed not gentlemanly enough. Let me rephrase it, their congratulations just now were like releasing gas from the lower middle part of their bodies." "Ah, it's good to have attended grammar school. You can describe it so appropriately." Audrey covered her mouth and chuckled, then put her hand down and cleared her throat. "I don't care," she said seriously, "even if all of Backlund opposes our relationship, I don't care." Hobert naturally put his hand on Audrey's waist, and while walking back to the ballroom, he said, "It's not that serious. Their departure at this time is probably just because they're afraid of losing face. Anyway, I don't take it to heart." Returning to the entrance of the ballroom, Audrey pushed Hobert's hand off her waist. "I'm just afraid it will create more enemies for Earl's Light. Don't worry," Hobert said confidently. "They don't know what the true meaning of Earl's Light is." Audrey was taken aback. "What is it?" Hobert smiled. "You'll understand when you start working at Earl's Light. As they spoke, the two returned to the ballroom. Many nobles who were close to Christian and Earl Hall hadn't left, as well as Hobert and Audrey's friend Viscount Glaint, and Baron Bradley, whom Hobert had saved before, among others. Hebrew sighed. "I didn't expect them to be so lacking in gentlemanly conduct." "I think we should have gentlemanly conduct in this regard," Hobert laughed. "They probably just can't accept that the Jewel of Backlund has taken a liking to an ugly and poor brat. I think if they continue to stay here, they might really cry. So we should have gentlemanly conduct and let them go." The young people laughed heartily together. Hibbert also laughed a few times rather unkindly before saying, "Your sarcasm is really sharp. If Hobert was ugly and poor, then there would be no handsome and wealthy young people in Backlund." Everyone held a small-scale dance party again, happily and lively until about 10 o'clock in the evening before it ended. Hobert, who returned to the Earl's mansion, fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. His sleep had been very good these days. On Friday, Hobert finally had time to rest for a day. He spent most of his time by the window, staring blankly at the garden outside, only occasionally considering his next plan. After resting for a day, Hobert felt his spirits were very high, so he went to MI9 to work on Saturday. As soon as he arrived at the office, Hobert asked his secretary, Charlene, to bring the files on the Aurora Order. The Demonist sect had been badly damaged, and they would definitely lie dormant for a while, making it difficult to launch new attacks against them in the short term. Then it would naturally be the Aurora Order's turn. There were many files about the Aurora Order, and it took 2 file room clerks to help move them all to Hobert's office. Hobert looked at them for a while and found that most of these files were about the tragic cases created by members of the Aurora Order. Moreover, he discovered that many cases were clearly not the Aurora Order's actions, but because they had not been solved for a long time, they had become the Aurora Order's doing. Not only did these lunatics in the Aurora Order not defend themselves, but sometimes they would even take the blame for many cases. So they became scapegoats. Sometimes when MI9 did things that couldn't be seen in the light and had to find an explanation, they would also frame the Aurora Order. Pushing aside the files on these types of cases, only a dozen files remained. Hobert looked through them and found that the information about the Aurora Order's strongholds, personnel, etc., in Backlund was very detailed. After a little thought, Hobert quickly understood that this should be the information that MI9 had obtained while cooperating with the Aurora Order. Hobert carefully looked at the information about these Aurora Order members. He planned to have Zio verify it, and then organize a wave of assassinations to see if he could lure out any big fish. As for whether the Aurora Order could find out that the mastermind behind all this was Earl Hobert based on the information provided by MI9, that would be great. Hobert could sit back and wait for their demigod to come to his door to die. The recent victory had increased the power that Hobert could control a lot, especially the 3 demigods of the Balk family, who could now be freely mobilized in the name of the Creator. The change this brought to Hobert was that before the war, he had to find opportunities to attack the Aurora Order while trying to avoid being noticed by them. But now it was different. Hobert could openly investigate them and not be afraid of having a head-on conflict with them. After such a change, Hobert suddenly discovered that he had many more methods at his disposal. Hobert spent the entire morning reading the materials. After having lunch at MI9, he was about to continue reading the materials when Georgina suddenly pushed the door open. Hobert put down the folder in his hand and smiled. "Chief, if there's anything, you can just have Charlene convey it. Why did you come in person?" As he spoke, he stood up and invited Georgina to sit on the sofa over there. Georgina glanced at the files on Hobert's desk and asked, "I heard you're investigating the Aurora Order's files." "Yes," Hobert smiled. "The existence of these terrorists is a challenge to the peace of the entire Lone Kingdom. As a member of MI9, my sense of justice cannot tolerate their existence." Georgina smiled and sat on the sofa. "Tell me the truth." Hobert smiled. "I just got some information that the Aurora Order seems to have some connection with the Demonist sect, so I wanted to investigate it." This was the reason he had prepared long ago. Since they were cooperating with the lone royal family, they must have some connection. Georgina frowned. "Is there such a thing?" "Yes." However, Georgina didn't seem to care much about Hobert's answer. She asked again, "Actually, I'm very curious. Why are you so determined to eliminate the Demonist sect?" Hobert said meaningfully, "This is a goal, an order." Georgina nodded thoughtfully. As for what she could think of, Hobert didn't care. Then the Duchess said again, I'm going to hold a small ball next Friday. This is the invitation. Hobert took the invitation. You could have just had the secretary send it over. Then he asked casually, who will be attending? Some colleagues, a few friends, and a few members of the royal family. Hobert smiled. Thank you for your invitation. It's my honor. Georgina got up and said as she walked out, oh, right, you'll be awarded a title next Wednesday. Remember to free up your time. Okay. Watching the chief leave, Hobert looked at the invitation in his hand again. He suddenly couldn't figure out if Georgina had come to test him or to deliver the invitation. He shook his head and didn't think much about it, continuing to look at the materials in his hand. After reading the materials in his hand, Hobert began to slack off. In the evening, Hobert had nothing to do, so he locked the bedroom door early and came to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert pulled over the pile of Beyonder characteristics and began to count the spoils of this war. First of all, the Level 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts had already been classified. Moreover, the news that the Demoness sect had an angel who cut off its tail to survive, and that the Demoness of Black had died was not announced in the externally released war report. So only Hobert knew the specific situation of these two spoils for the time being. In addition, there was also a Grade 1 sealed artifact, the crystal archway that Ipoli had given Hobert. The only use of this archway might be to put it on the battlefield during battle and let some enemies who couldn't resist the temptation drill into it themselves. Although it had the ability to roam the cosmos, there was a certain probability that it would be sent to the primordial moon, which, for Hobert, was tantamount to courting death. So, in Hobert's opinion, it would be better to crush this sealed artifact into Beyonder characteristics when needed. In addition to this archway, there were also 9 Grade 2 sealed artifacts in terms of sealed artifact spoils. These sealed artifacts came from the Demoness of Pleasure Council and the seizures from Angus and others. After naming the crystal door 1 to 112, Hobert went to check the mountains of Beyonder characteristics. It was not an exaggeration to use mountains of them this time, after all, there were nearly 300 Beyonder characteristics. Hobert quickly classified them. Among them, there were 62 Beyonder characteristics of the door pathway, 218 Beyonder characteristics of the witch pathway, and 9 Beyonder characteristics of the hunter pathway. The Beyonder characteristics of the door pathway were 1 secret sorcerer, 7 traveler, 23 scribe, and 31 astrologer Beyonder characteristics. No low-sequence Beyonder characteristics were seized, because no low-sequence Beyonders participated in this war from the Demoness of Pleasure Council. The Beyonder characteristics of Secret Sorcerer and Traveler were seized in the raid on Jeffrey City, and the other characteristics were seized from the front lines. It could be said that the Demoness of Pleasure Council existed in name only after this battle. Perhaps a Scribe was the top combat power of the Demoness of Pleasure Council. After classifying these Beyonder characteristics, Hobert waved his hand, and all the Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter and Witch pathways came before him. The Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway were 1 Reaper, 1 Conspirer, 3 Pyromaniac, 3 Provoker, and 1 Hunter Beyonder characteristic. The low-sequence Beyonder characteristics were basically seized from the headquarters of the Demoness sect. According to the reports from Seal and others who cleaned up the battlefield, there were not only low-sequence Beyonders there, but also hundreds of servants such as chefs and coachmen. None of them were spared, and they had already died the moment the corpse of the ancient death descended. The members of the Demoness sect had already sealed the fate of these ordinary people when they chose not to evacuate them before the war. Hobert refocused and continued counting the spoils of war. The spoils from the Witch pathway included 1 Demoness of Unaging, characteristic, 9 Demoness of Despair, characteristics, 19 Demoness of Affliction, characteristics, 62 Demoness of Pleasure, characteristics, 75 Witch characteristics, 33 Instigator characteristics, and 19 Assassin characteristics. Looking at these spoils, Hobert estimated that they had wiped out about 70 to 80% of the Demoness sect's middle management. Even if they had the corresponding and sufficient Beyonder characteristics, it would take them at least 3 to 5 years to recover. Moreover, they likely didn't have any Beyonder characteristics that could rapidly restore their strength, so it could be said that it would take them centuries to recover. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled, very satisfied with the effect of the blow. He glanced at the pile of Beyonder characteristics in front of him, which was precisely why he wanted to use them to build his own extraordinary force. Because there were simply too many, even if Helen's team of 25 people ate them like meals, they couldn't finish them all. Hobert couldn't just give them to Jonathan and the others for no reason, especially since he hadn't yet incorporated the Demoness of Pleasure Council. Furthermore, Jonathan and the others had dual affiliations with the Abraham family and the Demoness of Pleasure Council, so their recognition of the Creator's subordinates would be weaker. Hobert wasn't comfortable with incorporating them on a large scale. So, it was better to simply build his own force, even though it would be more troublesome, it was an investment for the future. Next, Hobert was troubled by the problem of potion formulas. The door pathway potion formulas could still be obtained from furs, but what about the witch pathway potion formulas? It should be known that one of the reasons the Tony family gave up these beyonder characteristics was the difficulty in obtaining potion formulas. Hobert sighed. He could trade for relevant potion formulas from the Demoness of Pleasure Council, but it was unlikely they would have the complete Demoness of Despair potion formula. For a long time to come, the Demoness sect would rarely appear in people's sight, and the chances of obtaining potion formulas would be even less. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly had a bold idea. So, Hobert took an instigator beyonder characteristic in his hand, connection. Immediately, knowledge of dark magic and the instigator potion formula appeared in his mind. Sequence 8, instigator. Main ingredients: the heart of a demon throat honey, the venom sac of a dark lurker. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of pure water, the syrinx of a demon throat honey, 5 drops of blue datura juice, 10 g of water fern powder, 1 walnut without the peel. Hobert was first stunned, then smiled. It really works. Theoretically speaking, within the beyonder characteristics that haven't been crushed, there are traces of the previous owner's spirit. Klein, in the Sefirah castle, could use these spiritual remnants to divine the corresponding potion formula. Although Hobert couldn't divine, he could create a connection. After all, the connection between beyonder characteristics and potion formulas was very high. So, he quickly started from sequence 9, assassin, connecting from bottom to top, all the way to Demoness of Affliction, and it was all very successful. But when connecting to the sequence 4, Demoness of Despair, potion formula, he only connected to the advancement ritual and one of the main ingredients. Hobert realized, in other words, I can only connect to potion formulas below the demigod level. But that's enough, because after advancing to sequence 2, I will definitely be able to connect to the demigod level potion formula, and by that time, the extraordinary force I've established probably won't need that level of potion formula. In a cheerful mood, he categorized the beyonder characteristics in front of him. Following the idea of potion formulas, Hobert suddenly thought of Klein's Scholar of Your potion formula problem. Hobert smiled and said to himself, I wonder if Klein will feel very regretful next time at the tarot gathering, when I tell him that he can obtain the potion formula from the Evernight goddess, and wonder why he didn't think of this before. Hobert also thought that he remembered the main ingredients of the Scholar of Yore, which were the eyes of a hound of Fulgrim and the heart of a demonic wolf of fog. He also thought, I might as well tell Klein the 2 main ingredients. After all, even just a portion of a potion formula at this level is very valuable. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly had an inspiration. I wonder if connecting these 2 main ingredients in my mind can connect to some other information. On the principle of trying it out without losing anything, he connected the 2 main ingredients of Scholar of Yore. What he didn't expect was that he immediately received a lot of information. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. Main ingredients: a pair of eyes of a hound of Fulgrim, also known as the guardian of the Sefirah castle, plus 1 transformed heart of a demonic wolf of fog. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of hound of Fulgrim blood plus 30 g of demonic wolf of fog frost crystals plus a large number of authentic ancient historical records. Ritual: completely detach from reality for at least 300 years, and take the potion after you have become history and no longer belong to the current era. The essence of the ritual is to eliminate distractions and provide a clear and accurate positioning mark for oneself to become a Scholar of Yore, preventing one from getting lost. This was actually the complete potion formula for Scholar of Yore. This result surprised Hobert a bit, just knowing the main ingredients could connect to the complete potion formula. Immediately Hobert realized, it's not like that, these potion formulas were originally in my mind. He quickly understood that this was some information he had seen when reading books before. But even as an avid book fan, it was impossible for him to memorize the complete potion formula. Only the 2 impressive main ingredients were remembered by him. Now, using beyonder means, he restored this information that he had once seen but not remembered from his mind. Hobert smiled unconsciously. This is a huge treasure. There are quite a few potion formulas that appeared in the original book. Following this line of thought, Hobert recalled a lot of key information. For example, Klein's transformed heart of the demonic wolf of fog was also obtained from the Evernight goddess. When Hobert first thought of this, he didn't have much of an impression. Now it seemed that because this matter involved the Evernight goddess, there was a hidden interference, and Hobert couldn't remember it. But now, firstly, Hobert's level was higher, and secondly, he had the guidance of the Evernight goddess, and he could also present a hidden state at certain times, so he recalled this matter. The train of recollection seemed like a flood that had burst its banks, and Hobert recalled more and more things from before his transmigration. He was surprised to find that there were obvious gaps in his memory of before his transmigration. Even though he had recalled many things now, the gaps in his memory were still very obvious. For example, Hobert racked his brains, but couldn't remember what he did before he transmigrated. But another puzzling thing was that when he explored the nameless island with Alger last year and encountered cultural elements of the elves, he could connect them with some knowledge gained from his work. Also, when preparing for the auction house, he also remembered watching a lot of videos about auctions because of his work. But he just couldn't remember what his job itself was. Hobert realized that the problem was not small. The biggest problem was not that his memory was missing, but that he hadn't realized that his memory was obviously missing before. Hobert suddenly thought of some of Amon's clone's previous words, as well as the relevant descriptions of Trunsoist. This should be related to the person who changed his destiny, or rather, that existence. But he didn't have a clue now. Hobert sighed, "There's no other way, I can only work hard to advance to find new clues." Moreover, when facing the unknown forces in this world, thinking too much is useless, but it will affect your state because you think too much. So, Hobert simply stopped thinking about it, and instead picked up the Black Emperor card on the armrest of the Iron Throne and looked at the last few pages. He mainly looked at the rituals for Sequence 2 and Sequence 1. The ritual for Sequence 2 was, trigger a chaos involving all levels of society in a world-renowned large city, and use the unique and unprecedented new order proposed by the advancing person to quell the chaos. Drink the potion amidst the confusion and helplessness brought to people by this chaos, and the unwillingness of people to accept the new order. Regarding this ritual, Hobert already had some ideas when he decided to found Earl's Light. He was going to establish a new company, which would research and produce telephones, motors, radios, phonographs, electric cars, refrigerators, and a series of electrical products, thereby setting off an electrical revolution. Currently, the mere popularization of electric lights had already caused dissatisfaction in the gas industry. In the next period of time, Hobert would definitely have a series of struggles with them, and Hobert was confident of winning. After he won, it would definitely bring huge chaos to the entire gas industry. And with the application of various electrical appliances and plastic products, it would have a considerable impact on the lives of the residents of Backlund, which in turn would affect the upstream and downstream industries of all walks of life, and corresponding chaos would occur in all levels of society. But because electrical appliances were more convenient and had more functions, once such a wave formed, no individual could stop it. At that time, whether everyone was willing or not, they could only be forced to accept the wave of the times. This was less risky than planning a rebellion in Lone and establishing a new order, and it could use such a wave to plunder most of the wealth created by the northern continent over the past 100 years, and then use it in the country established in the southern continent. The role it could play was also greater than launching a coup. Because even if Hobert used a coup to become the king of Lone, he would be restrained by the church. Hobert was very clear that the Evernight Goddess's investment in him now was not to let him have a conflict of interest with the Church of the Evernight Goddess in the future. In terms of dominance, Hobert would certainly not bow to theocracy, so the moment he became king, he might have to be prepared to break with the church. So far, none of those who opposed the seven gods, or rather, the gods, had a good ending, and Hobert certainly didn't want to be the next one. So, establishing a country in the southern continent was the best solution. In addition, tonight, Hobert discovered that his marriage with Audrey could complete the last step of this ritual. The sense of smell of the nobles was quite keen. After Hobert made the first wave of money using electrical appliances, the nobles would definitely rush to invest in the electricity industry. At that time, the nobles and the wealthy may not fall into chaos, but may instead be a huge opportunity. But in the matter of Hobert marrying Audrey, it was enough to make many nobles in Backlund envious, angry, and hateful, but in the end, they could only accept it helplessly. Although it was not the same as the electrical revolution, it could allow Backlund's most leisurely noble class to fall into a certain amount of chaos because of Hobert. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled, withdrew his thoughts, and looked at the relevant description of Sequence 1, Sequence 1, Prince of Abolition. Main ingredients, a beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition. Supplementary ingredients, 30 grams each of 5 specialties of the advancer that the people can connection with. Ritual, overthrow the rule of a country, or establish a country through rebellion. Create a set of systems in the established country that violates the common sense of this world, and establish a culture and order that is difficult for everyone in the territory to accept. This was also why Hobert had to build a country, because when he reached Sequence 1, Prince of Abolition, he must have his own country. In addition, this ritual reminded Hobert of the United Empire of the Fourth Epoch. Trunsoist and Tudor betrayed Solomon and jointly established the United Empire. Hobert was not very clear about the system practiced by the United Empire, but he knew that the architectural style of the Fourth Epoch had always been known for its asymmetry. Just like the tower that Hobert had seen on another planet, the left side was one style, and the right side was another style. It looked as if two buildings with completely different styles each took half and stuck them together. This was a culture that was difficult for people to accept. Of course, after decades, the people got used to it, but in the beginning, all the people should find it difficult to accept. This kind of asymmetry seemed to be popular in the Solomon Empire era, but the Solomon Empire did not control the entire northern continent. At that time, the god kingdoms of the 7 gods were not like the headquarters of the church as they are now. At that time, there were really 7 countries. After the establishment of the United Empire, it basically controlled all the territory of the northern continent, and at this time, the asymmetrical style spread in the original god kingdoms of the 7 gods. The rituals for Trunsoist and Tudor to advance to Sequence 1 were basically completed. No wonder the two of them completed their advancement not long after the rebellion. It turned out that their rebellion was equivalent to completing half of the ritual. Hobert sighed, this is really a pathway without a sense of security. It was also quite difficult for Hobert to build a country through rebellion, because it was a rebellion rather than a coup. First of all, he had to be loyal to the ruler of a country before rebelling. It was difficult to do just to be accepted by the ruler, and it might take a lot of time and benefits. Even the Kingdom of Loan and the Kingdom of Fanapotter could not completely accept Hobert, because he still had the label of Creator's favored one. So, it would be better to overthrow the rule of a country, and Hobert had already found one, the Highland Kingdom in the southern continent, ruled by the Rose School. Currently, the colonization by the 4 countries of the northern continent has not completely eliminated the Bayonne Empire and the Highland Kingdom, they each still have a lot of territory and population. It's just that these 2 countries have been suffering from economic plunder by the northern continent. When the time comes, launch a Beyonder war that can destroy a country, completely defeat the rule of the Highland Kingdom, and the ritual will be half completed. Taking a deep breath, Hobert re-examined the general plan, plundering the northern continent with the electricity revolution, and then using the plundered wealth to quickly establish a country. After taking another look at the spoils of this battle, Hobert left the nation of disorder. Returning to the real world, he was still not sleepy, so he began to consider how to digest the potion. The ritual for Duke of Entropy was already considered, but the potion for Frenzied Mage had just begun to be digested. The method of launching a Beyonder war could only make the potion show signs of digestion, but not the kind of obvious digestion. Hobert estimated that launching an ordinary war, and it must be the kind that enters another country's territory and brings great disaster to the people of that country, might greatly digest the potion. After all, that would be chaotic enough. Thinking of this, he shook his head, feeling that launching a war was not the right idea. After all, it was a Frenzied Mage, not War Bishop. Based on previous experience, Hobert believed that the key to digesting the potion should mainly be on the frenzy aspect, and the magician might just be a title. For example, Klein's magician. Hobert remembered that he mainly focused on playing the deception part, and did not consider playing the magician part. The magician in Hobert's concept is not the kind who conjures fireballs, but the kind who eats vegetarian food, chants Buddhist scriptures, and knocks on wooden fish. It seems that playing either of these 2 roles doesn't quite grasp the key point. So, how should a frenzy be acted? Hobert thought of the previous acting directions of Earl of the Fallen and Mentor of Disorder, and felt that his frenzy might be one aspect. The main thing should be to make the people in the territory become frenzy, or to make others become frenzy, which might be the right direction. Hobert smiled slightly. Next, there was a very good experiment on Longtail Island that could test whether this direction was correct. Finally, Hobert thought of the problem of Trunsoist. He planned to also consult Klein separately at the tarot gathering the day after tomorrow to see if he had any good ideas. On Sunday morning, Hobert originally planned to rest for a day, but Alan, the butler from the Jeffrey City Lord's mansion, came through the Traveller's Gate to report that special envoy of King Ferdinand II of Fanapotter had arrived, requesting Hobert to personally receive them. Hobert was not surprised by this and came to the Lord's mansion through the Traveller's Gate. Entering the main hall of the front yard, Hobert saw that the king's special envoy was actually the heroic Princess Ethel, wearing a women's swallowtail coat. She smiled and said, "Congratulations on your victory. The Kingdom of Fanapotter also deeply hates these secret organizations and has been working hard to combat evil organizations. The victory you have achieved is also what we hope to see. For this reason, the king asked me to express my condolences to the warriors of this battle and to reward you personally." The so-called reward mainly relaxed the policies on South Colson and transported many supplies. Although the Kingdom of Fanapotter had not explicitly stipulated to isolate South Colson, it had stipulated many high-tech and products that could not be sold to South Colson in commerce. Scholars at the level of university professors could not go to South Colson, and restricted the commodities of the South Colson area, etc. In short, almost only tourists could still enter and exit South Colson normally. Other goods and people had almost some restrictions and regulations. In addition, there were a large number of troops and Beyonder forces stationed on the 2 main roads in and out of South Colson. Basically, it was treated as a country within a country. Now these regulations have all been lifted, and the garrison has basically withdrawn. The second reward was a financial appropriation, preparing to build a railway directly from Fanapotter to Jeffrey City, and all the expenses incurred in the construction of the railway on the South Colson side would be borne by the royal family. Moreover, the royal family also very considerately gave Hobert the power to decide how to construct the South Colson section of the railway and who to entrust with the construction. Hobert expressed his gratitude and said that he would organize manpower as soon as possible to carry out the railway planning work. Building a railway is also very good, which can better connect the South Colson area with the outside world, and tourists can also take the train instead of just traveling by boat. Hobert entertained Princess Ethel well and took her to visit the completed Jeffrey City, and they seemed to enjoy themselves. When the 2 were having lunch, Princess Ethel whispered, "About what we talked about before, the members of the Castilla family hope to believe in the Creator." "Has the Creator responded?" Hobert smiled and said, "Not yet. I will help you mention this matter when I pray next time. Although he could hear that what Ethel said this time was not a test, he currently did not need believers from the Castilla family, so he was not interested in this. Although Ethel was a little disappointed, she did not mention this matter again. That afternoon, the princess left by boat. When boarding the ship, she invited Hobert, who had come to the pier to see her off, to hunt at her manor. Hobert agreed casually and didn't take it too seriously. After seeing Ethel off, Hobert stayed at the Lord's mansion for one night. At noon on Monday, he came to Greenlawn Manor and saw Furs as expected. Because they had already had lunch together before, Hobert stayed for lunch today and was not driven away by Furs. After lunch, Hobert continued to chat with Furs, with no intention of leaving. Furs said a little helplessly, "It's almost time for the tarot gathering. I would have forgotten if you didn't say so." Hobert said, lying on the bed, "What are you waiting for? Come lie down. Do you want to participate in the tarot gathering standing up? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 611, Chapter 610, Exciting Tarot Club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert smiled at Furs and said, "Come on, it's not your first time attending the tarot gathering, what are you being shy about?" Furs was a little speechless. "I'm not shy, it's just that you're occupying my bed." Hobert lay on the bed, crossing his legs. "It's almost 3 o'clock in 2 minutes. What if I don't make it back to the Lord's mansion in time? Would you have the heart to let me stand during the tarot gathering? Besides, the risk of standing during the tarot gathering is too high. What if someone discovers me and ambushes me?" He paused and added, "We're attending the tarot gathering, not doing anything else." Furs thought that made sense, but as soon as she sat on the edge of the bed, she felt something was wrong again. "Who told you to keep hanging around? You just now." All right, it's almost 3 o'clock, lie down quickly." As he spoke, Hobert gently pulled Furs. Furs glanced at the clock, and it was indeed almost 3 o'clock, so she reluctantly lay down. Watching the sun outside the window being obscured by clouds for a while, and then emerging from the clouds again. Hobert yawned. What a great time for an afternoon nap. Furs also yawned and stared blankly at the sky outside. The two of them quietly watched the outside, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, Hobert took Furs's hand. Just as Furs was about to pull it back, her vision was covered by grey fog. When she came back to her senses, she was already sitting on one side of the bronze long table. Furs raised her hand, preparing to say something to Hobert, but suddenly realized that now was not the time to say anything, so she could only sigh with a helpless expression. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey was sitting in the same direction as Furs. She only saw Hobert smile, but she didn't see Furs's hesitation. So her greeting was not affected in any way. After Audrey greeted everyone, the tarot gathering officially began. Hermit Catlia first said to Fool Klein at the head of the table, "Respected Mr. Fool, I still haven't received any of Emperor Roselle's diaries this week." Klein was slightly stunned. He clearly saw Queen Mystic Bernadette from afar at the South Colson Harvest Festival last week. She didn't seem very busy at the time. After thinking for a moment, first of all, Klein ruled out the possibility that the other party no longer had Roselle's diary. Combining the contents of the previous diaries, he suspected whether the diary that Bernadette was about to provide next was very important, very crucial, or extraordinarily special, which was why the Queen Mystic was hesitant. That must be it. After Klein roughly had an idea in his mind, he nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry." Then he smiled and said, "You can begin." Then Klein immediately asked, "World, I have 2 items for sale, both of which are relatively low level." Catlia said, "Low level doesn't mean useless. Many low sequence abilities can even turn the tide in sequence 5 battles." World nodded lightly and explained the effects and negative effects of the Murloc cufflink and the Green Radiance ring. The former was a mystical item that Klein obtained when he was an adventurer in the Berserk Sea. It allowed him to move freely underwater for 10 minutes, and illusory scales would appear on his body, making him as difficult to catch as a fish. The latter was a mystical item obtained from the marionette Enzo, which could treat minor illnesses and external injuries. These 2 mystical items were indeed not high level, but their abilities were good. So Klein added some premium, Murloc cufflink, £500, Green Radiance, £1,000. Magician Furs immediately said, "I want them both." Almost at the same time, Audrey also said, "I want the Murloc cufflink." The two looked at each other. Audrey, who was always very modest, didn't want to give in at this time. "I'll add £150. Furs also felt that Justice's attitude towards her seemed to have changed a lot since the last few gatherings. She had even guessed whether this noble lady from Backlund was Audrey. Regardless, Furs was unwilling to give in at this time. "I'll also add £150, £800. Audrey immediately said, "I'll add £200. £1,000. Klein was a little dumbfounded. He controlled World and asked, "Are you serious?" But the two ladies ignored World. First said, "I'll add 300 pounds. Audrey, I'll add 200 pounds. Hobert quickly said, 1,500 pounds. As he spoke, he winked at World repeatedly. Klein understood and immediately said, "Deal." Then Klein thought to himself, what was going on just now? Why could a sequence 9 level mystical item sell for such a high price of 1,500 pounds? Justice and Magician are acting a little strange. Because the news of Hobert and Audrey's relationship was not published in the newspaper, Klein didn't know about it. The other members were also a little strange, wondering why the two ladies were fighting over this Murloc cufflink. To avoid a new round of disputes, Hobert simply said, "I want the Green Radiance ring too, 1,200 pounds. Without needing to wink again, World immediately said, "Deal." Katlia keenly felt, does Emperor know why Miss Justice and Miss Magician are arguing? Why would he know? Hangman Alger also realized, what are these two ladies arguing about? Could it be that they both took a fancy to these two mystical items? No way, these aren't particularly scarce mystical items. Or are they acquainted in the real world? What kind of conflict happened in the real world? At this time, although First didn't look at Justice, she had some guesses in her heart. Justice is Audrey. She's a spectator, so she recognized me a long time ago. She glanced at Hobert, does he know that Justice is Audrey? Am I the only one who doesn't know this? At this time, Audrey also calmed down. She first said, "Sorry," and then said meaningfully, "I really wanted to have it." She could give in on other things. She could be a lady, she could show her magnanimity, but she was unwilling to give in on this matter. First also said, "I really want to have it too." Moon Emlyn on the opposite side smiled and said, "Ladies, you're using the wrong word. It's it, not him. But then he found that he was the only one laughing, and the Emperor next to him was looking at him with unfriendly eyes. Alger crossed his arms. Could it be that these two ladies in the real world have both fallen in love with the same man? Klein also seemed to have guessed something. This doesn't seem like a choice that Miss Justice would make. Or did Hobert force her to make this choice? Hee, scumbag. To avoid this topic from continuing, Hobert immediately said to World, "I've prepared your reward." I didn't expect that the creator actually had something you needed. Klein naturally knew that Hobert was talking about the scholar of your potion formula. Let's communicate separately. After establishing a separate communication environment, Klein said, "Does the creator know where to obtain the scholar of your potion formula?" Then he smiled and explained, "Now I'm only missing the potion formula." The implication was that Mr. Fool had already prepared the main ingredients for him, and finding the potion formula was just another test for him. Hobert first breathed a sigh of relief, and then, promoting the spirit of "life is hard, don't expose it," smiled helplessly, "I understand, I'm in a similar situation to you." Then he said, "I obtained the complete scholar of your potion formula from the creator. World was stunned, somewhat surprised. Complete potion formula. I was also quite surprised when I obtained the formula, Hobert said truthfully. I can tell you the complete formula, but because the value of the formula is too high, you must pay something more in order for a transaction to be equal. Klein thought that Hobert's request was very reasonable, so he manipulated World and said, "Okay, what do you need?" "I need a favor from you in the future," Hobert said. "With the help of the creator, I finally learned the truth about the family curse. It turned out to be a resurrection method left in the bloodline by Knight Emperor Trunsoist. When I advance to sequence 2, he will revive in my body." Klein was somewhat surprised. True gods are indeed not that easy to kill. He immediately asked with World, "How can I help?" "I don't know either," Hobert said with a wry smile. "Because I haven't thought of a solution to the problem yet." Then he said, "The thing is, back then, Trunsoist and Queen Beauty Goddess Orania changed the spiritual bodies and physical bodies of their descendants." Hobert briefly explained the problems he encountered, and how his father had tried to use changing his fate to fight against the family curse, but now his fate could no longer be changed. Finally, he said, "You also help me think of a way. If I need your help, you have to help me solve Trunsoist." "Okay," Klein agreed, and then the eyes of a Fool and World were fixed on Hobert. "Your descendants are very much like doppelgangers who are always ready to carry the Knight Emperor's consciousness." Hobert thought he had misheard. Klein is too careless, right? How could he say words like doppelganger? But then Hobert realized that Klein was staring at him. Damn it. This guy is observing my reaction. He quickly showed a slight confusion. Doppelganger. What does that mean? Klein smiled. It's nothing. From World's perspective, Hobert had a moment of panic and evasiveness just now. And a Fool discovered through observing Hobert's astral body that Hobert was lying just now. Klein was certain that Hobert also knew what avatars were. Then he thought, if he heard it from the creator, he could completely admit it openly, but he was eager to deny it, which means that he himself knew it, and didn't hear it from the creator. Finally, Klein thought, so, he said, I will definitely help when the time comes. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid actually ambushed me. But where did I expose myself? He obviously believes that I am a transmigrator. Then he realized, the time was relatively tight just now, my handling was very problematic, I shouldn't have denied it immediately. If Klein was really testing me, I have already exposed myself. So he said, it's good that you know. Klein controlled world and nodded. He understood that this secret was the deepest level of secret for both of them. Saying it too clearly would put a psychological burden on them. It would be better to completely open up when needed. At the same time, of course he also knew that while testing Hobert, he had also exposed himself. But now, in his eyes, Klein is just an identity. If necessary, he can completely create a new identity, an identity that Hobert has no way of knowing. At worst, he won't let world participate in the tarot gathering. Hobert can't possibly connect Klein with the fool. So Klein felt that it was worth taking such a risk to test Hobert, because being truly aware of Hobert's background means that in some things, others may not be trusted, but Hobert can be completely trusted. There's no need to be so restrained anymore. Hobert sighed in his heart, I didn't expect that this tarot gathering would expose a layer of disguise right from the start. He also felt that this was a good thing. At least the common identity of transmigrator is more reliable than the identity of fool's believer at a critical moment. But it's enough to just reach this level. The identities of Klein being fool and Hobert being creator cannot be revealed for the time being. Otherwise, everyone will feel awkward if we participate in a tarot gathering. Klein pondered for a moment and manipulated world to say, is there anything or anyone that Trunsoist is particularly afraid of? Hobert was stunned for a moment before realizing that his previous train of thought seemed to be a bit biased. He was always thinking about finding loopholes from fate, his own pathways, and Trunsoist's arrangements. This is typical lawyer thinking, while Klein's method is typical seer thinking, if I'm not the target's opponent, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Speaking of what he's afraid of. I can't say he's afraid, but there are people who make him wary. Hobert smiled, it's the little boy in the bounty I released earlier. But the problem is, the little boy is also very dangerous to me. If I'm not careful, I will also. Speaking of this, Hobert had some ideas, I may ask you to help contain the little boy at that time. He is currently only at sequence 4, which should not be difficult for you to deal with. World said in a hoarse voice, no problem. Hobert straightened his back and stretched it slightly. The matter of Trunsoist has put a lot of pressure on him during this period. Today, he finally has a good idea, and his body and mind are relaxed a lot. Then he asked Mr. Fool to help him materialize the scholar of your potion formula. After World looked through the formula, Hobert said again, I also want to initiate a transaction with you, using the Tyrant card in exchange for a pair of Hound of Fulgrim's eyes. Klein suddenly thought of Archibald, the chief of staff he had seen at the Lord's mansion. There are also Beyonders of the Seer pathway among the subordinates of the Creator. Is he also about to advance to sequence 3? After a little thought, Klein immediately nodded and said, when I acquire Beyonder materials, I will try my best to complete this transaction. At this time, he regretted a bit that he had spoken too confidently just now, and the acquisition of Beyonder materials could no longer go through the Creator's path. Hobert said, okay. He thought to himself, for you, as long as you broaden your horizons, this is not a difficult task. Just as Hobert thought the private exchange was about to end, the world suddenly asked again, do you have any information about the abyss? Hobert was stunned, I do have some here. He was a little strange, why did Klein suddenly need information about the abyss? Then Hobert said again, because of some of my experiences, I even have some real-time information about the abyss, but it's quite valuable and needs to be traded. Okay, the world said, I will initiate a transaction after the private exchange ends. A few days ago, when he was dealing with the uncontrolled demigod of the Jacob family, he encountered Amon's avatar, which made him realize that he needed to make some preparations to avoid being caught off guard when encountering Amon's avatar. Klein remembered that Amon's avatars could enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods, through the abyss. Although the passage in the cemetery in the suburbs of Backlund was destroyed by the Church of Steam and Machinery, he didn't know if those avatars could still use the abyss in other forms. In addition, he had also seen many descriptions about the abyss in Roselle's diary, and had long been very interested in the current situation of the abyss, and had long wanted to initiate related transactions with Hobert. Hobert smiled, Klein even wanted other members to share the debt, okay. The two ended their private exchange, and before the world could say anything, Katlia said to the Emperor, first, I want to initiate a private transaction with you. Everyone was stunned, another private transaction. Hobert followed suit, okay. After establishing a private exchange environment again, Katlia said, I want to obtain detailed information about how Emperor Roselle was corrupted. In several intelligence transactions about Emperor Roselle at the Tarot Gathering, it had been roughly mentioned that the corruption he suffered came from the outer deities, but there was no detailed exchange. Before, Katlia always felt that such intelligence would involve some information about the outer deities, and even if detailed information was exchanged, it could not be brought to the real world. But a few days ago, she had just received a letter from the Queen Mystic, asking Katlia to trade for this information. Hobert also guessed that this should be the information Bernadette wanted to obtain. He was a little strange. Why didn't Bernadette ask in person when they met before? After thinking for a while, Hobert understood that at that time, Bernadette represented the leader of Element Dawn. It involved dividing the spoils after the war. It was not a wise choice to do such a transaction at that time. Hobert considered it before saying, I mentioned before that we have some secret information about Emperor Roselle, so I am quite familiar with this matter. But I must remind you, if I describe it in detail, you will have to ask Miss Justice to help you with psychological cues later, so you can't bring it to the real world. Of course, I can also pick out some information that can be brought to the real world to trade with you. You can choose how to trade. Katlia hardly hesitated. I choose the transaction that can be brought to the real world. No problem, Hobert said with a slight smile, then just use the free listening opportunity from the last tarot gathering, or owe another £1,000 of debt. Use that opportunity. Hobert, ed and pondered for a while before saying, the reason why Emperor Roselle was corrupted is because he knew some too advanced information at a too low level, without any protection. You should be clear about this. In the Beyonder world, some things will be corrupted just by knowing them. In addition, there is currently no way to completely remove the corruption suffered by Emperor Roselle. Klein, listening behind the grey fog, couldn't help but think, Roselle's current state is very strange. He didn't resurrect like Solomon, and there is no news about whether he still has an undiscovered mausoleum, and now there is another point, the corruption on his body cannot be removed. Katlia couldn't help but frown. Can't the Creator do anything about it? Not currently. Does that mean there will be in the future? Hobert didn't make any promises, but just said, we all know that the respected Mr. Fool and the great Creator are gradually regaining their authority and power. Then he said, another piece of information is that at some point in the future, I may seek Bernadette's assistance in finding Roselle. Now I must state that we have no malice towards Roselle, and please Bernadette can improve herself as soon as possible. If she is at her current strength, we will not ask her for help. Katlia was a little surprised by this. The Creator seems to be the Black Emperor, or a true god of adjacent pathways. What does he want to do with the Great Emperor? This sounds very dangerous. Klein was also a little strange. What does the Creator want to do with Roselle? But what is certain is that he is not looking for him to exchange feelings. Hobert seemed to see Katlia's concerns, so he continued, if the Creator wants to harm Roselle, he can just do nothing. After he recovers a certain amount of strength, Roselle will be completely dead. And we have always shown enough goodwill to Bernadette, which is enough to show our position. Katlia was stunned at first, then said seriously, I will pass your words on. The two people's private exchange ended, and everyone noticed that the hermit's feeling seemed much heavier. Audrey was very curious, what information did they exchange just now? It made the always steady hermit so emotionally changed. First thought, I wonder if Hobert and the hermit know each other in the real world, have they met? At this time, the world initiated a new transaction, I want to get information about the abyss. Katlia came back to her senses, I know some information about the abyss. Alger and Emlyn, as well as the star Leonard, also said that they knew some information. Finally, Hobert said, I know more comprehensive information, and even speculated why the abyss has become so abnormal now. Emlyn frowned and glanced at the Emperor, as if saying, why didn't you say it earlier? After the war meeting ended, Emlyn figured out that Hobert was the Emperor. Because Archibald and Jonathan, who were doing war planning at the time, were obviously different from the Emperor. After thinking about it, only Hobert seemed like the Emperor. The other members of the Tarot Gathering all thought this was normal. All along, the information from the Emperor was the most complete. The world then said, I choose to trade with the Emperor. Does anyone want to trade with me? Audrey raised her hand first, and Furs was not to be outdone. Other members, even Katlia and others who claimed to know some information about the abyss, also raised their hands to participate. In the end, everyone was willing to trade with the Emperor again. Hobert said simply and neatly, £800 of debt per person. This price was also recognized by everyone. Among them, Leonard owed the most, as high as £4,600, but he was not worried about it. After all, the Emperor did not urge him to pay. After confirming the price, the transaction began. Hobert organized his language before saying, first, let's talk about the concept of the abyss. We all know that the abyss is the source of all depravity and malice, and the residence of demons. At the same time, as far as I know, This is also the name of sequence 0 of the demon pathway, that is, the criminal pathway. Klein behind the grey fog had long known that the sequence 0 of criminal was called abyss. He thought, the value of this information alone is more than £800. Alger nodded slowly, he knew the name of another sequence 0. Pay attention to listening to some seemingly casual descriptions of the Emperor. Kathleen reminded herself again in her heart, there are often many unexpected information contained in it. Leonard was strange, why is abyss the same name as sequence 0 of the criminal pathway? Hobert continued to explain according to his own ideas, in my understanding, abyss, I mean the place of the abyss. If I refer to the true god of this pathway, I will call him Farbody. Audrey and others quickly recalled the information about the ancient gods that they had traded before, and at the same time they realized that Farbody was really an ancient god without much presence. Except for mentioning it at the tarot gathering, there is no information about this ancient god anywhere else. The abyss, in my understanding, is the embodiment of depravity and malice, or human evil, Hobert said. It is different from the moon and the sun. It is a real entity, but it can indeed affect the real world. It's like death. We understand what death is, and we also know what the specific meaning of death is, but the concept of death is still somewhat abstract. After all, we have only seen the process and results of death, but we have not seen the appearance of death itself. And death is the embodiment of death, the embodiment of death. Similarly, abyss is also like this. We all know the process and consequences of depravity and malice, but who can explain what depravity itself is? Because this is just a human concept, it is abstract, and it is something that is passed down from mouth to mouth among most people. Abyss is the manifestation of these abstract concepts in the real world. Yes, this is very similar to the description of the authority of the gods. Thinking about the name of sequence 0 of the criminal pathway, we can easily come to such a conclusion. The place of abyss is the same thing as sequence 0 of the criminal pathway. They all have a common abstract meaning. Perhaps the root of Farbody's power, to a certain extent, comes from the abyss. Leonard leaned back in his chair. Every time the Emperor explained this kind of conceptual thing, he always had a sense of returning to the classroom of the Faculty of Arts. In his impression, abyss was just a title. After being explained by the Emperor, the meaning implied behind this title was clear at a glance. Klein sighed, why didn't I think of it before? Hobert's perspective and thinking mode are completely a combination of a modern person's thinking mode and a mystical thinking mode. Then he smiled a little embarrassedly in his heart. Hobert must have done research-related work before he transmigrated, otherwise he wouldn't like to do this kind of conceptual thinking. Just like me, I haven't done too much of this kind of thinking. Kathleen recalled the information about the abyss that she knew, and she sighed silently. The information I have is like the difference between a child's graffiti and a world-famous painting compared to the information of the Emperor. Hobert continued, I don't know whether the creatures of the universe had evil thoughts first and then there was the abyss, or whether there was the abyss first and then the creatures had evil thoughts. But it has existed for a very, very long time. Perhaps at the beginning of the formation of the universe, the cosmic consciousness like divinity also had certain evil thoughts. Perhaps its evil thoughts formed the original abyss. Here we will not do further thinking, because there is no evidence to prove these guesses. Next, let's talk about the devil monarch, Farbody. We have done some transactions before. This is an ancient god. It is now unknown how he became a god. But what is certain is that he became a god in the early second epoch, mainly mastering the beyonder characteristics of the criminal pathway. As for the other pathways he mastered, it is unknown. But according to my observation, he has not shown much madness, and he was quite restrained in the second epoch, so I guess he has fewer beyonder characteristics of other pathways. The members who had traded about the ancient gods before didn't have much connection, only Leonard sighed in his heart. The history of the second epoch is like a common meal in the transactions of the tarot gathering. Hobert suddenly paused here and said again, once I reviewed the history of the second epoch that I knew, and suddenly thought of a question. I don't know if it's right, it's still that sentence, for reference only. He paused for another second or two before continuing, I found that the ancient gods may be different from the current gods. According to some information I got, the first blasphemy slate should have appeared in the middle and late second epoch, so the 8 ancient gods who appeared in the early second epoch should not have much idea about the ritual of becoming a god. And I refer to the relevant information of Mr. Dor, for the gods, whether there is a ritual of becoming a god seems to make a big difference. In my understanding, what the ritual of becoming a god brings should be the improvement of the position. For example, even if one accommodates the uniqueness and consumes the beyonder characteristics needed to advance to a true god, they would still be in King of Angels without the sublimation of a ritual. Only after performing the corresponding ritual can one become a god in the true sense. Audrey smiled slightly. Hobert is starting his blasphemous remarks again. Leonard was still a little unaccustomed to such descriptions. Isn't this a bit too straightforward? But why doesn't anyone seem uncomfortable with it? Klein recalled some of the information he had obtained before. No wonder Roselle's diary described Mr. Dor as the King of Angels closest to God. It turns out he was only one ritual away from becoming a god. Then he thought, why didn't he perform that ritual? It doesn't make sense that he found the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 characteristics but didn't know the ritual to become a true god of that pathway, right? Hobert continued, the ancient gods, in the beginning, probably didn't perform corresponding rituals either. This is very interesting. Their abilities are more diverse than those of the current true gods. For example, the Annihilation demonic wolf possesses the abilities of both the sleepless and seer pathways at the King of Angels level. But at the same time, the authority of his sleepless pathway abilities is half a grade lower than that of the current Evernight goddess. For a moment, the hall became very quiet. Everyone wasn't surprised but found the Emperor's explanation and his line of thinking very interesting. Katlia took a deep breath. This explanation has made me completely understand the concept of the ancient gods. The Emperor is more suitable for writing textbooks. With him, it seems that all ambiguous questions can be systematically understood, as if even mysticism is no longer mysterious. First thought to herself, so, in the early second epoch, there were no true gods, only gods built up from beyonder characteristics. The madness and disorder of that era can be directly felt through Hobert's description. Hobert continued, the reason I want to explain this first is because, according to my observations and conjectures, Farbaughty is different from other ancient gods in that he later became a true god of the prisoner pathway. The specific time of his apotheosis is unknown. I guess it might be in the late second epoch or early third epoch. It is precisely because he became a true god and didn't have many beyonder characteristics from other pathways in his body that he is an ancient god who has never fallen until now. Alger sighed again, this ancient god really has no presence. It is now the 5th epoch, and he has passed through 4 epochs, but there are very few records about him. I believe many beyonders haven't even heard of this ancient god's name. Emlyn asked, Emperor, have you seen Farbaughty? He noticed that the Emperor said, according to his observations and conjectures. Had he seen Farbaughty, or was he observing through some appearances? Yes, Hobert said, well, I said before that in an exploration, I obtained an oil painting related to Farbaughty. Later, by chance, I saw Farbaughty through that oil painting. And because I completed some relatively high-level tasks, I had the opportunity to communicate with Farbaughty. I learned a lot of first-hand information about the second epoch from him. For example, a lot of information about the war in which Lilith, the ancestor of the Sanguine, fell. Katlia understood, so, that's where the Emperor got a lot of his information about the second epoch. How else would the Emperor know so many secrets about the second epoch? Klein leaned back in his chair, this is what is called opportunity. It seems that transmigrators have a lot of opportunities. Audrey sighed, the ancient gods of the second epoch, just listening to it, such an exchange has a sense of historical weight. Furs recalled, Hobert seemed to have mentioned this, but he didn't seem to say that he had obtained any information from the ancient god. According to Farbaughty's description, Hobert continued, he had, Annihilation demonic wolf, perform several divinations for him. Perhaps those divinations helped him avoid several crises later on. He also said that during the second epoch, the god of spiritual creatures, later the chained god, was already being influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire at that time. However, according to Farbaughty, the Mother Tree of Desire had very limited influence on the real world at that time. In the god of spiritual creatures view, he was just cooperating with a hidden existence. At that time, Farbaughty was at least at the level of an King of Angels, so he was not affected by the Mother Tree of Desire, but it cannot be ruled out that he was affected without knowing it. Klein couldn't help but frown, the Mother Tree of Desire was influencing the real world during the second epoch. Then, tracing back further, can we see earlier traces of her? Alger sighed silently, it's the Mother Tree of Desire, again. After obtaining some information about the outer deities, I realized that the essence of this world is actually more dangerous than it looks. Furs sighed, fortunately, I have Mr. Fool and the Creator's protection, avoiding me and Hobert from directly facing some terrible dangers. Leonard, who had not experienced some previous transactions, asked, Mother Tree of Desire. Isn't this a evil god that only appeared in the 5th epoch? She existed very early, Hobert vaguely explained, perhaps she appeared before the second epoch. He didn't intend to continue dwelling on this question and continued, we all know that Farbaughty has almost no presence in history. The main reason he rarely shows up may be because of the Mother Tree of Desire. According to Farbaughty himself, the Mother Tree of Desire became much stronger during the 4th epoch and could already corrupt him. By the 5th epoch, the battle between Farbaughty and the Mother Tree of Desire entered a fever pitch. When Farbaughty realized that he would definitely fail, he divided himself. The divided part is the dark side of the universe. Leonard was stunned upon hearing this, this is also an evil god that only appeared in the 5th epoch. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 612, Chapter 611, Klein plans to hunt for Amon's avatar. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Miss Raven. May 13th. Hanged Man Alger was a little surprised. Dark side of the universe is devil monarch for body. This feels like a layer of mask has been removed. Then he thought, I really don't understand. How do these gods divide themselves? What will be the state after the division? The fool Klein thought, for body's failure is inevitable. After all, he is only at the level of a true god, while the mother tree of desire is at the level of a great old one. Even if I don't know the reason, these outer gods can't project too much power into the real world, but the rank of the little power they project is sometimes a little higher than that of a true god. The hermit Katlia thought, I heard that the dark side of the universe occasionally responds to prayers, so according to the description of the emperor, Farbody is influencing the real world through the identity of the dark side of the universe, while Farbody himself is hiding. The other members had at most heard of the dark side of the universe and did not know the specific situation, so they did not have corresponding associations. The emperor, Hobert, continued, the struggle between Farbody and the mother tree of desire is roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is Farbody hiding, and the mother tree of desire searching. The second stage is that the mother tree of desire found Farbody, and Farbody had to face the mother tree of desire directly, but if it was a head-on struggle, Farbody knew that he was definitely not an opponent. So he split out the dark side of the universe and used the dark side of the universe to pull with the mother tree of desire. This way, even if the dark side of the universe is polluted, Farbody's main body can effectively avoid corruption. At the same time, Farbody can also use the fight with the mother tree of desire for control of the dark side of the universe to make the mother tree of desire concentrate its main energy only on this battlefield. Klein smiled, what a good move of retreating to advance. Justice Audrey thought, the struggle at the level of gods becomes unimaginable. The third stage is the stalemate stage, the mother tree of desire still has no way to completely control the dark side of the universe. Hobert said. And Farbody, who is hiding in the dark, has not had any chance of winning in the fight for the dark side of the universe so far, but he will not lose for the time being. So they fell into a stalemate. He paused and said, in addition, as far as I know, since Farbody hid, he basically doesn't respond to the prayers of the demons anymore. According to Farbody himself, he once used the dark side of the universe to give some divine revelations, asking the demons to all pray to the dark side of the universe. But there are still many demons who presumptuously think that their monarch has encountered some difficulties, or may be sealed by some power. So some of them continue to pray to the devil monarch, while others simply sacrifice directly to the abyss. Although Farbody has not responded to them, these prayers and sacrifices themselves still caused a lot of trouble for Farbody. Everyone should have heard that there are a total of 3 demon families in the mystical world. Among them, the Andariel family and the Beria family began to decline more than 1,000 years ago. The reason for their decline is that they always sacrificed to Farbody, which made Farbody's situation very dangerous, so Farbody simply killed the angels of these 2 families. Klein leaned back in his chair, every god who needs to hide has some smart followers. The underworld Emperor Salinger is also like this, and his followers made the plan to resurrect him very tortuous. The devil monarch, Farbody, wanted to hide to avoid a head-on conflict with the mother tree of desire, but the demons repeatedly called him. The star Leonard crossed his arms, so that's why those 2 demon families began to decline. Then he thought, the information that my level can access only knows that 2 demon families have declined, but the information does not explain why they declined. I wonder if the church has complete information about this issue. The moon Emlyn smiled, Farbody's misfortune is to encounter these brainless demons. Like our sanguine, although we know that the state or situation of the ancestor is not good, we have never made random sacrifices and prayers, but just quietly waited for the ancestor to give some response. The knowledgeable Katlia had already guessed, were those demons affected by something? Otherwise, why would they violate the divine revelation of the dark side of the universe? Hobert smiled, that's what I think too. The mother tree of desire can easily have a certain impact on the criminal and prisoner pathways. The mother tree of desire should have realized that the dark side of the universe is just a bait, so he would try to influence the demons to sacrifice and pray to Farbody, looking for Farbody's whereabouts. And if the demons are allowed to pray, Farbody runs the risk of exposing his hiding place, so he had to kill the angels of those 2 families. But at the same time, it also exposed Farbody's plan, because even if the dark side of the universe is allowed to kill those demons, it also means confirming the mother tree of desire's guess that the dark side of the universe is really just a bait. At this time, the ingenuity of Farbody's plan is reflected. Even if the mother tree of desire knows that the dark side of the universe is a bait, he cannot sit idly by. So the mother tree of desire, which originally had difficulty penetrating power into the real world, had to fight on 2 fronts. On the one hand, he has to continue to fight for control of the dark side of the universe, and on the other hand, he has to find the whereabouts of the devil monarch, Farbody. And Farbody can hide and just fight with the mother tree of desire for control of the dark side of the universe. Alger suddenly realized, this is the struggle between gods, with unimaginable wisdom and means. Leonard sighed, is this really just the Emperor's guess? Why is his guess always so detailed, as if he also participated in the planning? Katlia breathed a sigh of relief, I never had much concept of the criminal pathway before. I didn't expect there to be so many stories behind this pathway. Then she noticed, why did the Emperor say that the Mother Tree of Desire is likely to have a certain impact on the criminal and prisoner pathways? Klein also thought of this question, could it be that the Mother Tree of Desire has a certain connection with some pathways in the real world? At this time, Hobert said again, according to some information I have obtained, the abyss seems to have become a bit strange recently. It is said that even demons can no longer survive there. Based on what we know about the struggle between the Mother Tree of Desire and Farbody, it is not difficult to make a corresponding guess. The abyss should have been affected by some influence from the Mother Tree of Desire, so some changes have occurred. It is even possible that the Mother Tree of Desire is influencing some demons through the abyss, so they keep praying and sacrificing to Farbody. In short, some changes have occurred in the abyss, some not so good changes. In addition, we must be wary of the beyonders of the demon pathway. This pathway represents depravity and malice. The prisoner pathway can still control their desires and distortions through restraint. But according to my observation, the beyonders of the criminal pathway basically have no goodwill after the unwinged angel sequence. Even if they don't play the role of demons, the beyonder characteristics will gradually make them evil. As soon as Hobert said this, Leonard immediately said, the beyonders of this pathway are originally the enemies of all of us beyonders. Alger also rarely made a positive statement, that's right, the appearance of demons is generally accompanied by heinous tragedies. They seem to like to destroy everything beautiful or kind. Audrey and Furs both recalled the serial murder case last year. One nodded and the other said yes to express their agreement. At this time, the world suddenly said, I have received a message that Amon's avatar can enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods through the abyss. Before everyone could be surprised, he asked again, what impact does the change in the abyss have on Amon? Katlia and others were all surprised by Amon's methods. They didn't expect him to be able to use even the abyss. Only the son Derek looked at the world, Mr. World, are you saying that you can reach your world from the forsaken land of the gods through the abyss? It was Hobert who answered his question, Amon can use the abyss because he is the king of angels. I believe that only angels or higher-level beings can guarantee they won't immediately fall in the abyss. According to legends, even angels can fall in the abyss, indicating that even at the angel level, one cannot stay in the abyss for long. So, don't think about using the abyss to leave the forsaken land of the gods. Doing so could easily turn everyone in City of Silver into demons. Little son wasn't particularly disappointed, I understand. Thank you for your answer. Then, Hobert answered Klein's question, theoretically speaking, the changes in the abyss have little impact on Amon's actions. The world pondered for a few seconds and then asked, then, can Amon's avatars use the abyss to quickly support other avatars? Hobert smiled, I feel that his avatar should find it easier to do this through the spirit world. Klein had, of course, already considered this. He asked only to confirm his thoughts, so, that means Amon's avatars can, at most, use the abyss to enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, he manipulated the world and said to the head of the bronze table, Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate separately with the Emperor and the star. Leonard was slightly stunned, wondering what Klein wanted from him. Hobert, however, roughly guessed what Klein wanted to do. After establishing a separate communication environment, the world said in a hoarse voice, I encountered Amon's avatar in Backlund. Hobert said, as expected, in his heart, and then knowingly asked, Backlund. Leonard was already considering whether to take the old man away from Backlund, or to hide in the church and not go out during this period. Then, he carefully checked whether the world had a habit of wearing a monocle. Yes, the suburbs of Backlund, Klein's the world added, he seems to have been attracted by a demigod from the Jacob family, but I don't know if that's his real purpose. Hobert smiled, or that fellow is here to find a blessed of the creator or fool. After becoming Sequence 3, when he faced Amon's avatar again, he felt more confident than before. Of course, he still couldn't win in a head-on battle, but he was confident that he could run away. This was Hobert's confidence. After all, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, Amon's avatars weren't difficult to deal with. The only fear was not having a chance to escape. Leonard was slightly stunned, not here to find the old man. And the Emperor's words seemed to have some deeper meaning. Hobert asked Klein, what are your plans? Respond proactively. Hobert nodded, glanced at Leonard, and asked as if he didn't know anything, this Mr. Star. The world explained, he can contact an angel of the Marauder pathway. Hobert said, oh, as if he had recalled the information about the Zoroast family that the Star had previously traded. Then, Hobert said, you also know that I participated in a hunt for Amon's avatar. Leonard's expression didn't change much, but he was very surprised inside. What? Did I hear wrong? He participated in a hunt for Amon's avatar. Then, he carefully observed whether the Emperor had a habit of wearing a monocle. The most important thing about such an operation is its concealment. Hobert continued, if you can't isolate the spread of information between Amon's avatars, a batch after batch of avatars will be attracted after the battle begins. If this operation can ask for the help of the Evernight goddess, that would be the best. Klein said, after the tarot gathering ends, I will perform the corresponding prayer ritual. Leonard was a little confused. Will Klein's prayer be answered by the goddess? However, although he was a Nighthawk, he didn't dare to pray to the Evernight goddess. He didn't think that the goddess wouldn't notice that an angel of the Marauder pathway was living in his body when he performed the corresponding ritual. Hobert added, the power to deal with Amon's avatar must be sufficient. The Fool will send an angel to participate in the battle, a sequence 1, Klein referred to Fate Snake, will Oseptin, who had already confirmed his participation. Then he looked at Leonard, will the angel behind you participate in the battle? Sequence 1. Leonard was first a little surprised, and then took a deep breath. I can't make decisions for him, but if it's concealed enough, and our strength is strong enough, I think he should participate in the battle. Klein looked at Hobert again, and Hobert smiled. I don't dare to make decisions for the Creator either, but the Creator also doesn't like Amon. In addition, I must inform you in advance that the Creator will not send angels to Backland at this time. Hobert suddenly had the feeling that two people who loved to brag were sitting together chatting, one saying that the Fool would send an angel, and the other saying that the Creator would not send angels to Backland at this time. It all sounded very impressive, but Hobert knew the angels who served the Fool. Many years later, they might really serve him, but now, it could only be considered unilateral service in the Fool's words. As for the angels of the Creator, not only would they not be sent to Backland at this time, but they couldn't be sent anywhere, because Holy Infant and Hundred-Eyed Devil Monarch were already offline. If Hobert wanted to send an angel, he would have to find Messenger Beverly or Raymond at Tony Manor. They would probably be willing to help, but Hobert wasn't entirely sure. So, it was better to simply say that if a cooperation intention was reached, the Creator would personally take action. After all, the Creator had no problem facing Amon's avatar now. Among the three, perhaps only Leonard felt that their previous conversation was very impressive. What? Mr. Fool will send an angel to participate in the battle. The old man will most likely agree. What? The Creator will not send angels to Backland at this time. Does he have a certain agreement with the Orthodox gods or the royal family? Klein finally said, I will make the corresponding preparations in the next few days, and I hope you will also make the corresponding preparations. Hobert immediately stated, after the gathering ends, I will immediately pray to the Creator and report this matter. Leonard also said, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Klein was very satisfied with this result, and the three ended the separate communication process. Because no one initiated a new transaction, this tarot gathering entered the free exchange session. Alger was about to ask the Emperor some detailed questions about the previous extraordinary war, but Emlyn cleared his throat and said, Everyone, I have encountered a problem. The higher-ups of the Sanguine seem to be investigating me. I only realized this after unintentionally clashing with the Sanguine. What should I do now? Alger pondered for a moment and asked, do you know why you are being investigated? I know, Emlyn glanced at Hobert, because I have been the liaison between the Emperor and the Sanguine twice. Especially after this war, the Marquis of the Sanguine, as well as the Duke who just arrived in Backland, seemed to be very interested in the power of the Creator. And theoretically speaking, my life trajectory has no way of knowing the Emperor. I think this is mainly why they want to investigate how I know the Emperor. Everyone nodded, understanding Mr. Moon's situation. Previously, when the Emperor simply initiated transactions with the Sanguine didn't pay much attention to the forces to which the Emperor belonged. In this large-scale war, the Sanguine realized the power of the Creator's forces, so they began to pay attention to this force. Then, of course, they had to first investigate Mr. Moon, who had been the liaison twice, to see if Mr. Moon was reliable. If they thought he was reliable, then Mr. Moon might be responsible for the liaison work between him and the Emperor in the future. If Mr. Moon was not reliable, then they might find someone else to do this. Hobert pondered for a moment before smiling. I think, rather than saying this is your higher-ups investigating you, it's better to say that your higher-ups want to observe my reaction to this matter. He paused and added, according to the Creator's consistent intentions, the Sanguine have always been an alliance we can strive for, so after this war ended, I once again extended a long-term cooperation invitation to the Sanguine, but your higher-ups have not yet responded. They should be discussing this matter while testing you and probing us through you. Emlyn was a little confused. Testing you? Yes. Hobert said, first of all, I want to congratulate you. Among the Sanguine, you have become a rather special one, even regarded as a link to the Creator faction, so of course, you have to be tested. Moreover, for the long-term cooperation between us, the Sanguine will definitely consider it carefully, so they will observe us through you. I think that even if you didn't discover the Sanguine who had a conflict with you, he would find a way to make you discover him actively. In this case, if I ignore your encounter, it means that we have no sincerity. If I kill that Sanguine, it means that we have some malice towards the Sanguine, at least not as much goodwill as we show. Emlyn opened his mouth. Before this, he didn't know that the two sides were preparing for long-term cooperation. After the Emperor's analysis, he felt that it seemed to be the case. Everyone also felt that this analysis was clear enough, sorting out the relationship clearly. Furs complained inwardly about the Sanguine being too cautious. They don't cherish Hobert's invitation, they will regret it later. Audrey was also a little unhappy. The Sanguine are too careful, what is there to doubt about them? If we really wanted to be detrimental to the Sanguine, we wouldn't have issued an invitation for an alliance. Emlyn asked Hobert again, then what should I do? Hobert held out 2 fingers, 2 steps. The first step is for you to take the initiative to admit your mistake to the higher-ups, explaining that you had a conflict with another Sanguine unintentionally, and tell them about the process of our acquaintance. Emlyn was a little surprised. You want us to expose the Tarot Club? Hobert looked at Emlyn helplessly. Emlyn was stunned for a moment before seeming to come back to his senses. I remember, we have already met, so there's no need to expose the Tarot Club. The other members immediately understood. It turned out that the Emperor and the Moon already knew each other. Alger even suspected the Moon wouldn't have joined the club through the Emperor's introduction, would he? Hobert continued, as for the second step, you must punish that Sanguine, and I can't participate. It must be other forces of the Creator faction who act. Only then can we have enough buffer between us and the Sanguine. Finally, Hobert said to Emlyn, as for how to punish him, it's up to you. Then he sighed inwardly. I originally thought that Furs and the others wouldn't encounter danger because they went to find Beyonder ingredients, so that punishment for the Sanguine wouldn't happen. But what I didn't expect was that the joint action of the Tarot Club became an action planned by the Emperor. Emlyn had considered this a bit. I think that Sanguine was acting on orders, so there's no need to make him pay with his life. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I hope to be able to trick him into going to the Harvest Church and make him a believer of the Earth Mother Church. Klein behind the grey fog almost covered his face. How vicious. Katlia leaned back in her chair. Perhaps Mr. Moon knows very well the psychological impact that becoming a believer of the Earth Mother would have on a Sanguine, so he would have such an idea. Audrey smiled. Such a punishment is very appropriate. Then she asked Hobert, is this punishment easy to carry out? Everyone was slightly stunned. Miss Justice seemed to care about this matter too. Only Furs narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Justice and then at Hobert. It's not difficult. Hobert met Furs' gaze generously before continuing to smile. I'll transfer a demigod from another place and distort his thoughts a bit. In fact, the focus of this action is the scale. Although we want to punish that Sanguine, we can't fall out with the Sanguine, nor can we put too much pressure on them. Katlia and Alger nodded one after another, feeling that the Emperor's words had hit the nail on the head. No matter how they punish him, no matter what Mr. Moon does, it's all being done for their higher-ups to see. And Furs, after being looked back at so generously by Hobert, instead felt that she might have guessed wrong and was a little embarrassed. Finally, Hobert said to Emlyn, give me 2 days. I'll transfer people from Backlund. At the same time, you also need to make some preparations these 2 days. After the manpower is gathered, I will come to you and discuss the entire plan with you. Emlyn nodded, okay. Because this was a matter between the Sanguine and the Creator faction, everyone didn't intend to ask too much. So Alger entered the next topic. Mr. Emperor, the extraordinary war that is happening in the Central Highlands has already spread at sea. It is said that after Vice Admiral Ailment went to participate in the war, she has not returned until now. Her fleet is likely to be disbanded or taken over by others. Katlia nodded slowly, but did not say that she had also participated in the division of Vice Admiral Ailment's fleet. Hobert said, Vice Admiral Ailment is very likely to have died in battle, because in this war, the most witches who died were mid-sequence Beyonders. I think 7 or 8/10 of their middle level should have died. Although they knew that they had achieved a considerable victory, the other members, including the World and the Moon who participated in the war, all showed their surprise to varying degrees. They were very clear that for such a Beyonder organization, such a blow was absolutely devastating. Leonard thought to himself, the Church's guess is still too conservative. This war has actually achieved such a great victory. Then the Demonist sect will hide in the dark and lick its wounds for a long time to come. Katlia sighed, this is the power of Beyonder warfare. One battle may determine the fate of both sides for decades, or even hundreds of years. Klein thought, then the strategic effect achieved by this war will also be quite huge. In addition to defeating an opponent, neither the Orthodox churches nor the royal families of various countries will underestimate the Creator's power. Or rather, the Creator's influence is already not small, probably similar to the God of Craftsmen back then. just lacking the Orthodox Church's recognition of his status as a true god. Then he thought, but the Creator doesn't seem to be in a hurry about this. He doesn't really care whether the true gods recognize him or not. He only heard Hobert continue, even if she didn't die, Vice Admiral Ailment wouldn't dare to appear in the public eye again, because that would inevitably attract the Creator faction's search and encirclement. Finally, he smiled and said, after all, we are already preparing to develop forces at sea, so we might as well take this opportunity to practice by encircling and suppressing Vice Admiral Ailment. Cathlia sighed inwardly. We, pirate admirals, the strong men recognized at sea, are not really taken seriously by the Emperor. Alger was also very concerned about the fact that the other party was going to develop forces at sea. Could it be that the Creator's forces felt that the various forces in the Forsaken Sea were very mixed, so they also wanted to infiltrate their own power here? He was a little worried. I don't know if the power belonging to the Creator will conflict with the Storm Church. After all, the true ruler of the Forsaken Sea is actually the Storm Church, the Sea King John Cotman. Klein recalled the members of the Tony family. At that time, some members of the Tony family occasionally wore clothing with the style of the Rorstad archipelago. He believed that that should be the main force of the Creator in the Forsaken Sea. Furs roughly understood Hobert's plan. At this time, she smiled slightly, and a sense of pride filled her heart. Audrey was also very curious about this, but now was obviously not the time to ask questions. At this time, Emlyn asked Hobert, then does that mean that the biggest result of this war is the blow to the middle-level power of the Demonist sect? No. Hobert said, the Demonist sect has 2 angels in very bad condition. One of them was beaten into even worse condition. I think she should be hovering on the verge of losing control for a long time. The other angel in bad condition was killed by the Creator and 2 other angels together, so the Demonist sect's high-end combat power also suffered a lot of losses in this battle. An angel died. Even if it's an angel in bad condition, it's still an angel. The other members, including Klein, felt a little unreal after hearing this news. Last year, when they first heard about battles at the angel level, they still felt it was very high-end. At this time, they suddenly heard that an angel had died, and they always felt that such a thing was very, very far away from them, but it actually happened around them. Klein sighed with emotion. This time, the Creator has made a killing. Just the beyonder characteristic of that angel alone is a priceless trophy. Then, he smiled helplessly. I originally thought that obtaining a grade 1 sealed artifact was already a pretty rich haul, but now it seems my perspective was too limited. Furs was a little unhappy. Hobert actually didn't tell me about this. But then she recalled that she hadn't given Hobert a chance to talk about these things recently. Audrey was also a little unhappy. We even attended a ball together, but Hobert didn't mention this to me. At the same time, she also seemed to realize that a ball might not be the best place to discuss such things. Little Son asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, did the Creator send out a total of 2 angels this time? No. Hobert had long wanted to brag about this, and he smiled and said, both sides sent out 4 each. Klein was stunned. In the battle that had just ended, there were actually 8 angels participating. This was the thing we participated in really a war? Why do I feel like the biggest enemy we encountered was that Demoness of Unaging, whom Hobert sent back to the respawn point? Alger shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Judging by the number of angels, the Creator's forces are strong enough to challenge the Church of Storms. Could they be planning to start a new war in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? Cathlia was slightly stunned, once again shattering her perception of the Creator's power. I used to think that the Creator's power was similar to the Moses Ascetic Order, but now it seems that this power must be stronger than the Ascetic Order. I'm quite sure that the Ascetic Order doesn't have 4 angels. Even Furs was a little surprised, feeling that the power involved in this war that had just ended exceeded her expectations. After Hobert received a wave of surprise from everyone, he smiled and said, however, 2 of the angels were invited as reinforcements. Then he added, the Demonist sect also invited a reinforcement. The enemies of the Creator have come together. At the same time, the Creator also took action. Correspondingly, the primordial Demoness also descended power, but she was stopped by the Creator during the process of descending power. Everyone sighed with emotion. This is the real inside story of this battle. Then, almost everyone believed that the reinforcement invited by the Demonist sect was likely an angel from the Rose School of Thought, and everyone knew that they were enemies of the Creator. Audrey thought of a very high-level piece of information she had obtained from Mr. Fool during the Backlund Smog incident. The primordial Demoness name is Cheek. So she asked, how does the primordial Demoness descend power? Is her power very strong? Using her own idol. Hobert didn't hide this. According to the Creator, the primordial Demoness is in very poor condition. Klein recalled some of the information he had traded for before. Could it be that the injuries that primordial Demoness suffered in the War of the 4 Emperors have not healed even now? The other members also recalled the Emperor's description of the primordial Demoness in the previous deal with the Underworld Emperor, but everyone immediately had a realization. Even if she is in poor condition, she is still a god. And a god at the level of a true god. The members who had not seen the Creator's image thought along these lines: the Creator blocked the primordial demonis, so does that mean that the Creator is at least at the level of an king of angels? Alger cleared his throat and said, even if the reinforcements are very impressive, not everyone can invite angel-level reinforcements. Klein suddenly realized that he could do this. Leonard smiled slightly. There's an angel living in my body. Emlyn was also thinking, I wonder if our Sanguine's Duke would participate in such a war at my request. The other members didn't have such channels. The only channel they could think of was to ask Mr. Fool for help. Alger also noticed the expressions of the three of them. The world can get an angel to help, I'm not surprised, but the star can also get one. The new member's identity is not simple. Audrey also noticed this. Is Mr. Star asking for help from an angel-level member of his family? He wouldn't be asking for help from an angel of the church, would he? Mr. Moon can also invite an angel. Oh, right, he mentioned that a sanguine angel has come to Backlund. Finally, she smiled slightly. The forces behind the members of our tarot club are all very powerful. Katlia couldn't help but frown. When did angels become so cheap that half of the members can invite the help of angels? Regarding Alger's compliment, Hobert smiled slightly. It's not that I can do this. They mainly came for the Creator. He didn't continue the topic about angels, but said again, as for the demonist sect, the losses at the demigod level are also not small. The only ones who may not have suffered much loss are the low-sequence beyonders who participated in the war with fewer numbers. An undeniable fact is that the demonist sect has been completely defeated by us. A more direct manifestation is that most of the courtesans in the countries of the northern continent will disappear. In addition, the high-end combat power of the Theosophy Order has also been almost completely wiped out in this battle. From now on, the Theosophy Order will become a third-rate secret organization. They don't even have a Sequence 5 now. Audrey immediately asked, Mr. Emperor, what is the relationship between the Theosophy Order and the demonist sect? Originally, the Theosophy Order was an organization established by some members of the Abraham family. Hobert briefly explained, but after the demonist sect's long-term infiltration, the Theosophy Order can already be considered a subordinate organization of the demonist sect. After the Theosophy Order suffered heavy losses, they became even more inseparable from the demonist sect. In the future, this may be a Beyonder organization mainly composed of low-sequence Beyonders. Audrey nodded slowly, so the Theosophy Order is also an evil organization. After the description of the participation of 8 angels, the other members were no longer surprised by the subsequent descriptions. Little Sun saw that everyone had finished talking about this Beyonder war, and then he asked, everyone. My ritual to advance to Priest of Light is to bury my whole body in non-melting ice in pure darkness. In City of Silver, similar ice is not difficult to find, but how can I create pure and safe darkness? Everyone was almost stunned, so that's what the Priest of Light's advancement ritual is like. Audrey smiled slightly. Little Sun is really honest and simple. Hobert immediately thought of using tampering or distortion to create a safe dark space, but he also thought that City of Silver was Klein's private land, so he should leave it to him to solve. Klein had already thought of a way at this time, which was to have Leonard provide a talisman of the dark domain and have Little Sun pray to the Fool. Klein would mobilize the power above the gray fog to provide Little Sun with an artificial darkness. But he thought that there were too many sources of danger in the forsaken land of the gods, and he didn't know if it would work, so he had to verify it in advance. So he manipulated the world and said to Derek, I will help you search for information and find a way, but in this process, you may need to cooperate to verify whether it is feasible. Derek immediately said, no problem. Then he thanked, thank you, Mr. World. After this topic ended, no one started a new topic, and the Fool Klein said, that's all for today. Everyone stood up and saluted, and this tarot club ended. In Green Grass Manor, Hobert and Furs returned to the real world together. The first sentence Furs said when she opened her eyes was, I want that Murloc cufflink. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 613, Chapter 612, Audrey advances to Sequence 6, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Canal Gustavo Aguiar for becoming a free member. Hobert was already prepared for Furz's request. I know, you definitely want to put the Murloc cufflink up for auction at the Longtail Island auction house you're preparing, right? After all, this mystical item is very suitable for auction at sea. Furs was stunned. I didn't have such thoughts. Hobert continued seriously, although some preparations need to be made for the new auction house, you also need to consider the price. If the price of the goods is too high, don't buy them for the time being. Furs suddenly didn't know how to explain, that's not it, Justice didn't. I know, Justice raised the price first, but didn't I help you win the Murloc cufflink in the end? Hobert said earnestly, don't do such silly things in the future. Furs suddenly felt the urge to scratch her head. Didn't Hobert call a stop because he didn't want to see me and Justice compete for that mystical item? He thought I wanted to get that Murloc cufflink to raise funds for the new auction house. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. In Hobert's plan for developing the eastern port of Longtail Island, one of the key construction projects is to build an extraordinary auction house there. And now, after several months of construction, the eastern port city is about to open to the public. A mystical item like the Murloc cufflink will definitely fetch a good price at the auction house on Longtail Island. While Furs was considering this matter, Hobert suddenly leaned over and kissed Furs. Furs's cheeks flushed slightly. Just as she was about to dodge, Hobert whispered in her ear, "World is preparing to hunt Amon's avatar. I have to discuss this with him. I won't be eating dinner here." Furs was slightly stunned, looking at Hobert putting on his coat. "You, be careful." The Murloc cufflink was no longer her biggest concern. Hobert smiled. "This time I'm just helping him with the liaison, not participating in the specific action." After putting on his coat, Hobert pinched Furs's cheek. "I'm leaving. Remember to keep an eye on Conrad and the others. Make sure they do the corresponding preparatory work." Furs nodded. "I know." Watching Hobert leave, she suddenly felt a little lost. Looking out the window, a gust of moist wind blew in, and it began to drizzle outside. "It's really a good time for a nap," Furs sighed. She lay down again, suddenly remembering that she hadn't taken a nap with Hobert for a long time. Hobert returned to Backlund, pretended to pray to the Creator in the study, and then took out £1,100 in cash and sacrificed it to Mr. Fool. Klein's two mystical items were eventually sold for £2,700, but for the previous two intelligence transactions, Klein had accumulated a debt of £1,600, so Hobert only needed to pay £1,100. While making the sacrifice, Hobert reported to the Fool, "Respected Mr. Fool, please tell the world that the Creator is willing to take action when he needs help. Also, please tell him that it is best to pray to the Creator at the beginning of the battle, so as not to be too late to make the corresponding request after the battle begins." A few minutes later, Hobert received a reply from the world, "Thank you for the Creator's promise." After resolving this matter, Hobert sat in the chair and recalled the conflict between Audrey and Furs at the tarot meeting. For Hobert, although the conflict between Audrey and Furs made him sweat at the time, he later realized that this conflict was equivalent to an effective communication between the two, and also a self-reconciliation. The most frightening thing is not the conflict, but maintaining indifference even when they meet. After this conflict, Hobert believed that they felt each other's bottom line, and would respect each other's bottom line in the future, which is pretty good. Of course, Hobert also knew that they were both smart people and that the reasons he found could not deceive them. But they both needed Hobert to give a reason, even if the reason was absurd. Some things simply cannot be said too clearly. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Hobert's face. After this incident, the Shura field was basically over. Taking a deep breath, Hobert looked at his pocket watch. While there was still some time, he entered the Nation of Disorder and found the star representing Furs. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert spread his spirituality over, and saw Furs yawning and chatting with Zio. Hobert smiled helplessly. It could be seen that Furs wanted to take a nap, but Zio was there, so she couldn't sleep. Because Zio had not prayed to the Creator, she could only contact her through Furs. Fortunately, Zio knew that Furs was in a bad mood recently, and also knew that Longtail Island was still a bit dangerous, so she had been staying by Furs's side. Hobert aimed his spirituality at Zio, and then said in the supreme voice of the Creator, "Find these two people." At the same time, he stuffed the corresponding information into Zio's brain. South Colson, in the Green Lawn Manor. Zio was describing to Furs the shopping process she had this afternoon at the West Bank Orchard. Suddenly, a great figure appeared in her mind, "Find these two people." Before she could see clearly, the great figure disappeared, and then two pieces of information appeared in Zio's mind. This information was very detailed, with portraits, their previous residences, and explanations of their strength. Zio was slightly surprised. I received a mission issued by the Creator. Furs was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "What mission? Does it need to be kept secret?" Zio swallowed. "The Creator didn't say." "Then it doesn't need to be kept secret. The Creator asked me to find two people." Zio found that the two pieces of information seemed to have become part of her memory. If she recalled it slightly, the two pieces of information could reappear in her mind. They are two members of the Aurora Order. Furs nodded. "That should be right. The Creator regards many evil organizations as enemies." Zio added, "They are both in Backlund." "Then you should go back to Backlund." Zio was a little worried, "But your safety." "Don't worry." Furs smiled. "Another batch of officially Beyonders who are receiving training came last week. The extraordinary power here is more abundant. Besides, I will be promoted to Sequence 6 next month, so I don't need protection." Backlund. Hobert issued a mission to Zio, and then took a carriage to Earl Hall's mansion. At last week's ball, he had made an appointment with Earl Hall to have dinner together tonight. After chatting with Earl Hall for a while, Hobert came to the studio and saw Audrey painting. "Let me see what you are painting." Audrey, wearing a relatively loose long dress, smiled and put down her paintbrush, showing Hobert the unfinished painting, which was Hobert's manor in the suburbs. Although it was not finished yet, Hobert noticed that the colors she used were basically warm colors, so it seemed that the previous visit to the manor had left her with good memories. Audrey covered the painting while saying, "I want that Murloc cufflink." "What do you want that low-level thing for?" Hobert said, "I have already sold it to a pirate. I have brought you something better." When he spent £1,500 to buy the Murloc cufflink, he didn't intend to give it to Furs, nor did he intend to give it to Audrey, nor did he intend to sell it. Its fate was destined to be left in the nation of disorder to gather dust. Because there was no one else in the studio, Audrey pouted unceremoniously, looking very cute. "You don't believe me?" Hobert smiled. He took out 2 wooden boxes from 2 different pockets. "Look for yourself." Audrey didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't disbelieve that." Hobert seemed to understand something. "I know, you must want to go swimming with me with the Murloc cufflink, right?" He looked Audrey up and down. "I'll go and get the Murloc cufflink back from the pirate." Audrey was a little embarrassed to be watched. She quickly grabbed Hobert. "I don't mean that either." Hobert clapped his hands. "I really know this time. It must be that you miss me after not seeing me for several days, right? If it's not that, then it must be that you want a kiss." In the end, Hobert picked up Audrey and spun her around, and this topic finally ended in giggling laughter. Because it was not yet dinner time, the two simply came to the laboratory. Hobert glanced at the hypnotist potion formula and helped her prepare the potion. "Do you have time tomorrow?" Hobert asked while weighing the auxiliary ingredients and then adding them to the beaker in turn. "I have already told my father that I will visit the power plant with you tomorrow." Audrey watched Hobert's skillful technique from the side, smiling slightly. "Visit the power plant at noon, and then go to Earl's Light in the afternoon." Hobert finished adding the auxiliary ingredients and began to add the main ingredient, 60 milliliters of the black hunting giant lizard's brain fluid, and a fruit of the psychedelic bell tree. Soon, a hypnotist potion was prepared. Hobert looked at it and saw that there was no problem, and then said, "Strive to work at Earl's Light this week." He estimated that he would need to invest a lot in the southern continent next week. Audrey took a deep breath. "I'll talk about it after I take the potion." "Don't be so nervous." Hobert smiled. "You'll be fine." Audrey picked up the potion. "What should you do if I show signs of losing control?" Hobert glanced at Susie, who came in. "I will give the loss of control on you to this golden retriever." Susie, who had just entered, was stunned for a moment, then turned around and walked out. Audrey chuckled. "You scared Susie away." Hobert looked a little strange. "It wouldn't understand what I said, would it?" Audrey quickly waved her hand. "It's just a coincidence." "Okay, hurry up and take the potion." Hobert didn't continue this topic. With Hobert present, Audrey was indeed much more at ease. After comforting herself again, she picked up the potion and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the potion, Audrey's eyes immediately became blank. A layer of illusory scales appeared on the surface of her body, and her eyes gradually turned into pale golden vertical pupils. Hobert observed Audrey's mental state at all times. If there was a risk of losing control, he would immediately help Audrey give most of the mental pressure away. However, even if the advancement is completed in this way, it will only avoid losing control during the advancement process. Audrey's state will still not be good after the advancement is over. So, it's best not to interfere if the advancement process can be left alone. Audrey's body began to swell, and the dress that looked relatively loose was stretched up, with the risk of tearing. Her eyes gradually became sharp, but this was still within her tolerance. After about 3 or 4 minutes, after a struggle, Audrey's body gradually began to recover and eventually became normal. Hobert felt a little regretful, because the material of Audrey's clothes was very good and was not torn. 1 or 2 minutes later, the phantom scales on Audrey's body disappeared, her eyes gradually regained their brilliance, and finally she breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. I felt like I almost couldn't find my consciousness just now." Hobert smiled. "Advancing to sequence 6 is generally quite dangerous. Quickly use meditation to restrain your spirituality." He noticed that the color of Audrey's eyes was deeper than before, looking like a deep pool of water, very charming. After waiting for another 7 or 8 minutes, Audrey opened her eyes refreshed. "Okay." Hobert opened his arms, a big hug as a reward. Audrey smiled. "I don't want it." "Okay, okay." Hobert took out the 2 wooden boxes again. "This is the reward prepared for you. After you become a hypnotist, you will have strong control abilities such as hypnosis, so the 2 gifts I prepared for you are mainly mystical items that are inclined to quickly kill targets. I named this ring, Priest of Light Ring. It can use most of the abilities of Priest of Light, especially Holy Light. Targets below sequence 6 can be burned into charcoal with one blow. Even for enemies of sequence 6 and sequence 5, one blow can make the target burn with flames and have a 2 to 5 second trance. The attack power is at least doubled against undead creatures or dark creatures. This mystical item was exactly the gift that Philip I of the Kingdom of Fanapotter gave to Hobert in return for obtaining a piece of Order crystal from Hobert. Hobert pointed to another wooden box. This bracelet has most of the abilities of Guardian, such as Dawn Sword and Dawn Armor, and can also use Dawn Barrier to protect yourself or your companions. This is one sequence higher than the sealed artifact of the Warrior Pathway that I explained to Mr. Star before. I was going to give it to you at that time, so I simply didn't mention it to Mr. Star. In fact, he had forgotten the existence of this mystical item. This was a mystical item that Christian gave to Hobert. After becoming a demigod, these mystical items had been placed in the Nation of Disorder. Hobert had only rediscovered them a few days prior while taking stock of his sealed artifacts. They were convenient to carry and had decent abilities, so he packed them into a wooden box to give to Audrey. These mystical items, after being resealed by Hobert, had minimal negative effects and were considered rare finds. Audrey, no longer a novice in the world of the extraordinary, knew that these two items were worth at least £25,000. After thanking him, Audrey gleefully accepted the two gifts. Hobert watched Audrey play with the items for a while before saying, "I have a Dreamwalker characteristic here, but no potion formula." Because this Dreamwalker characteristic had long been shattered by him, there was no way to connect to the potion formula from the characteristic. Audrey was taken aback, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect that I wouldn't have to worry about the main ingredient right after advancing to sequence 6. She thought for a moment before saying, "The psychology alchemist should have the formula, but it definitely won't be easy to obtain." Hobert waved his hand nonchalantly, "Leave it to me. Whatever they want or hope to achieve, leave it to me." Audrey exclaimed, "It's so nice to have a lover." "You should say boyfriend." Hobert opened his arms again, "Aren't you going to reward me?" Audrey smiled, but didn't say anything. Hobert understood her meaning, stepped forward, and gave Audrey a bear hug. After hugging for a few seconds, Audrey shook her head, "Don't breathe in my ear." Hobert leaned on Audrey's shoulder, "I have to breathe, or I'll suffocate." Audrey struggled out of Hobert's arms and gave him an unhappy look, "You bad egg." Her slightly annoyed look seemed very cute to Hobert, and he wanted to pinch her cheek, but Audrey dodged him. At this moment, someone knocked on the door, and the two immediately regained their serious expressions. The laboratory door was opened, and it turned out to be a servant calling them to the dining room for dinner. Hobert stretched his arms, "What a delightful dinner to look forward to." As they walked to the dining room, Audrey asked, "What's so delightful about it?" "Being able to chat with Earl Hall about the current situation in Backland is certainly delightful." Audrey was stunned. This was different from what she had expected. Anything else? Hobert smiled. "Being able to talk to Mr. Hobert about Backland's political topics is also delightful." Audrey looked at Hobert. "Is that all?" "Being able to have dinner with the most beautiful Miss Audrey." Hobert smiled. "That's the most delightful thing of all." Audrey humphed, as if to say, "You know what's good for you." Joking around, the two arrived at the dining room. The moment they entered the dining room, both of them put away their smiles. After taking their seats, Earl Hall served the appetizer to Hobert first, and Hobert thanked the Hall family for their hospitality and banquet. After a simple pre-dinner exchange, dinner finally began. At the long dining table, Hobert was at least 5 or 6 meters away from Earl Hall. It wasn't that he was deliberately placed far away, but rather that everyone was about 2 meters apart. Hobert felt like they weren't eating as a family at all. Hobert complained in his heart, "Does every meal for the nobles feel like attending a banquet?" At this moment, Hobert took a sip of his aperitif and suddenly asked, "Hobert, I've always been curious, why do you always give the workers at Earl's Light such high wages and benefits? I heard that the salary of an ordinary worker is almost the same as that of a clerk." In this era, being a clerk was still a very good job, not very tiring, and with an above-average salary in the factory. Earl Hall also asked curiously, "Is this a form of charity?" "No," Hobert said after eating a bite of escargots, "I'm creating a middle class." "Creating a middle class?" Audrey asked curiously. Everyone else was also very curious about this concept and put down their cutlery to look at Hobert. Hobert also put down his cutlery and gently wiped his mouth with a lace-edged napkin before saying, "The residents of Backland today are roughly divided into 3 levels, nobles and millionaires, the middle class, and the poor." He further explained, "If you want to promote economic activity, consumption is a very important aspect. Although nobles and millionaires are very rich, they are few in number and cannot bear the city's main daily consumption. Although there are many poor people, they have no money, so it is not difficult to come to the conclusion that Backland's main daily consumption is supported by the middle class. But the problem is that many current policies and regulations are not very friendly to the middle class. We see those vagrants on the streets of Backland, and there are not many poor people among them, mostly middle class. In fact, in my opinion, the middle class may be more likely to go bankrupt than the poor. Earl Hall and Audrey listened very carefully. Even though they were among the more enlightened nobles, Hobert's views were very appealing to them. This is a very dangerous sign, Hobert said seriously. If the number of the middle class decreases sharply on a large scale, it will cause a phenomenon of wealth not circulating, and most of the factories and various companies will be greatly affected. So, in my opinion, a more important purpose of opening a factory is to create a part of the middle class and make this society look more vibrant. Earl Hall picked up his cutlery again. This idea is very special and very novel. He smiled. Backlund needs such new ideas. Hobert spread his hands. I think every gentleman in Backlund will recognize the importance of the middle class. But whether they will protect the middle class and continuously create a middle class is unknown. Following this topic, everyone talked about Backlund's economic situation, and Hobert did not hesitate to praise it. It is indeed the most prosperous city in the world, able to plunder cheap raw materials from the colonies, and has very cheap labor. The only thing missing is a market that will never be filled. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Hobert used some knowledge from his memory to show his cutting-edge ideas and knowledge. The Hall family was very satisfied with Hobert. At more than 9 o'clock in the evening, after drinking tea and chatting for a while, Hobert got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, Hobert glanced at Audrey. Her face was full of smiles. The approval of her family for her lover should be the happiest thing for her. Back at the Earl's mansion, Hobert was just about to rest when a prayer came from the Nation of Disorder. He stretched and reluctantly locked the door and entered the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw that the star of Lawrence of the Balk family was expanding. He roughly guessed the purpose of the other party's prayer, spread his spirituality over, and sure enough, he saw Lawrence and the 3 family members behind him. Hobert had promised last week to bestow a Earl of the Fallen, characteristic to the Balk family. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 614, Chapter 613 Great Changes on the Fog Sea, Bonus 2. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Satya Shiveshpenta for becoming a free member. South Continent, upper reaches of the Hodis River. Following the instructions of the favored, Hobert, Lawrence first carefully selected 3 outstanding Sequence 5 members from his family. Then, he arranged the altar, prayed to the Creator, and began to loudly report the talents of these 3 Sequence 5 members and their contributions to the family and the Creator. These 3 Sequence 5 members, 2 men and 1 woman, had all participated in the recently concluded extraordinary war and had performed quite well. After Lawrence finished his report, the majestic image of the Creator appeared above the altar. Lawrence and the other 3 immediately lowered their heads and knelt on one knee, not daring to look directly at the Creator, only feeling the immense pressure emanating from the Creator. As the 4 of them performed the ritual together, they heard the Creator say in a deep voice, "Give it to Leon." The young man named Leon praised the Creator with joy. The other 2 were somewhat disappointed, but only slightly. To them, becoming candidates and being noticed by the Creator was a great honor. After Lawrence bowed and acknowledged, he began to arrange the granting ceremony and indeed received a portion of the Earl of the Fallen, Beyonder characteristics. After thanking the Creator, the 4 of them looked at the Beyonder characteristics on the altar with mixed feelings. This was a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic. It meant that the Balk family could have 4 demigods in the future. After praising the Creator again, Lawrence first put away the Beyonder characteristics and was about to tell Leon about the advancement ceremony when suddenly the candles on the table turned into green flames. The space in front of them became illusory, and a coffin floated out of the spirit world. A letter flew out from the crack of the coffin and landed in Lawrence's hand. Immediately afterward, the coffin disappeared, and the candle flames returned to normal. Lawrence knew this was Hobert's messenger and was not surprised. He opened the letter and glanced at it. Favored, Hobert wants to transfer a demigod from the Balk family to Backlund to assist him in completing a task. He said to the 3 family members behind him, "Immediately go and call the elders for a meeting." Although Lawrence was also a favored, and Hobert had said they were now equals, Lawrence did not dare to truly treat Hobert as an equal. In his opinion, Hobert should be the leader among the favored. The Creator would usually give him some tasks, and then he would distribute them to other favored. Therefore, Lawrence still attached great importance to Hobert's letter, treating his request for transfer as an order. Backlund, 62 Empress Borough. After Hobert sent the letter to Lawrence, he lay down on the bed to rest. He first recalled his choice just now. In fact, the young man named Leon was not more outstanding than the others. All 3 of them were very good. Hobert didn't know who to choose, so he just pointed at random. The choice just now was only to prove the Creator's authority. He does not interfere with promotions below demigod, but when promoted to demigod, especially when using the Beyonder characteristics provided by the Creator, then the Creator will designate the promoter. And now what Hobert has to consider is how to divide the power of the Balk family in the future. As of now, Hobert still needs to rely on the power of the Balk family to develop his forces in the southern continent, but he cannot always rely on this family. In the future, their demigods must be separated. Otherwise, the country built in the southern continent will easily be a country led by the Balk family, not a country of the creator. This can only wait for an opportunity in the future. No division actions can be taken at present. Next, Hobert considered the transportation problem with the southern continent. If taking a boat, it is very inconvenient to travel back and forth between the north and south continents. And now Hobert can only use travel, taking 2 people back and forth between the north and south continents. After the previous battle, Hobert now has the beyonder characteristics of a traveler again, and he has asked the alchemist, Mr. Winston, who likes fishing, to make 2 traveler's doors. Hobert plans to use the traveler's door tomorrow to connect the traffic between Longtail Island and the southern continent. However, the traveler's door has gradually failed to meet Hobert's needs for transportation between regions. This kind of mystical item is okay for individuals, but if you want to transport goods, even a carriage cannot pass through it, and you can only use rickshaws to shuttle through the traveler's door. And as the transportation of goods between Longtail Island and the South Colson area, and in the future, between these 2 places and the southern continent, becomes more and more frequent, rickshaws will definitely not be able to meet the logistics needs. It is possible to consider using laborers to open up creator logistics. But this is a bit degrading. For example, the great creator, please help me transport 30 pounds of cabbage. Transport or not. For example, the great creator, please help me send this sock to so-and-so, he left in a hurry and forgot to bring it. Need help or not. Hobert sighed, creator logistics can transport high-end products, but once the civilian mode is turned on, it will really become a logistics company. At this time, Hobert suddenly recalled the teleportation array left by the civilization that once believed in Mr. Door on the alien planet. That thing is easy to use. Once the teleportation array is opened, let alone a carriage, a small ship can drive over. He seriously recalled that although the magic circle was complex, the principles were all based on mystical theories on Earth, which was not difficult for him. Hobert thought for a while and felt that he could try it, so he jumped out of bed and recorded the quantity and size requirements of the diamonds and crystals he needed on a piece of paper. Then he went to the Nation of Disorder and took out the pendant with the southern continent style that Christian gave him. After injecting spirituality into it, the space in front of Hobert became illusory, and he stepped into the void. According to the guidance of the pendant, Hobert came to the place where Rex hid his treasure. Under the night sky, this is a primitive forest, not to mention being sparsely populated, there are not many animals around. Hobert put the pendant on the stone wall, and the stone wall cracked, forming an arch. Magnify. Hobert magnified the hazy moonlight, making the light as bright as the morning light. The magnified light was not wasted at all, and shone straight into the cave. Tamper. Hobert also tampered with the light at the entrance of the cave to prevent the brilliance of the cave from shining outside. In the cave, in addition to stacks of gold pounds, there were also many gold products and gems, which were Rex's trophies back then. The corners of Hobert's mouth couldn't help but rise, and his eyes were once again dazzled by the light refracted by the gems. Although his eyes would no longer be hurt by this, he still closed his eyes and enjoyed this wonderful moment. Taking a deep breath, the air was filled with the smell of gold pounds and gold. After smiling for a while, Hobert opened his eyes and began to look for suitable gems according to the list in his hand. So half of the gems on the list were found in the cave. Hobert looked at the list again. He still needed a lot of crystals and some large gems, so he could only go back to Backlund to buy them. Coming out of the cave, Hobert glanced at the closed stone wall and suddenly realized that it was not a good choice to put all the loot in the Nation of Disorder. The risk is too high. If something goes wrong with the Nation of Disorder one day, all his loot will be gone. Some beyonder characteristics and sealed items should be placed here to hedge against risks. But there is no time these 2 days, so I will talk about it in a few days when I have time. Back in Backlund, Hobert crossed out the found gems and went to knock on Doeffies' door. Doeffies, wearing pajamas, opened the door and looked at Hobert. Hobert realized that it was already late at night, and he smiled and said, "Sorry, I woke you up. I have something I need you to do. Tomorrow morning, after you get up, go and buy some diamonds and crystals. This is the quantity and size needed." Doeffies took the paper and looked at it. "I may have to go to the southern continent. Each of these large gems you want in Backlund may cost tens of thousands of pounds. There are many gem mines in the southern continent. A large rough stone like this may only cost a few £100 there, but after you buy it back, you have to find someone to cut it yourself." Hobert said, "Take the money from the safe, take as much as you need." Doeffies reminded, "There's not much left in the safe. There will be more when you go tomorrow morning." Hobert asked again, "Do you need me to provide you with a mystical item with travel ability?" "No need." "Okay." Hobert waved his hand, "You continue to sleep." He quickly came to the study, opened the safe and glanced at it. The gold pounds here in Backlund were indeed running out. Recently, Hobert has hardly worried about money. The South Colson area can already be self-sufficient and can also support the construction of Longtail Island. And most of the construction of Longtail Island comes from Hobert's investment. The 80,000 gold lire obtained from the transaction with Simpson have all been spent. At the end of July, Hobert invested another £50,000, which can be spent for another period of time. Similar to South Colson, Hobert plans to provide the original accumulation of Longtail Island alone. Regarding the construction of Longtail Island, Hobert does not intend to use the money from Earl's Light. The money from Earl's Light is on a separate account, which is different from Longtail Island and South Colson and other places. And the expenses here in Backlund are a separate account, mainly Hobert's personal expenses and the daily expenses of the Earl's mansion. Hobert took out the last £50,000 of savings from the Nation of Disorder. He was still not panicked, because he had inherited a large amount of inheritance from Rex before, and also received a large amount of property from Christian. These gold pounds piled up in the cave are also eating dust, so it is better to take them out and spend them. The £180,000 that were previously traded with the Tony family mainly used the money that Hobert inherited from Rex. After taking out all the savings from the Nation of Disorder, Hobert's total savings are still nearly £150,000, which is enough to cope with expenses for a long time. And this is just cash. Rex left a large number of trophies, mainly gold and diamonds, which is also a considerable fortune. This sea is often filled with thick fog, so it is called the Fog Sea. The Fog Sea is in the east of the North and South continents, far away from the alleys of the two continents, or rather, far away from the entire human civilization circle. But in the Fog Sea, there are many unexplored islands scattered. Just like the island where Archibald took Hobert to hunt six-legged monsters before, it is in the depths of the Fog Sea, and even since the colonial era, no humans have ever visited it. At dawn, the low altitude of a certain sea area in the Fog Sea suddenly became illusory, and a giant object floated down from the spirit world and fell into the sea. Whoosh! The sea water was separated by the giant object, creating a considerable wave. This giant object is finally fully presented in the real world. It is the giant black ship, Black Emperor. At the front of the giant ship, there is a seemingly huge modeled stone chair, on which sits the huge King of the Five Seas, Nast Solomon, wearing a black robe with silver trim and a black beard. After getting up from the huge stone chair, Nast, who looked like a giant, changed his figure. The farther he was from the throne, the shorter he became, and finally became about 1.9 meters, only a little taller than normal people. The crew members who had been hiding in the cabin quickly came out of the cabin and, under the command of the first mate, Bird Mustang, went to open the thick black sails and adjust the course of the Black Emperor. For a time, the deck became very busy. They are sailing to an island in the Fog Sea that is not marked on the sea charts of various countries. It is the territory of the King of the Five Seas, and his headquarters. Nast came to the captain's room and sat on his throne-like seat. At this time, a child of about 10 years old in gorgeous clothes came with a tray carrying a bottle of wine and an empty wine glass. Seeing this child, Nast frowned. "Child, who brought you on board?" How could he not remember that there was such a small crew member on the Black Emperor? The child, who looked a little immature, smiled slightly. "Tamara." Tamara made the little boy very compatible with this ship, without any imbalance, and even Nast's spirituality has not felt any danger until now. But after hearing the name Tamara, Nast was suddenly shocked and immediately operated the Black Emperor to push the little boy out of the ship. But he found that he could not control the Black Emperor. "Don't you find it incredible?" The little boy smiled. "It was I who told Solomon about the existence of the West Continent, so he built this ship." Nast Solomon, the descendants of the Black Emperor, I am the real owner of this ship. Although Nast didn't know who the little boy in front of him was, it was the first time in so many years that he had felt such despair. But he did not hesitate at all, and immediately distorted the space, preparing to escape. With a wave of the little boy's hand, Nast's distortion was diluted by the surrounding cabins. But Nast's figure still became illusory. After all, he had possessed the Black Emperor for so long and had long prepared an escape plan. He just hadn't expected that one day he would actually use it. Just as Nast's figure was about to disappear, Tamara suddenly appeared behind him. Tamara reached out and pushed Nast in the back, causing him to stagger and disrupting the balance of his escape. Nast's figure gradually solidified again. His escape had failed. But Nast did not panic because there was an angel present. He rushed towards the door of the cabin. "Opening the door is forbidden here," Tamara said calmly. Nast turned around, staring at Tamara, who looked like a wax figure behind him. He pointed at the little boy. "Who is he?" Tamara said in a flat tone, "You should say him, not him." Nast was somewhat surprised. "Why did you come to me?" "Because your surname is Solomon." The little boy smiled, and he raised his left hand. Everything was foreshadowed in the fourth epoch. Nast's spirituality only then sensed the great danger, but for some reason, the little boy's small hand seemed to have great magic, causing him to lose all his strength. This was the suppression of the Solomon bloodline, no. He struggled to twist the doorknob and tried his best to distort Tamara's prohibition. Finally, the door was opened, but Nast was not happy because the door only opened a small crack and could not be pushed open at all. Bang. The door of the captain's room closed. More than half a minute later, the door was pushed open, and a 15 or 16-year-old boy came out. Judging from his appearance, he was the little boy from just now. The boy came to the deck and raised his hand towards the sea, distort. The crew members had already felt the changes in the Black Emperor and jumped into the sea to escape. However, under the distortion, many crew members who did not have time to escape, the thought of escape turned into return, and they began to swim towards the Black Emperor. Ha ha ha, the boy laughed loudly, I succeeded. The plan for more than 2,000 years has finally yielded results. Tamara followed behind with some awe, looking like a servant. From today on, I am the king of the 5 seas. The boy said, what name should I take? How about Erebus? Tamara smiled, a great name. Then next, the boy Erebus said, Black Emperor, changes course and heads to Longtail Island. Wait a minute. He suddenly stopped. I recalled the clues to that lamp. Backlund. Early Tuesday morning, Hobert dressed neatly and took a carriage to Earl Hall's mansion to pick up Audrey, who was wearing a long skirt more suitable for sports, and headed to the suburban power plant. In the carriage, Audrey asked Hobert, I heard from my father that several lords of the Gas Association will jointly submit a report to the Parliament today. Don't worry about them. Hobert smiled confidently. Earl's Light has so many shareholders who are parliamentarians, let them resist for a while. He doesn't plan to actively intervene in this matter immediately. Hobert changed the subject. Audrey, how much do you know about the southern continent? It's a colony of various countries. Audrey paused and smiled. Most of my understanding of the southern continent comes from you. Hobert nodded and smiled. I have a plan to develop the southern continent. In the future, there is hope to bring peace there, but I need your help. Audrey was stunned for a moment, then asked, how can I help? You'll know in a few days. Hobert smiled. Now I just want to know, are you willing to help? Of course I am. Audrey immediately agreed. If it can bring peace to the southern continent, everyone is willing to help. Then she asked, what are you going to do? Hobert said lightly, unify the southern continent. Audrey was stunned. Unify. In terms of geographical situation, Hobert smiled, the southern continent is easier to unify. First of all, its eastern part is a large area of plains, almost without any danger to defend. This is why the lone colonial army was able to quickly expand its influence to the entire East Balam after occupying a certain advantage in East Balam. The northwest is the huge Star Plateau, which is the key to the southern continent. As long as this plateau is occupied, then the entire southern continent can be attacked wherever you want. The countries of the northern continent have been vying for control of the Star Plateau and frequent wars have broken out there. Audrey realized that Hobert was serious, but where do you get so many soldiers? The population of the southern continent is not less than that of the northern continent. Hobert said, maybe even more, after all, big cities greatly affect the fertility rate of the northern continent. Audrey still felt it was a bit unrealistic, but the countries of the northern continent will definitely not let it go. Of course I know. Hobert smiled. Currently, I am just making preliminary preparations and then waiting for the opportunity. Audrey didn't know how to evaluate it because this was a very unfamiliar area to her. Let's talk about the power plant. Hobert smiled. In the future, the number of power plants will definitely increase, and there will even be several around each city. As they spoke, they arrived at the power plant. Audrey visited the huge boiler, the long steam turbine, and the generator at the rear of the steam turbine. The power plant was prepared and sent a commentator to explain the entire process of thermal power generation to Audrey. Audrey looked at the long steam turbine in front of her, which is a large turbine, and immediately felt a sense of industrial beauty. Finally, they came to the cooling tower. Audrey also realized that the thick and large structure was not a large chimney, but a cooling tower. What came out of the cooling tower was not white smoke, but water vapor. Now Audrey finally understood why Hobert would laugh at the members of the Gas Association because they were completely wrong. The corruption generated by the power plant was not as big as imagined. After visiting the power plant, Hobert took Audrey back to the carriage. He told her, don't mention the internal structure of the power plant to anyone. This is the most critical secret of Earl's Light. Audrey nodded excitedly, I understand. After visiting the huge power plant, she felt the power of Earl's Light. It was not just a company that sells light bulbs, it also represented many high-end technologies. Audrey asked, Hobert, should we also invite those parliamentarians to visit the power plant? To prove that the corruption of the power plant is not that big. No, Hobert said seriously, perhaps the purpose of the Gas Association's submission of the report is to take a look at the internal structure of the power plant. After all, as long as people with reason know that after the appearance of electric lights, gas lights have no competitiveness. Audrey asked again, then what are you going to do? Submit a report to the Parliament on the air corruption caused by gas, and the dangers of storage and transportation. Hobert smiled. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 615, Chapter 614, The Earl's Light in Audrey's Eyes. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. First, we must understand one thing, Hobert explained to Audrey. Whether it's gas, electric lights, or even candles, you have to choose a lighting method. In a metropolis like Backlund, candles have long been eliminated by the middle class and nobles who have a voice. So, we can only choose between gas and electric lights. The brightness and convenience of electric lights basically determine that they will win this battle. Safety and pollution don't really matter that much. This is also why Hobert isn't in a hurry to counterattack. Once electricity appears, it will quickly form a wave of the times, which cannot be stopped by any individual or industry. If, Audrey said, if the councillors unanimously believe that electric lights cause more pollution. She understood the faces of these politicians, they only cared about profit. Hobert smiled and said, then don't blame me for being impolite. To be precise, he currently doesn't plan to actively respond. Hobert actually hoped that this matter would escalate, until the council members came to ask him to clean up the mess. Also, it would be best if the Gas Association used some underhanded tricks, so that Hobert would have a breakthrough point for counterattack. The two of them took a carriage to Hobert's manor in the suburbs. Of course, they wouldn't talk about such a disappointing topic during lunch. After lunch, they took a walk in the manor and climbed the hill behind the villa along the road. The location of this hill was very good. From here, you could see very far, even the buildings on the edge of Backlund. But unfortunately, the gradually spreading thick fog blocked the view, making it impossible to see further. Audrey sighed, what a pity. Perhaps, as the butler said, it takes the blessing of the gods to see the panorama of Backlund from here. Hobert smiled and said, let me try. He stretched out his hand, and when he felt a breeze blowing forward from behind, he suddenly waved his hand, magnify. The breeze immediately turned into a violent gust of wind, whistling through the low air as it blew towards Backlund. Hobert controlled his strength very well. The gust of wind didn't descend. It swept across the fields, forests, and suburban factories and towns. Audrey saw from afar that the smoke coming out of the factories was quickly dispersed and swept away. Finally, the gale hit the pervasive fog, creating a huge gap in the perennial fog of Backlund. She couldn't help but exclaim, wow. The fog of Backlund is like a cake that has been cut open and had a piece taken away. Hobert smiled slightly, this wind can only reach that far. After all, he wasn't a beyonder of the sailor pathway, he had only magnified an ordinary breeze. Audrey's analogy wasn't quite accurate. In fact, the scene in front of them was more like a stream of clear water flowing into a pool of muddy water. The clear water created a clear area in the pool, but the power of the clear water was limited, only making a part of the muddy water clear, without changing the state of the pool. But this was spectacular enough. Although Audrey didn't see the panorama of Backlund, she saw an incredible sight. Because the gale was blowing from low altitude and didn't reach the streets, the fog above the roofs was blown away, but the streets were still filled with mist. These mists gradually faded under the sunlight, looking somewhat magical. Audrey even seemed to feel the surprise shown by the pedestrians on the road. However, before the mist on the street could be completely dissipated by the sun, it was covered by a thicker fog again. Therefore, the area blown out by the gale was gradually reoccupied by the fog. Hobert sighed, Backlund in summer is very uncomfortable. Because there wasn't much wind, Backlund was shrouded in fog for almost the entire summer. Under the fog, it was both stuffy and hot. Unless it rained heavily, the weather would improve. The two of them gazed at the top of the hill for a while before getting back into the carriage and returning to Backlund. The official demigods in Backlund hadn't realized the danger, so they simply investigated the sudden change in the smog and then cursed in their hearts, that kid is sick, and then there was no follow-up. After Hobert's carriage entered Backlund, the fog here wasn't as dense as it looked from a distance. If you looked closely, you could still see the outline of the sun. The carriage came all the way to Gear Avenue in the factory district, the Earl's Light factory. Todd and Upton had already received the notice and were waiting at the entrance of the factory. Here, Hobert took Audrey out of the carriage and met with the executives and worker representatives of Earl's Light. Everyone was stunned when they saw the beautiful Audrey. They only knew that the Earl was going to send a financial director, but they didn't expect it to be this beautiful noble lady. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Todd and Upton got into Hobert's carriage and took Hobert and Audrey to visit several factories. In the carriage, Hobert introduced them to each other. Todd and Upton were very polite. Currently, Hobert's relationship with Audrey had only been announced in noble circles. Without media coverage, the spread of such information was very slow. Although Todd and Upton didn't explicitly know the news, they also knew that the relationship between Hobert and Audrey must be extraordinary. Under the leadership of the two executives, Hobert and Audrey successively visited the light bulb factory, the wire factory, the battery factory, and the parts factory. The so-called parts factory refers to factories that produce crossbars, porcelain pots, and accessories for fixing wires on utility poles. Currently, this factory also assembles the main machinery for producing light bulbs. According to Todd's report, orders for the battery factory have been increasing recently. Several factories in Backlund are already producing electric lights and wires, but they can only buy batteries from Earl's Light at present. Hobert smiled and said, "Go full speed ahead with production. If that's not enough, add production workshops. We can only earn money from batteries for another half a year at most. After half a year, many factories will definitely break through this technology." Hobert had previously considered selling rubber at that time, continuing to manipulate the price and production capacity of batteries on raw materials. But the sudden attack by the Gas Association made him intend to completely release the battery as a commodity, making the electric light market more active. Finally, they visited the electrician school established by Hobert. Although this school wasn't big, the opportunity to enroll was very rare. In addition to the students recruited by Earl's Light, the tuition fee was only a few pounds. Students sent by other companies were charged thousands of pounds. In order to avoid recruiting people from other companies, each student had to sign a 10-year employment contract before entering the school. If they violated the contract, the penalty would be as high as £2,000. For normal people, this contract was what they dreamed of. At least they would have a high-paying and well-paid job in the next 10 years. But for people from other companies, it was better to honestly pay the high tuition fees. Even so, the opportunity to enroll was very rare. It was said that just one enrollment spot had already been sautéed to £300. Audrey was somewhat surprised by this commercial phenomenon, but because she didn't quite understand the inside story of this industry, she didn't make any comments. Now the electrician school has encountered a new problem. Many clergy from the Church of Steam and Machinery also want to enroll, and Todd doesn't know what standards to charge these clergy. Hobert decided, charge them according to the normal student fee. These clergy were more likely to be very interested in the related work of electricians. Currently, the entire Church of Steam and Machinery was still adopting a wait-and-see attitude towards the electricity industry. First of all, it was because the rise of electricity was too fast. It had occupied a considerable share of the lighting market in just 2 or 3 months. The Church of Steam and Machinery was also worried about Hobert and the creator, so it didn't have any interest ties with Earl's Light, and was still waiting and watching. Secondly, the Steam Church had once expressed its willingness to understand Earl's Light, but they weren't very interested in light bulbs and wanted to participate in the construction of power plants and related research work. Hobert had Earl's Light politely decline. Although the power plant was facing many design and structural problems, he was more concerned about its confidentiality. The Steam Church also hadn't expressed enough sincerity later, so they hadn't cooperated for the time being. Leaving the electrical school, Hobert smiled in the carriage. This school can still continuously generate some income for Earl's Light. Because ordinary factories rarely set up schools, they only let experienced workers teach apprentices. This method of training was too slow to compete with schools. Finally, they visited the battery distribution and maintenance center, where carriages were constantly coming and going, looking even busier than the factory area. Now Earl's Light had established a very complete distribution system. Especially after the middle class got off work, an Earl's Light carriage would always wander the streets, ready to quickly replace batteries with a wave from the window. After Audrey finished visiting the entire Earl's Light industrial system, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Earl's Light is truly a huge factory. Previously, Earl's Light was just a concept in her mind. Now she finally understood that Earl's Light represented production lines, workers with smiles on their faces, and galloping carriages. Returning to the factory, Hobert convened a meeting of the Earl's Light senior management. At the meeting, Audrey was first appointed as the chief financial officer, officially starting tomorrow or the day after. Then, after discussing the Gas Association's matter briefly, Hobert had the company set up a 3-person team to be responsible for this matter, collecting reports on the corruption caused by gas combustion and the dangers of gas storage, and then submitting them to the Parliament. Todd and the others felt that this handling seemed too understated and that the problem should be taken seriously. After all, most Backlund residents still used gas lamps for lighting, and their market share was still larger than electric lights. However, Hobert had always been quite authoritative, and no one raised any objections. The meeting quickly moved on to the third issue, building a factory in the Intis Republic. Upton is responsible for discussing this matter with the Intis Republic ambassador, Hobert said. The conditions they offer are a 3-year tax exemption and a 50% rent reduction, which sounds pretty good. Moreover, I heard that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church has always been very interested in electric lights. Although the steam church has never expressed its position, judging from their clergy's desire to enter the electrical school, they are also very interested in electricity. This time, we have received an invitation from the government of the Intis Republic, and almost all sectors of society in this country welcome us. Moreover, I have also contacted the heralding family of the Intis Republic. While I can't guarantee complete success, the resistance during the factory construction process should not be great. Perhaps the biggest obstacle to building a factory in Intis may come from loan. Finally, he said without rhyme or reason, so we must take advantage of this opportunity of the Gas Association's protest. Todd and Upton seemed to understand Hobert's meaning. They realized that those people from the Gas Association might be in trouble. Most people didn't know Hobert's style of doing things very well and didn't pay much attention to Hobert's last sentence. However, they were very happy at this time, because the growth rate of Earl's Light completely exceeded expectations. At this rate of development, factories of Earl's Light would soon be all over the northern continent. Next, they began to discuss the details of building a factory in the Intis Republic. Audrey realized that this was Hobert's main purpose for calling everyone to the meeting today. After Hobert designated the main person in charge of the factory construction, the issue of funding was studied, because almost all of the massive funds previously obtained by Earl's Light had been spent on investments in the construction of power plants and the establishment of installation and distribution departments in other cities. Now, the only large sum of money left on the books was the one that Hobert was preparing to misappropriate. He said it couldn't be touched, so everyone didn't mention moving the funds again. Fortunately, light bulbs were already being prepared for sale in major cities. At that time, batteries, wires, and other commodities would still be uniformly distributed from Backlund. In other cities, only corresponding sales, installation, and distribution departments needed to be established. It was expected that a large amount of funds would be coming in again soon, so this money could be used to build a factory in the Intis Republic. With the funding issue resolved, Hobert instructed Upton to ensure the confidentiality of the power plant. If the people from the Intis government wanted to visit, resolutely stop them. If they had a tough attitude, simply stop work. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church probably wouldn't be too interested in the power plant, they might mainly be interested in the light bulbs. The main pressure might come from the steam church. Hobert told Upton to explain to the steam church that unless their archbishop came to talk to him, they were still prohibited from participating in the construction of the power plant. In fact, the steam church's current reaction was somewhat beyond Hobert's expectations. He had previously thought that after he refused them for the first time, they would come with more sincerity to carry out a deeper level of interest binding with Earl's Light. But until now, they had not taken any further action. However, Hobert estimated that it would be soon. Before, they would choose to wait and see to a certain extent, probably because they had found out that Hobert had a creator background, and they must be wary of adopting deep cooperation. But now it was different. The creator had just flexed his muscles, and currently, both the Earth Mother Church and the Evernight Goddess Church held a default attitude towards the existence of the creator forces. The Storm Lord Church had only actively investigated the creator but had never treated the creator forces as enemies. This should help the steam church make up its mind. The meeting lasted until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon before it ended, and the basic tone for building a factory in the Intis Republic was set. At the end of the meeting, Hobert told Upton to report upwards immediately when encountering problems that could not be solved, and he would rush to help as soon as possible. Of course, Upton noticed that what Hobert said was, report upwards, that is, pray to the creator and let the creator notify Hobert. Everyone sent them to the factory gate before Hobert and Audrey boarded the carriage and left. In the carriage, Audrey was still a little excited and said, Hobert, I didn't expect Earl's Light to be so big. Hobert smiled, I didn't expect such a huge enterprise with a scale of 20,000 people. This was the truth. In his memory, he really had no concept of an enterprise with tens of thousands of people. It was only when Earl's Light developed to its current state that he realized what a concept a 10,000-person enterprise was. Therefore, some time ago, Hobert suspended the expansion of the electric light business. One reason was that the power plants built in the major cities in the eastern part of Lone had basically been determined, and the other was to let Earl's Light settle down to avoid losing control if it continued to expand rapidly. Audrey asked curiously, such a big factory, how big is its cash flow? On your first day of work, you may have to deal with a transaction of £150,000, Hobert said with a smile. Audrey smiled, praise the lady. £150,000. Even Audrey, who had lived an aristocratic life since she was a child, had never seen such a large cash flow at one time because she had not been in business before. However, although she sounded a little excited in her tone, she was not surprised. Hobert didn't reveal it at this time, but changed the subject. The demigod who came to support from another place will arrive tonight, and he will deal with that sanguine with Mr. Moon tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. When he was in the meeting just now, he had received Lawrence's prayer and gave a response on the pretext of going to the washroom, and he would pick up the demigod to Backlund tonight. Hobert said, haven't you always wanted to participate in a Beyonder battle? How about participating in this operation? Try to hypnotize that sanguine. Audrey first said, okay. Then she was a little worried, will I expose myself? No, Hobert had already planned, I'll give you my mask to use, so the other party can't see your appearance and it will be difficult to lock you with extraordinary means. Audrey smiled, I'm very willing to participate. After the plan is finalized, I will notify you which part of the task you are responsible for. Hobert then asked, when do you plan to announce your advancement to the psychology alchemists? Also tonight, and I'll also ask them for the Dreamwalker potion formula. According to the style of most Beyonder organizations, Hobert analyzed, if you are promoted to Sequence 6, you will definitely be reviewed by their highest level before they give you the Sequence 5 potion formula. When they take you for the review, call me to go with you. I don't necessarily have to eavesdrop, but as long as I'm there, even if I'm just admiring the scenery on the street, it will give them a lot of pressure. Audrey was initially delighted, but after considering it, she quickly refused, no. She said, the psychology alchemists are a secretive Beyonder organization. Your appearance will scare them, and they may never contact me again. Hobert didn't insist, then I'll secretly follow you. That won't work either. Audrey had already made her own plans and said, have you forgotten? She whispered, I have Mr. Fool's protection. Hobert thought to himself, if you knew that Mr. Fool is currently only Sequence 4, you would know that I am more reliable. He didn't insist anymore because Audrey wasn't the kind of girl who liked Hobert taking care of her meticulously. She had always been pursuing her own life and interests. Hobert changed the subject again, help me tell Earl Hall that it was a pity I couldn't have dinner with him today. I still have many questions to ask him. Audrey showed a very beautiful smile, Mr. Hobert, when did you become so humble? Hobert said seriously, in front of my father-in-law, of course, I have to appear humble enough. Audrey's cheeks turned slightly red, and her eyes were filled with a smile, but she deliberately showed an unhappy expression, humph. Hobert laughed happily, this is so much fun. After sending Audrey home, Hobert returned to his own Earl's mansion and, in the form of bestowing upon himself, took out a traveler's door from the Nation of Disorder. First, he went to Longtail Island to find a door, established the relevant connections, and then carried the door to the southern continent, and in a place that Lawrence considered very safe, established a connection with the door on Longtail Island. So, on the way back, Hobert, with the demigod Chester and 2 Sequence 5s, first returned to Longtail Island through the established traveler's door, then came to southern Colson via Longtail Island, and finally returned to Backlund from southern Colson. Previously, southern Colson had always served as a hub, but now it was different. Hobert's power was moving towards the southern continent. He planned that if the teleportation array could be used, he would build Longtail Island into a future hub for the north and south continents. Back in Backlund, Hobert first treated Chester and the others to a hearty Lone-style dinner. While drinking tea after the meal, Hobert mentioned that the reason he had invited them was to deal with a sanguine. One of the Sequence 5 members of the Balk family said, those arrogant sanguine are indeed quite annoying. He might have realized that his criticism was too direct, so he changed his words, I mean, although sanguine have a glorious history, there's no need to always talk about it. During the previous war, the Balk family and the sanguine were in the same formation. Earl Rosalind realized that the sanguine had to cooperate with the Balk family to avoid too many casualties, but the subordinates of this sanguine earl did not realize this. The sanguine performance at the time made the Balk family generally very dissatisfied. Hobert smiled, in the future, we may have further cooperation with the sanguine, after all, we have a common enemy. Well, fortunately, although they are a little arrogant, they are not too evil, and most sanguine are immersed in their own world and are somewhat simple. Chester, who was in his 40s and had some nasolabial folds, said, we're just saying that, we don't mean anything else. The Sequence 5 who had just commented on the sanguine was also a little regretful that he had spoken his mind too quickly. I also think they are very boring sometimes. Hobert said, don't think that they are hesitating about cooperating with the Creator now. If they don't seize this opportunity, they will regret it later. The 3 members of the Balk family all felt much more comfortable. After chatting for a while, Hobert asked Dofus, who had returned from the southern continent, to arrange accommodation for them, and then went to the study to pray to the Fool, hoping to meet Mr. Moon alone in the palace above the grey fog. This reflects the benefits of the Sefirah castle. Hobert's Nation of Disorder can only send voice messages and cannot temporarily create an environment for 2 people to communicate in real time, or rather, it cannot pull people in. However, the Nation of Disorder also has its advantages. For example, when Hobert uses the stars of a certain believer to project power into the real world, he can completely skip the mystical ritual and directly project a large amount of power. After the Fool Klein agreed, Hobert asked Mr. Fool to convey this meeting invitation to Mr. Moon. Soon Hobert received Emlyn's reply, the meeting would take place at 10 o'clock in the evening. Hobert took out his pocket watch and looked at it. There was still more than an hour left, so he recalled the method of making talismans that he had obtained from Klein. He planned to make a batch of talismans from the Marauder pathway when he had time recently. Previously, Klein had fleeced the creator, and as a dependent of the creator, Hobert certainly had to fleece him back. According to the information provided by Klein, a silver sheet can be used to make talismans. So, he asked the servants to find some silver sheets, and after cutting them, he began to carve the corresponding symbols. First, the pupil-less eye representing the fool, and then the corresponding mystical symbols were carved around the pupil-less eye. After carving it, Hobert picked it up and took a look. So ugly. I wonder if the fool will be unwilling to give his talisman the corresponding power because the symbols he carved are too ugly. Hobert smiled. Distort. He distorted the ugly symbols to make them look much better. He simply threw the carving knife on the table and used the power of distortion to let the carving knife carve by itself. The silver sheets carved in this way were much better looking. Just as Hobert was preparing to carve the third silver sheet, his vision was covered by grey fog, and he came to the palace where the tarot meeting was held. This time, Emperor Hobert and Moon Emlyn did not sit on one side, but sat opposite each other. The fool Klein was still listening in behind the chair at the head. This was Emlyn's first time coming here outside of the tarot meeting, and he was still a little curious about the surroundings. Hobert said, "This time, the Bulk family has sent a demigod to support us. You should know him, it's Chester." Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, sighed. The Creator's forces are reacting quickly. They have sent a demigod to Backlund so quickly. Emlyn nodded. I remember him. Our operation can start at any time. Then Hobert asked, what is the name of the target to be punished? Ernst Boyar. Is there a good time to take action? Hobert remembered this sanguine viscount. He has been following me recently. Emlyn said, and he always makes me aware of the stalking. Hobert smiled. That's great. Then he asked, will Ernst follow you to Harvest Church? No. Emlyn said, he will stop following 2 or 3 blocks away from Rose Street. Hobert pondered for a few seconds before saying, first of all, our actions must be fast. We must end the battle quickly before the Saints of your Sanguine can react. You may only have 2 or 3 seconds. Within these 2 or 3 seconds, you must get Ernst into Rose Street. Emlyn asked, capture Ernst, and I'll carry him to Harvest Church. Of course not. Hobert said, I will arrange for someone to hypnotize Ernst and make him chase after you. All the way into Harvest Church. He remembered that the members of the Tarot Club originally did this. After Audrey was promoted to hypnotist, this was indeed the best solution. Hobert added, the problem now is, can you run 3 blocks to Rose Street in 2 or 3 seconds? Of course. Don't doubt the speed of a sanguine. Emlyn raised his chin, but soon he became worried again. But Ernst is sequence 5, his speed is even faster than mine. That doesn't matter, you can make him not catch up with you while hypnotizing him. Then, Hobert asked, when can you advance to sequence 5? Emlyn replied, I can advance now, to be precise, tonight. Tonight is the full moon. Then he explained, but because Ernst has been following me, I dare not advance boldly tonight. Hobert said, the higher-ups of the Sanguine will pretend they didn't see anything, and they won't even ask where the Beyonder characteristics came from. Klein, sitting at the head of the long bronze table, also thought so. There's no need to ask, it must be from Hobert, from the power of the Creator. After this matter is over, this Beyonder characteristic will be regarded as Hobert's sincerity, but this sincerity needs Emlyn to pay for it. He secretly glanced at Emlyn. Mr. Moon obviously didn't understand this point, otherwise, he could have taken the opportunity to write off the debt. Emlyn said, then the Beyonder characteristic for advancement. I will sacrifice it to Mr. Fool in a while. Hobert said, remember that £8,000 of debt. Emlyn said, no problem. After determining the action time as tomorrow afternoon and discussing some action details, the two left the Tarot Club's venue. After Hobert sacrificed a Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic to the Fool, he found Chester and explained the plan for tomorrow afternoon. The next morning, Hobert first used traveling to come to Earl Hall's mansion, where a maid was combing Audrey's hair. Audrey was a little surprised when she saw Hobert. She was about to give the servants around her a psychological suggestion, but found that the servants around her didn't notice Hobert at all. In fact, Hobert had distorted their thinking, making them ignore Hobert's existence. The plan to deal with the Sanguine has been finalized. Hobert said, the action will probably start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You must go to Miss Street before 1 o'clock to meet this person. He will arrange for you to take action at the appropriate time. Hobert showed Audrey a portrait of Chester, and then he took out a wooden box. Inside is a black crystal mask, which has very high anti-divination ability. Next, Hobert told Audrey how to cooperate with Chester, how to hypnotize the target, and other details. Audrey listened very carefully, immediately asking questions about things she didn't understand. After all, this was the first Beyonder action she participated in. After explaining the plan clearly, Hobert smiled and said, good morning, beautiful lady, I won't have breakfast with you. Audrey was a little helpless. Shouldn't we say good morning right away? because I am the assassin of rules. Hobert smiled mysteriously, snapped his fingers, and disappeared on the spot. Audrey smiled. Is this also a kind of acting? The surrounding servants paused almost at the same time. Did there seem to be a man in the room just now? They looked around, then smiled slightly, and all thought it was their own illusion. Today, MI9 was going to hold a conferment ceremony for Hobert, so Hobert came to MI9 early and arrived at Georgina's office. You're here quite early. Georgina had already changed into the dark uniform of MI9, looking like a very majestic female general. Likewise, Hobert was also wearing the MI9 uniform, not as early as the Director General. Let's go. Georgina took Hobert into the carriage. Once in the carriage, Hobert asked, aren't you going to confer a title on me? Yes. The ceremony isn't being held at MI9. If it's the rank of Vice Admiral, it will be held at MI9. Georgina said seriously, you only need to invite some senior officers. But for the rank of General, you need to go to the Ministry of Defense. General. Hobert was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be Vice Admiral? But he immediately understood that this was the lone royal family trying to win him over. Anyway, it was just a military rank, and they weren't really handing over the army to Hobert to command. Not only will we give you the rank of General, Georgina then told Hobert all the benefits promised by William I, we will also give you a seat in the House of Lords. Hobert nodded. This was very sincere. But he considered for a while before saying, my father is already a member of Parliament, this conflicts with the relevant regulations of the Parliament. Georgina said meaningfully, no one will care about these things. No, I am a very law-abiding citizen. Hobert said. Georgina thought there was something wrong with her ears. So, can I give this opportunity to become a member of Parliament to someone else? Hobert asked with a smile. I knew it. Georgina knew that in the Kingdom of Loan, in Backlund, no one could resist the temptation of being a member of Parliament. Of course you can. Hobert nodded and said nothing more. Of course, he would not deeply bind himself to the Kingdom of Loan, but it would be great to have his own representative in Parliament. Arriving at the conferment hall of the Ministry of Defense, many senior generals had already arrived to observe the ceremony. Among them were many shareholders of Emlyn and others of the Light of Earl, as well as some colleagues of Christian, and many officers Hobert did not know. After everyone exchanged polite greetings, the conferment ceremony officially began at around 9 o'clock. First, Minister of Defense Emlyn briefly described Hobert's military exploits. In fact, there were only a few things to say. The first was the battle record in Fainapotter City, and the second was the protection of Princess Alice, to avoid Lone Kingdom from making a fool of themselves on diplomatic occasions. Everyone knew tacitly that this was a kind of bribery. Some people probably knew why the royal family wanted to buy off Hobert, but most people didn't know. Then, Georgina read out the king's commendation order, as well as the order signed by the king himself, awarding Hobert the rank of general. Finally, Prince Jevington awarded Hobert the epaulets and chest badge. Amidst the warm applause of everyone, the conferment ceremony officially ended. At noon, there was a small celebration reception. Such social engagements could not be refused at all. Fortunately, the reception started very early and ended at around 12 o'clock. Then, Hobert used the excuse of being unwell and agreed with Georgina to discuss the matter of the House of Lords member at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Georgina knew that he had something to do, so she just agreed and took the carriage back alone. Hobert was about to use traveling to return to the Earl's mansion when he heard Emlyn's prayer from the Nation of Disorder. He sped up and returned to his study. He didn't have time to build a spiritual wall, so he directly entered the Nation of Disorder. Sure enough, the star representing Emlyn was expanding. Hobert spread his spirituality over and saw Emlyn in a public carriage, whispering a prayer to the Creator, asking the Creator to notify Chester to prepare to start the action. Hobert sent a signal to Chester, and then glanced behind him. Behind him was a small but exquisite private carriage. Ernst was openly following Emlyn like this. No wonder even the slow-witted Emlyn could find him. According to Emlyn, Ernst would usually stop following at Miss Street, because it was only 3 intersections and half a street away from the Harvest Church. Today was the same. Ernst ordered the coachman to turn at the intersection of Miss Street, but it was too late. Distort. A Sequence 5 member of the Bale family distorted the thinking of the coachman and horses, making them continue forward. Almost at the same time, Chester, who was ambushing on the side of the street, brought Audrey to Ernst's carriage in an instant with a distorted distance, and sat opposite this sanguine viscount. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 616, Chapter 615 Emlyn's Revenge. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert oversaw the entire operation from the perspective of true sight. The moment Chester sat down opposite Ernest, he activated the sealed artifact Hobert had given him, which had been seized in the recent war. One of the functions of this sealed artifact was to temporarily merge the surrounding mirror world with the real world. After Chester's exploit and magnification, they could enter the mirror world for a few seconds. The sanguine Marquis Nibs Odra, who shared vision with Ernest, could only see Ernest himself, as if looking at Ernest in a mirror. Of course, he would realize that there must be something wrong with Ernest, but he didn't know exactly what it was. The sanguine support personnel would definitely arrive immediately, so Audrey and the others didn't have much time. Disorder. In the carriage, Chester first plunged Ernest into disorder. At this time, Audrey, wearing a mask, had pupils that turned into a very charming light gold. Ernest, who had no reaction at all under the attack of a lawyer demigod, immediately fell into Audrey's hypnosis. Magnify. Chester immediately magnified the effect of hypnosis, which caused Ernest to fall into a deep hypnotic state. Audrey quickly said, "You will immediately go after Emlyn, throw away all the mystical items and wealth on your body before entering the Harvest Church, and the hypnosis will be lifted after entering the Harvest Church." At this time, Emlyn appeared on the street. Without thinking, Ernest immediately opened the door and got out of the car to chase Emlyn. Almost at the same time, the Sanguine's reinforcements arrived. When they saw Emlyn and Ernest chasing each other, they immediately realized that something was wrong. While calling Ernest's name, they quickly chased after him. In the eyes of ordinary people on the street, they only saw a figure passing by them, and some people even thought they were seeing things. Disorder. Chester on the carriage caused a brief disorder on the road, and then immediately left with Audrey. As a result, many strange things happened on the road. Some pedestrians were originally walking east but suddenly turned west, and some pedestrians were originally walking forward but suddenly walked to the stores on the street. The carriage was the same. The coachman didn't know when he turned around. In short, when he came back to his senses, he was already heading in another direction. This kind of disorder also briefly blocked the Sanguine. Leading the Sanguine to support was Countess Rosalind. Of course, she knew that this disorder was blocking them and was also telling them the identity of the attackers. When they chased into Rose Street, they found that Ernest was about to chase into the Harvest Church. No matter how they shouted, it was useless. Just before entering the church, Ernest began to throw away all the mystical items and wealth on his body. A passerby followed behind, catching all the things he threw out one by one. Someone had already recognized the passerby as a Sequence 5 member of the Balk family. At the same time as Ernest entered the Harvest Church, the members of the Balk family also entered the spirit world. The whole process was smooth and flowing. Even Rosalind, who was following behind the Sanguine, had no chance to stop all of this. They were stunned on Rose Street for a long time before Rosalind said, "Let's go back." Otherwise, could they go to the Harvest Church to snatch people? Although it is said that the bishop of the Harvest Church is only Sequence 5, no one knows what will happen the moment they step into the Earth Mother's church. Hobert withdrew his vision. The operation to punish the Sanguine Ernest ended like this. The entire plan was very successful in less than 20 seconds. Back in the real world, Hobert came to the living room of the Earl's mansion. Cheers, Audrey and other members who participated in the operation returned one after another. They didn't say a word and followed Hobert to a small reception room. The Sequence 5 who picked up the mystical items took out all the spoils, including a ring, a ribbon, a red paper figurine, and a wallet. Hobert picked up the ring. "As far as I know, this ring is a pair. As long as you wear this one, the other one can feel the existence of this one, so I will return this ring to the Sanguine, and you can divide the other spoils." Cheers chose first, and he chose the ribbon. Audrey chose second, and took the ring. The Sequence 5 who picked up the spoils chose third, and took the red paper figurine. The Sequence 5 who only distorted the minds of the horses and coachmen and left chose the wallet. Hobert clapped his hands. "This operation is a complete success. You can choose to go back immediately, or you can play in Backlund for 2 days. Cheers smiled and said, "Let's leave. The Sanguine should have recognized us." Hobert didn't try to keep them. "Come to Backlund again if you have the chance." After sending them into the Traveler's Gate, Hobert returned to the reception room and asked Audrey, "How do you feel?" At this time, Audrey showed a little excitement. She held the ring, "My first trophy. Let me see what abilities it has." Hobert took the ring. Now he doesn't need to enter the Nation of Disorder. Just by using his level, his spirituality can roughly feel the abilities of a Grade 2 sealed artifact, and he can clearly feel the abilities of a Level 3 sealed artifact. Hobert held the ring and felt it. It can enhance spirituality and speed up the recovery of spirituality. This ability is not very good, but it is not bad either. Hobert returned the ring to Audrey and asked, "Are you willing to participate in similar operations?" Audrey nodded quickly, "Yes. Next time, you will have to kill people." Hobert added, "Kill the villains of the Aurora Order." Audrey hesitated for a moment before asking, myself. Because it's your first operation, I will arrange for you to be an assistant to others. When you feel confident in yourself, you can act alone. Okay. Audrey immediately agreed. Hobert sent Audrey back, and then immediately came to a clothing store opposite the Harvest Church. The first time he traded with the Sanguine was here. This time, Emlyn repeated the same trick, renting the clothing store for the afternoon again. After hanging up the closed sign, he closed the door and waited for Hobert in the clothing store. This operation was very successful. Hobert said as soon as he appeared. After seeing Hobert's face, Emlyn was finally 100% sure that Hobert was the Emperor. Emlyn took a deep breath. Yes, very successful. Then he recalled the scene of Ernest listening to Bishop Utravsky explain the Life Bible, and couldn't help but smile. Hobert handed the ring to Emlyn. Just say that Earl Hobert found it on the road, so that the higher-ups of the Sanguine won't lose it again. Emlyn took the ring. Will I be punished by the Sanguine? No. Hobert said firmly, they will also reward you, and the rewards they give you may even exceed your imagination. Emlyn couldn't help but ask, why? Because you are of great use to the entire Sanguine race. Hobert replied, for example, to contact me through you. For example, to contact Mr. Fool's forces through you. Emlyn thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he completely relaxed. Hobert waved to Emlyn and left. He was still very busy this afternoon. Back at the Earl's mansion, Hobert changed into a tailcoat and took a carriage to Lord Bradley's mansion. Lord Bradley heard that Hobert was visiting, and quickly came out to greet him. Hobert glanced at his pocket watch and said, Mr. Bradley, quickly change into formal attire. We are going to the Parliament building today. Lord Bradley thought that Hobert was going to take him to expand his network, so he quickly changed his clothes and followed Hobert. Then he felt a little confused all afternoon. In the carriage, he was told that he would become a member of the House of Commons, that is, the House of Representatives. At first, Bradley thought Hobert was joking, but when they picked up Georgina, the Director General of MI9, they really went to the Parliament building, and really got the medal of a Member of Parliament and the documents to enter and exit the Parliament building. And under the witness of the Speaker and several members of Parliament, a simple swearing-in ceremony was held. After being sent back to his mansion by Hobert, Lord Bradley was still in a trance. The identity of a Member of Parliament that he had dreamed of was obtained so easily. A title can be bought with money, but a Member of Parliament cannot be bought with money. The title is now just an honorary title, and the Members of Parliament are the real decision-makers of this country. Lord Bradley still doesn't know what he did that made Hobert so satisfied that he gave himself a seat in Parliament. However, he is very sure that his decision to join Earl Hobert before this was a very, very correct choice. Hobert left Lord Bradley's mansion and returned to his study to wait. At about 6 o'clock, he finally waited for Emlyn's prayer to the Creator. The Sanguine Marquis Nibs hopes to meet with Hobert. This also marks that the Sanguine have finally ended their final probing and started to talk about cooperation with Hobert. This meeting was still at the Moon Lake Hotel. Hobert met Nibs, the person in charge of the Sanguine in Backlund. He looked a little old, but he was still very energetic and looked very handsome. The tone of this negotiation had actually been discussed before. This time, it was just a reconfirmation by the high-level officials of both sides. Their cooperation is mainly aimed at the believers of the primordial moon, and the spoils obtained will be divided according to the contributions made by both parties. Because the spoils of the primordial moon believers are more useful to the Sanguine, in return, if the Creator launches a Beyonder war again, the Sanguine will send elite troops to participate in the war and be at Hobert's disposal. The deep cooperative relationship with the Sanguine has basically been achieved according to Hobert's plan. Neither side mentioned what happened in the afternoon, as if that thing had never happened. The next morning, Hobert woke up and stayed in bed until about 8 o'clock. He had to get up, so he reluctantly got out of bed. Using the Traveler's Gate, Hobert came to Longtail Island. At 9 o'clock, he presided over the next stage of the work meeting on Longtail Island. Starting this weekend, Hobert will implement a series of plans on Longtail Island. The first thing is to launch a campaign to attack the Mountain God Church. In fact, after the extraordinary war in the southern Coulson area, Hobert has been actively preparing and deploying for this. First of all, Angus's first team was officially reorganized into the 1st Beyonder Brigade. After all, this team already has more than 30 Beyonders, and it is no longer appropriate to call it a team. At the same time, the Special Operations Department was also reorganized into the Special Combat Force, which currently has Angus's 1st Brigade, Helen's 2nd Regiment, and Elliot's 3rd Regiment. These 3 troops have been transferred to Longtail Island, with nearly 90 Beyonders, ready to go into the mountains at any time to search and wipe out the members of the Mountain God Church. In addition to these 3 troops, there is also the 4th Battalion newly established by the Tony family, and the 5th Battalion sent by the Temperance faction. The Temperance faction was much more straightforward than the Sanguine. Soon Sharon gave a reply. The Temperance faction formed a team to serve Hobert. At the same time, when Hobert needs it, the Temperance faction will also send elites to participate in the wars he organizes. The condition is that if the Temperance faction encounters an attack by the Indulgence faction, Angels, they will be protected by the Creator. Currently, these two troops are receiving training from Dunn and Daly in southern Colson, and they are also the Beyonder forces currently guarding southern Colson. In addition, the military, led by Archibald and Seal, has assembled 2,000 soldiers, including an artillery battalion. After occupying the eastern mountainous area, it will be placed under military control for a period of time. This is the first thing, and it is the most priority thing. After basically completing the combat mission, the second and third things will be carried out. The second thing is to carry out land reform on Longtail Island, and launch a campaign to change customs and habits, using tough measures to change some of the bad habits of the local Aborigines. The third thing is to open the eastern port. Since he has already confessed to Klein, Hobert no longer makes any concealment, and simply renamed the eastern port to Tutuja Port, and has been promoting the port throughout the Berserk Sea for the past few weeks. It is also after the war is basically over that this port, which has been under construction for several months, will be opened. At today's meeting, after Hobert made the final deployment, whether it was Angus or Seal and others, they all began to make the final preparations. The current plan is to officially launch the battle for the eastern mountainous area this Sunday. And the preparation that Hobert personally has to do for this is to design his own honorific name. Hobert is already a rampage mage, and he can already have his own honorific name, and he can respond to the other party's prayers within a certain area. This is very practical in extraordinary battles. Hobert can understand the battle situation without entering the Nation of Disorder, and make corresponding support in time. As for what kind of honorific name to design, Hobert thought about it. First of all, he must highlight the point that he is the favored one of the Creator. Secondly, the two regions of Longtail Island and Southern Colson must be in the honorific name, and finally is the description of himself. Hobert thought for a while. The first sentence must be, the favored one of the Creator. The second sentence is, the Lord of Longtail Island and Southern Colson. But thinking that the two places are quite far apart, he will try to see if this kind of design works for a while. If it doesn't work, he will simply call it the Lord of Longtail Island. The third sentence begins with the description of his own abilities and himself. Because he is sequence 3, this kind of description must have at least 2 sentences to successfully point to Hobert. He thought about it, and the third and fourth sentences are, a mage who spreads rampage and backstabs order, Hobert Jeffrey who brings light to the night of Backlund. Hobert took a deep breath and called Furs to help him try the new honorific name. Furs was a little surprised after hearing this honorific name. She didn't expect Hobert to have an honorific name. Then she curiously helped Hobert try it. Through the newly established Traveler's Gate, Furs came to Tutuja Port. And found a place where no one was praying, the favored one of the Creator. You are the Lord of Longtail Island and Southern Colson. You are a mage who spreads rampage and backstabs order. You are Hobert Jeffrey who brings light to the night of Backlund. At this time, Hobert on the west coast of Longtail Island immediately had the picture of Furs praying in his mind, and her voice was clearly heard. So he responded, I can hear it. Then Furs used to travel to leave Longtail Island and pray on the surrounding islands. After leaving Longtail Island, the picture of Furs's prayer began to become very blurred, and the voice also became smaller. Hobert could hear some of the prayers, but not others. After Furs came back, she marked the positions that Hobert could hear and the positions that he didn't hear on the sea chart. Hobert simply drew a circle on the sea chart, and then measured it with a ruler. It was about 300 nautical miles in radius with Longtail Island as the center, and it was almost to Blue Mountain Island where Byam is located. Then Furs went to Southern Colson again. Sure enough, she couldn't hear the prayers from there, but when Hobert also appeared in Southern Colson, he could hear Furs's prayers again. After doing some more tests, the distance at which prayers could be heard was about 500 kilometers around the Lord's mansion of Southern Colson. Similarly, after Furs left Southern Colson, the picture became blurred and the voice became smaller. After thinking about it a little, Hobert probably understood that because he is the true owner of Longtail Island and Southern Colson, he can have corresponding connections with the spirit world in these two locations, so the two geographical locations that appear in the honorific name can be connected to Hobert. It's just that Hobert has to appear in one of the territories to respond to the prayers in that territory. This result is acceptable to Hobert. After all, he is only sequence 3, and the two territories are too far apart to be connected together. In the afternoon, Hobert returned to Backlund and tried it again. Although Backlund is also in the honorific name, the range in which prayers can be heard in this city is far less than in his own territory. In other words, the two territories of Longtail Island and Southern Colson can anchor Hobert, and the range of prayers there is increased, but Backlund cannot. After all, it is not his territory. Back at about 10 o'clock in the morning, Backlund. Audrey first whispered a prayer to Mr. Fool, and then took her maid Annie and golden retriever Susie, and boarded her own carriage to the home of furniture merchant Stephen Humphrey. The carriage had just been driving for a while when a pale white beam of light suddenly appeared in front of Audrey. In the beam of light, an angel bathed in white light and with 12 pairs of wings slowly descended, surrounding Audrey with wings with occult symbols, and then quickly disappeared. Audrey's vision quickly returned to normal, and she glanced at her close-fitting maid Annie and the big dog Susie. They were unaware of the scene just now. Audrey's mouth moved slightly, and her heart became unusually determined. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Audrey's psychology teacher Island led Audrey to the living room on the first floor as usual, while Annie and Susie were taken to the living room to wait. But what was different from usual was that Island came to the door of the living room and made a gesture of invitation quite solemnly. Audrey entered the living room a little nervously, and Island then closed the wooden door from the outside. After entering the door, Audrey saw an old man sitting on the single sofa in the living room. He was wearing a blue-gray suit, his hair was all white, and he had a gentle and refined temperament. Audrey knew him. This was the royal consultant, Vin Rambies. Of course, this old gentleman also has another identity, a member of the Psychology Alchemists' Council. Are you surprised? Vin Rambies asked with a smile. Then he got up and said very gentlemanly, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Audrey." Audrey did not hide her surprise, and then she said with a complicated expression, "I don't know what to call you." Vin smiled and said, "Just like usual." He pointed to the sofa next to him, "Sit down and talk." Audrey was very careful to control her micro-expressions, took a small deep breath before sitting on the sofa, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close from the other party. Vin picked up his teacup and took a sip, and said kindly, "Don't be so restrained. It's not the first time you've seen me. I still remember 2 years ago, we had a very in-depth discussion on philosophical topics such as pragmatism at a ball." Audrey maintained a slight smile and said, "I just find it difficult to associate you with a member of the Psychology Alchemists' Council." Vin smiled and said, "It's not worth worrying about." Audrey was about to say something when she felt her spirit suddenly a little dazed, as if she saw 7 pure lights containing countless knowledge. They permeated the heights and covered everything. This is the sky of spirituality. It is the reflection of the spirit world in the mental world. Below the sky of spirituality is a deep and dark sea. There are several islands near the sea, one of which belongs to Audrey herself. At this time, on Audrey's island, there was an old man with all white hair and wearing a blue-gray suit, who was Vin Rambies. It's just that this Rambies has a gloomy temperament and no smile at all. His eyes have turned into golden vertical pupils, and he is observing the place below the sea level on Audrey's island. Audrey frowned. Vin Rambies is not polite at all. He broke into other people's home, at will without permission. At this time, Vin sitting on the sofa said, "Before our conversation, let's talk about another topic first." He asked, "Did you tell your boyfriend Hobert about the Psychology Alchemists?" Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 617, Chapter 616 Audrey becomes president of the society. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. No. Audrey answered firmly to Vin's question. While speaking, she told her inner island, "Is he so worried about me? Since I decided to join a secret organization, I have the basic awareness of confidentiality." Very good. Vin on the sofa said with a smile, "I'm just curious, Hobert should be able to see that you are a Beyonder. Didn't he question where your potion formula came from?" No. Audrey said firmly again, "We value maintaining each other's privacy." Her mind island echoed at this time, "Speaking of which, Hobert seems to have asked once, but didn't ask in detail, because he has more secrets than me." Vin nodded with satisfaction, and then asked Audrey about the process of summarizing the acting method. Finally, Vin smiled kindly, "You are very talented, you have actually figured out the acting method yourself." He paused and then said, "However, before Sequence 6, we do not advocate using this method to accelerate the digestion of potions, so we will not teach it." "Why don't you advocate it?" Audrey asked sincerely. Vin took another sip of tea before saying, "This will make the Beyonder unlike themselves, and some will even be assimilated by the remaining influence in the potion." Audrey suddenly thought of what Little Sun mentioned, "The most important thing about the acting method is, remember, you are just acting." Then she felt that what Vin said made some sense, but not entirely, because as far as she knew, she and Hobert had digested the potion quickly, but their condition had been very good. Vin put down his teacup and said, "You do have the talent and qualifications to apply for the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker potion formula. I will give you some tasks one after another. This is both a need for fairness and an exercise of your ability." Understood. Audrey had no objection to this. "What is the first task?" Vin smiled kindly, "A simple but relatively long-term task. Each of your feedback counts as a contribution." Speaking of this, he took a deep breath. "Pay attention to Hobert's movements, including who Hobert meets, what they talk about, especially some actions of Hobert's organization. Even if you only understand part of the information, report it to me immediately. In addition, conduct long-term observation of Earl's Light, try to visit the power plant, and then tell me the internal structure of a power plant. Of course, don't take risks when doing these things. It's best to get some news, and don't force it if you can't. Vin seemed to habitually pause for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, we won't hurt Hobert, we just hope to start some cooperation with the creator. This last sentence actually has no logical support, just a promise, but as Vin on Audrey's mind island raised his right hand and pressed his forehead, Audrey actually felt that what he said made sense. Then Audrey quickly woke up. If we want to cooperate, we can directly go to Hobert, so secretly asking me to pay attention to Hobert is obviously asking me to collect information about the creator forces. As this idea appeared, Audrey controlled her mind island and did not show any suspicious emotions in her heart. Then she responded, I am very willing to promote the cooperation between the psychology alchemists and Hobert. Vin smiled with relief, his eyes suddenly became a little deeper. Given your identity and the environment you are in, you will forget our conversation, and anything will be conveyed through Istrant and others. When there is something extremely important to report, you will subconsciously visit me, using the reason of asking for advice on academic knowledge. As Vin said these words, Vin on Audrey's mind island also repeated them, which caused some rocks on the mind island to change and rapidly sink into the ocean of subconsciousness. But Audrey remembered the conversation just now clearly. She controlled herself and got up dazedly. Yes, sir. After saying that, she quickly got up and left the living room step by step. At the moment when she closed the door, Audrey instantly felt that there were two memories with certain differences in her mind. One memory had Vin Ramby's, and the other memory did not. These two memories instantly merged, causing Audrey to feel confused for a few seconds, but she, who had been promoted to hypnotist, immediately sorted out the primary and secondary and the true and false, and reorganized every detail that had happened before. Audrey sighed, what powerful mind reading and hypnosis. Although there is the blessing of the fool angel when recalling some things just now, it still feels like looking at yellowed photos, as if many years have passed. She was first a little proud, so the psychology alchemists care so much about Hobert and the creator's forces. As Hobert said before, if he came with him, just getting off the carriage and looking at the scenery on the street would give the psychology alchemists huge pressure. Then Audrey's mood was not very good. She didn't expect the council committee of the psychology alchemists to despicably hypnotize herself and let herself collect information for them. In the afternoon, Hobert was drinking tea on the terrace, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. However, as soon as he drank 2 cups of tea, he saw a carriage with the Hall Earl's family emblem entering the Earl's mansion. Audrey, wearing a plain long dress and an ordinary hairband, but still unable to conceal her beauty and vitality, got out of the carriage, and Susie jumped down after her. Hobert got up and smiled, Audrey, your timing is perfect. I'm having afternoon tea. Would you like a cup too? Audrey downstairs smiled, okay. Then, Audrey walked upstairs, and Hobert went out to greet her. The two met on the stairs. Hobert took Audrey's hand. How was your first day at work? Not bad, Audrey replied. The two returned to the study together. The moment the study door closed, Audrey suddenly showed some grievance. Hobert, I encountered some unpleasant things today. Hobert opened his arms, and this time Audrey did not refuse and threw herself into Hobert's arms. He hugged Audrey tightly and said, tell me, what was unpleasant? Hobert's solid arms made Audrey feel very comfortable and at ease. After the two hugged for a few seconds, Audrey took a step back and said, I did see the council committee member of the psychology alchemists today. Hobert took Audrey back to the terrace. Sit down and talk slowly. Audrey sat on the terrace and glanced at the gardener who was taking care of the lawn outside. Her meaning was self-evident, our conversation will be heard. Hobert smiled, it's okay, our voices can't reach beyond the terrace. Just tampering with the propagation distance of the sound waves can achieve such an effect. Audrey nodded before saying, I went to see Vin Ramby's this afternoon according to the previous agreement with the psychology teacher. She briefly described to Hobert the experience of meeting Vin Ramby's. After Hobert finished listening, he was silent for a few seconds before saying, have you ever thought about being the president of the psychology alchemists? Ah. Audrey thought she had heard wrong. Hobert smiled, just kidding, I've met Vin, he looks very kind, but I didn't expect him to be so insidious behind his back. Then he asked, how do you want to punish him? Audrey sighed, I thought about it just now, it's actually nothing, just hypnotizing me, it's not enough to punish him for anything. I just think that some of the psychology alchemist performances are gradually becoming different from what I imagined. Originally, she had always thought that the psychology alchemists were an academic organization, concentrating on studying topics in the field of psychology, and seemed not very interested in the struggles of the extraordinary world. But after seeing Vin Ramby's, Audrey realized that the high-level members of this organization also had a lot of utilitarianism. Hobert didn't ask where it was different, but suddenly said, I'm going to form a witch research society recently, are you interested in being the president? Audrey was stunned for a moment, then smiled, I'm not a witch. It doesn't necessarily have to be a witch. Hobert smiled, this position needs someone I trust very much to take it. I thought about it and you are the most suitable. Although you are not a witch, those witches wouldn't dare to say anything. Audrey's appearance was already comparable to that of a high-level witch. In terms of beauty and charm, she could leave ordinary witches behind by several streets. No witch would have any objection to such a lady serving as the president of the Research Society. Of course, there is also a key reason: she is still Hobert's fiancée. This is Hobert's identity blessing for her. Sorry, Hobert. Although Audrey was very interested, she felt that she didn't have the ability. I can't. Hobert raised his hand. Don't rush to refuse, listen to my thoughts first. Audrey nodded, looking at Hobert. Hobert explained, I am a favored one who is highly regarded by the Creator, and I handle most of the real-world affairs for the great Creator. These jobs make me very clear that the current structure of the Creator Beyonder forces has 5 systems, from 3 extraordinary families and 2 Beyonder organizations. The war that just ended made me feel that the traces between families and Beyonder organizations are too heavy, which is an uncontrollable factor in some cases. So the Creator hopes to join them with new Beyonder forces to neutralize the traces of families and organizations. He picked up the teapot and refilled Audrey's tea. The Witch Research Society is a very critical part of this plan. According to my observation, Helen, that is a witch. She and her companions try to bring pain to evil forces or evil people, bring pain to themselves, and bring joy to their lovers, and they can still digest the potion. Currently, other than their lovers having to eat more tonics, these ways of digesting the potion don't seem to have any other side effects. I think these methods should be popularized, which may reduce many disasters in this world. That's why I hope to establish the Witch Research Society, to cultivate Beyonder forces loyal to the Creator while promoting such methods of potion digestion. Audrey sighed. This idea is very, very great. Great is out of the question. Hobert smiled, but it will indeed make this world develop in a good direction. I think the gods that our own witches are loyal to are not in as bad a state as the primordial demoness, which will reduce the negative impact of this pathway's potion to a certain extent, and should not embark on the old path of the demoness sect. He smiled. Back to the question just now, the problem I'm facing now is that I need someone who understands the acting method very well and who I trust very much to be the president of this research society. Audrey hesitated, not immediately refusing. Hobert said, you can think about it. I'm afraid I don't have the ability. Audrey said her worries. At first, I only planned to recruit some ordinary people to participate in this research society, at most some low-sequence members. Hobert already had a relatively mature idea. After you are promoted to Sequence 5, recruit Sequence 7 members. In short, there should always be 2 sequences between the members and you. In addition, if you have management problems, you can come and ask me. Finally, Hobert said seriously, ability can be cultivated. Audrey was a little tempted. Then what are we going to study? Study how to digest potions quickly and efficiently. Study the true meaning of a witch. Hobert said, for example, the first research topic is, only women can enter this research society. This should reduce the distortion between Beyonders and Beyonder characteristics, and help them maintain a good state. This topic completely moved Audrey. When will the research society be established? It will immediately enter the establishment process when you are willing to be the president. Audrey smiled. Then it can be established. Okay. Hobert smiled. I will recruit the first batch of members for you as soon as possible, and you will recruit the subsequent members yourself. As for the venue, I will rent a villa first to solve the accommodation problem of the members. After there are more members, I can rent a mansion in Empress Borough. Okay. Audrey then said, by the way, in my conversation with Vin Rambies today, the acting method was mentioned. He said that if the acting method is used too early, the Beyonder's potion will be digested too quickly, and it is easy to lose oneself. She looked at Hobert. Our potions are digested quite quickly. Will this leave any hidden dangers? That old man's theory is not entirely correct. Hobert said, he missed a very critical factor. What is that factor? Love and emotion. Hobert smiled, or rather, humanity. He looked at Audrey with tenderness in his eyes. I have considered before that you have played a huge role in the stability of my humanity, which makes my state very stable. I think such a role is mutual, and I should also let your humanity be expressed, which is enough to resist the residue of Beyonder characteristics. Audrey smiled a little sweetly and shyly, but Beyonders below demigods don't have divinity. Do we also need to express our humanity? In my understanding, Beyonder characteristics are anti-life and anti-humanity. Hobert said, it's too cold and full of madness. So below demigods, what needs to be used to fight against is Beyonder characteristics. To be precise, it is using the warmth of life to warm Beyonder characteristics. Finally, he spread his hands. Of course, this is just my own guess. Audrey nodded, feeling that this idea made sense. This topic ended, and the two looked at the Earl's mansion's large yard together. The weather today was good. Although there seemed to be some thin mist in the distance, the sun could be seen and the temperature of the sunlight could be felt. This made all the green plants in the entire Earl's mansion look vibrant. After more than 10 seconds, Audrey seemed to have recovered and said, "Hobert, I also encountered another thing today." She withdrew her gaze from the distance and looked at Hobert again. "Today, £150,000 of funds from Earl's Light were withdrawn in the form of cash, but I noticed that not a penny was missing on the books. If I'm not mistaken, this fund should have been spent through the previous false reports on some investments." Hobert smiled. "This is exactly why I asked you to go to Earl's Light. Let me make fake accounts. No, let you supervise whether this money is really spent where I want it to be spent." Hobert said, "Currently, there is a total of £500,000 for this money, which will be transferred in 3 batches. Audrey was a little surprised. £500,000. This is more than the property she can inherit. Her dowry when she gets married in the future is estimated to be only this much. Hobert then asked, "Are you curious about where this money is spent?" Audrey nodded immediately. Hobert got up and said, "Let's go to the southern continent." Southern continent? Audrey was a little incredulous. "Yes, southern continent." Hobert smiled and stretched out his arm. Audrey took Hobert's arm with some surprise. The space in front of the two became illusory, and after entering the spirit world, they quickly disappeared in place. After a transfer in biome, the two came to the southern continent, the upper reaches of the Hodis River. Audrey saw a huge plain. She could also see the distant mountains and rivers. This was a huge basin. There was nothing else in the basin, just whole pieces of crops. It looked neat and tidy, like a harvest was about to come. Audrey looked at the farmers working in the fields and suddenly smiled. "It's a pity I didn't bring my paintbrush and canvas." But Hobert said, "Let's go and take a closer look. Look carefully, look closely." Audrey noticed the strangeness in Hobert's tone. She took Hobert's arm, and the two used travel again to come to the field. The people around were all distorted by Hobert's thinking and turned a blind eye to them. When she came to the field, Audrey immediately noticed something was wrong. The farmers in the field were too thin. And many people were still wearing shackles. She looked again at the surrounding crops that were growing very well, and was a little incredulous. Then, Audrey saw several people from the northern continent sitting there chatting and smiling in the shade of the trees. Looking at their height and appearance, they should be Faceac people. Bang. Suddenly there was a gunshot, followed by the laughter of the Faceac people. Audrey noticed that a dark-skinned middle-aged man was working a little slowly, so a Faceac man shot him directly. The middle-aged man immediately knelt down, speaking the local language, begging the Faceac people for mercy. Bang. But his begging was useless at all. The Faceac people began to use him to practice shooting. The middle-aged man turned his head and ran, but on the 4th shot, he hit the middle-aged man's back. So the wailing of the middle-aged man could be heard in the surrounding fields. Audrey wanted to save people, but Hobert stopped her. Years of high-intensity labor and long-term malnutrition have made him very weak and he is about to reach the end of his life. This is also the reason why the Faceac people will kill him mercilessly, otherwise slaves are valuable property and are generally not killed easily. Hobert paused and then said, "If you save him now, what about in the future? How will he live? What should he do when he encounters danger again?" Audrey looked at Hobert with some surprise. "Let's save the people in front of us first." Hobert rarely interrupted Audrey. "Audrey, look around. The entire plain you see no longer has self-cultivating farmers. It is either a Faceac estate or a local noble's estate. Those working in the fields are all slaves. If you come again in a year, you will find that there are 1/3 new faces, but the number has not increased much." Finally, Hobert said, "This is a colony. You can't save them all." Audrey was about to say something, but Hobert said first, "During the Great Smog incident in Backlund, I also felt that I could save one if I could. Later I realized that this efficiency was too slow. So I have been actively promoting the extraordinary war with the Demonist sect. One battle has left them hiding in dark corners. I want to see who dares to create a Great Smog incident." Hobert pointed to the distance. "It's the same here, it's useless to save one of them. I don't even know where to arrange them if I save people here." Audrey opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. She suddenly felt that the Hobert in front of her was a little strange. At this time, the middle-aged man who was wailing just now had even disappeared. "Sorry, Audrey." Hobert said seriously, "I let you see the cruel side of this world, but this cruel side has always existed. Think about those homeless wanderers in Backlund, think about those children with big heads in the slums. I think you should take a look at the cruel side of this world." Audrey took a deep breath before saying, "You're right, I was too well protected before." Hobert finally regained his smile. "It's this era that has a problem, not you." He said, "I plan to spend that £150,000 here. The local Earth King has been controlled by our people, and these invaders will also abandon the estate under the pressure of the governor's office. £50,000 of the £150,000 will be used to bribe the governor's office. Of course, this £50,000 is only temporarily deposited there. The remaining £100,000 will be used to purchase agricultural tools, build some workshops for producing building materials, etc., so that people here have houses to live in that don't leak, so that they can eat enough, and in the future they can also be allocated a piece of land. The current annual mortality rate here is as high as 30%, and it will not exceed 3% next year. Finally, Hobert said solemnly, Audrey, in the future, we will have more money to spend in this kind of place. I want to carry out large-scale construction and investment in the southern continent. Such investment may not have a return for decades, but it can save countless lives. Audrey smiled slightly. Hobert, as I said just now, what you are doing is great. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 6:18, Chapter 6:17 Nothing else to do, just to kill you. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Watching Audrey leave in a carriage, Hobert returned to the terrace, but the tea had already gone cold. Audrey had experienced a lot today, but the spectator pathway had one advantage: she rarely experienced emotional fluctuations or problems due to life's encounters, so there was no need to worry about her condition. Hobert knew that he needed to give Audrey some time to figure things out for herself. Just as he was about to ask the servant to change the tea, Hobert suddenly heard the prayer from the Nation of Disorder. He first returned to his study and entered the Nation of Disorder. In the pool in front of Hobert, there was actually an unfamiliar star shining. However, just seeing this star, Hobert knew who it represented. He spread his spirituality over, and sure enough, it was Zio, looking a little apprehensive. It turned out that the investigation into the 2 Aurora Order members was over, and Zio was submitting a report to the Creator in the form of prayer. This timing was just right. Hobert said in a mellow voice, "Give it to Hobert." Then he withdrew his spirituality, and through the expanded star, he observed again. Zaya was stunned for a second or two, then immediately put away the information with great initiative, put on her coat, and went out. So Hobert returned to the real world, asked the servant to change the tea, and waited on the terrace for more than half an hour before Zio arrived. Zio still liked to wear men's clothes, which made her movements more agile, and coupled with her somewhat immature face, she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. "Don't be so restrained," Hobert smiled. "I'm still me, still that Hobert." Zio said, "It's different. You are now a Earl, and no longer that intern lawyer who went to the East Borough to investigate cases. Yes, I am a Earl, so I can now help tens of thousands of vagrants solve their livelihood problems at once, and I won't be able to only help my clients like before." Hobert smiled. "You've stayed in South Colson for a while, you should know I'm not bragging." Zaya was slightly stunned, and sat on the other side of the tea table. "You're right, you haven't changed in most places." Then she took out the information she had investigated. "The Creator asked me to give you this information." Hobert poured her a cup of tea before picking up the information and looking through it. Zio's investigation was very professional, with not only tracking records, but also summaries of their habits. While Hobert was looking through the information, he thought of several assassination opportunities through their daily activities. "Very good," Hobert closed the information and smiled. "The Creator asked me to be your superior. In the future, I will directly issue any tasks to you. As for your reward, I think you need the Sequence 6 potion formula and Beyonder characteristics the most." "I only need Beyonder characteristics," Zio said. "I have already obtained the potion formula from the masked men." "Okay," Hobert smiled. "This investigation will be counted in your merits. I will assign you a Sequence 6 helper, and you will complete the assassination of these 2 targets. Well, the action will be mainly you. That Sequence 6 has strong control skills, but rarely participates in this kind of action, and lacks experience." Hobert didn't directly say it was Audrey. During the action, he would also let Audrey wear a mask and slightly change her body shape, so as not to make Zio think too much. And the 2 Aurora Orders Beyonders, one is Sequence 7 and the other is Sequence 8, she too can completely kill the other party. Moreover, Hobert would hide in the dark, preparing to hunt down the higher Sequence Beyonders of the Aurora Order. He continued, "If you complete the assassination of them and hand in the Beyonder characteristics, after completing the next investigation task, you will get the Beyonder characteristics of a judge. In addition, I will also find a way to arrange you in the Beyonder court, so that you can digest the potion as soon as possible." Zio scratched her head. "Hobert, there's something I don't understand." "What don't you understand?" "You, or rather the Creator, why are you helping me?" Zio asked strangely. Hobert thought, "Of course, it's because you are an important character." He smiled. "Zio, this question should actually be asked to yourself. Have you ever thought about why you would get help?" Zio frowned and thought for a few seconds, then shook her head. "Because of your diligence and excellence," Hobert said half-truthfully. "You are a very excellent Beyonder and a very excellent bounty hunter. As a Beyonder force with a certain power in Backland, of course it will try to win you over. Of course, I must admit that there are my factors in it, because I know your ability very well, and I also know that we are now very short of talents like you. Zaya was a little embarrassed by what Hobert said. Talent. She still didn't quite understand. Then what exactly do you plan to let me do? Collect intelligence. Hobert said. His plan was to eventually let Zaya become the intelligence officer of the creator force. Originally, this position was held by Dennis's father. This old man performed very well when he was an undercover agent, but when Hobert asked him to build an intelligence network in Backlund, the result was that he spent a lot of money for several months, but the effect was not satisfactory. With this old man's ability, he really couldn't be competent for this kind of high-level intelligence department position. At that time, Hobert had two ideas. The first was to train Dennis, and the second was to let Zio take on this responsibility. Because when he was considering this matter, Zio happened to tell him about the Abraham family's traitor, Louis Veen, so from that time on, Hobert's heart was more inclined to let Zio join the creator force. Zio breathed a sigh of relief. I'm good at this. Then let's cooperate in the current way. Hobert smiled. The expenses you pay to informants, as well as the expenses for developing the intelligence network, can be reimbursed from me. After you become a judge, we will start a new mode of cooperation. Zio felt that this cooperation model was not unacceptable, and the last bit of worry in her heart disappeared. Okay. Well, I will hire you as my combat coach, so you have a reason to come to the Earl's mansion often, Hobert said. If you get any useful information, you can also consider selling it to me first, and the price I give will definitely satisfy you. Most importantly, if you encounter danger, you can also ask me for help, just use the corresponding tasks to offset my help. In addition, in case of emergency danger, you can also pray to the Creator. Zio nodded. Such benefits sounded very good. The key is that after her observation, the Creator seemed to be a very normal god, and there was currently no need to worry about being corrupted or affected in some way. After talking about the business, Hobert asked again, do you know Vin Rambies? Zio thought for a while. I've heard of it. It seems to be a consultant to the royal family, but I don't remember what kind of consultant it is. I'll give you a small task, Hobert smiled. Find his residence. He emphasized, just find his residence, don't try to do any tracking, because any form of tracking will be 100% discovered. Zaya was slightly stunned, then said, this is simple, I can reply to you tonight. Hobert nodded, I'll give you the reward for this mission next time we meet. When your assistant is ready, I will notify you to meet her and carry out the assassination mission. Before this, he took out the folder that he had prepared long ago. Go and investigate these 3 people again. Well, they are also members of the Aurora Order. After completing the investigation of them, you will get the Beyonder characteristics of Judge. Zio put away the folder and looked at Hobert. Are you going to launch a Beyonder war against the Aurora Order? Before, she had followed Furs and witnessed the extraordinary war, and the large-scale extraordinary action was still fresh in her memory. To deal with them, there is no need to launch a war at all. Hobert smiled. The power in Backlund is enough. The so-called power in Backlund is mainly Hobert and Dofus, and also the few Beyonders Hobert transferred to protect the power plant, but Hobert generally does not call those Beyonders. Zio nodded. I will go to investigate tomorrow. Just as she was about to get up, Hobert suddenly said, wait a minute. As he spoke, he counted out £100 in cash from his wallet. In the future, you can receive a sum of money from me every 2 weeks, don't be a bounty hunter anymore, and seriously complete the tasks I give you. Zio hesitated for a moment, but still put away the money. Okay. Since Hobert can continue to issue tasks, it is certainly more efficient than accepting bounties everywhere. Then Zio smiled and asked, didn't you say that you only have £80 on you? Before, at the picking festival, in order to repair his relationship with Furs faster, Hobert once said that his pocket money was not much. When Zio asked this, Hobert didn't have the slightest embarrassment of being exposed. He smiled, this is public money. Okay, Zio smiled, and left with the documents and money. Hobert looked at his watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He was about to go to South Colson to have dinner with Furs, but Duke Christian's butler came to invite Hobert to have dinner. So Hobert followed the butler to the Duke's residence not far away. After having dinner, when chatting, Christian informed Hobert that he would go out with him tomorrow morning. Hobert probably guessed what he was going to do, so he agreed, and chatted until more than 9 o'clock in the evening before returning to the Earl's mansion. As soon as he entered the living room, Dofus told Hobert that Zio had been here and left him a note. Opening the note, there was indeed an address on it. Hobert returned to his study, made some preparations, and then used travel to come to the address on the note. He walked into Vin Rambies' house without any disguise. But Vin was not at home at this time, and the whole villa was relatively deserted. After asking the housekeeper, he learned that Vin had no family, and usually did not come back until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Hobert looked at the grandfather clock. It was almost 10 o'clock, so he sat on the sofa in the living room and waited. Sure enough, at about 10:15, Vin came back in a carriage. Because Hobert tampered with his aura and spirituality, Vin Rambies didn't see Hobert until he entered the door. He was somewhat surprised, but the old man with all white hair quickly put on a kind smile. "Earl, what's the matter with you looking for me so late?" Vin leaned his body outward, ready to run away at any time. "It's nothing else, just to kill you." Hobert smiled innocently. Hearing this, Vin turned around and ran. Distortion. Hobert distorted the space, and Vin, who had already gone out, instantly appeared in front of Hobert. Hobert smiled. "Is this how you treat guests? You want to leave immediately after seeing a guest?" Vin coughed twice. "I have already mapped the information that you want to kill me to the mind world. Our people will know that you are the murderer." Hobert spread his hands. "Since I appear in front of you with my true face, it is to let the people of the psychology alchemists know that I killed you. I can wait in the Earl's mansion, and then kill the council members of your psychology alchemists one by one. But I guess they are more likely to not even make a sound. You, cough cough." Vin didn't know how to describe the young man in front of him. Hobert smiled. "Very arrogant, isn't it?" That's the feeling he wanted, and he felt his spirituality was very lively at this time. Hobert continued, "Please use the mind world to tell Hermes that we all respect his contribution to mankind, but it is not appropriate for him to condone his subordinates to offend the Creator. As for Adam, Hobert was so arrogant that he didn't dare to tease Adam at this time, so as not to make this brother really angry, and the promised sequence 1B under characteristics would not be given. Vin covered his mouth and coughed violently, while looking at Hobert in surprise. "You, cough cough." Hobert stretched out his hand and used the ability of tampering to instantly condense the air in front of him, forming a transparent, seemingly simple giant sword, and stabbed Vin's chest. A piece of illusory scales appeared on Vin's chest, helping him resist Hobert's attack, but he was knocked out by this heavy blow, knocking down a wall. After the previous attempts during the war, Hobert was now more proficient in using his abilities. He turned his hand again and distorted the space, and Vin, covered in dust, returned to Hobert's feet. Cough cough cough. Vin coughed violently, like a cooked shrimp, bent on the ground. In order to be on the safe side, Hobert also brought the 0 to 71 disaster porcelain doll this time. During the waiting period, Hobert had been using the order crystal to seal the disaster porcelain doll, and after Vin entered the door, Hobert lifted the seal. Vin's housekeeper, servants, etc., had already coughed up blood while kneeling or lying on the ground, and many people had coughed unconscious. Vin was also coughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. He raised his hand with difficulty and made a grasping motion. Mental plague. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough, ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter rang out throughout the villa, accompanied by violent coughing. Soon, they all died in painful laughter and coughing. The moment Vin entered, he had quietly planted seeds of contagious madness around the Mind Island. Now, he detonated those seeds. However, Vin discovered with some despair that Hobert's smile remained perfectly normal, without a hint of madness. Aren't you wondering why I haven't gone mad? Hobert smiled slightly. When you were affecting my Mind Island just now, I distorted the position of our Mind Islands. So, that seed you planted earlier was planted on yourself. Although Hobert couldn't sense the Mind Island, at the sequence 3 level of distortion, everything could be distorted. Even if Hobert didn't know what Vin had just done, he could twist his attack back onto himself. The seed on Vin's Mind Island was also detonated by him, but he quickly calmed the madness in his heart with placate, leaving the ocean around the Mind Island without a ripple. Hobert knew the principle of villains die from talking too much, so while speaking, he spread his hands wide and then clasped them together. Suddenly, all the air in the room was compressed into a white sphere the size of a marble using tamper and distort. He didn't know if suddenly releasing the tamper ability would cause an explosion. Hobert was about to twist this marble into Vin's body when he noticed Vin's figure rapidly enlarging, with illusory dragon scales appearing on every inch of his skin. In an instant, Vin transformed into a huge monster, with a pair of wings growing from his back and his limbs becoming thick and strong. Only his head remained in human form, while the rest of him resembled a dragon. Even Hobert was intimidated by his form and took a step back. Vin was now constantly emitting mind deprivation, but Hobert merely took a step back. He also emanated a faint black mist around him, causing both extraordinary and physical attacks to be pulled into other directions by chaos. Other pathways generally didn't dare to display demigod-level mythical creature forms at sequence 4, but the spectator pathway was an exception, as they could temporarily control the demigod mythical creature state through constant psychological cue. Vin stared at Hobert as if to say something, but when he opened his mouth, cough, cough, cough. Hobert smiled. Hey, a dragon. That's all you've got. Even if Vin transformed into a dragon form, his physique was only about the same as sequence 3, and he still couldn't get rid of the mystical virus of the disaster porcelain doll. The only difference from before was that Vin now had the ability to counterattack. His human head was coughing violently, but his wings suddenly spread out, launching a mind storm towards Hobert. Exploit. Hobert utilized part of the disaster porcelain doll's ability, placing himself between the mirror world and the real world, hiding his spiritual body and astral body in the mirror world, unaffected by the mind storm. At this moment, he held the white marble in one hand and raised the other, magnify. Cough, cough, cough. Vin coughed again, trembling as if he were about to cough up his lungs. Hobert magnified his illness, making Vin in his demigod form feel weak all over, wanting only to lie on the ground and not move. Just then, Hobert saw an ice-blue metal cylinder appear in Vin's hand, from which a dark green bullet was fired. Hobert's spirituality sensed extreme danger. He immediately launched the marble in his hand to block the bullet that seemed destined to hit him. Rumble. The earth trembled. Hobert was directly blown away by the sudden explosion, landing near the pond in the yard. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was somewhat surprised. Such power. The dark green bullet fired from the cylinder wouldn't cause such a violent explosion, so the explosion must have been caused by the air bomb Hobert created. Looking at the villa in front of him, it had been razed to the ground, turning into ruins. Not only the villa in front of him, but many surrounding villas were also knocked down. For a time, wails could be heard everywhere. Splash. Vin in his dragon form emerged from the rubble, taking advantage of the distance he had created from Hobert, coughing violently as he struggled to fly away. Hobert raised his hand, and a huge mirror suddenly appeared in front of Vin. Vin realized the danger, but before he could dodge, the mirror crashed into him. However, the mirror didn't break, but allowed Vin to pass through like a film of water. Vin disappeared in midair, and a mirror surface formed in Hobert's pond, receding backward, and Vin appeared in Hobert's pond. Hobert reached out and pushed forward, temper. He altered the temperature of the environment around Vin, making it extremely cold. The water in the pond under Vin's feet immediately froze, quickly turning from white to light blue. Even the mist and droplets Vin coughed out quickly solidified. Vin wanted to escape, but his feet were frozen. Ordinary ice couldn't trap him, of course, but the ice in the pond had been reinforced by Hobert, making it difficult for Vin to break free even for a moment. In the extremely cold environment, Vin's condition rapidly worsened, and his vision became blurred. Hobert raised his hand, about to launch a new attack, when suddenly he burst into laughter. Vin's eyes immediately softened, as if Hobert were his lover, the goddess in his heart. Just as illusions were about to appear before Hobert's eyes, he had already distorted his emotions, leaving his spirit and emotions without any fluctuations. His attack continued, tamper. The sub-zero temperature suddenly seemed to have life, bypassing the protection of the dragon scales and pouring into Vin's chest from his mouth and nose, and into his cranial cavity from his eyes and ears. Although this demigod of the spectator pathway was not yet dead, his whole body was frozen stiff. Hobert raised his hand, and a stone flew into his hand. He distorted the stone, connecting it to the concept of Vin's internal organs and brain, and then crushed the stone. Vin's already frozen internal organs were instantly crushed by Hobert. Vin, covered in a layer of white frost, trembled again, his eyes rolled upward, and he slowly spat out a mouthful of blood plasma, but the blood plasma froze into a bright red ice cube the moment it was spat out. Hobert sighed, spectator demigods are really hard to kill. Their defense is quite outstanding after dragon transformation, and mental attacks have little effect on them. Although the mystical virus of the disaster porcelain doll takes effect quickly, it still takes at least 2 minutes for the opponent to die of illness. Even if Hobert magnified the effect, it would still take 1 minute for the opponent to die of illness. Hobert used the exploit ability again, and the Beyonder characteristics on Vin's body immediately separated. Hobert beckoned, and the Beyonder characteristic, about the size of a fist and shaped like a heart, as well as the ice blue cylinder, flew towards Hobert. At the same time, a pocket watch also flew from the rubble, which was also a mystical item. After collecting the spoils, Hobert distorted the environment within a 5-kilometer radius, twisting the people buried in the rubble by the sudden explosion to flat areas such as the yard or roads. Except for a very few who died directly, most people were only injured by being hit, avoiding the fate of being buried alive. After doing all this, Hobert used travel to leave. The entire battle lasted less than a minute. A dozen seconds after Hobert left, a pile of illusory mysterious symbols suddenly appeared in the courtyard of Vin's mansion, like a spring. These symbols rippled out, forming an arched corridor that didn't look very real. A middle-aged man with long, pale yellow eyebrows and a very pale face emerged from the corridor, none other than Polly Durlow, the nominal president of the Psychology Alchemists. He looked at Vin, who was still emitting white cold air, and chuckled, arrogance. Then Durlow's gaze became deep, entering the surrounding mind world. I see. He finally understood why he was only asked to come and see. It turned out that Vin's death involved Hobert, involved the forces of the Creator. In the mind world, Hobert explained clearly why he killed Vin, so Durlow sneered again and said, arrogance. To hypnotize the people around Hobert and have them monitor Hobert, how arrogant would one have to be to do such a thing? Or rather, Durlo was shocked. Was this arranged? At this time, sharp whistles sounded on the street, and the patrolman finally reacted, loudly organizing the surrounding people to come and help. Durlo glanced at Vin, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, and quickly returned to the illusory corridor. Then the entrance of the corridor turned into illusory occult symbols, quickly disappearing into the air. Back in his study, Hobert used the power of the Order Crystal to monitor the surrounding environment. Currently, he could mobilize more power from the Nation of Disorder in the real world. Although he didn't have true sight, he could sense if a high-level spectator came to his study. If Hermes came to question him why he killed his people, Hobert would question him in return why he hypnotized the people around him to monitor him. Hobert estimated that if the psychology alchemists came to ask for the Beyonder characteristics back, it would also be Hermes who came, not Adam. After all, the psychology alchemists became a Beyonder organization after finding the treasure left by Hermes. Now this organization is considered to serve Adam, but later Hermes completely controlled this organization, and there seemed to be a certain split with Adam. Of course, that was a story for later. At this time, the person in charge of the psychology alchemists was Hermes, and the behind-the-scenes boss was still Adam. This operation, helping Audrey vent her anger, only accounted for a part. The main reason was that the forces of the Creator needed to make such a strong reaction. This was done for Adam to see, not for Hermes to see. Of course, Hobert could prevent Audrey from meeting Vin Rambies and completely eliminate such a situation, but unless Audrey withdrew from the psychology alchemists, such meetings would happen sooner or later. Moreover, Hobert also wanted to try whether his display of a mad side to the entire psychology alchemists would have the possibility of digesting the potion. Just now, Hobert had gradually received feedback, possibly Hermes had received Hobert's message in the mind world, and the potion had obvious signs of digestion, indicating that letting himself be a little mad within a safe range was a good direction. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one came to ask him for Vin's Beyonder characteristics. Then Hobert unceremoniously accepted them. Then he built a wall of spirituality and sacrificed the spoils of this battle to himself. When Hobert was performing the sacrificial ritual, his physical body in the real world could be protected by the ritual, and the wall of spirituality could also be strengthened accordingly. So he wasn't afraid that someone would come to disturb him when he was in the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he first took the Beyonder characteristic of Manipulator and connected the potion formula of Dreamwalker. After temporarily putting this Beyonder characteristic aside, Hobert went to look at the pocket watch. This was a Grade 2 sealed artifact, corresponding to the sequence of Hypnotist. Pointing the hour, minute, and second hands all at 12 o'clock in the direction of the target would launch an attack of hypnosis, awe, or psychological suggestion on the target. But if the three hands were separated, one had to be careful. Even if nothing was done, the holder's mind world would have a high probability of experiencing violent turmoil, and emotions would temporarily become out of control. In severe cases, one would completely go mad. Hobert sealed it casually and threw it into the pile of Grade 2 sealed artifacts. Finally, Hobert took the ice blue cylinder, and his expression immediately became solemn the moment he held the cylinder in his hand. Since advancing to Sequence 3, Hobert had recalled more and more episodes that he had little memory of before. For example, this cylinder, he remembered it was called Rotting Meteor, and some of its materials came from space. When he was in the real world, Hobert didn't feel anything, but after coming to the Nation of Disorder, he realized the unusualness of this sealed artifact. It was actually corroding the Nation of Disorder. If left unchecked, it would cause the surrounding space of the Nation of Disorder to become decayed and rotten. This was an unprecedented reaction. Hobert realized that the part of the material from space should not be simple. The negative effect of this sealed artifact was that the holder had a probability of being noticed by a certain existence in space and unknowingly being corrupted. Combining the name of the sealed artifact, Hobert guessed that this should be a coordinate projected onto Earth by a certain outer god using a meteor. Hobert resealed it, but it only reduced the probability of being noticed by that existence, and could not completely make this probability zero. Then he thought of a question: did Vin Rambies be noticed by that existence in space? Regardless of whether he was noticed or not, Hobert clearly realized when reviewing the battle in the Nation of Disorder, at this time that Vin's hypnosis of Audrey should have been arranged. Otherwise, why was he so sure that the forces of the Creator would not discover his hypnosis? Hobert massaged his forehead. So the new question is, what was the purpose of arranging for Vin's people? Was it just to have me obtain and deal with this sealed artifact? He smiled. Am I suffering from spectator fear syndrome? Otherwise, why would such a thought occur? Wouldn't it be better to give it to me directly? It would even avoid the loss of a demigod. But immediately afterward, Hobert's smile disappeared, because he realized that in the real world, he only felt danger when he was attacked by the rotting meteor. He didn't feel any threat when he wasn't using the sealed artifact. However, in the Nation of Disorder, the danger level of the sealed artifact increased sharply after he got his hands on it. In other words, this sealed artifact doesn't have much of an impact on demigods, but it may have a huge impact on beings above the demigod level. After all, Hobert has the empty shell of an king of angels in the nation of disorder. Then it is very likely that Adam had to have been Rambai send the rotting meteor to the creator. Thinking of this, Hobert wrapped the cylinder with the order crystal. Such a seal is very effective, and its influence on the nation of disorder stopped. Recalling that Adam had once taken a piece of order crystal from him, Hobert smiled wryly. This guy didn't feel that the order crystal could seal the rotting meteor, so he gave the sealed artifact to the creator to deal with, right? Because only Hobert can freely change the shape of the order crystal. The order crystal that Adam got was disc-shaped, and it will always be a disc in his hands. Logically, that makes sense. This rotting meteor actively sought out members of the psychology alchemists. Adam realized that this sealed artifact was likely aimed at him, so he sent it to the creator to deal with. As for the beyonder characteristic of the manipulator, it was a thank you gift. Hobert nodded. It might be like this. Even if it's not, it can only be like this. He can't just stupidly ask, can he? Then he glanced at the rotting meteor again. So, the new question is, where did this sealed artifact come from? Rot and decay. Hobert thought of the outer god, monarch of decay. Although he doesn't know the authority of this outer god, judging from the name alone, he should have an authority similar to decay. Hobert shook his head. Decay should be the authority of the god of combat. Could it be that the outer gods and the god of combat's authority have some overlap? Suddenly, Hobert thought, could the monarch of decay be related to the twilight giant, darkness, and death pathways? Just like the uncertain mist is related to the black emperor and judgment pathways. Hobert pinched his chin. It's not impossible. According to his previous guess, when the original creator woke up, he tore apart the mother goddess of depravity and other outer deities, attracting most of their beyonder characteristics and Sefirah to earth. Those beyonder characteristics form 22 pathways, and those Sefirah are the 9 great Sefirot such as the nation of disorder. Hobert guessed that the source and beyonder characteristics retained by the outer gods should have some connection with the source and beyonder characteristics on earth. Then the monarch of decay may be a great old one related to the twilight giant and other pathways. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly thought of another thing. The Evernight goddess's help to him had already been marked with a price. Could that price be this rotting meteor? Hobert slowly nodded. This is very possible. After all, the goddess also has a little authority over fate and may know that I will get the rotting meteor. Of course, he may not know exactly what I can get, but he should be sure that what I get will help him. Considering this line of thought for a moment, Hobert gave up the idea of immediately taking it out and offering it to the Evernight goddess. First of all, he can't be sure if this is what the Evernight goddess needs. If it is, then no problem. If it isn't, then it's embarrassing. The ritual has already progressed to that point. Should he give it or not? Secondly, it's best to wait for the Evernight goddess to ask him for it. Maybe he can fleece the Evernight goddess for some wool. So Hobert temporarily placed the sealed, rotting meteor on the stone platform next to him, remembering to observe it every time he came in. Back in the real world, Hobert carefully observed that his spiritual body was indeed not affected by the beyonder battle before returning to his bedroom to rest. In addition to Hobert's prior preparations, this is also related to the power of the Black Emperor pathway. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled slightly. Although the Black Emperor pathway doesn't have the ability to quickly kill targets, it can effectively defend against the abilities of almost all pathways. The Apprentice and Spectator pathways are good examples. In the eyes of other beyonders, the former is difficult to catch, and the latter's mental attacks are very troublesome. However, the ability of the Lawyer pathway can make beyonders of the Apprentice pathway give up the idea of entering the spirit world, and can also distort the mental attacks of the Spectator pathway, protecting their mind island when conditions allow. Hobert sighed in his heart. This may be the charm of the pathways. There is no best pathway, nor is there a worst pathway. The beyonder abilities of one's own pathway all depend on how the beyonder individual uses them. Thinking about it, Hobert fell asleep. The next morning, he had a simple breakfast and then went to the Duke's mansion to find Christian. After chatting with his adoptive parents for a while, Christian took Hobert to his study and said, "Let's go." He put his hand on Hobert's shoulder, and the two of them entered the spirit world together. A few minutes later, they came out of the spirit world and appeared in a dense primeval forest. Christian took out his pocket watch and looked at it. That guy is late again. Aha, slandering me in person. The space in front of the two became illusory, and 3 people came out of it. One of them was Brandon Zeradel, who had a delicate beard, and the other 2 people were obviously his puppets. This is another good friend of Hobert's biological father, Rex. Christian kept a straight face, put away his pocket watch, and turned around to look for something in the surrounding grass. Brandon asked Hobert, "Is this guy still so unsmiling?" Hobert smiled but didn't speak. "It's just that he doesn't like to smile after seeing you." Brandon cleared his throat and said, according to your father's will, after you become sequence 3, you will inherit all of his beyonder inheritance under the joint witness of me and Christian. Hobert nodded. When Christian said he was going to take him out yesterday, he guessed that it might be this matter. When he saw Christian and Brandon at the same time, he immediately confirmed his guess. While Brandon was speaking, Christian found a strangely shaped stone in the weeds. The stone had 2 grooves that were already covered with moss. With a wave of his hand, Christian banished the moss, and the stone immediately became clean. Then Christian took out a crystal from his pocket and put it into one of the grooves. Brandon also took out a crystal and put it into the other groove. Click. The ground suddenly slowly separated, revealing a downward staircase. Entering the staircase and walking down for a distance, they arrived at a stone door. Christian, who was at the front, suddenly stopped and said to Hobert, before you inherit those beyonder items, you must first inherit the clues about the Duke of Entropy beyonder characteristic. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 619, Chapter 618 The Whereabouts of the 7 Duke of Entropy, Characteristics. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert felt a surge of excitement in his heart. What he most hoped to obtain were clues about the Duke of Entropy, characteristic. Then, he sighed inwardly, Rex truly trusts Christian. For Christian, this is a clue to the characteristic of a neighboring pathway at Sequence 2. Christian glanced at Brandon, who was walking at the back. Brandon spread his hands, have you forgotten? I was also present when Rex was talking about this matter. Christian fed and continued to Hobert, there are 2 clues to the Duke of Entropy, characteristic. The first is with the Balk family in the southern continent. I met people from the Balk family in South Colson before. You may have guessed that this family is a descendant of the Trunsoist family who hid in the southern continent. According to Rex, this family has an sealed artifact that can respond to prayers, shatter characteristic, and use the abilities of distortion and tampering to create a secret realm-like place of dozens of square kilometers. That is a Duke of Entropy level sealed artifact, but there are many restrictions on using this sealed artifact. First of all, to shatter the sealed artifact and use its characteristic, there must be a god-level existence to help. Secondly, the family's curse must be resolved before the sealed artifact can be obtained with the family badge. Hobert nodded. Of course, he remembered the no-existence town that allowed the Balk family to settle down. From the beginning, he realized that it might be a Black Emperor pathway sealed artifact. Christian added, the second clue is on Longtail Island. Hobert was stunned, Longtail Island. That's right, William I should also know about this. I wonder if he deliberately sealed you on Longtail Island, hoping to use you to obtain this characteristic. Christian smiled and said, they may have had the idea of using you before, but they won't have such an idea now, after all, you have the protection of the Creator. Hobert nodded thoughtfully, then he thought of a question, counting it, he already knows the whereabouts of 4 Duke of Entropy characteristics. The first is the Balk family sealed artifact, the second is the Longtail Island one that Christian is about to talk about. The third is with the Messenger Beverly, and the fourth is in the Tamara family. For characteristic at the angel level, there are basically a limited number. According to the fact that most Orthodox God churches only have 3 angels, in the case of a true God, the entire pathway has at least 3 Sequence 2 characteristic. And within the body of the true God of the pathway, there is probably at least 4 Sequence 2 level characteristic. First, there is 1 characteristic when he advanced to Sequence 2 angel, and secondly, the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics each carry at least 1 Sequence 2 characteristic. Then there are at least 7 Sequence 2 characteristic. Hobert roughly remembers that the Sequence 2 characteristic seems to have a maximum of no more than 9. Although the pathway Hobert is currently on does not have a Black Emperor, the 3 Sequence 1 characteristic are all in the hands of the lone royal family. And George III advancement does not seem to have used the Duke of Entropy characteristic. Then, theoretically speaking, there are only 6 Duke of Entropy characteristic outside. Hobert currently knows the whereabouts of 4 of them, which is enough for him to sort out the context of the high sequence of this pathway. Soon Hobert realized again that the Black Emperor pathway is relatively special. Solomon once forcibly recovered 3 Sequence 1 characteristic. He only recovered the Sequence 1 characteristic, so it is equivalent to saying that the Sequence 9 to Sequence 2 characteristic originally in the Sequence 1 characteristics were separated. Theoretically speaking, will there be 9 Duke of Entropy characteristic in the Beyonder world? And among the characteristic that Solomon recovered, 2 of the Sequence 1 characteristic came from Tudor and Trunsoist respectively. Although they became gods one after another, they should still have at least 1 Duke of Entropy characteristic in their bodies. When they fall, these characteristics should not merge with the Red Priest or Justiciar characteristic. The Duke of Entropy, characteristic in the body of the Blood Emperor Tudor, is likely to have fallen into the hands of the Night Emperor, and the Duke of Entropy, characteristic in the Night Emperor Trunsoist's body, is likely to be in the hands of a certain Orthodox God Church. As his thoughts fluctuated, Hobert heard Christian continue. Rex found a clue in some historical materials and notes left by the Trunsoist family. A Trunsoist family angel died in battle with the Biam Empire. But his characteristic has never been recovered. At that time, it was suspected that it was obtained by the Biam Empire and made into an sealed artifact. Later, through questioning Dofus. Well, Dofus should have told you his identity, right? Yes, he is a relatively core member of the Biam Empire's royal family and knows many family secrets. According to Dofus's recollection, he never remembered that there was an sealed artifact corresponding to the Duke of Entropy in the family, not even similar legends. Hobert was slightly stunned. This angel died earlier, perhaps he is. Forget it, I'll just ask Trunsoist directly later. So Rex followed this clue to investigate. Christian said. Finally, he found Longtail Island and discovered traces of fierce Beyonder battles that had occurred on the island. Hobert recalled that the location where he built the factory was obviously a place where Beyonder battles had occurred. Even now, it is still a wasteland, and the fertility of the land is not even enough to grow crops. Christian finally said, after a series of investigations, Rex can be sure that the mountain god on Longtail Island is the spiritual remnant of that angel after his death. Rex roughly found the location of the mountain god, but he encountered the seal left by the Underworld Emperor there. He tried many methods, but failed to break through that seal. According to the information obtained from Dofus, it may require the Underworld Emperor or the descendants of the Underworld Emperor. The descendants here refer to direct descendants. Dofus's bloodline is too thin and does not count as a direct descendant. He paused and continued, there is no need to think about the Underworld Emperor, he has already fallen. The other two pathways are that the seal can only be lifted by the direct descendants of the Underworld Emperor or Beyonders marked by the Underworld. According to Dofus, only the Underworld Emperor and the Death Consul of that year had the ability to mark Beyonders with the Underworld. This path is almost impossible to take, and the direct descendants of the Underworld Emperor have long been nowhere to be found. This characteristic is also very difficult to obtain. Hobert finally understood why Trunsoist would say that this characteristic was easier for him to obtain, because he was marked by the power of the Underworld by Mr. Azek, the former Death Consul. That was Mr. Azek's wedding gift to him. However, Hobert did not mention this matter at the moment, but asked, why did the Underworld Emperor only seal that fallen angel back then? Instead of taking the corresponding characteristic or sealed artifact to use. Christian smiled, I don't know about this. I only know that because of the Underworld Emperor's seal, the spiritual remnant of that angel can only penetrate the power of Sequence 3. Hobert nodded and asked again, how can I find that sealed artifact, or the Underworld Emperor's seal? According to Rex, you need to use some of the abilities of the Frenzied Mage when the Mountain God actively displays power to find it, Christian replied. This may require a long wait, because sometimes the Mountain God will not show his power for several years in a row. Hobert immediately thought, when the Mountain God uses his abilities, he can try to find it with affinity. Then he said in his heart, I will destroy the Mountain God Church recently, so I am not afraid that the Mountain God will not take action. At this time, Brandon behind him said, I have been looking for the descendants of the Underworld Emperor all these years, and finally found one in Tingen City, Lone. He seems to be an Undying, and has forgotten that he is a descendant of the Underworld Emperor. Speaking of this, he smiled helplessly, but the strange thing is that I can't contact him recently, and I can't divine the mark I secretly made on him. Hobert owed and smiled, thank you. At the same time, he thought, the one you found wouldn't be Mr. Azek, would it? Oh, no, he is now in a deep sleep and has basically recovered his power, so your mark disappeared, right? However, Hobert was still very grateful to Brandon, because if he started with the direct descendants of the Underworld Emperor, Mr. Azek would not be easy to find, and he might follow this direction to the southern continent. Brandon must have put a lot of effort into this to find Mr. Azek. Christian in the front said, okay, let's open the stone door. Brandon took a step forward, and the two of them pushed open the stone door, one on each side. As soon as the door opened, Hobert felt the colorful brilliance inside. The three of them entered the door together, and Hobert first saw the Beyonder characteristics that emitted various colors. They were placed on 6 different stone tables. Above each stone table, some gray stones were used to form small squares. Each small square contained a Beyonder characteristic. Hobert noticed that these stones were somewhat special and should have the characteristic of not easily fusing with Beyonder characteristics. Beyonder characteristics below the demigod level are basically relatively stable. Only some Beyonder characteristics with strong spiritual remnants are easy to fuse with their containers. Beyonder characteristics with less severe spiritual remnants will not experience such a situation even after hundreds of years. However, Beyonder characteristics at the demigod level are not very stable. If they are placed in ordinary containers for a long time, there is a certain probability that some fusion phenomena will occur, turning into an sealed artifact with particularly severe negative effects. If there are still spiritual remnants in the beyonder characteristics, then the corresponding fusion will definitely occur. Continuing forward, there were many more tables with many stone or wooden boxes on them. Hobert guessed that there might be some sealed artifacts inside. But it seemed a bit too much. There were 8 stone tables filled with boxes of all sizes. There were a total of 14 tables in the entire stone room. They were arranged in a circle, enclosing a small space in the middle of the stone room. In the middle of the circle was a smaller stone table with only 2 small wooden boxes on it. Christian stepped forward, opened one of the wooden boxes, and handed Hobert a booklet. "This is the list, check it against it." Hobert opened the booklet and took a quick glance. He realized why there were so many wooden boxes in the stone room. It turned out that some of the things were books, notes, and royal utensils inherited from the Trunsoist family. However, there were also many kinds of sealed artifacts, a total of 3 tables. The remaining 5 tables were all the Trunsoist family's legacy, all priceless antiques, but they hardly carried any beyonder characteristics. Hobert closed the booklet and smiled. "I'll check it later." Brandon opened another box and took out a pure black badge that was 2 circles larger than a 1-pound coin. The pattern engraved on it was a crown. This was the Trunsoist family's coat of arms. He said, "This is the family badge representing the identity of an Orthodox Trunsoist member. There are at most only 5 left now. This one will be inherited by you. You can use this family badge to gain the trust of the Balk family in the southern continent, or any branch of the Trunsoist family." Hobert solemnly took the family badge and suddenly felt that his spirituality had a certain connection with this badge. The family badge emitted a faint black light, and the crown engraved in the middle became very 3-dimensional. Hobert restrained his spirituality, the faint light disappeared, and the 3-dimensional crown returned to a flat pattern. He sighed in his heart. In an unexpected situation, he did a paternity test. Christian smiled. "Okay, this is all the legacy Rex left you. I think it should be of great help to your career." Hobert nodded. "Indeed. The money he left him before played a big role." "Check it yourself," Christian said. "We won't disturb you." Brandon also nodded and left with Christian. Hobert took a deep breath and smiled as he checked the list in detail. The first few pages recorded the list of antiques. He casually opened a box and looked at it. They were all relatively easy to carry and exquisitely crafted works of art. At first glance, they were very valuable. This was the foundation of the royal family. The sealed artifacts ranged from grade 1 to 3. Because Hobert now has 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, and both of these sealed artifacts can be used for 3 minutes after the seal is lifted, he now rarely uses grade 1 sealed artifacts. So he temporarily plans to let these sealed artifacts stay here. In addition, there are some very high-level materials, including the blood of the Black Scale Emperor Crystal Gold Beast and the bile of the Jade Blood Emperor Crystal Gold Beast. These are auxiliary ingredients for advancing to the Duke of Entropy. They are all sealed by special means to prevent them from losing their spirituality. Hobert sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he had the feeling that he didn't have to work hard in the future and could just happily live off his inheritance. Finally, there is the list of beyonder characteristics, most of which are characteristics of the corpse collector, hunter, prisoner, and arbiter pathways. The corpse collector and prisoner pathways came from the spoils of the battles against the Biam Empire and the Highlands Kingdom respectively. The hunter and arbiter pathways came from the battles against the colonial armies of Intis, Fasak, and Fasak respectively. Among them were even 3 demigod-level beyonder characteristics. Below the demigod level, most were low-sequence beyonder characteristics. Except for those from the arbiter pathway, Hobert didn't need the beyonder characteristics from other pathways for the time being. Hobert looked around and sighed inwardly. In terms of value alone, these mystical items were dozens, even hundreds of times more valuable than the properties he inherited last time. After all, a very ordinary grade 1 sealed artifact could easily sell for £100,000. Then, Hobert sighed again. If I had children and knew I was going to die soon, I could leave them such a rich inheritance. Bah. It's property. Hobert smiled and turned to the last page of the list. There were a few seemingly flamboyant sentences on it, which Hobert had seen before. This was Rex's handwriting. He immediately modified the brightness of the light in the stone chamber so that he could clearly see the first sentence written on it. "When you see this list, I must have failed. Your mother seems to have a significant secret. She may be the key to unlocking the family curse. If she doesn't come to find you, then find her and get help from her." Hobert took a deep breath. No wonder so many organizations chose to invest in Rex. Even if he wasn't affected by Trunsoist and his fate had changed to some extent, this keen intuition alone gave him the demeanor of a chosen one. What a pity. Hobert sighed. The family's misfortune limited his development. Because Hobert had already met April, he went directly to the second sentence. All my guesses about the family curse, as well as some other speculative notes, are in box number 6. The third sentence was, "You can always trust Christian and Brandon." Finally, he wrote, "Dad loves you." Suddenly, Hobert's eyes blurred. These simple words made him feel Rex's reluctance when he wrote them. Rex certainly didn't want to do such a dangerous thing, but when he thought that his child would suffer from the family curse like him, he had to fight for that last chance of survival, no matter how reluctant he was. Closing the list, Hobert took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt a courage and determination he had never felt before, completely solve the family's curse and prevent such tragedies from happening again. Adjusting his emotions, Hobert went to find the box numbered 6. After opening it, there were several notebooks inside. He took box number 6, closed the stone door, took out the 2 crystals from the groove outside, and watched the ground close on its own. Hobert used travel to enter the spirit world, mark the location, and return to Backlund, to his study. He put the box containing the notebooks on the desk, built a spiritual wall, and entered the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert beckoned and summoned Trunsoist, who was sealed in the pool, again, asking him to sit opposite him. Trunsoist smiled and said, "What? Are you ready to accept your fate?" "Not yet." Hobert also smiled, chatting like an old friend. "Let me ask you a question. How many independent, Duke of Entropy, Beyonder characteristics are there?" He knew that Trunsoist definitely wanted him to advance to Sequence 2 as soon as possible, and he would definitely not hide information in this regard. 9 copies. Trunsoist said almost without thinking. Hobert nodded. "Every Beyonder characteristic at this level should know its whereabouts, right?" "Of course, but I only know the whereabouts of 7 of them." Trunsoist seemed to have a great desire to chat. In the early 4th epoch, 4 of the Duke of Entropy, Beyonder characteristics were in Solomon's body. The other 3 Beyonder characteristics were in me, Tudor, and a Duke of Entropy, member of the Solomon family, respectively. After Solomon fell, Tudor and I each obtained a Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, which meant that we each had 2 Duke of Entropy Beyonder characteristics in our bodies. The third Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic was taken to the Forsaken Land of the Gods by the true Creator. There were 2 Duke of Entropy characteristics there. Later, when Solomon was resurrected, he only recovered the King of Slaughter Beyonder characteristic. The 2 Duke of Entropy Beyonder characteristics in the hands of the true Creator should still be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The angel of the Solomon family was killed by us because a female member of our family was his wife, so the Trunsoist family naturally inherited the Beyonder characteristic. Unfortunately, this family member died in the War of the 4 Emperors, and his characteristic is still in the Berserk Sea. Hobert then said, "Was that family member named Megalai?" "Yes." Trunsoist smiled gently. "You have indeed found relevant clues. In my opinion, you should be able to obtain this Beyonder characteristic easily." Hobert asked, "Why didn't the Underworld Emperor take away this Beyonder characteristic back then?" This has to start with Megalai's life. The former emperor, who had a somewhat bookish temperament, gradually became serious. Although she and the angel of the Solomon family were in a political marriage, they had a good relationship. After witnessing her husband being killed by the Orthodox gods, the seeds of hatred were deeply buried in her heart. After she became the Duke of Entropy, she had been secretly planning to trigger a battle between the Orthodox gods, or rather, to subvert the Orthodox churches. It was too late when I discovered this, and I couldn't protect her. She was sent by the 6 gods to the front line to resist the Balaam Empire. It is said that the god of combat or the Evernight goddess used her as bait to plan a trap for the Underworld Emperor. It seems that in corruption that even the Underworld Emperor could not resist was placed on her, but during the battle, the Underworld Emperor noticed this and had the primordial Demoness kill Megalai, and then the Underworld Emperor sealed her body in Beyonder characteristics. Hobert was stunned, and suddenly felt that the danger index of obtaining this Beyonder characteristic had increased immediately. He asked again, "What is the specific corruption? It can even contaminate the Underworld Emperor. Then the Beyonder characteristic belonging to Megalai has also been corrupted." "I don't know." Trunsoist showed a helpless smile for the first time. "I only know that the corruption can easily be transmitted to the Underworld Emperor, but Megalai was not very corrupted." Hobert nodded. Such a level of danger was still acceptable. After all, Trunsoist still wanted to be resurrected in his body and wouldn't make such a joke. Trunsoist took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, this Beyonder characteristic is the easiest for you to obtain." Hobert asked again, "Where are the other Duke of Entropy Beyonder characteristics now?" "Tudor and I each have 2 Duke of Entropy Beyonder characteristics in our bodies." Trunsoist continued, "After we became gods, we each discharged 1. Hobert was stunned. "There is such an operation?" Trunsoist smiled. "Otherwise, why do you think the angels of the Orthodox churches are exactly 3? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 620, Chapter 619, Some speculations about the outer gods and the great old ones. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert didn't quite understand Trunsoist's meaning. Logically, a normal God would have to go through the sequence 2 level. At this point, he would have a sequence 2b under characteristic in his body. After advancing to sequence 1, he would likely have another sequence 2 characteristic in his body. So, when he consumes all the sequence 1b under characteristics and becomes a god, theoretically, he should have at least 4 sequence 2b under characteristics in his body. According to Trunsoist, if a god of a pathway can expel sequence 2 characteristics, shouldn't a church have 8 angels? Of course, this is on the premise that all sequence 2 characteristics of that pathway have been collected. But a new problem arises. According to Hobert's observation, the Orthodox God churches don't seem to have that many angels. Hobert said with some doubt, assuming there are 9 sequence 2b under characteristics, if all the sequence 2 characteristics of the entire pathway are collected, the Orthodox God churches should have 5 to 8 angels. If there are only 3 angels, is it because the Orthodox gods need at least 6 sequence 2 characteristics to stabilize their state? Firstly, even at the level of a true god, one cannot expel whichever characteristics one wants, Trunsoist said. Generally speaking, a true god needs to have 3 sequence 2 characteristics in their body. This should be influenced to some extent by the law of B under characteristic convergence. Only those exceeding 3 can be expelled. My situation with Tudor is special, but we can only expel 1, Duke of Entropy, characteristic under our own will. Fewer than 3 would affect the god's state. At most, the body can accommodate 6 sequence 2 characteristics. Trunsoist smiled and said, "You have such a naive idea because you've overlooked one problem. B under characteristics not only aggregate but also tend to split. Although the tendency is not very obvious at the sequence 2 level, there are always some sequence 2 characteristics that are not under the control of the Orthodox God churches. Just like I was once a justiciar, I only grasped the whereabouts of 7 balancer B under characteristics. I don't know where the other characteristics are." Hobert was slightly stunned. This was a problem of thinking patterns. Below the angel level, one can hardly feel the law of B under characteristics convergence. At the same time, this made him overlook the tendency of B under characteristics to split. But theoretically speaking, as long as they operate for a period of time, the Orthodox God churches can at least control 7 or 8 sequence 2 characteristics, Trunsoist continued. But after the second epoch, the gods will avoid having 4 angels of the same pathway appear at the same time. So the upper limit of the number of angels in the Orthodox God churches is 3. When saying this, Trunsoist smiled meaningfully. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Hobert understood what he meant. Theoretically, a god can allow up to 5 angels of their pathway to exist. But in the second epoch, there were too many painful lessons of being betrayed by subsidiary gods. Even with only 2 or 3 subsidiary gods of the same sequence, there was a very high probability of backstabbing the main god. If there were 5 angels, not only would the probability of betrayal increase, but it would also be easy for the angels to start a group to assassinate themselves. Such painful lessons continued until the 4th epoch. For example, the former angel of the Black Emperor pathway in front of Hobert betrayed Solomon with Tudor, just to advance to sequence 1. So here, Trunsoist didn't say it too clearly, just smiled meaningfully. 3 is just right. Relying solely on their own strength, they wouldn't pose too much of a threat to the main god and could still maximize their own strength. Like Trunsoist and Tudor, without the support of the 6 gods, even if they were given 3 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to betray Solomon. Trunsoist continued, "I gave the Duke of Entropy, B under characteristic that I expelled to my family member Valentine. I heard that he was injured in an encirclement by the angels of the Orthodox God churches. After escaping, he was ambushed by Tamara. This B under characteristic should be in the hands of the Tamara family. Tudor gave the Duke of Entropy, B under characteristic that he expelled to his daughter Beverly. This girl died in the War of the 4 Emperors. According to some information we obtained, this B under characteristic was not extracted from Beverly's body." Hobert hummed in agreement. He was quite clear about these 2 characteristics. After Tudor died, I obtained 2 Conqueror B under characteristics and a sealed artifact corresponding to the Duke of Entropy sequence. This sealed artifact is the second Duke of Entropy characteristic that Tudor didn't expel from his body. Currently, this sealed artifact is in the hands of the Balk family in the southern continent, Trunsoist finally said. After the 6 gods surrounded and killed me, a Duke of Entropy B under characteristic or sealed artifact should have appeared on my corpse. That was the second Duke of Entropy characteristic that I didn't expel from my body. But it's hard to say which church obtained it." Hobert rubbed his forehead. It was indeed difficult to guess which Orthodox God church had that B under characteristic. After all, there were 6 options. So, to summarize, the whereabouts of the 7 sequence 2 characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway are clear at a glance. 2 are with the true creator, 1 is on Longtail Island, 1 is with the Tamara family, 1 is with the messenger Beverly, 1 is in the form of a sealed artifact with the Balk family, and 1 is in the form of a sealed artifact with a certain Orthodox God church. Hobert asked again, "Then where are the 7 balancer B under characteristics you mentioned earlier?" Trunsoist patiently replied, among the 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics I obtained, each contains 1 balancer Beyonder characteristic. In fact, one of the hand of order Beyonder characteristics originally contained 2 balancer characteristics. This sequence 1 characteristic came from Tamara. This kid was very sensible. When he learned that the 6 gods needed all the hand of order Beyonder characteristics, he betrayed his father. His condition was to ask the 6 gods to shatter that hand of order Beyonder characteristic. He hoped to obtain another balancer characteristic. The 6 gods agreed to his condition because Tamara also bore the infamy of killing his father, which well concealed the 6 gods' act of cleverly seizing by force. Hobert suddenly said, Tamara betraying his father should have been discussed between the father and son, right? I think so too, Trunsoist spread his hands. This is the Beyonder world. You must preserve your strength as much as possible. He continued, however, the 6 gods have also been guarding against Tamara. Just when Solomon was resurrected and the 6 gods' attention was attracted, the premeditated Tamara led his clansmen to defect. After joining Tudor, Tamara helped a female member of the family advance to balancer, and then used this balancer to marry into the Abraham family, which is equivalent to giving Mr. Dor an angel. From then on, Tamara gained a firm foothold in the Tudor family and became the 5th largest noble family in the Tudor Empire. But to everyone's surprise, in the early stages of the War of the 4 Emperors, the Lord of Storms and the Evernight goddess joined forces to seal Mr. Dor. The Abraham family disintegrated at a speed that surprised everyone, and the balancer, who married into the Abraham family, also died in the subsequent battle, forming a sealed artifact. This sealed artifact was seized by the Trunsoist Empire and is currently also with the Balk family. Hobert nodded. He remembered that Lawrence carried a Grade 0 sealed artifact with him. This was the whereabouts of the second characteristic. Trunsoist leaned back in his chair. As for the other 4 characteristics, 2 are with the Augustus family and 2 are with the Castilla family. Originally, these 2 families each had a balancer characteristic. After the 6 gods surrounded and killed me, in order to strengthen the power of the countries they supported, they shattered 2 hand of order Beyonder characteristics. They gave William and Philip 1 hand of order and 1 balancer Beyonder characteristic each, which allowed these 2 families to each have 2 angels. As for the 3rd hand of order characteristic that I analyzed, it also contains 1 balancer characteristic, which is currently also with a certain Orthodox God church. Hobert smiled slightly. After such sorting, the situation of the adjacent pathways was also very clear. Thank you for your answer. I wish you an early acquisition of the Duke of Entropy Beyonder characteristic. He made a gesture of invitation. Trunsoist didn't struggle at all and was resealed in the pool at the foot of the mountain. Hobert carefully checked Trunsoist's seal before returning to the real world. He sat at his desk and pondered for a while, still deciding to try to find the Beyonder characteristics left by Megalai first, according to the previous plan. If that characteristic had irremovable corruption, or the acquisition was very dangerous, he would go to the Balk family and try to exchange for the sealed artifact in their hands. But this would definitely be difficult. If he used the identity of the creator to acquire or exchange for it, it would be a bit too ugly. After all, this was a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it was a family heirloom. Even if the Balk family had been incorporated, the creator couldn't forcibly demand it. And if he carried Trunsoist's family emblem and used the identity of a Trunsoist member to acquire it, there would definitely be considerable obstacles. Regarding this point, Christian had said that the family's curse needed to be lifted to acquire that sealed artifact. Then this regulation became a bit ridiculous. To lift the curse, one must advance to sequence 2, but to obtain that sealed artifact, one must first lift the family's curse. Hobert smiled and then thought of a bad idea. He could fool Lawrence into advancing to sequence 2, allowing Trunsoist to resurrect in his body, which would lift the family's curse. But soon, this method was rejected by Hobert himself. If Trunsoist resurrected in another person's body, it would be equivalent to Hobert creating a powerful enemy for himself. The resurrected Trunsoist would also have the legitimacy to enter the nation of disorder, which was very dangerous for Hobert. After rejecting his own bad idea, Hobert opened the wooden box left by Rex in front of him and began to read the notes he had left behind. The first notebook was about the relevant speculations about the family curse. The content of the notes ranged from the clues Rex found in the investigation to the conjectures based on these clues. The logic chain was very complete and very close to the truth. At the same time, Hobert also knew why Rex could leave him so many sealed artifacts, because in the process of investigation, he had dug up many graves of 4th epoch nobles, from which he had obtained many mystical items for burial. What Hobert thought was very wasteful was that Rex hadn't taken away the antiques in those graves. The second half of this notebook was about conjectures on how to solve the family curse. Rex had thought of many ways, but after verification, most of them were not very feasible. For example, asking the Earth Mother Church to help him refine a body. At the moment when he advanced to sequence 2, and Trunsoist resurrected, he could transfer his spirit body and Beyonder characteristics to that new body, leaving his original body to Trunsoist. But later, Rex had contacted the Earth Mother Church through April's pathway and found that this could not be done. Refining a brand new body was not difficult, but the process of extracting the spirit body and beyonder characteristics was very complicated and could not be completed in an instant. If he backed up the spirit body in advance and created another version of himself, it could be done after paying a certain price, but the beyonder characteristics would definitely have to be given to Trunsoist, and the refined body would have certain limitations on advancement. In the end, Rex concluded that sacrificing himself was the best way to lift the family curse. But his strength at the time was limited. The sealed artifact of the Balk family with the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy sequence provided the family with the final protection and could not be moved. Moreover, even if he forcibly took it, he would be hindered by the Balk family using 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and there was no chance of winning. And after many attempts, the beyonder characteristics of Longtail Island could not be obtained. Rex, who was already in a very bad state, had to design a false advancement ceremony to create the illusion that he briefly possessed the angel's position, tricking Trunsoist out. The design process of this plan completely stunned Hobert. It was simply using the ability of the frenzied mage to the extreme. But at the same time, it was a bit heartbreaking. Hobert sighed and closed this notebook. Rex's ideas gave him a lot of inspiration. For example, the method of asking the Earth Mother Church to help shape a new body. Could he temporarily give his bloodline and curse to the new body, taking advantage of this opportunity to advance to Sequence 2, and then immediately solve Trunsoist's problem? Rex couldn't do this method, but Hobert could ask the Fool to help graft, temporarily fooling Fate and the curse. He remembered that after Klein advanced to Sequence 3, his main account had certain grafting authority. Hobert decided that after Klein advanced to Sequence 3, he would discuss with him to see if this idea was possible. If it really didn't work, he would wait until Klein advanced to Sequence 2, at which time he could master more of the power of the Sefirah castle and should be able to complete the corresponding grafting. Hobert withdrew his thoughts and went to see the second notebook. What he didn't expect was that the first half of the second notebook was a conjecture about his mother, April. Rex noticed that April occasionally had strange habits and thoughts, such as her having referred to the eternal blazing sun as the sun god more than once, and it was strange why the eternal blazing sun's honorific name did not describe the relevant authority of exploiting loopholes and stealing. But soon, April herself would wonder why she had such thoughts. In his notes, Rex seriously suspected that April was a test subject in some experiment by the Church of the Earth Mother, and that there might be a wisp of divinity from some hidden being within her. Later, some of April's other behaviors seemed to confirm Rex's guess. Initially, he approached April with a purpose, but after the two truly fell in love, April's strange habits and thoughts gradually decreased until there were none left. In Rex's view, it was as if humanity had triumphed over divinity. Hobert leaned back in his chair, thinking, in Father's records, Mother clearly mistook eternal blazing sun for ancient sun god. Could it be that she had a portion of the Earth Mother's divinity within her? Could Mother be a test subject for creating a vessel for the Earth Mother's descent? He scratched his head, unsure if his thoughts were correct. Continuing to read, Rex also guessed up to the divine descent vessel point, and then there was no more. Hobert continued reading, looking at Rex's conjecture about another matter. After reading the second notebook, Hobert went on to read the third. He discovered that these notes were Rex's research crystallization on mysticism and the extraordinary world. And it was very profound. Even Hobert, who had obtained the answer, benefited greatly. For example, Rex raised a question: why do the pathways related to order seem incomplete? He cited the core authorities of the adjacent pathways of death, darkness, and twilight giant as examples. These three pathways seem to be an interpretation of tranquility. The twilight giant represents the process of decay and loss, which is the first step towards absolute tranquility, representing the passing of life. Darkness represents slumber in the night, representing the stillness of life. The world is constantly moving, deviating from the trajectory of things due to stillness, thus having hidden manifestations. Death represents returning to the realm of the dead, representing the end of life, entering complete tranquility. Loss, stillness, endpoint, this seems to be the process of a vibrant life, or rather, the dynamic world in all things, reaching the end. This idea made Hobert's eyes light up, because he remembered that the hidden space was in a static state. From Hobert's modern perspective, it was as if there was a space where the progress of time and the development of events were frozen, so this space was independent of reality. Continuing to read, Rex began to describe the core authorities of Justiciars and Black Emperors. Justiciars maintain order, and Black Emperors exploit and distort order. One maintains, and the other slays order, but neither establishes order. Although Justiciars will also establish their own order to achieve better rule, their core symbolism is maintenance. After all, they are Justiciars, not legislators. The Black Emperor is the same. No matter how much they destroy order, it is a process of establishing a new order. For example, in order to destroy the normal architectural style, the forced advancement of asymmetrical architectural styles is actually also the process of establishing asymmetrical architectural styles. But for the Black Emperor, the so-called establishment of a new order is just a side effect. His core symbolism is order slaying. These three concepts are very similar, even Hobert had not noticed this before. In this way, the relevant authorities of order are not complete, and the part of establishing order is still missing. Seeing this, Hobert smiled. I am the creator, the one who creates order. In his impression, before the Han dynasty, ordinary people did not dare to call themselves emperor. This represents creation and pioneering. Hobert smiled and said to himself, my self-proclaimed creator also has a bit of the meaning of beacon of destiny. But then he gradually put away his smile, because he seemed to have thought of a very important question, but for a moment, his thoughts seemed difficult to piece together. Hobert immediately realized that this involved some of his sealed memories. He immediately entered the nation of disorder. Sure enough, many memories began to flood into his mind. He remembered Trunsoist's description of the uncertain mist ability, which had a bit of the meaning of words becoming law. Uncertain mist seemed to be the legislator. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert fell into deep thought. According to my previous guess, the nation of disorder is a relatively special origin, half in earth and half in the uncertain mist. Originally, the nation of disorder was complete, it was the origin of the son of chaos. Later, it was torn in half. Does that mean that the characteristics of the son of chaos back then had a complete pathway related to order? The original creator tore the core symbolisms of maintenance and order slaying to earth, leaving only the core authority of creation on the son of chaos. Hobert also thought of the state of the genie. This sealed artifact seemed to be fulfilling wishes in a distorted way. First of all, the ability to fulfill wishes comes from the beyonder characteristics of the miracle invoker, who sealed him. Then, distortion represents that the son of chaos has the ability to order slaying. This is not difficult to understand. After all, the original creators' tearing did not have a balance, and it was impossible to tear so precisely. Perhaps 0.9 portions of the justiciar authority and beyonder characteristics were torn, as well as 0.8 portions of the Black Emperor authority and beyonder characteristics. And as long as a certain threshold is reached, such as above 0.8, it can constitute the characteristics required for the level of a true god. Along this line of thought, Hobert also thought that the justiciar pathway also has the ability of mental attacks, and the Black Emperor pathway not only has the ability of mental attacks but also the ability of charm. These are clearly abilities outside the core authority. In the long years, all the beyonder characteristics that the original tore to earth have undergone a certain balance and replenishment. In the end, the beyonder characteristics that were torn formed a total of 22 pathways. It may not be only 22 pathways, but these beyonder characteristics are enough to form the threshold for 22 gods. Then, the mental attacks and charm in the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways are supplements from other beyonder characteristics. Judging from the fact that the supplement of the Black Emperor pathway ability is more than the supplement of the Justiciar, the original order-slaying beyonder characteristics and authority of the Son of Chaos must still have some remaining. And later, in the first epoch, the Celestial Venerable, or rather, the Mysterious, may have mainly mixed the authority of creation with the origin of the Son of Chaos and threw it into the cosmos, forming the Uncertain Mist. So, the sealed Son of Chaos can still perform high-end distortion operations. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly froze. If my guess is correct, then my pathway and the pathway on the Uncertain Mist are adjacent pathways. Hobert understood many other questions. This can also explain why the outer gods are so interested in the true gods and high-level beyonder characteristics on Earth. For them, that is likely to be an adjacent pathway. These conjectures surprised Hobert himself, because he did not have such relevant knowledge in his mind, but the known knowledge seemed to point to this. Unfortunately, these conjectures cannot be proven for the time being. Hobert finally sighed in his heart. Rex did not have the relevant concepts and knowledge of the outer deities. If he had this knowledge, perhaps his research and conjectures would reach a rather terrifying level. Returning to the real world, Hobert continued to read the notes, forgetting to eat and sleep, until Audrey came to visit in the afternoon, and he put the notes away. In the study, as soon as the two met, Audrey said, "I heard this morning that the Vin Ramby's family died in a gas explosion at their villa. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 621, Chapter 620, The Mountain God Church is Annihilated. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Today was Audrey's second day working at Earl's Light. Her attire was still very simple, and her appearance was as beautiful and moving as ever. When she heard about the accident involving Vin Hamby's in the morning, she knew it had to be Hobert's doing, because a gas explosion couldn't possibly kill a demigod of the spectator pathway. She thought about it for the better part of the day and still came to find Hobert, telling him very seriously, Vin may be hateful, but he didn't deserve to pay the price of his life. And those servants, they were all innocent people and shouldn't have lost their lives because of this. Hobert spread his hands and smiled. Audrey, when Vin was hypnotizing you, I had to respond, otherwise next time they might not just hypnotize you. Besides, when the explosion I created occurred, those people were already dead from mental breakdown. He was actually lying, because at the time he really didn't care about the lives of those ordinary people. Knowing that the attack of the Calamity porcelain doll was an area of effect attack, he didn't distort the servants' thinking to make them leave. The reason was simple: if there were any changes in the servants of the villa, the observant spectator would definitely notice, and then some changes might occur in this battle. So, in order not to startle the snake, he simply chose to ignore the lives of these people. Being questioned face-to-face by Audrey, Hobert realized that this matter was not handled properly, but admitting his mistake at this time would not bring those people back to life, and pushing all the responsibility to the divinity within him was meaningless. Moreover, it wasn't just him who caused this. Vin Hambies didn't care about the lives of those people either. Realizing that his actions were inappropriate, Hobert simply pushed all the blame onto Vin, believing that Vin shouldn't have any objections to this. After hearing this answer, Audrey's expression softened a lot. Hobert, if you encounter such a situation again, I mean, if conditions permit, could you drive those servants away? Hobert didn't give a direct answer, but smiled and said, Audrey, do you think it's a good thing for a society to have moral values of kindness and justice? Audrey answered almost without thinking, of course it's a good thing. I don't think so, Hobert said seriously, because the so-called kindness and justice are also defined by people. As long as there is such a definition, it may be quoted out of context, it may contain malice, and become hypocrisy and absolute justice. In my opinion, this is even more terrible. Because the vulnerable groups cannot define kindness and justice, and the evil people will use kindness and justice to always stand on the moral high ground. Truly kind and just people find it difficult to live too well under such moral concepts. Audrey was shocked by this theory, instinctively wanting to refute it, but found that there was no way to refute it, because she realized that this was really how the world was operating. His expression gradually softened. Audrey, you are a kind lady, but you cannot be influenced by some obviously pedantic moral values. In my opinion, if I put myself in a very dangerous situation because of considering the lives and deaths of those servants, this is not the right choice. I also don't want to see such a result, but some things are not up to me, and choices have to be made at this time. Audrey was silent for a few seconds before saying, I understand. Then she said, Hobert, do you think I'm very naive? Of course not, Hobert smiled, I only see your kindness and persistence. Audrey, these are all very noble qualities, it would be great if you could continue to maintain them. And I am destined not to be able to achieve my goals while also taking into account noble character. I'm telling you this not hoping that you will make some changes because of this, but to explain the difference in our ways of doing things. Just like solving the problem of the vagrants in Backlund, your approach is charity, while my approach is work relief. The purpose is the same, it's just that the methods are different. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Hobert. She smiled. Actually, I was quite afraid just now that you would make me handle the affairs I encounter according to your standards. Hobert reached out and scratched Audrey's nose. How could I bear to make a little elf do things she doesn't like to do? Audrey held Hobert's hand, looking at Hobert with a smile. This time she wasn't as shy as before. Just pretend nothing happened. Hobert smiled. I've already found the Dreamwalker potion formula for you. I'll give it to you when your potion is half digested, so you can buy auxiliary ingredients in advance. Hobert, what should I give you? Hobert smiled. You are the best gift I've received in this world. Audrey smiled sweetly, and then, as if remembering something, asked, Hobert, do you still have the be under characteristic of a hypnotist? Well, I have a friend who needs such a characteristic. Hobert thought to himself, is your friend named Susie, a very smart golden retriever? Yes, I have it. He said, since it's your friend, I'll give you a discount, £2,500, you can decide whether to increase the price yourself. A picture of Susie paying with dog biscuits suddenly appeared in Audrey's mind. She shook her head to make the picture disappear before saying, okay, when can I get it? Wait here for a moment. Hobert returned to his bedroom and took out the hypnotist beyond her characteristic from the Nation of Disorder. Returning to the study, Hobert smiled, now I have 2 Dreamwalker beyond her characteristics here. If your friend needs it, I can sell him one in the future. Audrey nodded, okay. After chatting for a few more words, Audrey left with the beyond her characteristic. Hobert then prepared for the banquet held by Georgina, the Director General of MI9, as agreed last week. Countess Georgina's mansion looked very old, and even some asymmetrical architectural styles could be seen. Hobert guessed that this might be an ancient house originating from the 4th epoch, but in the continuous repairs and transformations, the 4th epoch style was not so obvious. Getting off the carriage and seeing the classical portico, Hobert always had the feeling of visiting a sanguine count's house. In the small ballroom, Georgina and several colleagues, including Kona's, were present. Several people chatted, and soon the conversation turned to the matter of the Earl's light bulb. Conas took the initiative to say to Hobert, "I heard that people from the Gas Association are going to make trouble for you. Do you want me to help you solve it?" The reason why he was so enthusiastic was partly because Hobert had given him a benefit of £20,000 for passing information to Hobert, Emlyn, and the others, and he was willing to help. On the other hand, it was because of his superior, Georgina, hinting before Hobert arrived. Hobert smiled. "No need to help, dealing with these people would dirty our hands." "Don't be afraid of trouble," Conas confirmed again, "I'll definitely do it cleanly." Hobert was stunned. How could that be? "I still want to try to use them to digest the potion." So he said, "I already have a plan, but now is not the best time to deal with them." Conas nodded. "I understand." Just after finishing talking about this matter, 3 members of the royal family arrived. Hobert knew them all. Walking in the front was Alice, who looked extraordinary in temperament. The other 2 members of the royal family were the prince and princess who had gone to Mason together before. Everyone immediately went out to greet them. Hobert noticed that Princess Alice's eyes were a little strange when she looked at him, as if she was a little angry. Hobert didn't care too much. Returning to the small ballroom, the small ball began. Because Georgina didn't have a husband, she invited Conas to dance the first dance with her. Hobert, who hated balls, unexpectedly felt that the atmosphere of this small ball was very good, without awkward chats or sudden conversations. After the ball started, Hobert invited Alice to dance a dance. The things they had experienced together before gave them a good friendship. Usually when they met at a ball, Hobert would invite Alice to dance a dance and catch up. Alice accepted the invitation, and the 2 came to the dance floor together. Who knew that as soon as the music started, Alice pinched Hobert's waist with her hand. Theoretically speaking, no physical attack could harm Hobert now, but for some reason, he still felt pain from being pinched like this. Hobert took a deep breath, his expression not changing in the slightest, and asked softly, "Do you like to say hello this way?" At the same time, he sighed inwardly. A woman's pinch and twist are indeed within the realm of beyond her attacks. Alice's tone was somewhat annoyed. "Didn't you say you were leaving Backlund?" "Yes." "Then why are you still planning a marriage with the Earl Hall family? Why did you announce your relationship with Audrey?" Alice stared at Hobert, losing her ladylike demeanor. Hobert finally understood why this princess was angry. He had sensed Alice's affection for him before and had told her that he would be leaving Backlund in the future, which was tantamount to rejecting the princess. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled and said, "Audrey is willing to leave Backlund with me." Actually, Hobert hadn't discussed this with Audrey, but in his opinion, it wasn't too big of a problem. When Audrey was strong enough, she would eventually leave her family. Willing. Alice was stunned. This was something she hadn't expected. After all, Audrey was also a noble, who had grown up in Backlund since she was a child. She originally wanted to say, "I'm willing too," but it was too late to say anything now. At that time, on that speeding train, when Hobert told her that he would be leaving Backlund in the future, she didn't have enough determination to go with Hobert. Now she has that determination, but it's already one step too late. Alice was a little disappointed. "I understand." Hobert comforted her. "Princess Alice, you are a princess, there are plenty of handsome nobles who hope to win your heart." Alice glared at Hobert unladylike, "Including you." Hey, let's talk about world peace." Hobert smiled. His feeling towards Alice could only be described as not repulsive, but he didn't want to take things further with Alice, because unless the royal family was crazy, there was no possibility for them. Alice was about to pinch Hobert again, but this time he was prepared, and Alice only pinched a wisp of black mist. After that, Alice's mood improved a lot. She seemed to have let go, so the 2 danced 2 more dances. After a few dances, everyone sat down to chat and played some popular games, which made Hobert sigh. This is what a young people's gathering should be like. Georgina, seeing that everyone was having a good time, invited everyone to come again next week to enjoy the symphony. Hobert casually agreed. Everyone drank for a while, and left after 10 o'clock in the evening. The next day, Hobert woke up and started preparing to go to Longtail Island. He estimated that this trip would take more than a week, so he handed over the affairs of Backlund to Dofus. Mainly to have Dofus keep an eye on Earl's Light and the Gas Association, and report the latest news to Longtail Island as soon as possible. Just as Hobert was about to leave, he received an invitation from Georgina's butler, inviting him to dinner and enjoy the symphony next week. Hobert realized that Georgina was letting him integrate into the royal circle. This kind of invitation from a superior was a kind of appreciation and advancement, but he might not even have time to attend the Tarot Club next Monday, so he politely refused. But not long after, Georgina's butler returned and invited Hobert to dinner on the evening of September 12th and listen to the opera. Hobert couldn't refuse again, and there were still more than 10 days, so he could arrange the time, so he agreed. He told Dofus a few more words, and then went to Longtail Island. Longtail Island was fully prepared. Hobert inspected the special combat force and went to the military camp to take a look. In the evening, he had a meal with Furs, who was in charge of logistics and staying behind, and briefly discussed the upcoming battle. Furs wasn't too worried about the upcoming war, because Hobert's side had an absolute advantage in strength. After dinner, the two chatted for a while, talked about Zio's problem, and then talked about the future development of Longtail Island, and had a pleasant conversation. Hobert went to shake Furs's hand again, and this time she didn't dodge. As they talked more and more intimately, Hobert leaned over to kiss Furs, but she blocked Hobert's mouth with her hand. Hobert smiled and said, "Ancient nobles always kissed their wives before going to war. What if an arrow shoots over on the battlefield and crooked my mouth? Then every time we kiss in the future, we might have to kiss and wipe saliva at the same time. Even if 10,000 arrows shoot at you, you won't necessarily be injured." Furs glanced at Hobert and said, "Only one kiss is allowed." "Okay." So Hobert leaned over and kissed Furs. A dozen minutes later, the two separated. Furs felt that her tongue was a little numb. "Didn't you say only one kiss was allowed?" "Yes, I didn't stop at all in the middle." Furs smiled and looked at Hobert. "Go and rest." "No." "Okay, wait for my victory news." On Sunday morning, all the participating troops had breakfast early and began to advance towards the western mountainous area in 3 routes according to the plan. Hobert followed the weakest 2nd Regiment of Beyonder forces, that is, Helen's department, and advanced together in the middle route. As soon as they entered the mountainous area, a fierce battle broke out, but the natives in the mountainous area had almost no modern weapons, and they had not undergone any systematic training. Ordinary colonial troops or puppet troops could still fight against such enemies, but the army recruited by Hobert were all young people who had been allocated fields and lived in brick houses. Under Archibald's training, they were disciplined and brave in combat. The only thing lacking may be rich combat experience. However, there was no problem in fighting against this kind of ragtag army of natives. The artillery only fired 1 round of salvo, and the natives dropped their weapons and fled. The extraordinary power of the mountain god church was even weaker. Hobert didn't even take action, and Helen and the others annihilated all the enemies. For the rest of the day, they didn't encounter any decent resistance. After months of reconnaissance, the terrain of the mountainous area had already been figured out. So the 3 troops advanced together and spent 2 days traveling around every village in the entire mountainous area. They almost unharmed crossed the mountainous area according to the combat plan and saw the sea on the east coast. Unfortunately, the whole battle was like punching cotton. The various departments didn't seem to encounter the main force of the mountain god church. According to the information obtained, the mountain god church had at least 2 sequence 5 Beyonders, but in the past 2 days, the 3 combat troops had only killed 2 sequence 6 and lower sequence Beyonders. So the combat plan proceeded to the second step. The 3 combat troops and Beyonder forces were each divided into 3 and stationed in the 9 key locations in the mountainous area. And 3 logistics teams were formed to be responsible for transporting military supplies. Hobert really didn't have time to attend the Tarot Club this week, and asked Mr. Fool for leave again. Soon, the war came to the 3rd day, and the entire mountainous area was under military control. At this time, a large number of native workers followed the teams escorting military supplies and entered the mountainous area. They were the first natives to contact Hobert's governor's office, and they trusted the governor's office more. Some relatives in the mountainous area took the initiative to persuade them to quickly provide clues to the mountain god church's secret strongholds. The mountain god church members, who originally had rich guerrilla warfare experience, originally planned to attack the military supply transportation unit, but when they investigation that these native workers were following, they had to change their plan and first observe what this group of invading troops was going to do. As a large number of military supplies entered the mountainous area, the officers and soldiers at the 9 different outposts began to set up tents and thatched sheds, and erected simple watchtowers. That afternoon, the construction work was the responsibility of the workers, and the officers and soldiers forcibly gathered the natives scattered in the mountain villages to watch over them. And the natives who followed kept shouting to them, asking them to take away all the food and livestock, as well as clothing, all the warm items, otherwise it would be regarded as they had given up these properties. This move was of course resisted by many natives, but they did not have lethal weapons, and were easily defeated by the officers and soldiers. Except for a few extremists, most of them were just knocked unconscious and dragged to the gathering point by their families. These actions were planned long ago. The population in the mountainous area was all concentrated in 9 gathering places on Wednesday, that is, on the 4th day of the war. In the next period of time, the governor's office will uniformly supply food according to the population, and they are not allowed to leave the gathering point half a step. In order to consume their energy, they were asked to build brick and tile kilns and start burning a large number of bricks and tiles non-stop. That same day, snow began to fall on the island. The islanders had never seen snow before. They only felt that the temperature had dropped significantly. Accustomed to running around naked, they shivered from the cold. The officers had anticipated this and began organizing them to chop firewood and build fires for warmth. The snowstorm originated from Hobert. He carried the 0 to 71 calamity porcelain doll, avoided the gathering points, and continuously created blizzards in many mountainous areas suspected of harboring mountain god church strongholds. Only a few snowflakes drifted over the gathering points, while the entire mountainous area was covered in thick snow. Only the 9 gathering points had sunlight and greenery. First, various animals from the mountains flocked towards these 9 gathering points. This allowed the officers and natives to harvest many prey animals, such as goats, wild boars, and pheasants. The officers selectively bred some of them. Venomous snakes and insects were all exterminated. Large, herbivorous animals that were difficult to raise were simply used as extra meals. Monkeys and birds that were not aggressive, except for those with good meat, were ignored. By evening, members of the mountain god church began to charge towards the gathering points, shivering with cold. The mountain god church did have many beyonders, but they were all locals. Not only had they never seen snow, but neither had their ancestors for 10 generations. Beyonders below Sequence 6 couldn't withstand such severe cold. Some non-Beyonder members had already frozen to death. But their charges were simply target practice for the officers and a source of merit for the Special Operations Force. The officers also organized the natives to shout, urging them to surrender quickly. However, strengthened by their faith in the mountain god, almost no one surrendered. These charges continued until nightfall. That night, the officers at each gathering point were on high alert, not only to guard against the enemy's suicidal charges but also to watch the natives within the gathering points. Because there was already a lot of crying in the gathering points. The fanatical believers of the mountain god church were their family members. The blizzard on the island continued. Many natives in the gathering points were frostbitten. They couldn't even sleep, they had to keep moving to feel better. The blizzard continued intermittently until the second half of the night. Hobert finally returned to one of the gathering points, eating grilled meat and waiting for the mountain god's response. When the warm wind from the sea blew, the snow on the mountains began to melt. Because the melting process absorbed a lot of heat, the temperature became even lower. It only began to warm up after the sun rose the next day. But to Hobert's dismay, the mountain god never took action. At this time, the officers and beyonders began to count the gains from the evening and night before. According to their estimates, the strength of the mountain god church had been almost completely wiped out. The only ones who might not have been eliminated were a few, or perhaps a dozen, core members. But this was already a huge victory. Previously, the Lone Kingdom had sent troops several times, even deploying demigods in the navy, but none of them had been as clean and efficient as this time. When it dawned, the thick snow had basically begun to melt. Except for a few who remained to guard the area, all the members of the Special Combat Force began to search the mountains, because they had still not killed the Sequence 5 enemy last night. Hobert speculated that they should be hiding in the mountain god church's headquarters. This mountain search was, of course, not just a simple mountain search. Hobert once again used the Calamity Porcelain Doll's ability to create earthquakes, causing magma to rise and slowly fill the hollows in the mountains. As expected, the dozen or so core members of the mountain god church, all of whom were also mid-sequence beyonders, were forced out of the mountains one after another and were besieged by Angus and others who had been waiting outside. Hobert tampered with his own gravity and the gravity around him, hovering in midair, constantly guarding against the mountain god's attack. But to Hobert's disappointment again, the mountain god still did not take action until all the core members of the mountain god church were killed. Hobert used the sealed artifact to communicate with the spirit world. The high priest of the mountain god church didn't even know the location of the mountain god, and could only occasionally receive some vague and incoherent divine revelations. Hobert had no choice but to temporarily give up searching for the mountain god's trace. Thus, the war lasted a total of 5 days, and the mountain god church was completely destroyed. This was a miracle in colonial history. It was normal for many evil god churches on colonial islands to be suppressed for 10 or 8 years. Initially, everyone hoped to be able to wipe them out, but later they would become the reason for the colonial army to ask for military expenses. Therefore, most of the time, as long as these evil god churches did not threaten the governor-general's rule, they would give up after suppressing them for a while. Then began the second phase of the planned schedule. On the whole Longtail Island, including the newly occupied mountain areas, land reform and the action of changing local bad habits began. Among them, the rule that believing in the mountain god was one of the bad habits, and this belief must be abandoned immediately. For a time, the entire Longtail Island was plunged into great chaos. On Friday alone, 6 mass incidents broke out. In the mountains, Hobert, who personally resolved one of the mass incidents, felt a significant and continuous digestion of his potion. In fact, the second phase of the task did not need to be so urgent. Land reform could be carried out first, so that everyone could taste the benefits, and then push forward step by step. The contradictions would not be so intense. However, Hobert wanted to verify the digestion direction of the potion, so he was equal to letting the contradictions break out all at once. Facts have proved that making the subjects in the territory angry and making the territory chaotic can significantly digest the potion. Once angry, it is easy to make very irrational choices. Mass incidents can be regarded as choices with a hint of madness. After all, every native knows that they are not the opponents of those regular troops. On the plain, a mass incident of smashing, looting, and burning Longtail Port was also caused. In order to digest the potion, Hobert only allowed furs to take the residents to the Governor-General's office to ensure their safety, and did not stop the natives' actions. This was a truly crazy act. Although fires broke out in many places in Longtail Port, and even 2 streets were burned down, the residents' property losses were even more serious. However, Hobert's potion was digested particularly significantly. In the evening, when the crazy and angry natives left Longtail Port, Hobert returned to the Governor-General's office. He promised the residents that he would compensate them for all their losses. The city residents, who had already shed tears several times watching their homes, immediately cheered. Unfortunately, such madness will be gradually resolved because of the land and property obtained, and it cannot last. So by Saturday, the order on Longtail Island had basically been restored. Hobert felt it. Yesterday, his potion had digested nearly a third. Unfortunately, such events are difficult to repeat, because after resistance inventing, the natives have basically had a psychological preparation to change their bad habits. Once their psychology of compromise is formed, it is difficult to arouse such large-scale resistance and mass incidents even if some decrees that make them angry are issued at this time. The key is that Hobert has worked so hard to build a bureaucratic team that adheres to the people-oriented principle. If he messes around too much, it will disappoint many people and confuse many people. It is easy for them to lose their guiding ideology in future work, which outweighs the benefits. So Hobert had to try his best to maintain order. On Saturday morning, land reform began in full swing. Although there was still resistance, no large-scale mass incidents occurred. At noon, it started to drizzle outside. Hobert went out in the rain to take a look after lunch. In the fields, everyone was still dividing the land. At this time, the main contradictions on Longtail Island had undergone some changes. Previously, it was the contradiction between the natives and the Governor-General's office, but now it has become the contradiction between the Governor-General's office, the tribal chiefs, and the natives. In the native society, the ownership of land belongs to the tribal chiefs or village chiefs. The system of many native villages is still a bit like the system of lion prides. There is a chief, who has the power of life and death, has the ownership and distribution rights of all the property of a village, has several wives, and has a dozen children. The chief's brothers are his main subordinates. They do not have fixed wives, and their children do not belong to them. The key is that it is difficult to distinguish which are their children. In this way, dozens of people form a large family, which is similar to a natural village. The Governor-General's office's distribution of land, of course, infringes on the interests of the chiefs, but the other villagers have benefited. So the chiefs share the natives' hatred for the Governor-General's office, and many natives have already expressed their support for the Governor-General's rule. Hobert returned to the Governor-General's office, stretched, and lay on the couch, staring blankly at the cloudy rain outside. In his heart, he was still thinking about land reform. Once the natives were allocated land, the original crude and primitive system of Longtail Island would completely collapse. As long as the governor's office continued to guarantee the results of the land reform with force, the natives would completely support the governor's office in at most half a year. At this moment, Furs, without a hat and with her hair down, came in and said, "Seal and the others have just repelled a pirate attack. On the turbulent sea, many pirates try to attack some colonial islands. They also know that the probability of success is not high, but if they succeed, the benefits they can get are huge." The lazy Furs stood in front of the couch and continued, "According to the interrogation of the prisoners, Seal got an amazing news, that Black Emperor and the Queen Mystic fought a naval battle." Hobert was stunned. This was big news at sea. Why did they fight? Theoretically speaking, Nast was made an earl by Roselle, and Bernadette was once a princess of the Indus Republic. Although they didn't have much contact, they had never heard of any conflicts. Finally, Hobert began to suspect the authenticity of this information, because he didn't remember such a thing happening. Furs replied, "I don't know, that pirate didn't know too specific information either." Hobert nodded, "I see." He decided to ask Alger or Catlia about it when he attended the tarot gathering. While speaking, Hobert took Furs's hand. "Come, let's watch the rain together." Furs didn't refuse. When Seal reported to her just now, she was also watching the rain. The two of them stared blankly outside for a while, feeling very relaxed and comfortable at this moment. Hobert naturally reached out and hugged Furs, and Furs also naturally leaned on Hobert's chest. Since the two of them started talking normally, their relationship has gradually become closer, especially after Furs's quarrel with Miss Justice last time. She completed her reconciliation with herself. That also marked the complete normalization of the relationship between the two people. As they hugged, the two began to kiss, and Hobert's hands began to wander. Outside was the sound of the pouring rain, but inside the house was filled with endless spring. They returned to their previous intimacy. More than half an hour later, Hobert yawned, feeling the smoothness of Furza's body and stroking her bare, upturned buttocks. What a pity, Hobert said. So far, the plan has been very successful. The only thing outside the plan is that the mountain god didn't make a move. The mountain god church was completely destroyed, but the mountain god didn't even make a move. However, considering that the other party might be a sealed artifact, or a beyonder characteristic with mental remnants and limited intelligence, it was not surprising that he didn't make a move. Hobert said helplessly, I originally planned to completely solve the hidden danger of the mountain god and use this characteristic to advance. Furz leaned on Hobert's chest. Do you want to try to use sacrifices to the mountain god to find his trace? Hobert shook his head. According to my spirit channeling of the high priest of the mountain god church, the mountain god has hardly ever responded to their sacrifices. Or, I'll take a walk in the mountainous area, Furz said, to see if I can lure the mountain god out like last time. Hobert smiled slightly and hugged Furz's arm tighter. If the mountain god was a man in life, letting my beautiful wife take a trip might really lure him out. But according to some news I got, it was a female angel in life, and very. Speaking of this, Hobert suddenly froze. When you were attacked by the mountain god that day, did you use the teleportation statue? Furz thought for a moment. I did. Hobert slapped her upturned buttocks. That's it. He said, I used a dream divination method before to divine the origin of the teleportation statue, and learned that it was a mystical item of the Solomon family. It seems that a member of the Solomon family also left some mental imprints in the teleportation statue. And I learned from other channels that the mountain god Megalai's husband was a member of the Solomon family and was very loving to him. Furz understood, so the teleportation statue attracted the mountain god before. That should be the case, Hobert said. I'll take the teleportation statue to the mountainous area to try it out later. Why not go now? Let's take a nap together first. Hobert kissed Furz's forehead. Enjoy this rare and pleasant afternoon. In the late afternoon, the rain hadn't stopped. Hobert dressed neatly, took the teleportation statue, and made some other preparations before setting off. He used travel to come to a dense forest with few people, but most of the plants in this dense forest were frozen to death by the previous blizzard, looking lifeless. Hobert took out the teleportation stone statue, first observed the surroundings, and then injected his spirituality into the teleportation statue. A few seconds later, Hobert suddenly felt the power of disorder, and the surroundings instantly lost direction. The afternoon's guess was correct. The mountain god Megalai's attention was indeed attracted. Hobert first used tamper and distort to temporarily escape the chaotic space. And in his heart, he assessed that the mountain god's power was indeed only at the sequence 3 level. At the same time, Hobert immediately used the ability of connection and indeed sensed the source of this power, an entrance from the underworld. But that entrance led to another real world. This was somewhat unexpected, but it was also reasonable. After all, that was the seal of the Underworld Emperor, so it was reasonable for the power of the Underworld to exist. The reason why it was unexpected was that Hobert didn't expect that it was just an entrance. Megalai was still in the real world. It's no wonder that the demigods of the lone royal family searched the surrounding spirit world in those years but found nothing, because it wasn't in the underworld or the spirit world at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert drew his thin sword and used that entrance to the underworld to enter the other side of the real space. It was a huge cave, with many stalactites hanging from the top, and some stalagmite pillars on the ground. On the other side of this huge cave, there was a huge ellipsoid emitting a pale white light, like a worm cocoon. These worm cocoons seemed to be alive, and a force was constantly stirring and tumbling. And in the worm cocoon, there was a blurry shadow wandering. The shadow seemed to notice Hobert and suddenly stopped in the worm cocoon, as if looking out. At the same time, Hobert understood that after all, Megalai might have the corruption that even the Underworld Emperor was afraid of. Of course, he couldn't put Megalai in the underworld, so she was still in the real world. And the so-called mountain god was likely Megalai's mental remnant. After the Underworld Emperor fell and the seal became weaker, she used some characteristics of the seal to transmit her power to the real world through the underworld. Because it had to pass through the underworld, her distortion and other abilities would have a sense of coldness, and would turn raindrops into small ice cubes. Hobert took a few steps forward and immediately felt his life rushing towards the end, and his spirituality was also rapidly losing. So Hobert injected spirituality into the thin sword, and the feeling of life loss immediately disappeared. The huge pale white worm cocoon also seemed to have a certain resonance with the thin sword. Hobert's spiritual consciousness realized that in the situation where the Underworld Emperor had fallen, he could use the power of the underworld to remove the seal. But Hobert planned to take a look at the internal situation before considering whether to immediately remove the seal. The worm cocoon made a soft whoosh sound, and it, very considerately, became transparent. Hobert saw clearly that all that was wandering inside was a black shadow. The only thing that could be recognized was its eyes, like two balls of ghostly blue fire, quietly staring at the intruder outside the worm cocoon. Hobert immediately realized that this was an evil spirit. It was the evil spirit formed after Megalai's death. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 622, Chapter 621, Acquiring the Characteristics of the Duke of Entropy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Mountain God Megalai was in a state similar to what Rex had guessed. Because Rex couldn't get close to the worm cocoon back then and couldn't see what was inside, he guessed that Mountain God should be formed by Megalai's spiritual residue. However, he wasn't sure if Mountain God existed as an evil spirit or simply as a spiritual residue that had been preserved until now with Beyonder characteristics as its foundation. But from Rex's description in his notes, he could confirm that Mountain God was not a sealed artifact, because it seemed to possess a certain amount of intelligence, not just simple, mechanical responses like sealed artifacts. At the level of angels, their spiritual bodies and mental bodies have undergone qualitative changes. Even if they die, their spiritual bodies and mental bodies will take a long time to completely dissipate. This process easily turns them into evil spirits. If the corpse or Beyonder characteristics are not dealt with in time, there is almost a 100% chance of turning into an evil spirit. Moreover, this seal originated from the power of the underworld. In such an environment, the probability of forming an evil spirit will greatly increase. Thinking of this, Hobert went to look for other things inside the worm cocoon. It was empty inside. Hobert didn't see a corpse, but only a mass of thick, ink-like liquid suspended in midair. It kept twisting its shape, and there seemed to be circles of invisible ripples spreading around it, as if it was constantly tampering with the surrounding environment. Around the viscous liquid, there was a circle of bright, light blue liquid that was as smooth as silk, but this circle of light blue liquid didn't change shape with the viscous liquid. Hobert's spirituality judged that it was the Beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, which meant that Megalai's evil spirit didn't exist with Beyonder characteristics as its foundation. In that case, it wasn't an evil spirit at the angel level. Hobert went to look for Megalai's corpse again, but couldn't find it. He only saw a faint, light blue human-shaped trace below the Beyonder characteristics. This was a bit strange. In theory, the corpse of an angel-level being should be difficult to decay. Hobert still remembered the corpses of Medici and the others he had seen before. Even after more than 2,000 years, their corpses seemed to have some kind of living characteristic. At this time, Hobert looked at the outer circle of the Beyonder characteristics again, that circle of bright, light blue. This circle of light blue liquid was obviously not integrated with the Beyonder characteristics. Could this be what Megalai used to contaminate the Underworld Emperor? Was it this thing that caused the corpse of an angel to decay? Hobert realized that he had better not touch that Beyonder characteristic. It would be best to directly sacrifice it to the Nation of Disorder. If not, then find a helper to snatch it out. Finally, Hobert glanced at the evil spirit in front of him. It was also staring at Hobert. From its will-o'-the-wisp-like eyes, he couldn't see any emotion. Because of the Underworld Emperor's seal, Hobert calmly thought about a relatively safe tactic. Then he retreated to the other side of the cave and first sent the Black Hound spirit beast to the real world from the Nation of Disorder. This was Hobert's helper. In dealing with undead creatures, the Black Hound spirit beast, wielding a thin sword, could play a huge role. Hobert returned to the real world and confirmed the state of the evil spirit again. The symbol representing the death domain appeared on his hand again, which was equivalent to his authority to release the seal in front of him. He waved the thin sword in his other hand, and the worm cocoon supported by the power of the underworld faded and disappeared in front of Hobert in 2 or 3 seconds. Distort. Almost at the instant the seal disappeared, Hobert distorted the position of the Duke of Entropy's Beyonder characteristic, trying to keep it as far away from the evil spirit as possible. However, Hobert's distortion ended the moment it covered the sealed artifact. The Beyonder characteristic was only moved a very small distance. Hobert immediately threw the thin sword in his hand to the Black Hound spirit beast next to him. Obviously, Hobert's ability had been prematurely ended by the evil spirit's exploit ability. Hobert often did this, which was a very unexpected operation. As the seal disappeared, a gloomy cold wind swept through the entire cave, and the power of the evil spirit spread to the entire cave. This evil spirit obviously had a lot of intelligence, at least much stronger than the Great Sage. The Black Hound spirit beast still seemed to have some sanity, but the Great Sage and the Bull Devil Monarch almost mechanically used their abilities. After the Black Hound spirit beast got the thin sword, the sword once again emitted a pale white light in its hand, and the newly freed evil spirit unconsciously retreated. For undead creatures, the Black Hound spirit beast at this time possessed a great sense of oppression, which came from the double blessing of the ferryman and the underworld on it. But the evil spirit only retreated. It bestowed the sense of oppression and mental shock it received to a stalactite. This was the most difficult part of the Black Emperor pathway. Although they obviously lacked the ability to quickly kill enemies, don't even think about hurting them in a short time. The Black Hound Spirit Beast was extremely special. It not only had the ferryman personality and ability, but also had been blessed by the ancient death god, and now it had the blessing of the thin sword, which had an almost overwhelming advantage against ordinary undead creatures. In theory, undead creatures below the angel level would completely lose the desire to resist in front of the Black Hound Spirit Beast. However, when encountering an evil spirit on the lawyer pathway, the power of the evil spirit was only obviously weakened. On the other side, after giving the thin sword to the Black Hound Spirit Beast, Hobert immediately injected spirituality into the 0 to 70 creation bracelet, magnifying its ability to make spirituality very abundant. Through more than a month of feeding, Hobert was now the owner of the creation bracelet. As the spirituality rapidly became rich, for a time, the spirituality in the cave was abundant to the visible range, as if the surroundings were filled with a layer of faint mist. This was spirituality, and also vitality, equivalent to the power of life, which made the gloomy feeling of the entire cave disappear immediately. But the inside of the original worm cocoon was the domain of the evil spirit, and it was still very gloomy there, but at this time, the undead aura there and the temperament of life were rapidly offsetting each other. Hobert's operation was to destroy the foundation of the evil spirit's existence in the real world. At this time, the evil spirit suddenly let out a scream, and Hobert's spirit body felt obvious vibrations. The Black Hound Spirit Beast blocked most of the attacks of the shriek with its sword. The evil spirit took this opportunity to reach out towards the opposite direction of the Duke of Entropy's beyonder characteristic, and then pointed at Hobert with the other hand. Hobert's belly immediately grew larger, as if a life had been conceived in that instant. The Black Hound Spirit Beast should have also suffered a similar attack, but it was special and could not possibly conceive a new life in its body. This was why Hobert initially chose to keep the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy as far away from the evil spirit as possible, and then considered defeating the evil spirit. Because there was a very strong connection between Megalai's evil spirit and the beyonder characteristic, any connection could use some angel-level abilities. The Black Emperor pathway did not have the ability to make people big-bellied. Hobert's bulging belly was obviously a negative effect of the creation bracelet. The exploit, at sequence 3 level, could only make the negative effects of the target's sealed artifact more powerful, or shorten the safe use time of the sealed artifact. And the exploit, at the angel level, could obviously completely treat the negative effects of the sealed artifact used by the target as its own means of attack. Hobert used disorder to bring the life in his belly to the outside world, and immediately used the creation bracelet to turn it into a wisp of spirituality, which quickly dissipated. At the same time, Hobert ordered the Black Hound Spirit Beast to snatch the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. The evil spirit distorted the surging spirituality in its domain, allowing them to attack the Black Hound Spirit Beast, which was also an undead creature. It was just that the Black Hound Spirit Beast had the blessing of the ancient death god, so such attacks had no effect. But this slowed down the Black Hound Spirit Beast's pace, and it was unable to step into the evil spirit's domain for a while. The Black Hound Spirit Beast waved its thin sword, and pale white flames ignited in the evil spirit's domain, and the evil spirit's power was being rapidly lost as fuel. But the evil spirit waved its hand at Hobert again, once again utilizing the ability of the creation bracelet. A patch of soybeans suddenly grew in its domain, quickly forming bean pods. These bean pods opened their mouths, revealing the fangs inside, looking very ferocious. The evil spirit bestowed all the ferryman lantern fire on its body to them. At this time, Hobert immediately tampered with the effect achieved by the evil spirit's beyonder power, and the ferryman lantern fire burned back to the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit immediately used the angel-level disorder through connection. The target attacked by the ferryman lantern fire was chaotic conceptually. Not only was the evil spirit's domain attacked, but Hobert, the Black Hound Spirit Beast, and the stalactites around them were all ignited with ferryman lantern fire. Hobert immediately felt his whole body tremble with spirituality. His thoughts seemed to stop, his body became stiff, and he seemed to be about to return to eternal tranquility. The Black Hound Spirit Beast immediately withdrew the ability of the ferryman lantern fire. Hobert, who was sweating profusely, finally breathed a sigh of relief. His spirit body had been severely damaged, becoming somewhat afraid of everything, and seemed to be a little neurotic because of weakness. Hobert realized that if he continued to fight like this, even if he eliminated the evil spirit, he might suffer no small damage himself. Just as he was preparing to simply enter the Nation of Disorder to solve this evil spirit, he suddenly discovered an opportunity. Just now, the evil spirit utilized the creation bracelet to grow a patch of monsters with the shape of soybeans. After these monsters opened their bean pods, in addition to revealing the fangs inside, the black beans inside also popped out. These beans grew the legs and wings of arthropods. Some flew, some crawled, everywhere. Among them, a flying little monster flew mindlessly to not far from the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. If it were normal, the flying direction and height of this flying being would have been tampered with by the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. But now, this beyonder characteristic is being connected and utilized by the evil spirit, and its influence on the surroundings has weakened. This is an opportunity. Hobert took out a piece of order crystal and distorted the concept and position of the order crystal and that flying being. The evil spirit once again used its exploit ability to prematurely end Hobert's distortion ability. But this time it failed, because what was distorted over was the order crystal. Apart from Hobert, perhaps only beings at the level of the King of Angels or higher could affect it. So the order crystal appeared next to the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy, and Hobert immediately deformed the order crystal, wrapping the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. As the order crystal, which was shaped like a sphere, landed, the evil spirit immediately lost the angelic power to connect. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and immediately magnified the black dog spirit beast's influence on the evil spirit. At the same time, he used the creation bracelet to seize control of those bean-shaped monsters, making them absorb the surrounding power belonging to the undead domain with all their might. The evil spirit's power was immediately suppressed and weakened. Just as it was about to bestow some of this suppression and weakening away, the black dog spirit beast took the opportunity to open its mouth and let out a silent roar. This was an attack of the undead language, causing the already obviously faded and very weak evil spirit to freeze. Hobert immediately followed up, taking advantage of this excellent opportunity to distort the foundation of the evil spirit's existence, as well as the concept and position of a stalactite at his feet. In fact, he didn't know what the foundation of the evil spirit's existence was, but as long as Hobert had the concept, he could distort it. When the evil spirit utilized the beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy, just now, it possessed a certain angelic level, so Hobert's type of distortion was easy to fail. Now, there was finally a chance to strike at the root. The stalactite at Hobert's feet disappeared, and a black badge appeared in the stalactite's place. That should be the basis of the evil spirit's existence. Hobert immediately threw a piece of order crystal over, covering the badge. The evil spirit lost the foundation for its existence in this world, and its torso became hollow, with a huge cavity appearing. The black dog spirit beast opened its mouth again and let out an attack of the undead language. The evil spirit in front of it quickly faded, dissipating like a wisp of black smoke. He he he, a woman's cold laughter echoed in the cave. Although only a laugh was heard, Hobert seemed to feel her mockery of the Orthodox churches and her indifference to this world. That should be Megalai's mental residue. More than 1,000 years have passed, and her hatred for the Orthodox churches has not diminished. Hobert sacrificed 2 spoils to himself and searched again. There was nothing here except stalactites. So he withdrew the power of the black dog spirit beast and used travel to leave the cave. When he left, he realized that the cave was actually in the sea, but there was only a small opening on the island. No wonder the demigods of Lone didn't discover this place back then. In addition to the fact that the seal at the level of the Underworld Emperor was difficult to detect, it was also because this cave was not on the island at all. Back at the governor's mansion, Hobert plunged into the study and locked himself inside. Then, after building a spiritual wall, he immediately came to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first opened the spherical order crystal, revealing the beyonder characteristic inside, which resembled a viscous liquid. Hobert didn't hold it in his hand, but let it float in front of him. The bright light blue circle was still very conspicuous. Hobert suddenly felt that the aura of the light blue ring was very familiar. He turned his head and looked at the long box transformed from an order crystal on a stone platform. Hobert reached out, grabbed the black box in his hand, opened the lid, and inside was the rotting meteor. Holding this cylindrical sealed artifact in his hand, he then used his connection ability to beckon towards the light blue liquid ring surrounding the beyonder characteristic. Sure enough, this bright light blue liquid quickly floated over, wrapped around the rotting meteor, and disappeared from Hobert's eyes as if it had been absorbed. This cylindrical sealed artifact became brighter than before, and its attacks and abilities seemed to have improved. Hobert put the rotting meteor back in its original place, closed the lid again, and put it back on the previous stone platform. Obviously, the trap prepared to pollute the Underworld Emperor back then and the rotting meteor came from the same source, which, according to Hobert's previous speculation, was an outer god related to the 3 pathways of Twilight Giant, Darkness, and Death. No wonder it was easier to pollute the Underworld Emperor, while the corruption Megalai received was not significant. Just like the Mother Goddess of Depravity is more likely to pollute beyonders of the Mother and Moon pathways. Then the question arises, did the God of Combat or the Evernight Goddess ever want to use something from the outer gods to pollute the Underworld Emperor? Isn't this helping the outer gods invade Earth? Unless it's a matter of life and death, they shouldn't use such means, right? Or have the God of Combat or the Evernight Goddess already been polluted by the outer gods? Hobert shook his head. In his impression, neither of these 2 gods had been affected by the cosmos, but at the level of gods, what he knew was only their performance in those major events. He wasn't actually very clear about the specific situation. Taking a deep breath, Hobert didn't continue to think about it, because there were too few clues known. Now, he could only pay more attention to some of the performances of the god of combat or the Evernight goddess, and first find out who wanted to pollute the underworld emperor back then. Then Hobert thought of another question: did Adam give me the rotting meteor really just to help me seal it? Or is there also a purpose of letting me remove the corruption of the Beyonder characteristic and investigate what arrangements that outer god has on Earth? Heh. Hobert almost laughed. Adam shouldn't be so selfless. Even if he had such a purpose, Hobert didn't intend to go and seek death. Then he thought again that when Hervin Rambies sent the rotting meteor, Hobert realized that he had been arranged as soon as he came to the Nation of Disorder. But this time, he didn't have a similar feeling. Maybe it was just a simple coincidence. Coincidence. Now, when Hobert thought of this word, it was as if Adam was sitting opposite him. He slapped his forehead. I am definitely a severe sufferer of spectator phobia syndrome. Finally, Hobert thought, but even if Adam sent the rotting meteor with no other purpose, he should have been able to perceive when he was planning to send it that this thing is of greater use to me. The key is that the Beyonder characteristic of the manipulator is obviously the reward paid by Adam. If he thinks that giving the rotting meteor is me taking a big advantage, then he wouldn't do such a thing as giving a reward. Breathing a sigh of relief, Hobert decided to put these things aside. Just as he had thought before, he couldn't just foolishly go and ask, right? Excuse me, brother Adam, why did you send me the rotting meteor? Are you treating me like a junk collector? And brother god of combat, are you a reinforcement invited by the outer gods? The reason for calling him brother is because Hobert felt that he should at least be of the same generation as the giant king. Considering that he had already become a god, he only called him brother to give him a higher seniority. It is estimated that if he really asked that way, it would be hard to say whether he could get the answer he wanted, but he would definitely get 2 big slaps in the face. Hobert smiled and looked at the Beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy again. This time the Beyonder characteristic was normal. Hobert took the characteristic in his hand and immediately heard the cold laughter of heh. There is still Megaly's mental residue in the Beyonder material. Hobert realized that if this Beyonder characteristic was used, it would probably hate the Orthodox churches for a long time and be more willing to be close to members of the Solomon family. Hobert immediately crushed the Beyonder characteristic, but no matter how much it was crushed, a Beyonder characteristic at the sequence 2 level would always have some mental residue of predecessors. These mental residues have long been mixed with the divinity in the characteristic, making it difficult to completely extract them. At this time, Hobert suddenly thought that Megaly hated the Orthodox churches so much. Was it influenced by the mental residue of her husband? He immediately went to the Beyonder characteristic side and rummaged through it. Among them, there was only one more frenzied mage characteristic, and the characteristics of other sequences were relatively normal. For Hobert, it is very easy to confirm whether the mental residue of the predecessor's predecessor of the Beyonder characteristic is strong. If it has not been crushed, then the mental residue must be very strong. In that case, there should be at least 2 frenzied mage characteristics in this characteristic of Duke of Entropy. One is for Megaly's advancement, and the other is for her husband. Now there is only one, which indicates that it was crushed back then, and the mental residue of that Solomon family member was not very strong. Furthermore, it can be proved that it was Megaly herself who had always hated the Orthodox churches. Hobert then took the badge that supported Megaly's evil spirit's existence, and as a result, he heard the cold laughter of heh again. He was stunned. There was even Megaly's mental residue on this. This guy's mental residue is too much. However, after a little thought, Hobert probably understood that the seal of the Underworld Emperor should have allowed Megaly's spirit body to be well preserved. In other words, her mental residue must be relatively strong, not only forming an evil spirit, but also having a considerable amount of residue in the Beyonder characteristic and badge. Then Hobert suddenly froze. The Creator, isn't there another angel again? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 623, Chapter 622, Hobert's Followers. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert examined the badge in his hand. First, he was certain that this badge contained the Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway. Moreover, the level of the characteristics was not low, probably at the frenzied mage level. Looking closely at the pattern engraved on the badge, it was a solemn throne, the family crest of the Solomon family. Behind the family crest was engraved a name, Anthony Solomon. Based on the family crest and the name, Hobert could easily guess that this should be the badge worn by Megaly's husband during his lifetime. He further speculated that Megaly must have asked the artisan to embed the frenzied mage characteristic from her husband's shattered characteristics into the badge, turning it into a sealed artifact. This should not be difficult for Megaly to do after becoming an angel. After all, the god of artisans had been supporting the Trunsoist Empire before and after becoming a god. Because it was her husband's relic, Megaly's evil spirit existed with it as the foundation. The Beyonder characteristics in the badge allowed Megalai to stably exert the power of Sequence 3, and by associating it with the Beyonder characteristics of the Duke of Entropy, Megalai had the ability to discover and exploit loopholes in the seal of the Underworld Emperor. Otherwise, how could a mere evil spirit break through the Underworld Emperor's seal? Even if the Underworld Emperor had fallen and the seal had loosened, the Underworld was still providing power for the seal, and as an undead creature, there was no possibility of breaking through the seal. But with the Beyonder characteristics in this badge, it was different. It made the evil spirit very advanced from the beginning and had a stable source of power. If it weren't in the seal, it might even have the ability to leave the territory from the start, and when the opportunity was right, it might be able to go back and devour the Duke of Entropy characteristic, returning to the angel level. Hobert opened his hand and let the badge float, injecting the power of the Nation of Disorder. Sure enough, the mental remnants in the badge began to shape their own image, forming a black shadow-like female figure. This image was a bit illusory, and the face was not clear. It seemed to be wearing a gorgeous and complicated court dress. The difference was that the phantom in front of Hobert had mystical symbols flashing with black light, giving people a very dignified and inviolable feeling. After extracting the power of order, Hobert took the badge in his hand again and felt it. Because the badge had a high degree of compatibility with the mental remnants, and the mental remnants were relatively strong, it could be used as many as 8 times. Hobert smiled. This angelic thug was more like a subordinate of the creator because she was aligned with the sequence of the Duke of Entropy. Currently, the negative effects of the sealed artifact were very strong, but after using it 8 times, the mental remnants would be basically eliminated, and the negative effects of the sealed artifact would also be weakened. Hobert named it 1 to 113 and gave it the name Solomon Family Badge. Looking again at the Duke of Entropy, Beyonder characteristic that was recondensing, Hobert felt that the purpose of this operation had been successfully achieved, and there was even such an unexpected gain as the Solomon Family Badge. Just as Hobert was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, he suddenly remembered Klein's operation of using the Sea God Scepter to become the new Sea God. Hobert sat back on the Iron Throne and took the Solomon Family Badge in his hand again. Can I take the faith of the Mountain God? How can I operate it? He used abilities such as Connection and Exploit one after another, but they only allowed him to better use the abilities in the badge, and he did not feel the connection between the Mountain God and the believers. Hobert held the badge in his left hand and tapped the armrest of the Iron Throne with his right index finger. One thing he was sure of was that since the evil spirit was at the Sequence 3 level, its state was similar to that of the previous sea god Calvetua. The prayers of the believers must leave some traces on it. Even if the undead had been eliminated, the faith of the believers would still point to this badge that maintained the existence of the Mountain God. The main problem now was how to tamper with these connections pointing to the Mountain God and transfer them to the Creator or Lord Hobert. He tried abilities such as tampering and distortion again, but still gained nothing. Hobert fell into deep thought again. The key is that I can't find the place to distort and tamper, or rather, I can't find the connection between the Mountain God and the believers. Just as he was thinking about this, Hobert glanced at the pool in front of him, and he suddenly had an inspiration, putting the Solomon Family Badge into the pool. This pool had established a connection between the Creator and the believers when Hobert was at Sequence 9. It should have the ability to make the connection between the badge and the believers more obvious. Going to tamper or connection again, he could indeed feel the connection between the Mountain God and the believers, like silk threads. Hobert smiled. In this way, he could use the Solomon Family Badge to respond to the prayers of the believers or actively contact the believers. First of all, Hobert planned to turn the faith of the Mountain God into faith in the Creator. Hobert and Klein had different problems and needed to achieve different goals. The most fanatical believers of the Mountain God and the power of the Mountain God Church did not rely on Hobert as much as the Sea God Church relied on Klein. Because Hobert had basically killed them all. There would definitely be some who slipped through the net, but without the Mountain God, they would be difficult to become a force. Hobert's purpose was first to consolidate his rule. Faith in the Mountain God greatly affected the rule of the governor's office. So it had to be abolished. It was the most time-saving and labor-saving operation to simply have the natives convert to the Creator. Just as he was about to use the badge to issue a divine decree, Hobert suddenly thought that the Creator did not need believers at the moment, but Hobert, who had already advanced to Sequence 3, had reached the point where he needed believers to stabilize his state. Of course, his humanity made his current state very good, but what about after advancing to Sequence 2 and Sequence 1? Could he maintain such a good state by relying on humanity alone? So Hobert changed his mind. He used the badge to broadcast to all the believers, your faith is the publicity of will and spiritual food, and cannot be stopped. The new Lord of Longtail Island is another incarnation I use to redeem you. From today onwards, you will begin to believe in the blessed of the Creator, the great Lord of Longtail Island. My honorific name has also changed. When you pray or ask me again, you must recite the new honorific name. The blessed of the Creator. The Lord of Longtail Island and South Colson. the mage who spreads madness and backstabs order. Hobert Jeffrey, who brings light to the night in Backlund. On Longtail Island, which was still raining lightly, there was silence. Today, the land of the native chiefs and village chiefs was divided according to the population, and they lost most of their property and wives. And they could not take back these properties because soldiers helped to guard the fields distributed to the tribesmen. At this time, they were looking at the gloomy sky outside with worried faces, silently praying to the mountain god in their hearts, hoping that the mountain god could kill those soldiers and officials and restore the original system. Suddenly, a great figure appeared in their minds. Your faith is the publicity of will and spiritual food. Not only them, but also the people who had just been allocated land were very confused. From childhood to adulthood, they had been working for the chiefs, village chiefs, or people from the northern continent, and getting food from them. Although they ate almost like pig food, and were always glared at and insulted, they never worried about tomorrow. Because tomorrow would definitely be the same as today, eating almost like pig food, and always being glared at and insulted. Suddenly having their own land and no longer having to worry about eating, they suddenly realized that the idea of considering tomorrow was so unfamiliar. They also looked at the sky outside blankly, silently praying to the mountain god, hoping to get some guidance. Just then, a great figure appeared in their minds. Your faith is the publicity of will and spiritual food. They were all full of tears, kissing the ground while praying to the new mountain god in the most pious posture. He is not the mountain god. Suddenly someone shouted at this time, that is not the mountain god, don't pray to him, don't pray to him. The shout was even a bit heartrending, but it was useless. Someone had already received a response, and the shout was instantly covered by cheers. Over the years, the natives had prayed to the mountain god so many times, but very few could get a response. Even if they could get a response, it was only intermittent, and they didn't understand what it meant at all. This time, the response they received was very clear. That great and tall figure, full of oppression, must be the mountain god. No, it was another incarnation of the mountain god, the great Lord. Time went back a few minutes ago. After the broadcast in the Nation of Disorder ended, Hobert simply tore apart the silk threads connecting the badge and the believers, completely cutting off their connection with the mountain god. Then Hobert returned to the real world, ready to respond to the prayers of the mountain god's believers, to show that the mountain god was online with another account. But just after returning to the real world, Hobert felt that his brain was about to explode. One after another, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of voices in the local native language filled his mind, as if he was in a venue with tens of thousands of people, everyone talking at once, and Hobert didn't know which voice to listen to. Although he was mentally prepared, Hobert did not expect that so many people praying at the same time was simply a disaster. The believers spoke in the local native language, with various pronunciations. Even the natives on the plains and the natives in the mountains could not communicate in language. Hobert usually couldn't understand their prayers, and he still couldn't understand them now, but he could understand what they wanted to express. Fortunately, Hobert was in good condition. He had just digested 1/3 of the potion, and the injuries to his spirit body in the previous battle had also been bestowed away. After being stunned for a second or two, he quickly responded. First, Hobert used the ability of connection to classify some similar prayers, roughly divided into two categories. One category was the prayers of the chiefs and village chiefs. They were very dissatisfied with the current land reform and hoped that the great Lord would kill those officials and soldiers, take back their property, and judge the proposer of this bad system and atmosphere. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. This matter had always been led by him. Would he judge himself? For this type of request, Hobert uniformly told them, those officials and soldiers were the new envoys of God, who came to save them. However, the process of salvation must be very painful. Hobert told them not to complain, to do their own things, cultivate the land they had obtained, educate their children, and actively face the changes on Longtail Island. A bright future was waiting for them ahead. The other category was the natives who had just been allocated land. They were very confused and wanted to ask the great Lord for guidance. In fact, in order to prevent them from adapting to the new life for a while, the grassroots officials would read the responsibilities of the citizens of Longtail Island after dividing the land. For example, cultivate the land allocated to them. If men and women are willing to marry, they must know how to take care of each other, and they must also take care of the children assigned to them or willing to live with them. There were also some details of life, such as not sleeping in the fields anymore, not defecating on the road or in the sleeping room, and living separately from livestock or poultry, etc. However, the drastic changes in the past few days made them unable to listen to these regulations for a while. For their requests, Hobert simply took out the previously drafted documents and read them out. Similarly, Hobert used Loanese language. The natives could usually understand at most individual words. They still didn't know what the Lord was saying at this time, but they could understand what the Lord meant. After working for more than 20 minutes, the peak of prayer passed, leaving only some sporadic prayers. Hobert temporarily turned off the ability to hear prayers and respond to prayers, otherwise, if it suddenly came like this in the middle of the night, it would affect his rest too much. He sat down on the chair by the desk, took a sip of tea, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sighed in his heart, at the sequence 3 level, it's enough to have a few hundred believers as a gesture. Having too many believers is useless, but it will make you feel very noisy. Hobert stretched and couldn't help but grin again. It feels good to be a god. At this time, Hobert's bureaucracy had reacted, and Conrad came in the rain to report the abnormality of the natives. Hobert asked them to observe first and maintain vigilance, and wait until the next night. After Conrad left, Angus came to report, just now, the mountain god incarnated as the Lord and responded to the prayers of the believers on a large scale. Hobert directly told him, the great Creator found and eliminated the mountain god, and bestowed the connection between the mountain god and the believers to me. Angus was surprised for a few seconds. The mountain god was gone just like that. Or rather, the mountain god was so vulnerable in front of the Creator. Then he smiled. What's so suspicious about this? The Creator was already very powerful. Finally, he left with some excitement. The Lord was no different from the mountain god. I wonder if I can get a similar gift to the Creator after I reach sequence 3. Hobert looked at the clock in the study, went to the candlelit dining room, and announced the good news to Furs at the dinner table that he had found beyond her characteristics and replaced the mountain god. Almost all the goals of this plan have been achieved, Hobert said happily. How about we open a bottle of wine? I haven't had a drink in a long time since you hid the wine. He hadn't had a drink for several days, but that was because he had to stay 100% sober during the war. Besides, Hobert drank a lot in Backlund. However, when he said this, Furs was very happy first, waved to the servant to bring a bottle of wine, and personally poured it for Hobert. Furs was happy, and the atmosphere of their dinner was very pleasant, and Hobert was also very happy. At night, the two naturally stayed together. After being intimate, they cuddled together and chatted like before. The last item of the plan will start the day after tomorrow, Hobert said. After a series of plans are completed, Longtail Island should be able to be self-sufficient soon. After a series of constructions are completed, there may be considerable benefits. It's just that the construction work seems to never be completed, Furs smiled. Like South Colson, they are still building railways, roads, and houses. Hobert laughed. The income generated by South Colson must be spent. Only the money spent can play the role of money. Furs took one of Hobert's hands and played with his fingers as if playing with a toy. They had discussed this topic a long time ago. She was more worried about another issue. Hobert, are we really going to open the business of streetwalkers in Tortuga Harbor? I mean, we don't seem to need to earn such money. Hobert sighed, holding Furs in his arms. We have to leave a way out for some women. The origin of this business came from Dennis's report to Hobert when Hobert was preparing to recruit the first batch of members of the Demonis Research Connection. For the first batch of members, Hobert planned to recruit girls from the East Borough who had difficulties in life and wanted to change their destiny. But soon Dennis discovered that there were too many women in the East Borough living very miserable lives. Dennis's simple report reminded Hobert of the social status and situation of grassroots women in India. When he had just taken over the South Colson area, Hobert planned to completely eliminate this kind of business in his territory. But Hobert had to face a cruel fact: there were too few jobs that could be provided for women in this era. Many factories do not have jobs for female workers, and now female workers' jobs are being largely replaced by steam engines. Especially the most bottom-level women who have little education and no background, even no one wants to hire them as maids. In many cases, selling their bodies is their only way out. On one side, they are struggling on the subsistence line, or even below the subsistence line, and on the other side, opening the business of streetwalkers in a certain city, so that some of them have a certain guarantee of food and clothing. After thinking about it again and again, Hobert couldn't help but smile. What's there to consider? Before filling your stomach, propriety, justice, integrity, and shame are all extravagant hopes. So after Dennis recruited 20 members of the Demonis sect, Hobert asked him to recruit a large number of women from the East Borough who had difficulty maintaining food and clothing. When recruiting, he directly told them that they were going to be streetwalkers, but 90% of the money they earned after receiving guests was theirs, and he assured them that no one would charge them protection fees in any form. As a result, the applicants lined up in a long queue, because in the East Borough, not every woman has the ability to be a streetwalker, because they have no place to receive guests at all. What's more, being able to get 90% of the income is enough for them to venture out. Because even women who are qualified to be streetwalkers are tools for gangs and police to make money. It is already very good to get half of the money given by the guests. They also have no ability to protect the remaining half. Even women who don't know what 90% means understand that it is a lot. But what is different from other places is that in Tortuga Harbor, I will protect the safety of their lives and property, Hobert said. And they must meet basic hygiene conditions, and if they get sick, they will try their best to treat them. Furs said, but I still feel very uncomfortable. Hobert also smiled helplessly. I don't have a better way. The jobs they can do in Backlund, South Colson, and Longtail Island are already full. If we don't do this, they may not live long in Backlund. Finally, his eyes became determined again. Let me bear the infamy. Then Hobert sighed. Actually, there won't be any infamy. Because this is a legal industry in South Continent and the Rorsted Archipelago, and it is also a grey industry in North Continent, and has never been explicitly prohibited. Furs sighed. Why didn't I feel before that this era is completely a tragedy? Hobert smiled. Because our abilities are greater. He looked at the ceiling and took a breath. In the past, our abilities were too small, and the people in our territory lived in poverty, so we had no energy to care about others. Now it's different. Both territories are thriving and have the ability to help more people, so we see the tragedy of this era. But we still have to do what we can and not drag down our own development process by helping others. Furs nodded. I understand. In the beginning, you have to take the initiative to handle several cases of streetwalkers encountering, Hobert said. Having such actions, in addition to making the port staff pay attention to the demands of the streetwalkers, also represents our attitude. Okay. In addition, you should come forward to establish some training schools and allow streetwalkers who are willing to learn some simple grammar and arithmetic for free, Hobert said. Hold some blind dates regularly and encourage them to marry local people in South Colson and natives of Longtail Island. Furs said, that's a good idea. Hobert laughed, but South Colson and Longtail Island are so big, the population carrying capacity is limited, and it is now close to the upper limit. After this upper limit, this method will have no effect. Previously, women on Longtail Island were sold to Byam and South Continent, and a large proportion of men were bought to local mines, so the ratio of men to women was somewhat unbalanced. At this time, Longtail Island can still digest some women from Backlund, but when the ratio of men to women returns to balance, it will basically reach the population limit of Longtail Island. Finally, Hobert said, let's talk about the future later, let's do what we have to do now. Furs and fell asleep quickly. Hobert still looked at the night sky outside through the cracks in the curtains as before in a daze. Occasionally, he could hear cheers from a distance. Hobert, who didn't have much sleep, was bored, but now he had something to pass the time, responding to the prayers of the believers. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the natives of Longtail Island. The next morning, Hobert went to the fields again to inspect the progress of land reform, and soon he had a major discovery. Many children running and playing in the fields were no longer shouting in the local dialect, but in pure Lone language with a Backlund accent. This surprised Hobert very much. He called them over to ask them, but found that the two sides still could not communicate. However, Hobert noticed that the Lone language that the children were repeatedly shouting was some of the words he said yesterday in response to the believers. In other words, yesterday's response not only made the natives understand Hobert's intentions, but also taught them those Lone words. The word, divinely bestowed, suddenly popped into Hobert's mind. This should be the most direct influence of the gods on believers. Hobert thought, should he use the Longtail Island Lord broadcasting system to read newspapers to the natives when he has nothing to do in the future? At most 1 or 2 months, the problem of language barrier will be solved. Anyway, the Longtail Island Lord is not the creator and needs to maintain a certain mystery and compellingness. Reading newspapers is a bit exaggerated, but some policies can be completely publicized through broadcasting. Another change is that many natives seem to understand that the person riding on that horse is the Lord of Longtail Island. They salute Hobert from a distance or show gestures of submission. Before this, when they saw Hobert, they usually looked at the Earl with indifferent eyes and expressions. This is the first time Hobert has so clearly felt the convenience brought by the extraordinary world. In his impression, it is very difficult to establish effective rule in such a gathering place of natives. Because of the differences in values, language, beliefs, and customs, it is very easy to have conflicts with them. Now it's good. Hobert is their belief, and their values and language will gradually move closer to Hobert under the influence of what they see and hear in the future. The morning inspection made Hobert very satisfied. Longtail Island has basically restored order. Some people have already started working in the fields, while others are repairing their thatched huts. Everyone seems to know what they are going to do all of a sudden, and they are no longer as confused as yesterday. After returning to the governor's mansion for lunch, Hobert was just about to go to Tortuga Harbor when he suddenly heard prayers from the Nation of Disorder. It sounded like Klein. So he came to the study, locked the door, and entered the Nation of Disorder. Sure enough, Klein's star was expanding. Spreading his spirituality over, Klein was praying to the Creator, and the battle with Amon's clone was about to begin. Through Klein's star, Hobert saw Klein walking out of the lavatory at this time. Why is it the lavatory again? Is this really his divine kingdom? Hobert smiled. Under the real vision, he saw Klein turn his other room's marionette, Eunice, into the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow. Klein seemed to be directing Eunice to do something, but a brief look of astonishment appeared on his face. Even Hobert in the Nation of Disorder was a little astonished, because Eunice suddenly put on a monocle, and then with a confident smile distorted open the door of the room where Klein was. Even with the experience of fighting Amon's clone once, Hobert was once again amazed by the means of the error pathway. Amon's clone stole Klein's marionette. He curled the corner of his mouth, looked at Klein and said, "Found you." Then he looked into the air. "Why do I feel this gaze so familiar? It seems this is a trap aimed at me." Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. "Knowing it's a trap, why don't you run away quickly?" Eunice, wearing a monocle, was not flustered, but took off the crystal monocle and wiped it with his cuff. There are too many anomalies in Flora Jacob's fate. Flora Jacob was the demigod of the Marauder pathway who died in front of Klein before. At first, he hid in the mansion of Counselor Mock next door. He was Hazel's extraordinary teacher. Later, because of the scare of the Erode's magic mirror, he fled to the manor in the suburbs. But because he was parasitized in the body of a mouse, his condition became worse and worse. Finally, when Klein learned that he was about to lose control, in order to avoid accidentally hurting innocent people, he went to the suburbs to solve this Jacob family demigod. At the last moment of the battle, Amon's clone appeared, and Klein escaped at almost the fastest speed in his current life. "And those anomalies all come from this street," Amon's clone continued. "It's just that I can't see the source of those anomalies at all until I came into contact with the mirror in Hazel's room, and finally found a clue." He seemed to have a strong desire to perform, and told the process of how he found this place all the way. The poor Erode's magic mirror was threatened and tortured by Amon, but did not reveal any information about Klein. But this made Amon's clone more firmly believe that the source of this anomaly must be important. Because he knew the origin of the Erode's magic mirror, the person that this magic mirror was unwilling to betray proved the importance of this person. In the end, Amon's clone learned about the unusualness of her neighbor Dwayne Dantes from some descriptions of Hazel, so he came over. Maybe Klein's spirituality realized the danger, and he was just about to start his actions against Amon's clone. After saying this, Klein said strangely, "You don't seem to be in a hurry at all." "Of course I'm not in a hurry," Amon's clone smiled. "Aren't you clear that sequence 2 corresponding to my pathway is called Trojan Horse of Destiny? Although I'm just a clone, I can still apply some abilities initially. For example, tampering with your fate to make it have some errors within a certain period of time. Like now, no one will notice no matter how you call for help. That is to say, even if you activate the knight emblem in your hand, you will not be able to transmit the idea of asking for help. And the one who is watching, he will at most watch you, but dare not descend too much power." Speaking of this, Amon's clone spread his hands. "This is Backlund, except for the Orthodox gods, no god dares to descend here. Otherwise, the night, storm, and steam will descend together, eliminating this ill-intentioned evil god. As far as I know, the existence watching you has not been acknowledged by the 7 gods and is not a true god." Hobert also remembered that there seemed to be a similar agreement between the gods, not only in Backlund but also effective in the capitals of other countries. So, when the corpse of the ancient death god appeared in Fainapotter City, it triggered the descent of the Earth Mother. But Hobert thought of the time he fooled Medici when he had descended once before. But then he shook his head, because even with the blessing of the Nation of Disorder, at that time, he was still very weak, and he might not have disturbed the gods at all. Finally, Amon said, "That's why I said so much just now. For an avatar, to complete the above operations, especially to prevent the one watching our conversation from saving you in a short time, it takes enough time." Both Hobert and Klein were stunned. They had been guarding against Amon's avatar's sudden parasitism, and Amon's topic was very attractive. Although they realized he was stalling for time, they didn't take it too seriously. As a result, they were deceived. Hobert in the Nation of Disorder has the position of King of Angels, but that's just for bluffing. If it were a real fight, Hobert could fight a sequence 1 enemy for 30 or 40 rounds, but battles at this level would only last a dozen seconds at most. If there was no overwhelming advantage, they would retreat, and it would be impossible to have dozens of rounds of back and forth. Dealing with a sequence 2 enemy is no problem at all, but it's just dealing with them, don't think about killing them. Enemies like Amon's avatar on this path can easily see that the creator is bluffing, which makes Hobert have to take it seriously even in the Nation of Disorder. After hearing Amon's avatar's words, Hobert was about to use exploit or tamper on Klein to test the truth of the avatar's words. But as soon as he raised his hand, Hobert withdrew it, because he suddenly realized that Amon's avatar's last words were deceiving him. This is just an avatar after all. He can sense that a certain existence is watching here, but he doesn't know who the other party is. The purpose of him saying that is, first, he hopes that Hobert can take action, and he can determine which existence is watching there through observation. Second, if Hobert takes action to test his words just now, it is equivalent to exposing that this existence is not confident and has no certainty of dealing with an avatar. Damn it. Hobert couldn't help but praise Amon. He realized, this kid's last few words were testing me. Hobert made up his mind not to take action for the time being. Klein used the image of Gehrman Sparrow to coldly ask Amon's avatar, since you have completed the operation in the field of fate, why haven't you taken action yet? What are you waiting for? Just as he finished speaking, Leonard, using the Laymanos travel notes rented from this week's tarot gathering, appeared in the yard. The old man in his body had already sensed that Amon had begun to act, so he asked Leonard to rush over quickly. This is what I'm waiting for. Amon's avatar grabbed at Klein, stealing Klein's own fate and life. He had been preparing for this theft all along. The life of this seer demigod was almost in his hands, and he only needed to take it at the final moment of attack. Amon's avatar's theft was indeed successful, but in his hand was only an ordinary bone china teacup. And Klein was sitting on the tea table in the corner of the room. He realized that the creator had taken action just now, twisting the concept of himself and a teacup. Hobert in the Nation of Disorder and Klein almost simultaneously thought in their hearts, as expected, he was deceiving. In terms of position, the creator's ability cannot be restricted by Amon's avatar, but it's hard to say if the main body comes. Amon's avatar smiled and pointed at Leonard in the garden and smiled, that was originally the person I was waiting for, but now, I've changed my mind. While speaking, he bowed slightly in the direction of Hobert's true sight, and then disappeared in place. A thought flashed through Klein's mind, Amon's avatar is going to run. If Amon's avatar had time to ramble at this time, he would definitely say, nonsense, of course I have to run. The one watching here is a king of angels. Although he doesn't dare to descend openly in Backlund, just descending part of his power is enough to constantly influence the battle. At the same time, the knight emblem in Klein's hand suddenly became slightly hot. This was the creator using the ability of exploit to end Amon's avatar's influence on Klein's fate in advance. He can now use the emblem to send a signal. While Klein injected his spirituality into the knight emblem, he had an origami crane in his hand. The origami crane quickly burned, leaving only a little ash. One after another silvery complex symbols jumped out of the ashes, instantly forming a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed one connected wheel after another. The giant snake rose into the air and bit its own tail above Backlund Street where Klein was located. Suddenly, Klein's neighbors, Counselor Mocht and his family and servants, all took off their monocles. Klein's marionette Uni returned to the next room. At this time, the marionette was about to take out a crystal-like monocle from his pocket. This is the restart of the Snake of Fate. Klein and Leonard were not affected, but the others in the neighborhood returned to a few minutes ago. At the same time, Backlund Street seemed to be somewhat separated from the real world, and it became a hidden world. Amon's avatar immediately reacted. Streams of light flew towards him, and he retracted the worms of time that had been parasitized into other people's bodies, gathering his strength. Then Amon's avatar turned into a phantom, turning into a virtual ancient stone clock. Clang! With a bell ringing, an additional hand appeared on the modeled clock. The hand jumped down a few grids, and Klein saw Leonard outside the window quickly aging, seeming to turn into a 70- or 80-year-old man with age spots all over his face in just an instant. Klein knew that he shouldn't be much better off. The creator strikes again, tamper. Because it is in the concealed space, it doesn't matter if the creator projects some more power. Klein and Leonard quickly recovered. The creator had just modified the effect of Amon's avatar's ability. At this time, a modeled clock also appeared behind Leonard. That was the old man Palez in his body, but this clock looked more illusory. Magnify. The creator timely magnified Palez's power, allowing his power to almost return to its peak state in a short time. The ancient clock behind Leonard suddenly became clear and solid. Clang. The bell rang again, but this time the hand of the ancient clock behind Leonard was turning back. The hand of the ancient clock transformed by Amon's avatar suddenly trembled. After struggling for a while, the clock quickly faded and turned into specks of light. Some of these specks of light quickly burrowed into Leonard's body. The light on the specks of light gradually faded, and they were strips of worms of time. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 624, Chapter 623, Love from the Lord of Storms. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert in the Nation of Disorder withdrew his gaze, unable to stop himself from sighing, Amon's avatars are still so damn annoying. The aftermath of this hunt for Amon's avatar was naturally left to Klein. Hobert returned to the real world and used travel to reach the still heavily under construction Tussock port, inspecting the preparations there. The port, which had already grown to the size of a small city, was bustling with people, all of whom were employees of the casinos, auction houses, brothels, and other establishments built there, essentially people working for Hobert. In the expanded port in the distance, all kinds of ships were already docked, the vast majority of which were pirate ships, just without the pirate flags flying. Only a few naval ships were docked here, a kind of surveillance of the pirates and observation of Tussock Port's intentions. They didn't attack each other, only watched each other. They were all waiting for the opening of Tussock Port tomorrow. Hobert walked around the port and heard Klein's voice offering sacrifices to the Creator from the Nation of Disorder. He returned to the study in the governor's mansion, entered the Nation of Disorder, opened the sacrificial gate, and collected the 6 worms of time that Klein had sacrificed. These were the spoils of war for the Creator. This hunt came to a very satisfactory end. After nightfall, Hobert and Furs came to Tussock Port together to make the final preparations for tomorrow's opening. A new week began, and the sky over Tussock Port on Longtail Island gradually brightened. As 2 banners were hung in the port, Tussock Port officially reopened. The left side of the 2 banners read, "Pirates in Tussock Port can enjoy the rights of citizens." The right side read, "Wealth deposited by pirates in Tussock Port banks and all purchased assets are legal property." Because they were afraid that some pirates would not recognize the words, they specially found some people with loud voices to explain the meaning of the banners to the pirates. This was a relatively explosive piece of news recently circulating on the Berserk Sea. On Longtail Island, pirates are legal citizens. At first, the pirates thought this was a conspiracy by the Navy or the Storm Church, but as more and more news about Longtail Island spread on the Berserk Sea, the pirates learned that this place had become the territory of an earl, and knew that this earl's territory was very different from the colonies of Lone. Gradually, many pirates risked coming to find out, because many desperados at sea wanted to find a safe and stable place to fence their stolen goods. Not all pirates, like the Pirate Admiral, have stable channels for selling stolen goods. They are often surrounded by the Navy or deceived by unscrupulous merchants when selling stolen goods. The wealth they desperately plunder must also be protected from being snatched or stolen by their companions. Although these people are heinous, they also want to find a safe place to heal their wounds, and when they are old and can no longer be pirates, they can have a safe place to retire. There are no old people among pirates, because when they get old, they can't run, swim, or kill, so they can only be killed. The pirates did not act immediately after hearing the loud shouts from the dock, but chose to continue to watch. It wasn't until the sun rose that a captain finally sent his subordinates to the dock. When the pirates cautiously left the dock, loudspeakers around the dock suddenly sounded. Notice to those landing on the island, although you have the rights of legal citizens, it does not mean you can do whatever you want. Only when your life is in danger, or you are robbed, stolen from, etc., can you seek help from the port security officers or official beyonders. Those who harm others or commit illegal activities will still be subject to sanctions and punishments. It is equivalent to us pretending not to know the crimes you committed at sea, but you will definitely bear the corresponding responsibility for the crimes committed here. These landing notices were very straightforward, and even pirates who had never gone to school understood what they meant. This made the pirates who landed on the island or did not land on the island breathe a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that the news they had received before was more reliable. Outside the dock, in front of the pirates were 4 neat streets, with residential areas still under construction on both sides. The main road in the middle was first the residence of various administrative organs of the port, and after passing through the square, there were auction houses, pawn shops, banks, trading houses, and other places for selling and trading stolen goods, as well as entertainment venues such as casinos. On the left side of the street, there were rows of bars, various flavors of gourmet restaurants, and brothels that looked big and beautiful, and even shopping areas and consumer areas such as department stores. Because the bars had not yet opened, the first batch of pirates who landed on the island first came to the restaurants and roadside stalls, where they observed and probed. But when the food came up, they had no time to probe each other and began to frantically shovel food into their mouths. In fact, the food they eat at sea is very rough. Even when they are ashore on some islands, they dare not go to too high-end places because they always have to avoid being targeted by bounty hunters, so they usually settle it in bars. The food in the bar can be imagined. These bottom-level pirates have not eaten a decent meal for a long time. Moreover, Hobert, having had the experience of a food street in South Colson, provides quite good quality food. The pirates themselves did not expect that they would eat and drink in the restaurant, until they ate their stomachs round, and then leaned comfortably on the back of the chair to observe the surroundings. They noticed that there were often staff members in security uniforms patrolling the streets. These security officers generally consist of 3 people, the older one in the middle holding a gun, and the 2 younger ones on both sides holding knives and short sticks. The security guards turned a blind eye to the pirates who were eating and drinking, and only caught 2 pirates who wanted to flirt with the waitress. Someone followed them from a distance and found that they had taken the 2 pirates to the court. The pirates who followed came to the square of the Central Avenue, and saw the lord of this place, Hobert, and the mature and beautiful lady of the lord. At this time, there was a small high platform in the central square, and a sunshade was built on the high platform. Hobert was sitting on a large chair at this time, quite majestic, like overlooking everything in the entire port. The pirates did not dare to look at him. The lady of the lord next to him looked much more relaxed. She was sitting on a comfortable soft chair, reading a book. There was also a small table next to her, with tea and fruit on it. At this time, the judge was already in place, and the pirates' attention returned to the court. The courts in other colonial islands are basically just decorations, but the judge here tried the two pirates in the open air. After listening to the waitress's accusation and the pirates pleading guilty on the spot, because the entire flirting behavior was terminated at the beginning and did not cause serious consequences, the two pirates were sentenced to 1 month of labor reform and compensation of £5 each to the waitress. The pirates were stunned when they saw this scene, because they had seen the trial of pirates. Without exception, they were all sentenced to death. This made them even more convinced of Tussockport's external publicity. Soon, several pirates who had fought were sent, and the judge successively conducted trials. Similarly, because their fights were stopped at the beginning, they were only sentenced to half a month to 2 months of labor reform, compensation for the economic losses of the restaurant, etc. Because of Hobert's gaze, the pirates did not dare to stay here for long. They firmly remembered the process of the trial and returned to the previous street, and rushed into the brothel happily. But when they entered the door, they were told that they had to take a bath before they could choose the girls here, and they were warned that they could play with affection, but they could not maliciously beat the girls here. The pirates felt that the rules of the brothel here were very strange, but the food and trial just now had made them realize that this place was different from other islands, so they all followed the rules here and obediently went to take a bath. Sure enough, someone ignored the staff's advice and beat the girls here, so security guards took the scantily clad pirates away again. Some onlookers came back and said that the beautiful lady of the Lord personally intervened in this case, because the girl's face was bruised, so it was determined to be intentional injury. In addition to compensating the girl £5 for medical expenses, she also had to compensate £10 for lost work. The street girl who got these £15 was stunned. The judge and security guards really protected themselves. No one looked at them with contempt or obscene eyes. On the contrary, a security guard told her the direction of the hospital. In the brothel, the pirates who were dancing and drinking with the girls didn't feel anything. They already understood that as long as they followed the rules of this port, it would be safe. And the rules of Tussockport will be informed to them in advance, and if they don't understand, they can go up and ask. This gave this group of outlaws a full sense of security. The street girls behind the brothel were crying. This place really protects them. If they are beaten, the customers will really be punished, and they can get compensation. In Backland, this is something they would not dare to imagine. When it was almost noon, the first batch of pirates who landed on the island went to the business district and then came back for a big meal. Each of them touched their round bellies and returned to the port to report what they had seen and heard in Tussockport to the captains. The captains were not interested in how gentle the girls here were and how unique the food was. They were more concerned about the prices in Tussockport. Judging from the expenses of these pirates for eating, whoring, and buying daily necessities, the consumption here is not high, especially the daily necessities are very cheap. Of course, it is very cheap in the eyes of the captains. The prices here are twice as high as Backland and 5 times as high as Jeffrey City in South Colson. For a long time, most of the industrial products of the Berserk Sea have been transported from the northern continent. The road costs and tariffs make the prices of goods very high. But most of the daily necessities sold in Tussockport are produced in South Colson and Longtail Island. The orders from Backland are also transported by the Traveller's Gate, without tariffs and very little road costs. So the commodities that seem very cheap in the eyes of the captains are actually making a lot of money for the Longtail Island municipal government. At present, all industries in Tussockport are directly operated by the municipal government. After the port is reopened, it also opens up foreign investment in this place. This is the only city in Hobert's territory that has fully opened up foreign investment business. Like Jeffrey City, although it can currently absorb foreign investment, the industries that can be invested in are limited. First of all, it does not accept any investment in agriculture. Now South Colson is the stable granary, vegetable, and fruit base of the entire creator force. The agriculture there must be completely controlled by the municipal government. Only some industrial investment and commercial investment are open. Now some institutions such as banks have settled in, but because their own volume is too small, the municipal government will not open up some pillar industries such as hotels. The situation on Longtail Island is that it is not suitable to open up at present, otherwise the natives here are not the opponents of those businessmen at all and will be continuously harvested by waves of businessmen. That's why only foreign investment in Tussockport is fully opened on Longtail Island. After the first batch of pirates returned to the port to report, the captains began to disembark one after another at noon. They were more concerned about places like banks and trading houses. Similarly, when they passed through the central square, they were also shocked by the majesty exuded by Hobert. Every pirate who passed by here unconsciously saluted the Earl before heading to their destination. Hobert was just sitting here, which was the greatest deterrent to these pirates. The pirates first went to the bank to learn about the bank's business. Some pirates tried to deposit a sum of money, and they got a deposit slip with anti-counterfeiting design. Then they tried to withdraw it, and they immediately withdrew it, which gave them a lot of comfort. However, some pirates with savings still did not dare to deposit all their savings in the bank. They plan to deposit only part of the money and wait and see, and then come to withdraw it again after a while. However, facing the bank manager's publicity, some pirates changed their minds and deposited all their property in the bank, because the bank thoughtfully launched the estate return service. The assets in the bank can designate an heir and two alternate heirs. As long as the heir's address, name, appearance characteristics, etc. are clearly written, and no one claims it after 3 years beyond the withdrawal date agreed with the depositor, it will automatically enter the estate return service. If the designated heir lives in Longtail Island and South Colson, only 5% of the deposit will be charged as a service fee. If you live in a large city in the North and South continents, a 15% service fee will be charged on the deposit. If you live in a remote area or the time to find the heir takes more than 1 month, a service fee of 20% to 30% of the deposit will be charged. Many people go to sea to give their families a better life. They are bloodthirsty pirates at sea, and scrupulous villains, but many of them are also fathers and husbands. The Bank of Tussockport has launched such a service by grasping the psychology of the pirates, which is quite popular with many pirates. Then the pirate captains went to the trading house and listened to the staff's explanation of the details of the transaction. The transaction service here is divided into 2 types. One is a public transaction, where you can hand the information of the items you want to trade to the staff in the form of a note and publish it on the information wall. If you don't want to expose your appearance or other information, there's a small private meeting room with a secret entrance where you can negotiate. You can publish the information on the information wall after leaving for a while, or the next day. This service costs a £3 service fee, and the receipt entitles you to a free 3-day stay at the Sea Breeze into the left. After 3 days, it will cost 6 sols per day. If you can't find a buyer for a long time, you can choose to go to the pawnshop to trade with the city government. Alternatively, you can entrust the trading house to find a buyer. The commission fee is 10% to 30% of the final transaction amount. The standard for charging the service fee depends on the difficulty and time of storing the traded items. When a pirate who has chosen this service comes to Tortuga Port again, the trading house will settle the proceeds in pounds with the pirate. Another type of transaction is private trading, which is a service prepared for large transactions. For example, if you rob a cargo ship and the shipping company has no intention of paying a ransom, it will definitely involve the process of disposing of stolen goods. This is a headache for some powerful pirates who have no backing, the lack of a safe environment for disposing of stolen goods. Many pirates who are invincible in naval battles die in the process of disposing of stolen goods. The trading house provides them with such an environment. Pirates only need to pay a £100 service fee each time they use the trading house's venue, and the city government can guarantee their safety in Tortuga Port. In addition, they can simply trade with the city government, and the £100 service fee can be waived. Many pirates have tried to initiate large transactions with the city government. The prices offered by the city government are definitely much lower than the market price, but the pirate captains are generally satisfied with such prices. So, tentative transactions become real transactions. But these transactions cannot be completed immediately, because the pirates have to sail the hidden merchant ships here. After reaching a transaction intention, the trading house staff announced a new regulation. If none of the merchant ship's crew members die and are sent here with the merchant ship, the price will increase by 30% based on the current pricing standard. If 3 or fewer crew members die, it will also increase by 20%. If more than 3 crew members but less than half die, only an additional 10% will be given. If half is less than 3 people, it will be calculated as within 3 people. However, if no crew member survives, the next transaction price will be 20% lower than the current standard. This regulation stunned the captains who initiated the transaction for a long time, and they marveled at the strangeness of the rules here. The captains also visited the auction house and the pawnshop, which was actually a split from the previous auction house. The pawnshop is responsible for collecting items, and the auction house is responsible for selling the collected items. Outside the auction house, there is a list of today's auction items. The previous day's auction items shocked the pirates, including a wind-blessed Beyonder characteristic, and the finale was a Sequence 6 mystical item, which is a Grade 2 sealed artifact. This level of goods is very rare in Beyonder gatherings, especially in transactions between pirates. This level of transaction is prone to black eats black. Everyone felt the power of Hobert in Central Square. His power is the most powerful guarantee in the transaction process. Pirates are also more at ease with transactions with the auction house, and seem to have found a new channel for advancing in the sequence. Many pirates lamented that this seems to be a city specially designed for pirates. It's completely a pirate paradise. But the premise is that you must abide by the rules here, otherwise it will be several months or even years of labor reform. Labor reform for more than 3 years involves confiscation of property, which means that after the labor reform is over, you may end up with nothing. In the afternoon, the port gradually became lively. The pirates basically had no worries and left the pirate ships to come to the port. Hobert, who had been sitting in the square for most of the day, yawned, took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a while, he would return to the governor's mansion with furs to attend the tarot gathering. Hobert was about to pick up his teacup and take a sip when he suddenly looked at the sea. In the low sky near Longtail Island, the space suddenly became illusory, and a giant ship floated out of it. The pirates and all the people in the city almost simultaneously stopped talking and laughing, and looked at the sea together. Angus and Elliot immediately ran out, but soon they also looked at the sea with a few subordinates. When the giant ship completely emerged from the spirit world, everyone felt tremendous pressure, and many people had the urge to kneel. Hobert first used the power of distortion to send furs into the bank, and then he tampered with his own gravity and the gravity acting on him, slowly flying into the midair of the city. With a wave of his hand, he distorted the tremendous pressure emanating from the giant ship, and the people in the port collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although the giant ship's flag had not yet been raised, Hobert had already realized that it should be the Black Emperor. To Hobert's surprise, sitting on the huge mottled stone chair in front of the Black Emperor was a large teenager, who looked about 15 or 16 years old, with delicate features and a somewhat naive appearance. This was Erebus, who had seized the Black Emperor. Hobert didn't know about Nast's encounter, but after seeing Erebus, he basically understood what was going on. This surprised him somewhat. After all, Erebus was only at sequence 4 before, while Nast was a frenzied mage. How did he seize the Black Emperor? Hobert was almost certain that the other party must have had helpers. The large Erebus waved his hand, and ordinary waves suddenly turned into giant waves of 7 or 8 meters high, crashing towards the port. The sudden giant waves caused the pirates who remained in the port to exclaim. Such giant waves would not be too dangerous at sea, but in the port, where ships were docked so densely, being hit by the waves would be enough to cause the pirate ships to crash into each other. But just as the waves were about to enter the port, they suddenly subsided with a splash. This left the exclaiming pirates unsure of how to react for a moment. The waves were of course prematurely ended by Hobert using the ability of exploit. He had originally thought that the Church of the Witches or the Rose School of Thought would send someone to disrupt the situation today, but he didn't expect that it would be this kid who came. Of course, Hobert wouldn't indulge him. He opened his arms, King of the Skies, Emperor of the Seas, Lord of the Calamity, God of the Storms. Hearing Hobert's devout chanting, not only was Erebus stunned, but the pirates who were watching in the port were also stunned. Shouldn't they be rushing up to fight the enemy at this time? Why did he start chanting the honorific name of the Lord of Storms? Hobert's chanting continued, Your devout worshipper reports to you a very important matter. On the sea, in your domain, there is an evil god attacking innocent people, revealing his evil nature. Erebus twitched the corner of his mouth. This is a shameless slander. At this moment, Tortuga Port was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the sea breeze also began to howl. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.